Born in a mysterious village where martial arts are practiced by all, Wang Wan unexpectedly acquires the chance to cultivate immortality. With this newfound destiny, she resolves to master all forms of martial arts. What she had initially thought would be a smooth journey of cultivation is abruptly disrupted by the arrival of the martial arts tournament. 300 years ago, the disappearance of the Immortal Cultivation sect shrouded in secrecy left a lingering impact on the village. Every year, the village is compelled to send someone incognito to participate in the tournament, seemingly tied to an unspeakable connection. Following the last tournament, Wang Wan's parents mysteriously vanished. This upcoming tournament unravels a series of events, prompting Wang Wan to gaze at the turbulent sky and resolutely declare, "No amount of hardship will deter me from my path to becoming a martial immortal." Chapter 1. The Peculiar Village. As the first rays of dawn illuminate the small village, the training grounds echo with shouts of "Hoo!" and "Ha!" Dozens of young children follow a youth clad in a short, earthy yellow jacket, mimicking his movements with their small limbs. The youth exudes a commanding presence, his stern face etched with seriousness. He glances at the children behind him despite their tender age and feeble limbs. Each child is wholly earnest, their cheeks flushed as they strive to keep up. Wang Qing nods in satisfaction, then feigns a stern expression, saying, "Continue practicing. Do you wish to slack off? Each of you must practice 10 more times on your own." Instantly, the children wail, "Uncle Qing, I haven't even mastered the moves yet. How can I manage 10 repetitions?" Wang Qing raises an eyebrow, retorting, "Haven't mastered it? You've been practicing with me for 5 days. Figure it out yourself." With that, he sits cross-legged upon a large stone, gently closing his eyes. At this moment, 3 children silently practice their punches, and the others, witnessing this, begin to follow suit. The trio stands in a row from tallest to shortest. At the front is a girl of about 9 or 10, her back straight and hair styled in twin buns, her delicate features yet to fully bloom. Next to her, a girl of 6 or 7, though her punches are soft and weak, executes them with remarkable skill. She rolls her eyes at the person sitting atop the stone, her round face exuding calmness. Beside her stands a boy of 5 or 6, who clearly has his mind elsewhere, but, under the pressure of his 2 sisters, begrudgingly participates. Wang Qing observes the children without revealing his thoughts, contemplating that among this batch, there are quite a few promising martial arts talents. His gaze lands on Wang Wan, who is rolling her eyes at him, causing him to chuckle silently. Reflecting on the circumstances of the siblings, he sighs. The 3 children are all that remain of their family. Their parents disappeared during the last martial arts tournament. The eldest, Wang Ro, has taken on the responsibility of caring for them. Fortunately, the village's elder council sends food and clothing monthly. In the early years, the children would help various families, but as time passed, they began to hear unkind remarks. Wang Ro, being a headstrong and resourceful child, declared that she could support her younger siblings when she turned a certain age, insisting that the elder council cease their aid. The village's adults could only watch over them discreetly. This secluded village, hidden deep within the woods, is called Yangchuan Village, home to the 3 prominent families of Wang, Li, and Sunday. The Elder Council is composed of esteemed elders from these families. Every villager, regardless of age or gender, practices martial arts, and every 5 years, they send representatives to the martial arts tournament. To outsiders, it appears as both a village and a sect, as every participant swears an oath before leaving not to disclose their origins. Thus, this small village has remained largely unknown for many years. When the last child finishes their 10 repetitions, they all collapse onto the ground to rest. Wang Qing then adopts a serious demeanor, stating, "Today's morning practice concludes. Tomorrow, we will practice as we did today. Is that understood?" The children respond in unison, "Yes." Dismissed. With that, Wang Qing heads back to the village. Wang Ro leads her younger siblings home. Along the way, Wang Wan and Wang Lin bounce energetically behind her. Wang Ro glances back at them, laughing, "You 2 little monkeys, don't you ever tire?" Upon arriving home, Wang Ro rushes to the kitchen, while Wang Lin and Wang Wan head towards the yard. Wang Lin releases the family chickens into the yard, allowing the hens to forage for food, while Wang Wan chops up the pigweed from last night with a kitchen knife and pours it into the trough for their 3 pigs. Watching them grunt and eat, Wang Wan remarks, "How silly they are." Wang Lin turns and asks, "Who are you talking about, second sister?" Wang Wan grins at her brother. "Whoever you think I'm talking about, of course." "Ah." With that, she dashes inside, and Wang Lin chases after her, calling out, "Eldest sister, second sister is bullying me." Wang Ro pokes her head out of the kitchen, yelling, "Stop messing around," and come eat. Wang Wan responds with a quick "oh" and rushes into the kitchen, with Wang Lin sulking behind her. Breakfast is simple, consisting of finely chopped wild vegetables mixed into a porridge made from grains quick and delicious. The three sit on small stools, each with a bowl in hand. Wang Ro glances at her siblings and says to Wang Wan, second sister, "You're the eldest, so you mustn't bully your brother. You two can't just laugh and play all day. Our most pressing task now is to practice martial arts well, so we can one day find our parents." Wang Wan responds absent-mindedly. In truth, Wang Wan has only a vague recollection of her parents, as she was just over a year old when they disappeared, and her brother was merely 3 months old. Although everyone claims she is a precocious child, surpassing her peers in walking, speaking, and literacy, she is still young. Having been raised by her sister, who is like a parent to her, she is very obedient to Wang Rao's words. After breakfast, the three siblings hurry to the village academy, located in the village's center, built for the benefit of future generations. The academy has 2 scholars. One instructs the younger children, while the other, Wang Fuzi, teaches the older ones. Upon arriving at the front courtyard, Wang Wan and Wang Lin find their peers already engaged in reading, while Wang Ro heads to the back courtyard to study with the older children. Before long, a middle-aged man in scholarly robes, stroking his beard, enters. The children immediately greet in unison, "Good day, master." Master Sun nods, takes his seat behind the desk, leisurely opens a book, and begins the day's lesson. His teachings are often dry, and Wang Wan has long memorized the texts. She rests her head on the desk, stifling several yawns. From behind, Sun Xiaomei nudges Wang Wan, asking, "Is your sister going up the mountain today?" Wang Wan lazily glances back at her. She probably will. "Hey, why are you always asking about my sister? Your brother Sun Xiaoqing isn't going up the mountain today, is he?" Xiaomei's face flushes as she stammers. "Why do you care so much?" Wang Wan rolls her eyes in exasperation. "You were the one who asked first." With a loud smack, Master Sun's ruler strikes the desk, startling both Wang Wan and Xiaomei. Wang Wan, recite the 3-character classic from Zibu Shui to the point I just mentioned, without a single mistake. For each error, you shall receive a strike on your hand. Unfazed, Wang Wan rises and begins to recite, shaking her head as she goes. When she reaches Rong Si Sui, Nung Rang Li, she doesn't pause. Xiaomei, anxious, tugs at Wang Wan's clothes, whispering, "You've gone too far, stop there." Wang Wan pretends not to hear, continuing effortlessly. Master Sun glances at Xiaomei, who pales in fear and lowers her head, refraining from further fidgeting. Once Wang Wan finishes with gusto, Master Sun strokes his beard, finally saying, "You may sit down." No more mischief in class. Noticing the other children are losing focus, Master Sun clears his throat. "All right, everyone sit up straight. Those who seem lacking in spirit, today's main lesson ends here. I will share something different." Instantly, the children straighten up, eyes wide with anticipation. Master Sun, having ventured beyond the village in his youth, is rumored to have held an official position before returning to teach. However, he seldom speaks of his past experiences. Some villagers speculate he returned due to unfulfilled ambitions, but Wang Wan believes there must be untold stories behind his decision. As the saying goes, beyond the mountains, there are mountains, beyond people, there are people. I'm sure you are all curious about the world outside our village. It turns out the outside world comprises numerous independent nations. Yanchuan village lies in the southeastern part of Qi country, bordered by several other nations that coexist in mutual restraint, occasionally erupting into small-scale conflicts, yet overall maintaining a semblance of peace. Legend has it that several centuries ago, society revered martial prowess. In nearly every locality, the majority of individuals were utterly captivated by the practice of martial arts. Those with exceptional skills garnered fervent admiration from the masses. During this era, not only did the martial world boast thousands of sects, both large and small, with an abundance of formidable experts emerging, but every 30 years, reclusive sects would also unveil themselves to recruit disciples for the cultivation of longevity techniques. The martial realm flourished, teeming with heroes, reaching a pinnacle of prosperity. At that time, aside from those who could transcend to another realm through the utmost mastery of celestial arts, our martial practitioners also produced prodigies capable of shattering the void itself. However, 3 centuries ago, a calamity befell the martial world, and the once hidden sects ceased to make their appearances. All the martial experts vanished without a trace. What transpired remains a mystery, and since then, various sects have imposed restrictions on their disciples, discouraging them from wandering freely. Many nations gradually began to prioritize scholarship over martial prowess, and the martial world has never regained its former splendor. In the past 300 years, aside from an instance 200 years ago when someone managed to shatter the void, no one has been able to reach such heights again. Alas, sighed the sage. Listening to this, Wang Wan let out a sigh in unison. She then pondered, according to the sage, why had the villagers continued to practice martial arts as fervently as those from centuries past? Although engaging in martial training proved beneficial for their daily labor, it was not an absolute necessity. For the first time, Wang Wan found herself intrigued by the place of her upbringing, sensing a vague connection to the mysterious disappearance of her parents. Chapter 2. The passage hidden behind the trees. By the time the three siblings returned home from school, the sun had already risen high in the sky. Wang Ro hoisted a bamboo basket onto her back, preparing to ascend the mountain in search of wild vegetables and firewood. Wang Wan and Wang Lin clung to her clothing, their watery eyes wide with determination as they murmured their desire to accompany her. Wang Ro could feel the veins on her forehead throbbing. She swiftly delivered a playful tap to each of their heads, leaving the two little ones gazing tearfully as she strode out the door. Elder sister, you are too cruel. Humph. I'm going to find someone to play with, Wang Lin huffed as he stormed off in a fit of indignation. Wang Wan, ever the schemer, rolled her eyes and thought to herself, you may not allow me to go, but you didn't say I couldn't sneak along. With a mischievous grin, she tiptoed behind Wang Ro, watching as her sister walked ahead with the village's older children, laughter and chatter accompanying their steps. Wang Wan pouted and made a face at Wang Ro, who sensed an unseen gaze upon her but upon turning around, found nothing amiss. Rubbing her forehead, she shook her head. Wang Ro, what's the matter? Hurry up, called a friend. Coming, Wang Ro replied, hastening to catch up with her companions. Meanwhile, concealed behind a tree, Wang Wan let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were plenty of trees here, or she might have been discovered. Just as she prepared to follow, she tripped over a tree root and stumbled forward. In an instant, a flash of light emanated from a large tree ahead, and Wang Wan vanished from sight, leaving only the gentle breeze caressing the willow branches, restoring tranquility to the scene. Unbeknownst to anyone, the wheels of fate began to turn towards an uncertain destiny. Ouch! Wang Wan exclaimed as she fell to the ground, spitting out the dirt that clung to her lips. She was about to rise when she suddenly froze. Before her lay a passage hewn from stone, its ceiling adorned with luminous orbs that cast a soft, white glow throughout the corridor. This was not the place she had just occupied. Where had her elder sister and the others gone? A creeping sense of fear enveloped her as she found herself alone in this unfamiliar passage. After a while, Wang Wan's legs grew numb from the strain of remaining crouched. Resolutely, she decided to ignore her apprehension and stood up. Brushing the dirt from her clothes, she turned her head to survey the stone walls, which appeared to be man-made. Where could this passage lead? Curiosity began to triumph over her fear, since she had no idea how to exit. She might as well venture deeper down the passage. Perhaps it would reveal a way out. Wang Wan cautiously proceeded along the corridor, encountering nothing but the glowing orbs above. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, and soon her stomach began to grumble. If I had known, I wouldn't have sneaked out. I'm so hungry. Why is this passage so long? Wang Wan lamented to herself. After a while longer, she sensed that the passage had suddenly widened, and dim light flickered ahead. Could it be that she was nearing an exit? Wang Wan let out a cheer and, mustering her strength, sprinted towards the light. However, upon reaching the passage's mouth, she found herself momentarily stunned. This is a beautiful world, with a stunning lakeside before me. An unknown, exquisite bird is preening its feathers by the water's edge, while the lake is adorned with dense clusters of oval green leaves. Delicate white blossoms emerge from among the foliage, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Beside the lake stands a grand tree, bearing translucent fruits that exude a rich sweetness, causing Wang Wan to swallow in longing. She takes a couple of steps towards the tree, and for a fleeting moment, she feels as if the bird has cast a scrutinizing glance in her direction, rendering her momentarily motionless. Yet, in an instant, the bird resumes its grooming, as if nothing had transpired. Wang Wan takes a deep breath and inches forward slightly, noticing that the bird pays her no mind. Gradually, she moves beneath the tree and reaches for the fruits above. Suddenly, her vision blurs as the bird flaps its wings, sending her flying to the opposite shore of the lake. Terrified, Wang Wan retreats a considerable distance, only to find that the bird seems indifferent to her presence once more. Confounded, she contemplates moving forward, and to her dismay, the bird turns its head towards her, petrifying her in place. After a moment, Wang Wan cautiously swivels her neck, scanning the surroundings, and is astonished to discover a wooden cabin not far behind her. She slowly makes her way towards the cabin, emboldened by the bird's lack of interest, and hastens her pace to enter. Once inside, she gasps for air and firmly shuts the door behind her. After regaining her composure, she discreetly peeks through a crack in the door. Observing that the bird remains in its original spot, unmoving, a realization dawns upon her. As long as she does not disturb the tree, the bird will not bother her. With a sense of relief, she begins to examine the interior of the cabin. It appears that the wooden cabin has not been inhabited for quite some time, as it is devoid of dust, yet it possesses an air of historical gravitas. Wang Wan finds herself in a main hall, where doors line the walls on either side. In the center, two grand armchairs flank a table that holds a tea set, suggesting that this was once a gathering place for guests. On the wall above the table hangs a calligraphy scroll that boldly proclaims how to cultivate immortality. The brushwork is vigorous and majestic, emanating a sense of righteousness that washes over Wang Wan. She feels as though countless points of light are shifting before her eyes, coalescing into a stream that flows along the characters, tracing from He to Xian. Her spirit follows this stream, and as the final stroke of Xian is completed, a brilliant light engulfs her vision, blinding her momentarily. A beam of light surges forth, striking her forehead, and in an instant, she is enveloped in darkness, fainting away. Wang Wan feels as if she is floating in a void, surrounded by warmth, as a gentle current flows within her along an unfamiliar path. Something within her seems to be undergoing a gradual transformation. Time elapses, and when Wang Wan finally opens her eyes, she finds herself lying on the ground, covered in a layer of dark substance that emits a revolting stench. Startled, she leaps up, only to find herself soaring 2 zhang high, nearly colliding with the ceiling, rendering her utterly paralyzed with fear. What on earth has happened? Wang Wan pondered for an extended period yet could not discern the reason behind her sensations. However, the trajectory of the warm current coursing through her body became increasingly vivid. Gradually, she settled back into a meditative posture, unconsciously emptying her mind as her spirit followed the flow within. Outside, Wang Wan's body was enveloped by countless luminous orbs she had just witnessed, which joyfully entered her being one by one. As time flowed gently, the warm current within her grew more robust, evolving from a mere thread to an interconnected network throughout her body, establishing a harmonious cycle. At that moment, Wang Wan perceived that a barrier within her had been shattered, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of ease and comfort. Uncertain of how long it had been, she opened her eyes, feeling an inexhaustible strength coursing through her, as if she could effortlessly seize a bull if called upon. Moreover, she sensed a familiar power circulating within her, reminiscent of the warm current she had previously felt. Rising to her feet, she noticed that the dark covering she had worn had disintegrated into fragments. With vigor, she brushed off the debris from her body, then glanced disdainfully at her attire, now marred with dark stains. Realizing there were no other garments available to her, so she would have to make do to tea that moment, Wang Wan became aware of several transformations within herself. Her skin appeared noticeably fairer, and her vision was clearer. She observed intricate patterns on the walls that had previously eluded her sight, and upon closer inspection, she noticed these patterns seemed to be in motion. Just a fleeting glance left her feeling dizzy, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze. As she calmed her mind, she discovered she could hear the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind outside and the rhythmic cooing of a bird preening its feathers. Wang Wan felt an immense excitement and curiosity regarding her bodily changes. Could it be the influence of the warm current from her dream? This naive child, unwittingly harnessing the coveted skill of channeling energy into the body, had treated the profound practice of the I Ching as mere fantasy. Truly, a fool's fortune. 3 centuries prior, children embarking on martial training would first have their meridians opened by a knowledgeable elder, allowing them to cultivate internal power under guidance. By inadvertently entering a state of enlightenment while gazing at those characters, Wang Wan had awakened the spiritual energy within, not only clearing her meridians but also successfully integrating energy into her being. Consequently, she had laid a solid foundation for her future pursuits, be it in cultivation or martial arts, though this knowledge remained beyond her youthful comprehension. Suppressing her exhilaration, Wang Wan scrutinized the furnishings of the room. The space was exceedingly simple. Apart from the central table and chairs, no other adornments graced the area, and the doors on either wall bore no embellishments, appearing indistinguishable from one another. She opted to explore the door on her left first. Approaching, she gently pushed against it, but it did not budge. Increasing her effort, she found it still resistant. Undeterred, Wang Wan rolled up her sleeves and exerted all her strength against the door, her face reddening with exertion, yet the door remained obstinately still. Sitting down in frustration, she pondered why it would not open. Tapping her chin thoughtfully, she recalled that the warm current had manifested here. Perhaps it was worth a try. To describe Wang Wan as a child of audacity and meticulousness, she placed her hand upon the door, calming her mind to seek the sensations of that moment. Gradually, a warm current began to circulate within her, and she felt her palm growing warmer as time flowed on. The door beneath her hand became increasingly heated, to the point where Wang Wan could scarcely endure it. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted before her, rendering her mind a blank slate, as if consciousness had slipped away, leaving her motionless at that moment. The door before her slowly opened. Chapter 3. The peculiar individual. As Wang Wan gradually regained her senses and her vision cleared, she abruptly realized someone was staring at her. Upon lifting her gaze, she was struck with fear, causing her legs to weaken, and she fell to the ground. Instinctively, she attempted to retreat, but a gentle force drew her forward. She screamed and flailed her legs in a futile attempt to escape, yet she found herself drawing closer to the emaciated figure seated in the center of the room. The figure extended a bony hand and rested it upon the unconscious Wang Wan's head for a moment. Uttering a soft sound, with a flick of the wrist, an unseen force lifted Wang Wan and placed her upon a couch against the wall, rendering her motionless. Wang Wan felt as though she had merely taken a nap. Rubbing her eyes and stifling a yawn, she remained disoriented, unsure of her surroundings. Suddenly, the terrifying figure flashed into her mind, prompting her to scream and tumble from the couch. Upon raising her head, she discovered that the figure was still seated in the center of the room. Hadn't she just been pulled towards that individual? Why was she now lying on the couch? Wang Wan stared at the figure for an extended period, feeling her fear dissipate somewhat. Her stomach growled with discomfort, and she glanced at the figure, contemplating whether to inquire about food, but hesitated to speak. The figure opened its eyes and gazed at Wang Wan with an illuminating brightness, the contrast of black and white rendering it less fearsome. It inquired, "Are you hungry? Here, use this to stave off your hunger, but do not drink too much." With that, it waved its sleeve, and a small bottle appeared on the ground before Wang Wan. She studied the figure cautiously, then slowly extended her hand to grasp the bottle. What a beautiful vessel it was! Wang Wan examined it from every angle, and after a moment of playfulness, she removed the cork. A rich aroma wafted from within, making her mouth water. She pondered that if the figure intended to harm her, it would have done so already. Prioritizing her hunger, she decided to take the risk. But could this substance truly satisfy her hunger? Tentatively, she poured a small sip into her mouth, and an orange-yellow liquid flowed forth, tasting as sweet as nectar. The flavor bursting forth with exquisite richness, she savored the delightful taste. A surge of warmth coursed through her body, leaving her momentarily bewildered. The figure abruptly opened its eyes and commanded, "Concentrate your thoughts, as you did before, to guide the spiritual energy within you." Wang Wan immediately closed her eyes, striving to calm her mind and channel the tumultuous warmth inside her, guiding it along her body until it transformed into her own strength. When Wang Wan finally opened her eyes again, she sensed an enhancement in her power, and the gnawing hunger had vanished. This truly was a remarkable substance. She lifted the bottle once more to inspect it. "This is Bai Hua Yulu, which contains a trace of spiritual energy. It was my oversight that you did not undergo the traditional initiation. Instead, you relied solely on your instincts to absorb the energy, nearly causing you to fall into a state of chaos," the man said apologetically. Wang Wan, unaware of the inherent dangers, waved her hand dismissively. "But I'm fine, aren't I? Who are you, anyway? Why did you frighten me earlier?" She still felt a lingering unease from the previous scare. "I am merely a practitioner of the Tao," he replied. "I awakened from my contemplation the moment you opened this door. I sensed your celestial affinity and wished to discern your spiritual roots, which is why I brought you here using my spiritual power. I did not intend to frighten you." Wang Wan rolled her eyes in exasperation. "So, what about my spiritual roots? Can I cultivate immortality?" "Your aptitude is commendable," he remarked. "You have successfully opened all your meridians without guidance and have initiated the preliminary process of drawing in spiritual energy. However, I am unable to determine the attribute of your spiritual roots at this moment. While I cannot accept disciples now, your presence here signifies a karmic connection between us. I shall impart to you a foundational technique to set you on the path of cultivation. When you discover your spiritual root attribute, you may adapt your practice accordingly." With that, he extended his hand, and a beam of white light surged into Wang Wan's forehead. She felt a sharp pain at her brow, and suddenly, a vast expanse of text and an illustration appeared in her mind. However, her limited literacy left her unable to comprehend most of it, prompting her to resolve to read more upon returning home. After a moment of contemplation, the man continued, "Very well. I have a few jade slips that I recorded during my travels over the years. I hope they will aid you in the future." He then levitated a bag towards Wang Wan using his spiritual power. Curiously, she observed the bag, feeling its weightlessness as if it were empty. She cast a puzzled glance at him. "That is a storage bag. Once you learn to harness spiritual power, you will be able to access it. The jade slips within can only be examined once you develop your divine consciousness," he explained. "Oh," Wang Wan replied slowly. "Having received so much from you, what do you require of me now?" She felt that nothing in this world came without a price, and it would be prudent to clarify her obligations. The man looked at her and smiled broadly, startling Wang Wan. "No need for that, child. You are still young, and the path ahead of you is long. Our fates are intertwined, and this connection will resolve itself in due time. You may go now." With a swift motion of his sleeve, Wang Wan felt the world spin around her, and she found herself back in the forest. The sun hung high in the sky, and the leaves rustled softly in the gentle breeze, as if the earlier events had been but a dream. Wang Wan pinched her own cheek, wincing at the pain, and then noticed that she still clutched the bag given to her by the man. It seemed this was not a dream after all. Overcome with excitement, she leapt into the air, only to inadvertently bump her head against a branch, causing her to tumble to the ground with an ouch. Wang Wan had forgotten that she was already a practitioner in the initial stage of drawing an energy, which allowed her to leap higher than an ordinary person. After a brief assessment, she estimated that she could jump 2 or 3 zhong. "Wow, does this mean I will become a martial arts master in the future?" she mused, laughing aloud at the thought. However, as she recalled her meager abilities in the presence of the earlier man, she felt like a mere chick, utterly defenseless. This realization doused her exuberance like a bucket of cold water, and she fell silent. Her mentor often said, "There are mountains beyond mountains, and there are people beyond people. How could I allow myself to become complacent due to a mere accomplishment? Nevertheless, I firmly believe that one day I too shall achieve the same heights as that individual." Wang Wan silently set a goal for herself, her heart ablaze with ambition. Suddenly, she smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I must hurry home." With that, she quickened her pace down the mountain, her speed now akin to that of a swift runner, rivaling even that of adult men. Upon returning home, Wang Wan discovered her sister in the kitchen, deftly chopping vegetables, while a fragrant pot of rice simmered on the stove, and her younger brother diligently stoked the fire behind it. Wang Ro, noticing Wang Wan staring blankly at them, approached and playfully tapped her on the head, saying, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and help set the table. You've been out playing for an hour, and only now do you think to return. Even your little brother is more sensible than you." As Wang Ro continued her gentle scolding, Wang Wan seized upon one of her remarks, asking, "Sister, did you say I was only gone for an hour? Are you mistaken?" Wang Ro widened her eyes in disbelief, retorting, "What, do you think an hour of play is too short?" Wang Wan shrank back, obediently scurrying off to fetch the dishes. Before their parents went missing, their family was considered quite prosperous within the village. They lived in a house with 5 tiled rooms, encircled by a brick courtyard complete with a pigsty and chicken coop, and a vegetable plot connected outside. Now, the 3 siblings toiled diligently in their garden, managing to produce enough vegetables not only for their own consumption, but also to trade for grains with neighboring families. After their meal, the siblings ventured to the vegetable garden, weeding and watering the plants, before Wang Ro urged her younger siblings to practice their martial arts. Wang Wan, as usual, threw punches, but soon noticed that her movements had become increasingly fluid. A unique sensation began to well up within her, distinct from the flow of spiritual energy she was accustomed to. She continued to practice, reveling in this novel experience. Wang Ro and Wang Lin observed her with curiosity, gradually sensing that Wang Wan seemed to enter a peculiar state, prompting them to pause and quietly reflect. When Wang Wan finally regained her awareness, she found her sister gazing intently at her, while her little brother appeared to be aimlessly gesturing, as if he had discovered something. With excitement, Wang Ro exclaimed, "Second sister, have you developed a sense of qi?" Wang Wan, still somewhat bewildered, replied, "It seems I have indeed acquired this sensation, though it may be related to my encounter today." After a moment of hesitation, she resolved to share everything with her sister. Upon hearing the full account, Wang Ro anxiously inquired, "Second sister, are you certain your body is unharmed? That person truly harbored no ill intentions?" Wang Wan sighed in relief, responding, "No, not at all. He merely mentioned that today's events would lead to a conclusion in the future, and that I need not repay him." I've pondered his words for quite some time without grasping their meaning. "Do not overthink it, second sister," Wang Ro advised. "Since it pertains to the future, worrying now is futile. Just let things unfold naturally. Daijia, I am currently unable to discern whether others can cultivate, and the techniques are imprinted in my mind yet remain unspoken. Will you hold it against me? Wang Ro paused, then affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling as she said, Second sister, this is your opportunity, one that cannot be forced upon others. Besides, we are family. We can only rejoice in your success. Moreover, martial arts can also shatter the void to achieve the great path. You must strive diligently, lest we surpass you. Second sister, you truly can cultivate immortality. I must go and boast to Xiaoshan and the others. Heh. Wang Ro playfully tapped Wang Lin on the head. Have you come to your senses? What insights did you gain from watching your second sister practice her punches? I can't articulate it precisely, but I feel I am nearing the sensation of qi. However, eldest sister, why did you hit me just now? Do not speak of your second sister's matters outside. It is best that only our family knows. Eldest sister, why is that? I wanted to discuss it with Uncle Qing, Wang Wan said in confusion. Wang Ro, unwilling to let the two little ones learn of the elders' convoluted affairs, struggled to find another reason and could only firmly insist. I command you. None of you are to speak of it, understand? Watching the two little ones nod obediently, Wang Ro felt as though she had aged considerably. In truth, Wang Wan would gradually come to understand her sister's intentions. In the village, the three prominent surnames coexisted, and their rivalry was not apparent at first glance. However, a few years ago, when the elders' court provided assistance to Wang Wan's family, the Sun and Li clans harbored considerable resentment. That year, there were proposals to reclaim the land and property of Wang Wan's family, suggesting they be separated and adopted out. Had it not been for Wang Ro's stubbornness in refusing to part with her siblings, kneeling at the elders' court for a day and a night, combined with the pressure from the Wang clan, it would have come to fruition. It is indeed concerning. If the elders' court were to learn of Wang Wan's current situation, who knows what turmoil might ensue? Second sister, focus on your cultivation. Once you have achieved success, it will not be too late to inform Uncle Qing and the others. Wang Wan nodded vigorously. Chapter 4. Cultivating Inner Strength. That night, Wang Wan lay in her bed, reflecting on the events of the day, tossing and turning in restless sleep. Finally, she sat up and crossed her legs, the method of cultivation materializing vividly in her mind. Only the first 2 lines of text were discernible. The rest seemed shrouded in shadow, eluding her comprehension. However, even those 2 lines were beyond her limited understanding of characters. That moment, the image in her mind suddenly expanded. As if adhering to her body, a golden point of light appeared, flowing along her form, and soon it formed a circular line. After observing for a while, Wang Wan began to grasp its meaning. She gradually guided the spiritual energy within her to follow those lines, and then she noticed that external spiritual energy began to cycle into her body. Bit by bit, she sensed her internal spiritual power swell, albeit imperceptibly, yet it was enough to bring her delight for some time. After operating 2 complete cycles, she paused, opened her eyes, and gazed out the window. It remained shrouded in darkness, the surroundings eerily quiet. Wang Wan lay back down, the bedclothes having long since cooled, and in a state of haziness, she drifted into slumber. The next morning, as dawn broke, Wang Wan awoke to the sounds of rustling from Wang Ro's room next door. She got up and tidied herself, then proceeded to Wang Lin's room, where she found Wang Ro helping him comb his hair. Wang Wan shot a glance at Wang Lin, exclaiming, "You big lazybones." Wang Lin, surprised, replied, "Second sister, why are you up so early today?" "I have made up my mind. From this day forth, I shall strive with doubled vigor." Wang Wan's countenance bore an expression of unwavering determination as she strode boldly out of the room. Wang Lin curled his lip, while Wang Ro, with a smile upon her face, deftly tied Wang Lin's headband in a matter of moments, leading him towards the training ground. Upon arrival, they found several individuals already practicing, each occupying their own space without interference. Wang Ro and Wang Lin hastened directly towards Wang Wan's direction. Before long, more and more people gathered at the training ground, and the sounds of chatter began to crescendo. "Wang Wan, there you are. I've been searching for you for quite some time. Shall we go fishing this afternoon?" Sun Xiaomei exclaimed, her forehead slick with sweat. However, Wang Wan seemed oblivious, engrossed in her own realm of focus. Sun Xiaomei, puzzled by this, was about to speak further when her gaze fell upon Wang Qing, who stood at the edge of the training ground. A sudden spark of realization compelled her to dart to an empty spot, her hands and feet flailing as she began to practice her own moves. Wang Qing surveyed the training ground for a considerable time before pausing in front of Wang Wan. After observing her execute her punches several times, he was astonished to discover that she was on the verge of cultivating her inner energy. He discreetly signaled for those nearby to step aside. Wang Qing remained at a distance, watching intently as Wang Wan was but a step away from breaking through to a higher level of mastery. She relentlessly practiced her punches, yet the gateway to greater realms remained firmly shut. Understanding that this was not a process to be rushed, Wang Qing turned to remind everyone not to disturb Wang Wan during her training and then settled down beside her, assuming a meditative posture to safeguard her practice. Wang Ro and her brother stood anxiously to the side, while the others either focused on their own training or gathered around to observe in hushed silence. Wang Wan felt akin to a bird straining to take flight, yet weighed down by heavy wings that refused to lift. Nevertheless, she persevered, wholeheartedly confronting her restraints. In the end, triumph was hers. The shackles that enveloped her were shattered, revealing a clear path ahead. Wang Ro noticed a sense of tranquility wash over Wang Wan's face, her entire being relaxing considerably. Wang Wan concluded her practice with a decisive stance, exhaling a deep breath of stagnant air before halting her movements. As she raised her gaze, she realized that the majority of those present had gathered nearby, watching her intently, and she was momentarily taken aback. "What are you all doing? Wang Wan, you have indeed cultivated your inner strength. Splendid. From now on, you must exert even greater effort. I shall report this matter to the elders immediately," Wang Qing said with a sense of satisfaction, patting her head before striding back towards the village. Wang Ro and Wang Lin joyfully rushed to Wang Wan's side, and soon others joined them, creating a circle of admirers around her. Wang Lin, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Second sister, you are incredible. What is your secret? Please teach me when we return." Wang Wan playfully slapped his head, retorting, "The secret is simply to play less and boast less in the future. Be more sensible, like a monkey." Rubbing his head and pouting, Wang Lin responded, "If you want to tell me, that is fine, but why scold me? Humph. So annoying." Wang Ro chuckled at the exchange. "You two, stop bickering. When we return, I'll prepare something delicious for you." "Wang Wan, we are good friends. Please tell me how you managed to practice that." Sun Xiaomei tugged at Wang Wan's sleeve with excitement. Just as Wang Wan was about to respond with a smug smile, she was interrupted. "Pfft, so you've merely cultivated your inner strength, and now your tail is held high in the air. What is there to be proud of? Li Yinrui, your words are nothing more than sour grapes. If you possess the capability, why not emulate Wang Wan?" Sun Xiaomei retorted. "What did you say?" Li Yinrui glared fiercely at Sun Xiaomei. "You are simply envious. I am not. If you continue to talk nonsense, I shall tear you apart." Li Yinrui covered Sun Xiaomei's face with one hand while grasping her clothes with the other. Not one to back down, Sun Xiaomei seized his hair, and the two began to fight furiously. Wang Wan and Wang Ro swiftly intervened, attempting to separate them. Several of Li Yinrui's companions, witnessing the chaos, rushed to his aid, resulting in a tumultuous brawl. "Stop, stand in line, all of you. What is the meaning of this?" Wang Qing, returning from the elders' hall, was infuriated by the scene before him. Learning from a nearby child the cause of the altercation, he commanded everyone to line up. Wang Wan and her companions were punished to squat in a horse stance, facing the crowd, while others were forced to stand with their fists clenched. Wang Wan, however, had to hold a censer while maintaining her stance. It is paramount for martial artists to avoid being hot-headed. Resorting to violence over trivial disagreements is the behavior of a brute. Wang Wan, blessed with exceptional talent since childhood, should strive even harder. Merely being a step ahead of others does not warrant arrogance, for they may very well catch up. If one does not seek progress, they shall inevitably fade into mediocrity. As for the rest of you, upon witnessing another's excellence, you ought to redouble your efforts, rather than resorting to petty jibes and engaging in brawls, a true coward's display. You shall maintain the horse stance for 1 hour before dispersing, and let the rest take heed from your example. Such behavior must not be repeated. Dismissed. Wang Wan, come to the elders' hall in the afternoon. With that, he strode away. Wang Qing's admonition left Wang Wan feeling unsettled. The exhilaration of being able to cultivate and possess inner strength was abruptly doused with cold water. Initially feeling wronged, she gradually came to acknowledge her previous arrogance. The teacher had once said that there are always those more capable than oneself, and she should cast her gaze further afield. She longed to explore the higher realms spoken of by the teacher. An hour in this position felt interminable, and soon, everyone's limbs began to tremble. Wang Wan, drenched in sweat, struggled to keep the censer steady. "Sister, are you all right?" Wang Ro, noticing Wang Wan's faltering demeanor, expressed concern. "I'm fine." Wang Wan replied, shaking her head. Li Yinrui cast a sidelong glance at them, maintaining a stern silence, while a few of his companions began to fidget restlessly. Disappointed in their lack of resolve, he chastised them. What are you grumbling about? How pathetic! The others dared not retort. After all, Li Yinrui was the grandson of the Li family's elder, and they typically sought to curry favor with him. Adhering to his every command as the hour concluded, Li Yinrui coldly remarked to Wang Wan, "Enjoy your moment of pride. In the future, I shall surely surpass you." Wang Wan responded nonchalantly, "Oh," with a disdainful glare. Li Yinrui huffed and limped away quickly. Upon returning home, Wang Ro busied herself in the kitchen, while Wang Wan and Wang Lin, after feeding the family's chickens and pigs, stepped outside to find a delicious aroma wafting towards them. "Eldest sister, what are you making? It smells divine," Wang Lin exclaimed, swallowing hard. The two gluttonous cats were in for a treat today. Wang Ro smiled softly as she spoke. She divided the sweet potatoes in the pot into 3 portions, and the 3 siblings joyfully shared the delicious morsels in the afternoon. Wang Wan visited the abode of the village elder, Wang Qing, who was seated calmly on a couch, eyes closed in meditation. Upon her arrival, he opened his eyes and said, "Shortly, the elder will inquire about your current condition. You need only to respond truthfully to that time. You shall be imparted with the inner power technique, enabling you to cultivate your inner strength henceforth." Wang Wan felt a surge of both surprise and elation, surprised at the possibility that the elder might discern her internal state, and elated at the prospect of finally having a technique to practice. Nevertheless, overthinking was futile. It was better to assess the situation as it unfolded. Wang Qing led Wang Wan deeper into the elder's residence. Along the way, she curiously glanced around, for she had never before ventured into the elder's quarters, which were strictly off-limits to children. The buildings here were closely arranged, resembling a meticulously planned layout. Wang Qing walked leisurely ahead, while Wang Wan followed, her eyes darting about in wonder, until they arrived at the entrance of a courtyard. Wang Qing gestured for her to remain calm, then opened the gate and ushered her inside. The courtyard presented a stark simplicity. A row of ordinary brick houses, a sturdy tree, beneath which sat a stone table with 4 stone benches, where 2 elderly gentlemen were engaged in a game of chess. Wang Qing approached the 2 elders, bowing respectfully. "Elders, my niece Wang Wan has successfully cultivated her inner strength. I humbly request that you bestow upon her the inner power technique." Instantly, both elders turned their gazes toward Wang Wan, who felt an indescribable pressure emanating from the seemingly ordinary men before her. One of the elders, donned in a yellow robe with a white beard, regarded her kindly. "Qing heir, you shall transmit the Taiching Heart Sutra to Wan heir. This is a method for cultivating a tranquil heart and refining oneself. It not only aids in preventing one from straying into madness, but also assists others in clearing their meridians. Wan heir, I hope you will diligently apply yourself and not disappoint the expectations we have for you." "Yes," Wang Wan replied, cupping her hands in gratitude. Subsequently, Wang Qing led Wang Wan in a formal farewell before they exited the courtyard. Elder Sun Li of the Sun family chuckled to Wang Huan of the Wang family. "This girl is destined for remarkable adventures. At such a young age, her future is boundless." "Congratulations!" Wang Huan waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, not at all. It ultimately depends on her own fortitude. Your clan is also brimming with talent. Indeed, we are growing old. The future belongs to the youth. What kind of world they carve out will rely on their own efforts." With that, both men exchanged knowing smiles. Chapter 5. Family Conflicts. Wang Wan sat cross-legged on her bed, slowly exhaling a breath of stagnant air. Ever since she received the inner power technique from the elders 6 months ago, she had practiced the technique multiple times daily, following the mental roadmap within her mind. The spiritual energy and inner strength within her were growing through various cycles, and the two forces not only coexisted harmoniously, but the inner power technique also subtly fortified her foundational skills. Unbeknownst to Wang Wan, the 2 martial arts techniques she had acquired complemented and supported one another, creating a synergistic effect. Throughout history, there have been individuals who pursued both martial arts and cultivation simultaneously. However, most of these practitioners chose one to prioritize over the other, ultimately abandoning the secondary practice after reaching a certain level. This was because the demands of cultivation increased exponentially, requiring substantial time investment for advancement. Engaging in both practices concurrently could hinder one's ability to break through to the next stage as their lifespan drew to a close. The results of her 6 months of cultivation were evident. Wang Wan had attained the mid-level of a novice warrior, while her spiritual energy had reached the 5th layer of Qi infusion. The levels of martial artists and cultivators were not entirely analogous. Cultivators' realms were categorized into 12 stages: Qi infusion, Qi refinement, foundation establishment, illumination, integration, heart movement, spiritual tranquility, golden core, nascent soul, out of body, separation of spirit, and unity, each of which further subdivided into 10 minor realms. Conversely, martial artists were classified into 11 levels: novice warrior, intermediate warrior, advanced warrior, junior martial master, intermediate martial master. Advanced martial master, acquired realm, innate realm, martial arts master, grandmaster, and void shattering, with each level comprising 3 stages: early, mid, and late. During these 6 months, Wang Lin, perhaps inspired by Wang Wan's previous insights, also cultivated internal energy and received a martial arts technique at the elder's court. Only the eldest sister, Wang Ro, remained stagnant at the threshold. Nonetheless, among the other children in the village, only a handful had managed to surpass this barrier. Despite this, Wang Ro felt increasingly despondent, growing more silent at home. After returning from the school in the morning, she silently went to practice martial arts in the front yard, prompting a shared sigh of concern from Wang Wan and Wang Lin. "What can we do? Second sister? Eldest sister hasn't spoken to us in days. She wouldn't ignore us forever, would she?" Wang Lin lamented. Wang Wan sensed that her sister's change was tied to the fact that both she and Xiao Lin had developed internal energy, yet she was at a loss as to how to comfort her sister. That morning, the 3 siblings arrived at the training grounds, where Wang Ro wordlessly retreated to the northwest corner, joining a group of others who had yet to cultivate internal energy. Wang Wan and Wang Lin exchanged glances filled with melancholy before each began to practice in their own space. Observing the siblings' interactions from a distance, Wang Qing thought it was time to have a serious conversation with Wang Ro. After noon, when school had let out, Wang Ro was summoned to the village training grounds. Wang Qing regarded her as she stood before him with an impassive expression and sighed. "Are you envious of your younger siblings?" "I am not, Uncle Qing." "What do you need from me?" Wang Ro replied, pressing her lips together. "Then why treat your siblings this way? Since your parents went missing, it has been just the 3 of you relying on one another. When you were younger, the village considered separating you 3 to foster you with other families, and you begged the elders, stating that you would rather die than be parted from your siblings. Are you now prepared to abandon them?" "Uncle Qing, it is not that I wish to forsake my family. I just feel utterly useless. Despite all this time, I have not made a breakthrough, while they continue to move further ahead of me. I fear that, gradually, they will no longer need me," Wang Ro said, tears streaming down her face as she spoke. Wang Qing shook her head, her expression softening. "How could you possibly achieve a breakthrough in your current state? A martial artist must cultivate a mind free of distractions. The more desperately you seek a breakthrough, the more elusive it becomes. Have you ever considered the feelings of your family? How can you assume they no longer need you? To them, you are not merely the elder sister who has cared for them since childhood, but the most precious person in their lives." Wang Ro stared blankly at Wang Qing, her heart swirling with thoughts, as if she had suddenly gained profound insight. She murmured to herself, "I have been too stubborn." Slowly, Wang Ro walked to her front door, looking up at the door knocker, which had been crafted by her father's own hands. At that time, her younger brother had just been born, and her father had affixed the knocker to the door. Turning around, he saw little Wang Ro trailing behind him and cheerfully lifted her up. Ruffling her hair as he said, "Little Rower, when your father and mother are not home, you must take good care of your younger siblings." Although little Wang Ro did not understand why her parents would not be home, she obediently nodded in agreement. Wang Ro gently placed her hand on the door and whispered, "Where are you, father and mother?" Hearing the commotion at the door, Wang Wan and Wang Lin rushed out, and upon seeing Wang Ro, they chorused, "Elder sister." Gazing at the innocent faces of her younger siblings, Wang Ro gently pulled them close, her voice laced with guilt. "I'm sorry for worrying you, dear ones." From that day forth, Wang Ro resumed her usual chatter, and the family practiced martial arts together daily. Occasionally, she would inquire about how Wang Wan and Wang Lin had cultivated their inner strength. After their training sessions, they would either tend to the vegetable garden or gather firewood from the mountains, living a life of tranquil simplicity. One morning, over a month later, Wang Ro joyfully announced to everyone that she had unknowingly achieved a breakthrough in her sleep the previous night. The 2 little ones squealed with delight, clamoring for a grand feast. Upon hearing the news, Wang Qing felt an immense sense of relief. Meanwhile, the outside world began to stir with excitement as the martial arts tournament, held every 5 years, was approaching. On this day, the adults of the village gathered at the elders' hall, while the children were strictly instructed to remain indoors. With no adults present, the 3 siblings practiced diligently at home. 2 days had passed since the village meeting, and the adults had yet to return. Wang Wan noticed that Wang Ro had been lost in thought for quite some time and nudged her brother's arm, sharing a knowing glance. Wang Lin, understanding her signal, nodded in agreement. Wang Lin playfully tugged at Wang Ro's arm, pouting, "Sister, won't you play with me for a while? It's been ages since we played hide and seek." Burdened by her own thoughts, Wang Ro found it difficult to voice her refusal against her brother's hopeful gaze. Just then, Sun Xiaomei burst into their home, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Do you know? I've uncovered a secret." Wang Ro and Wang Wan were well aware of her tendency to blurt out whatever came to mind. Sun Xiaomei, feeling slighted, retorted, "Why aren't you asking what the secret is?" Wang Lin, with eager anticipation, asked, "What secret?" Sun Xiaomei, pleased with his curiosity, nodded approvingly, "You guess." Upon hearing this, Wang Lin fell silent, choosing to follow the lead of his elder sisters. Sun Xiaomei, bouncing with excitement, exclaimed, "Don't go yet. I haven't finished. My parents said that a martial arts tournament is about to be held outside. Don't you want to know?" Wang Ro's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly darted to Sun Xiaomei's side. Tugging at her sleeve, "Is that true? You wouldn't be pulling our leg, would you?" Sun Xiaomei, slightly miffed, replied, "Of course I'm telling the truth. My parents just returned, and I overheard my father instructing my mother to pack his things because he will set off for the martial arts tournament tomorrow morning." Wang Wan observed the changing expressions on Wang Ro's face with growing unease, wondering what her sister was contemplating. After a great deal of coaxing, they managed to send Sun Xiaomei away, and Wang Wan anxiously grasped her sister's hand. Cautiously asking, "Sister, you don't actually intend to participate in the martial arts tournament, do you?" Wang Ro, her expression laden with complexity, replied, "Second sister, I wish to gather news about our parents. The family and our younger brother will depend on you to look after them." Wang Wan's heart raced with alarm, and she pleaded, "Sister, are you truly going? Uncle Qing and the elders will surely object." After a moment of silence, Wang Ro asserted, "Even if they disapprove, I shall still go." In an instant, Wang Wan comprehended her elder sister's intentions. "Sister, I'm coming with you. My martial arts skills surpass yours now. I can't protect you. No, second sister. Our younger brother is still small. We cannot all leave. You must stay home to look after him. While I am away, you must shoulder the responsibility, understand?" Wang Ro spoke with grave seriousness. That moment, Wang Lin rushed in from outside, calling out to Wang Ro, "Elder sister, second sister, I want to find our parents too." "That is foolishness. You're just a little brat, and you'll only be a burden." "Stupid Wang Wan, you're the real brat. I don't care. I'm going." "Where are you all heading?" Wang Qing strode in from the courtyard. Wang Ro and Wang Wan exchanged glances, and Wang Wan chuckled. "Oh, Uncle Qing has arrived. Come inside. We were just discussing going up the mountain together." Once seated, Wang Qing addressed Wang Ro and Wang Wan, "No need to try and deceive me. I overheard your conversation. You are truly ignorant children. With your meager skills, sneaking out could lead to danger. You might get kidnapped or sold before you even find your parents. Do not be defiant. The world outside is far more complicated than you can imagine." Wang Lin pouted defiantly, while Wang Wan tugged at Wang Ro's sleeve. With a resolute expression, Wang Ro replied, "So what? As long as I am cautious, nothing will happen. I am no longer a mere 3-year-old. Wang Qing sighed, "If you wish to go, you may, but Wang Wan and Wang Lin are not permitted to accompany you. Furthermore, you must follow my lead and adhere to my instructions. If you act on your own accord, do not expect me to recognize you as my niece." "Very well, I shall prepare, and I will persuade the elders." Wang Ro replied, her face alight with joy. Wang Wan felt a twinge of worry in her heart, sensing that her sister's departure would mean a long separation, though she could not quite fathom why she felt this way. In truth, this is merely a sensation experienced by the cultivator towards their blood relatives nearby. However, the present Wang Wan remains oblivious to this, and even if she knew, she would be powerless to intervene. For each individual must tread their own path. Even if she does not embark on this journey now, she will inevitably return to it in due course. For the moment, Wang Wan can only embrace her elder sister, expressing her unease, reluctance, and confusion in the simplest of ways. Wang Lin mimics her, wrapping his small arms around the two most cherished individuals in his life. Though he is reluctant to part with his elder sister, his greater grievance lies in not being taken along. He mutters, "Elder sister, you must bring back delicious treats and fun stories, and tell me what the outside world is like. Uncle Qing, honestly, I am the only male in the family, and though you didn't bring Wang Wan, why not take me?" Wang Wan playfully smacks his head, raising her brow with a mock seriousness. "You little rascal, what are you saying? How dare you call me by my name instead of sister? You've grown quite bold with that." She chases after Wang Lin, who is bouncing about. Wang Ro watches these two lively treasures with a smile, silently vowing, "Wanner, Linner, as soon as I have news of our parents, I will return immediately. I won't keep you waiting long. Trust me." Chapter 6. The martial arts conference. It is uncertain how Wang Qing managed to persuade the elders, but the following morning, Sun Xiaomei's father, Sun Haidong, along with Li Haoxian, Li Wan from the Li clan, and Wang Qing together with Wang Ro, set off towards the martial arts conference, all under the watchful eyes of the villagers. Early that morning, Wang Lin's eyes were red-rimmed as he called out to Wang Ro, "Elder sister, you must come back soon." After shouting, he stood there motionless, gazing blankly at the path leading out of the village. Wang Wan thought to herself that her brother was reluctant to part with their elder sister. Just as she was about to reach out to comfort him, Wang Lin exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot to find Xiao Hu." With that, he dashed off to find someone to play with. Wang Wan's arm hung in the air, her lips twitching. What a silly little boy. From that day forth, Wang Wan continued her daily routine of practicing martial arts and attending classes during the day, while at night, she engaged in cultivation. Under Wang Wan's encouragement, Wang Lin diligently practiced as well, and before they knew it, half a year had passed, ushering in yet another spring. With Wang Ro gone, the household relied entirely on Wang Wan's management, and Wang Lin matured considerably, understanding the challenges his sister faced and helping with household chores. One day, while Wang Wan and a group of village friends went up the mountain to gather firewood, they discovered an abundance of wild vegetables and fruits along the way. Everyone split into small groups to forage, and once most of them had filled their baskets, they gathered at the mountaintop to rest. Wang Wan sat leisurely on a branch of a large tree, savoring the tart wild fruits while gazing into the distance. Having practiced for over a year, Wang Wan had become a small cultivator at the first level of qi cultivation, and her inner strength was on the verge of breaking through to become an intermediate martial artist. Watching Wang Wan effortlessly leap into the tree to eat fruits, Sun Xiaomei exclaimed enviously, "Wang Wan, you are so ungrateful. I want to go up too." Li Yinrui mocked, "Fool, you can't even climb a tree. How useless." Sun Xiaomei retorted angrily, "Mind your own business. If you're so capable, why don't you jump up and try?" Li Yinrui rolled her eyes, "Why should I listen to you? Just because you say so doesn't mean I have to do it." Upon hearing these words, Sun Xiaomei's temper flared, and she rolled up her sleeves, poised to unleash a whirlwind of chaos. Meanwhile, Wang Wan was oblivious to the commotion beneath the tree. Her gaze was drawn to the distant, dense forest where something darted swiftly towards the village. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Wan leapt from the branch, barely pausing to explain to those below, declaring, "Something is approaching the village. I must alert everyone." With that, she vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Leaving the others exchanging bewildered glances, Li Yinrui then urged the group, "We should investigate as well." He took the lead, propelling himself down the mountain with remarkable agility. As Wang Wan reached the village entrance, she found several elders seated in a circle. Before she could utter a word, one elder addressed her sternly, "Wang Wan, hasten back to your home and do not emerge." Observing that the elders seemed to have a plan in place, she complied and hurried home. Shortly thereafter, the others returned only to be sent back by the elders as well. Filled with curiosity, Wang Wan crouched atop the wall of her courtyard, peering stealthily towards the village entrance. Before long, she spotted several figures emerging, and upon closer inspection, her heart leapt with joy at the sight of Wang Qing. Just as she prepared to rush out in search of Wang Ro, she sensed something was amiss. Wang Qing appeared to be being supported by others, and notably absent from the group was Wang Ro. Anxiety gripped Wang Wan. She yearned to dash over and inquire about her sister's whereabouts. Before she could act, a brawl erupted at the village entrance, involving two strangers engaged in a fierce struggle with the village elders. One elder seized the opportunity to rescue Wang Qing and Li Haoshuan from the clutches of a third assailant. After observing for a while, Wang Wan noted the conspicuous absence of Sun Xiaomei's father, Sun Haidong, and Li Haowan, leaving her puzzled about their whereabouts. Within moments, the chaos subsided, and the intruders were apprehended one by one. Seeing that the threat had been neutralized, Wang Wan rushed towards Wang Qing, only to discover that her sister had lost consciousness, while Li Haoshuan sat despondently on the ground. She hurried to him, grasping his arm and demanding, "Uncle Haoshuan, where is everyone? Where is my sister?" Li Haoshuan opened his mouth in despair, replying, "We got separated. Why, Sister Haowan is missing along with your sister and Sun Haidong. They must be together somewhere." Upon hearing this, Wang Wan felt a heavy weight in her mind, as if a part of her had been hollowed out. Regret consumed her. If only she had been able to stop her sister back then. What was she to do now? Elder Wang Huan ordered for Li Haoshuan and Wang Qing to be taken indoors for treatment, while the captured assailants were escorted towards the elders' hall. Wang Wan paced in her courtyard, her heart ablaze with anxiety, longing to burst into the room where Li Haoshuan and Wang Qing were being treated to demand answers. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as she walked, nearly trampling the earth beneath her feet. Just then, she turned to see Wang Lin gazing at her, clearly at a loss. A pang of affection surged within her, and she pulled her younger brother into an embrace. soothingly saying, "Little Lin, what's wrong? Your sister is here." At that moment, Wang Lin burst into tears in her arms. While Wang Wan was gently comforting her brother, a distant uncle from the Wang clan, Wang Yi, arrived at their home. Wang Xiaowei is one of the few skilled healers in the village, dedicating his life to the study of ancient medical texts. He frequently tends to the ailments of the villagers, earning their deep respect. Wang Xiaowei has come to summon Wang Wan to the place where Wang Qing is recuperating, as it is said that Wang Qing has regained consciousness and has something to convey to Wang Wan. In a hurry, Wang Wan takes Wang Lin and rushes to Wang Qing's residence. Upon entering the room, they see Wang Qing, pale and frail, leaning against the headboard of his bed. Wang Wan gently leads Wang Lin to the bedside. Wang Qing coughs lightly and opens his eyes, gazing at the siblings with a look of guilt as if he wishes to speak. Wang Wan interrupts him with a single question. "Uncle Qing, what on earth has happened? Where is my sister?" Wang Qing sighs softly and replies, "On our way back to the village, we were ambushed at that moment. We decided that Hao Xian and I would carve a path through the attackers, allowing Hai Dong to take Wang Ro and Hao Wan to safety first. We intended to hold off the pursuers for a while before chasing after them. However, when we finally managed to shake off our attackers and sought them out, we could not find any trace of them. Later, we encountered those 3 experts, and then you already know what transpired." After speaking, Wang Qing casts an apologetic glance at Wang Wan and Wang Lin, saying, "Wainer, Liner, do not worry. Uncle Qing will summon a few brothers at once. We will surely find them and bring them back." He attempts to rise from the bed, but is gently restrained by Wang Xiaowei, who insists, "Wang Qing, you must not get out of bed yet. The elders have already inquired with Li Hao Xian regarding the details of this incident. I believe they will make the necessary arrangements. You should focus on healing your injuries." Wang Wan, her face pale, listens to this and, feeling somewhat dazed, tells Wang Qing, "Uncle Qing, please take care of your injuries first." With that, she takes Wang Lin's hand and departs. Watching their retreating figures, Wang Qing expresses his dismay to Wang Xiaowei. "The children must blame me." Wang Xiaowei comforts him, saying, "They are still young. When they grow older, they will understand that the world is full of uncertainties. You have done your utmost in this matter." He wonders whether the elders have discovered how those 3 individuals came to possess a map leading to our village, declaring that any force in the martial world that dares to harm the people of our village must pay the appropriate price. Wang Qing clenches his fists, speaking with bitterness. That night, after soothing the increasingly clingy Wang Lin to sleep, Wang Wan finds herself alone in the courtyard, gazing at the moon as her thoughts whirl chaotically. Deep down, she harbors a feeling that her sister will be safe, yet the day they reunite feels distant and uncertain. She is at a loss as to what to do. Reflecting on the fierce battle she witnessed between the elders and the villains earlier that day, where the movements were so swift they left almost no trace, and the power of their techniques far surpassed mere skirmishes, she feels an overwhelming yearning. She silently resolves to strengthen herself, understanding that only by becoming stronger can she safeguard her family's peace. With this realization, she dismisses her chaotic thoughts and sits cross-legged in the courtyard, practicing her skills under the moonlight. On the following day, several young villagers gather under the leadership of an elder to venture outside the village in search of Sun Haidong and the others. Upon learning of all this from Wang Qing, Wang Wan feels a surge of anticipation. Days pass in a blend of training and waiting, yet those who ventured out have yet to return. Wang Wan continues to encourage Wang Lin to hone his martial skills, no longer indulging him as before, and over time, he makes considerable progress. Half a year later, the expedition team returned, bringing back Li Haoxuan's sister. Li Haowan was gravely injured, her martial prowess nearly lost, leaving her a sensitive and sharp-edged figure, with a hint of hostility in her expression, so starkly contrasting with her previous gentle and enchanting demeanor that all who laid eyes upon her were taken aback. After much inquiry, Wang Wan learned that Li Haowan and her companions had been forced to the edge of a cliff by another group after their escape, and in desperation, they had no choice but to leap down together. During the fall, Li Haowan witnessed Sun Haidong vanish into a black vortex while carrying Wang Ro, leaving her in shock. Following her own descent, Li Haowan broke her leg, landing in an endless forest where she fought daily against wild beasts to find a way out. When the rescue team finally located her, she was engaged in combat with a ferocious creature, and upon her rescue, she was found to be covered in wounds, with severe internal injuries that had nearly extinguished her life. Fortunately, the rescue team possessed the village's sacred healing medicine. Otherwise, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Upon hearing of Wang Ro and Sun Haidong's disappearance, Wang Wan surprisingly found a sense of calm. Over the past 6 months, through Wang Wan's relentless efforts, she had attained the 2nd level of qi refining, reaching the pinnacle of intermediate martial artists. She could barely access her storage pouch using her spiritual sense to retrieve the jade slip given to her by the man in the mountains, which detailed experiences resembling those of a randomly activated teleportation array mentioned within. Such arrays typically led to places of great fortune, and while the dangers were generally minimal, the destination largely depended on one's luck. With Wang Wan's reassurance, Wang Lin gradually resumed his daily practice. The understanding little boy, with his tender shoulders squared, earnestly declared to Wang Wan, "Sister, I will surely work twice as hard from now on. When I grow up, I will defeat those who bully our village and find the eldest sister to protect you." Wang Wan felt a warmth in her heart as she gazed at his earnest expression. She embraced Wang Lin's small frame and said, "Very well, you must protect your sister in the future." Yes. Chapter 7. The enemy's assault. It had been over half a month since Li Haowan was rescued back to the village, and with the aid of the village elders, she had managed to preserve her cultivation. Once her health improved, Wang Wan took her brother to pay a visit. During their visit, Li Haowan initially wished to refrain from discussing other matters, but upon seeing the siblings' sorrow over their lost kin, she attempted to offer solace. The elders have already sent people to search for them. Besides, they do not appear to be short-lived individuals. Perhaps they will encounter some fortuitous event, and you will surely meet again in the future. After a moment of silence, Wang Wan inquired, "I only wish to know, at which cliff were you situated?" Li Haowan hesitated briefly before responding, "That place is in the Hongduan Mountains of the Lu Kingdom." She then added gravely, "However, that is not a place you should venture to at your current state. You must not go there on your own." Wang Wan and Wang Lin simultaneously grasped each other's hands, exchanging a knowing glance, and promised Li Haowan they would heed her warning. Wang Lin had already learned about the randomly activated teleportation array from his sister, and he firmly believed that their eldest sister must have encountered some fortuitous event. The two children understood that they would never be permitted to leave the village. The path beyond the village was barred without the elders' consent. This was precisely the reason why Li Hao felt at ease sharing these matters with them. Ever since an outsider intruded upon the village a year ago, vigilance had been heightened, with village elders frequently seen wandering the outskirts. Although no whispers circulated within the village, the children sensed a palpable gravity in the air. Recently, everyone had devoted themselves diligently to their training, which brought considerable satisfaction to the elders. Yet, one issue plagued them to the point of nearly driving them to despair. A group of white-haired elders in the council chamber was engaged in a heated debate. "Wang Huan, why do you oppose sending someone out of the mountains?" an elder clad in yellow demanded angrily. Another elder from the Li clan, robust in stature, interjected, "Indeed, with our strength, we need not fear the masters from outside. If anyone dares to covet what is ours, they shall experience our might." Li Dazhuang, the ancestors of the three families, have decreed that no one from our village should venture outside lightly, and those who do must conceal their origins and avoid ostentatious behavior. "Do you truly wish to defy our ancestral teachings?" Elder Sunli, of the Sun family, responded with a furious expression. Upon hearing this, Li Dazhuang stiffened his neck and roared, "Are we to simply allow ourselves to be bullied? I can endure no longer." The second elder of the Wang family, Wang Di, shook his head and remarked, "Dazhuang." Elder Dazhuang glared at the bobbing head, his face turning crimson from the indignation. This elder of the Li family despised being called that. In his youth, he had been unable to resist such taunts. But as his martial prowess grew, few dared to address him thus. The insufferable Wang was one of the exceptions, but what could he do? After all, the man's strength surpassed his own. He snorted dismissively and squatted in a corner to sulk, drawing circles. The fervent discussion continued, ultimately concluding that it was better to remain still and observe whether their adversaries had any further moves. The village lacked sufficient knowledge of the external martial factions, as their understanding was limited to the information gleaned from participating in the martial arts conference once every 5 years. The continent they inhabited was bordered by the sea on 3 sides, with an endless forest, the Hongduan Mountains, stretching to the west. Within this vast expanse lay 11 nations of varying sizes, with Chigua, where Yangchuan village was situated, being one of the larger, more prominent ones in the current martial world. 3 super sects dominated, Lugua's Lianqing, Qinggua's Lianta, and Yinchao's Changshengtai. The 5 major sects included Weigua's Qingyang sect, Changmu's Qingqing Mountain and Changlian sect, and Luochao's Changel Palace and Huajin sect, with a multitude of other factions scattered across the nations. Numbering around 100 within Chigua, only 2 mid-tier sects existed, Wujimin and Chengshan sect, both of which conducted themselves with integrity. Although not many had interacted with these sects in past travels, those who had dealings with them spoke favorably, indicating their commendable nature. Excluding the domestic sects, the elders turned their suspicious gazes towards the 2 nations bordering the Hongduan Mountains, Lugua and Changmu. The likelihood of martial activities occurring at the borders of these two nations made their sects the prime suspects, though they could not dismiss the possibility of other forces framing them. Moreover, the village has always maintained a low profile, and outsiders should remain oblivious to its existence. Observing the behaviors of these individuals, it appears they harbor ulterior motives, yet their understanding of the village's circumstances remains rather vague, rendering the entire situation increasingly enigmatic. Wang Wan exhaled heavily, having achieved a breakthrough to the second level of the Tai Ching Heart Sutra. This internal cultivation technique becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses, but even this singular advancement has bestowed immense benefits upon Wang Wan. She senses that her internal and spiritual energies are gradually becoming purer, and her consciousness seems to be expanding, from a meager 10 meters to an impressive 1,000. The internal cultivation methods of her clan surprisingly wield such influence over her cultivation, leaving Wang Wan in a state of astonishment. The image in her mind, which had stirred to life that fateful night, had since subsided. However, Wang Wan had firmly etched the operational route in her memory and now diligently performed several complete cycles each day. Her cultivation steadily progressed, and at the tender age of not yet 9, she had reached the late stage of an intermediate warrior, mastering the third layer of Qi training, an exceptional talent even among the grand sects beyond her village. By simultaneously cultivating martial and spiritual arts, her progress might be somewhat hindered, yet it allows her to lay a solid foundation. Her younger brother, Wang Lin, also possesses commendable aptitude. At such a young age, he has already attained the initial stage of an intermediate warrior, effortlessly defeating all his peers in the village, which led him to bask in a brief moment of pride until Wang Wan administered a stern reprimand. Bringing him back to humility, Yangchuan village nestles within a secluded valley deep in a sprawling forest, renowned for its abundant flora and fauna. Villagers often venture into the woods to hunt game and gather wild fruits. Curiously, however, every attempt to venture deeper into the forest results in disorientation, with individuals finding themselves unwittingly exiting the woods. Over time, this peculiar phenomenon has led many to speculate that mischievous spirits are erecting barriers to prevent entry. At this moment, several shadowy figures darted through the eerie woods, one of whom raised a hand to signal a halt. The others gathered around, voicing their concerns. "Brother, this place feels ominous. It seems we are merely circling." The leader replied with a stern countenance, "Enough chattered a year ago. News of Chen Lao San and his companions vanished from this very spot. They must have left some markers along their journey. Now, split into 2 groups and search separately. We shall regroup here after a stick of incense burns." With that, the shadows flitted through the forest, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves as if the place had never been visited. The inhabitants of Yangchuan village remain entirely unaware of the happenings within the forest beyond their borders. However, since an outsider intruded a year ago, the Elders' Council convened to activate all mechanisms and formations along the pathways to the outside world. These traps and formations were originally laid by the ancestors of the 3 founding families who first relocated here, possessing formidable power capable of thwarting even a grandmaster. The 3 individuals who had been captured were initially intended for interrogation by the elders. However, one managed to take advantage of a lapse in vigilance, killing the other 2 before taking his own life. This left the elders of Yangchuan village astounded and heightened their vigilance against potential adversaries coveting their village. To preempt any further ambushes, patrols have been consistently maintained throughout the village. On that day, the duty was assumed by Wang Cheng of the Wang family. He was of the same generation as Wang Qing, possessing only mediocre martial skills and a demeanor marked by rigidity and responsibility. The figures clad in black breached the outer deceptive formations and entered the mechanism passage. He sensed something amiss. Quietly, he adjusted his breathing and concealed himself in a hidden spot to observe this group of intruders. To his astonishment, he realized that the least formidable among them was at least a senior martial artist. With 3 individuals exuding an aura so terrifying that it was beyond his comprehension, this was dire. He needed to promptly report the situation to the village elders, Wang Cheng thought to himself. He made an effort to steady his breath and slowly turned to retreat. Just as he was about to exit the area, a sharp whistle pierced the air behind him. Wang Cheng's heart sank as he muttered a curse under his breath, hastily spinning around to counter the attack with a palm strike, then using the force to propel himself forward, vanishing from sight within mere breaths. A few black-clad figures rushed in. The leader, gazing at the thicket before him with a darkened expression, raised his eyes to the assailant. The latter trembled, dropping to one knee and pleading, "I beg for your punishment, elder brother." The leader, with a cold demeanor, replied, "Redeem yourself through merit." The man sighed in relief and, with a single-minded resolve, ventured ahead to scout the path. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng, enduring excruciating pain in his palm and chest, sprinted with all his might, to prevent the assailants from following his blood trail. He only dared to unleash a mouthful of suppressed blood upon reaching the elders' courtyard, collapsing immediately. The elders were instantly alerted and brought Wang Cheng into the hall, where Wang Yun, a skilled physician, was summoned. Upon examining Wang Cheng, Wang Yun noted that his right hand was contorted in an unnatural manner. He promptly took his pulse, and moments later, with a gasp, released his fingers and turned to report to the elders. Esteemed elders, Wang Yun stated gravely, upon my observation, Wang Cheng is severely injured and in urgent need of treatment. Elderly Dazhuang, impatient and anxious, urged, speak swiftly, spare us the trivialities. Wang Yun responded earnestly, Wang Cheng's meridians are mostly severed, and his right side is fractured in multiple places. Immediate medicinal intervention is imperative. Delay could lead to peril. Elder Wang Huan, upon hearing this, hastily instructed Wang Yun to take him into the inner chamber for treatment. Just then, Wang Yun noticed Wang Cheng's lips moving as if he wished to speak. Leaning closer, he discerned the fragmented words, Mechanism Path .8 Individuals .3. After Wang Cheng was taken for treatment, Elder Wang Huan, with a grave expression, remarked, for someone to inflict such injuries on Wang Cheng, they must have at least surpassed the acquired stage. It appears that formidable adversaries have arrived. Elder Sunli interjected, I suggest I lead a team of our village's able-bodied youth to investigate the situation further. That moment, a thunderous sound erupted from outside the village, startling everyone in the hall. Chapter 8. The sudden appearance of intruders. The villagers congregated at the entrance, their faces etched with concern as they gazed toward the southeast. Children squeezed to the front of the throng, while adults occasionally scolded them and murmured anxiously among themselves. That moment, the crowd parted autonomously, allowing the elders to stride forth. The southeast led to the precipice at the valley's edge, while the mechanism path lay directly east. Everyone's hearts were filled with apprehension, pondering just how many waves of intruders had arrived. Elder Wang Huan is the most accomplished martial artist among the Council of Elders, and he subtly exerts a leadership influence within the Elder Council. Given the urgency of the situation, everyone has expressed their willingness to heed his commands and entrust him with the overarching strategy. Wang Huan does not hesitate. He promptly issues orders for Sun Li and Li Dazhuang to each lead a team to scout in the two designated directions. Meanwhile, Wang Qing gathers the village's children and youths at the ancestral hall, while the remaining individuals form a defensive formation, ready for further instructions. After receiving their orders, they disperse into action. Wang Wan guides her younger brother as they follow their companions towards the ancestral hall. None of them are aware of the unfolding events, yet not a single soul dares to inquire. Upon arriving at the open space in front of the ancestral hall, Wang Qing addresses everyone. Please sit down on the ground as if it were a lesson. At these words, Wang Wan pulls her brother down to sit among the crowd. She sits cross-legged, her hands quietly forming a gesture as she closes her eyes. Having reached the third level of qi cultivation, she is unsure whether it is the complementary effects of her two practices, but she is now capable of extending her consciousness to the village entrance. Even if the elders prevented her from proceeding, her mind's eye could still discern the happenings beyond. Meanwhile, the black-clad figures struggling through the mechanism-laden path also hear the thunderous sound. They exchange bewildered glances before turning to their frowning leader. Boss, could it be that the master has sent others? Inquires one slender black-clad individual. Impossible. The master never engages in unnecessary dealings. Our presence alone suffices. This situation appears to be quite intriguing, the leader replies, stroking his chin. Suddenly, what has been defined as another wave of arrivals bursts forth from a heap of rubble. Indeed, they emerge with remarkable vigor, as a perfectly symmetrical object shoots skyward from the pile of stones. If one were to mistake it for a ball, they would be gravely mistaken. Upon landing, the object transforms into two plump figures sprawled on the ground. These individuals seem to be twins, with round faces, circular mouths, and eyes swirling with stars. One of the rotund figures, disregarding his dizziness, clumsily flails his stubby limbs and exclaims, "Young master, where are you going?" Young master, a young man stands idly to the side, chuckling disdainfully. Be quiet, you big fool. I am perfectly fine. When the portly individual regains his sight, he sees his young master gazing into the distance with a smile, his attire impeccably neat and unruffled, a well-dressed young gentleman. Just as the plump fellow contemplates why his master is not as disheveled as he is, he shifts to the realization that his master's cultivation level far exceeds his own. Relieved to see his master unharmed, the plump man breaks into a silly grin. Meanwhile, the other rotund figure, just awakening, realizes that his cultivation level is the lowest. Had it not been for the embrace of his brother, he would not have merely fainted. The younger plump individual glances at his dazed young master and his grinning brother, mumbling, "Young master, that uncle of yours was too ruthless. If it weren't for my tough skin, I might have been completely crushed." They accompanied the young master through countless hardships to arrive in this small world, having traversed numerous perilous terrains along the way, yet they nearly stumbled here in a significant misstep. The young master, oblivious to the purpose of his arrival, found that his master-uncle initially disregarded their presence. However, the young master possessed a tenacity as thick as the city walls, and after his relentless persistence, it seemed he had achieved his objective, albeit at the cost of inciting the ire of his peculiar master-uncle. It was no surprise that he was soon exposed. Although he emerged unscathed, his tender heart was thoroughly alarmed. The chubby one was engrossed in his own rambling thoughts, unable to extricate himself. The stout one nudged his brother with his elbow, signaling him to refrain from speaking, at which point the chubby one noticed that the young master appeared to be intrigued by something. Gazing at the young master's signature radiant smile, both chubby individuals shuddered in unison. How terrifying. The youth clad in purple stretched languidly before sauntering ahead, leaving the two chubby ones perplexed, and they could only follow with grim faces. Meanwhile, Wang Wan was using her spiritual sense to scan the village entrance. Where two villagers were concealed within a great tree, it seemed as though there were people hidden among the surrounding grass and within the yards. Wang Wan felt reassured that no one had noticed her clandestine observation, allowing her to look around boldly. Just then, she spotted a person hastily returning from outside the village, heading directly towards the elder's courtyard. From a distance, she watched intently as that person entered, but she dared not follow. Aware that while others might not perceive her spiritual presence, the elders possessed profound martial arts skills and could potentially sense her. Moments later, Wang Wan saw Elder Wang Di striding out of the elder's courtyard accompanied by several others, including the messenger. Hastily, she concealed herself behind the large tree. Elder Wang Di, sensing something amiss, glanced in her direction, causing Wang Wan to freeze in place, retracting her spiritual sense into the tree hollow to minimize her presence. The elder furrowed his brow in confusion, suspecting he was being overly cautious, and thus dismissed the matter, continuing on his way. Once the figures had moved far away, Wang Wan cautiously withdrew her spiritual sense from the tree hollow. Attempting to exhale, she realized she could not, having forgotten that she was still in a spiritual state. Amused by her own folly, she was unaware that her recent actions had alarmed Wang Lin. While feigning meditation, Wang Lin heard his sister struggling to exhale as if her throat was blocked. Just as he was about to cry out in surprise, he noticed her grinning foolishly, a false alarm. He rubbed the back of his head, bemused, and thought, that wretched Wang Wan has fallen asleep, dreaming who knows what. This will make for a fine joke later. However, fearing that others might discover Wang Wan's momentary lapse and call her out, he quickly glanced around, relieved to see everyone engrossed in their meditation, oblivious to the scene. Wang Wan sensed a fatigue in her spiritual sense. Although she could not glean further information, the elder's demeanor suggested he remained unflustered. Presumably, the elders had devised a plan, alleviating her worries. As she began to retract her spiritual sense, she suddenly felt it being gently grasped by an unseen hand. This was an unprecedented experience for her. She flailed within that grip, attempting to break free from the metaphorical mountain of fingers, yet after a considerable struggle, she despairingly realized she was unable to escape. Wang Wan lamented in her mind. This is dire. At that moment, she heard a light chuckle emanating from above. There lay a youth, his visage shrouded in obscurity, reclining upon a branch, lazily toying with her consciousness. With fingers as flawless as white jade, he flicked at her essence and remarked, "Little one, do not be afraid. I am not a villain. It is quite remarkable that amidst this sealed little world, you have managed to attain such celestial fortune. To have cultivated to this level, commendable indeed. Would you care to accompany me from here?" If her consciousness had possessed eyes, Wang Wan would have undoubtedly bestowed upon him an exaggerated role. Her essence swayed back and forth in his palm, silently imploring, "No, no, release me." The youth, feigning amusement, teased, "Are you dancing with joy?" Ah, keen observation, ha-ha in her heart. Wang Wan exclaimed in frustration, "Fool, you are the one dancing, your entire family is dancing." The youth laughed even more heartily, calming her anxious and exhausted consciousness with a gentle touch. Cheerfully, he continued, "Little one, since you prefer not to leave with me, so be it. Cultivate diligently, and perhaps our paths shall cross again in the future. This jade pendant is a gift for you, a token of our meeting." Wang Wan felt a cool sensation as a small, pristine object entered her consciousness, a refreshing wave surged through her, sweeping away all fatigue. She observed the teardrop-shaped jade pendant slowly rotating within her essence, yet it remained unyielding to her attempts to grasp it. The youth scoffed, "Fool! Once you gradually refine it, it will operate effortlessly. Surely, you are not unaware of such common knowledge?" He then touched his lips with a playful expression. "Very well, I shall impart this knowledge to you. Enjoy your little delight. Ordinarily, I would not divulge such things to just anyone." Haha. Wang Wan felt her consciousness stiffen as a torrent of words flooded in. Had her essence not recently regained some strength, she might have fainted. After painstakingly organizing the influx of information, she heard the youth declare, "A few intriguing individuals have arrived at your abode. Today, I am in good spirits and shall entertain them for a while. You may express your gratitude to me later. Alas, with my perfection, what shall become of others?" Haha. With that, he vanished from sight, followed by two identical rotund figures who called out, "Young master," as they hurried after him. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings were devoid of any presence. Wang Wan stood there in a daze for a considerable time before regaining her senses. She drifted back as if in a dream, and upon awakening, found Wang Lin secretly observing her, who, upon noticing her return to consciousness, stealthily approached and teased, "Awake now? What dream did you have? Your expressions changed so frequently. Do share with me." Wang Wan, exasperated, gazed at Wang Lin's mischievous face. Wishing to give him a good smack, she glanced around, noting the serene silence, as everyone diligently pursued their cultivation. Thus, she chose to ignore Wang Lin and resumed her own meditative practice. Upon witnessing Wang Wan's demeanor, Wang Lin, filled with indignation, reached out and grasped her sleeve, attempting to pull her away. Yet, Wang Wan remained steadfast, seated without even opening her eyes. Just as Wang Lin was about to resort to more drastic measures in his frustration, he caught sight of Wang Qing, seated at the forefront, gazing at him with a stern expression. Startled, he released his grip, not wishing to incur Wang Qing's reprimand, and immediately adopted a posture of earnest meditation, shifting to the side to sit attentively. Wang Qing, observing this, shook his head and closed his eyes, choosing to disregard the commotion. Meanwhile, outside the village, on the southeastern cliff, Li Dazhuang and his group had been searching around the rubble for quite some time, yet found not a single trace of anyone. They exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the situation. On the other side, within the mechanism passage, both the villagers led by Sun Li and Wang Di and the black-clad individuals who had been on the verge of emerging but inexplicably found themselves backtracking were equally confounded. What was happening? Were their opponents truly skilled, or foolish, enough to have toyed with them just moments ago? In Chapter 9, the fat cat plays with the mouse. The inhabitants of Yangchuan village and the black-clad figures found themselves ensnared by an invisible force within the mechanism passage, the events unfolding before them transcending their understanding. Just when the black-clad individuals seemed poised to break free, a sudden flash transformed their surroundings, and they realized they had been returned to yet another location within the passage. Gradually, they began to sense something amiss. This time, the traps were evidently of a much higher caliber than those they had previously encountered, leaving them disheveled yet somehow ensuring their safety from fatality. It was as if a cat were toying with a mouse, the entire ordeal unfolding beyond their control. Even if they stood still, seeking a moment's respite, unforeseen changes would still occur. This relentless cycle of torment gnawed at the nerves of the black-clad figures. One individual, whose martial prowess was lacking, found his internal energy utterly depleted and, consumed by despair, ceased to struggle. When those around him attempted to assist, they were taken aback as he suddenly vanished from sight. This phenomenon startled him greatly. After a moment's contemplation, the leader commanded a collective surrender, and soon, all within the mechanism passage had disappeared. Conversely, the situation for the villagers of Yangchuan was markedly different. Time rewound to when Sun Li and his companions were probing ahead, only to discover that the black-clad individuals were perilously close to exiting the passage. Sun Li himself ventured forth to investigate. Not only was his martial skill superior to Wang Qing's, but his practice techniques allowed him to move silently, enabling a more meticulous observation. He confirmed that the group of black-clad figures was indeed formidable, with 5 possessing innate level abilities and 1 at the initial stage of a grandmaster. Sun Li, being at the pinnacle of martial mastery, could contend with a grandmaster at the initial stage with the aid of his specialized techniques. However, 2 among the black-clad individuals exuded an aura that pressed heavily upon him, likely surpassing even the initial grandmaster realm. The circumstances were exceedingly unfavorable for Yangchuan village. He promptly withdrew from the mechanism passage and dispatched a messenger to report the situation to the Elder Council in the village. There are 4 elders who have attained the esteemed rank of Grandmaster, including the exceptional case of Sunli. The other 3 are Elder Wang Wan and Elder Wang Di from the Wang family, as well as Elder Li Dazhuang from the Li family. Among these 3, Elder Wang Wan is at the late stage of Grandmaster, Elder Wang Di is at the mid stage, and Elder Li Dazhuang is at the early stage. Upon hearing of the impending enemy threat, the 2 elders, Wang Huan and Wang Di, who remained in the village, arranged for Wang Di to lead 5 other masters capable of contending with mid-stage grandmasters to the exit of the mechanism path. Preparing to ambush the enemy as they emerged, however, the villagers of Yangchuan, gathered at the mechanism path's exit, were astounded to find that instead of the invading figures in black, they found themselves inexplicably ensnared within a vast desert. Unable to escape despite their efforts, it had been years since any cultivators had appeared in this land. Although some techniques of the practitioners were documented in texts, few had actually witnessed them firsthand. While the villagers sought a way out, it is worth noting the misfortune of the group in black. A team that could dominate the current world found themselves unexpectedly thwarted. When the figures in black vanished from the mechanism path, they believed they had discovered a solution to their predicament, only to be met with unforeseen circumstances. Upon emerging from the path, they found themselves in a dense forest, mistakenly believing they had returned to the woods they initially entered. As they sought a place to recuperate, a massive python, as thick as a water barrel and seemingly possessed of its own intelligence, charged from the underbrush, relentlessly pursuing them with no other option. The martial arts experts could only flee through the trees. Exhausted, in a hidden corner, 2 rotund figures darted about with surprising agility for their size, their chubby fingers frantically gesturing as if arranging something. Behind them rested a lounge chair, upon which reclined a languid young man clad in purple. His captivating phoenix eyes gleaming with excitement, he urged, "Hurry up. Is it truly so difficult to set up such a simple mechanism? Channel the enthusiasm you display for your daily feasts. Must I do everything myself?" Upon hearing this, the 2 figures hastened their movements, and as they did, the frequency of traps encountered by the black-clad intruders increased. One of the portly figures shouted, "All right. If the young master wants me to show enthusiasm, I shall not hold back. The grievances I endured today at the young master's uncle's place will be unleashed upon you. Don't blame me. Direct your ire at that uncle instead." The young man, bemused by his companion's ramblings, replied, all right. Just set up a formation and use the mechanisms to lure those people over. But I want something entertaining. You know what I mean, haha." Hearing their young master's mischievous laughter, the 2 figures shivered in unison, silently lighting a candle for the black-clad individuals. The desert illusion that ensnared the villagers of Yangchuan was merely a whimsical trap they had laid to ensure that their young master's interests remained undisturbed, as their presence should never have been known to those outside the realm of cultivation. As the villagers of Yangchuan traversed countless oases amidst the desert, the cloaked figures within another formation teetered on the brink of collapse. Initially, they fled for their lives, desperately contemplating a counterattack. However, they soon discovered that the colossal serpent, which had been vanquished moments prior, resurrected with alarming speed. Each revival rendered the beast swifter than before. Eventually, they ceased their assaults, realizing that the serpent seemed intent only on driving them into a frenzied escape, ultimately herding them towards another forested expanse, where it paid them no further heed. After a brief respite, the beleaguered group cautiously ventured into the woods, only to be confronted by monstrous creatures akin to bears, beasts that transcended the very definition of wild. Each creature towered nearly 3 men in height and possessed immense strength, thriving in their numbers. They believed that a serpentine retreat might allow them to elude these seemingly clumsy giants. Yet, to their astonishment, the beasts exhibited remarkable agility, rendering any attempts to shake them futile. The leader, upon recognizing this disheartening reality, signaled for a halt, and the remaining figures complied. This contingent had endured enough humiliation and torment. Having once stood among the pinnacle of martial prowess on the continent, they had never encountered such dire circumstances. Although their adversaries had spared their lives, the contempt and tactics employed were enough to instill a deep-seated loathing within them. Yet, beneath the surface, a profound sense of despair and dread took root. Their minds no longer harbored thoughts of completing their mission, but rather an urgent desire to extricate themselves from this unraveling predicament. As the cloaked figures ceased their flight, they resolved that rather than perish from relentless pursuit, they would muster every ounce of strength in a bid to carve out a path to survival. Despite their pitiful predicament, this was a cadre of well-trained and formidable warriors. Under the leader's direction, they swiftly formed a defensive formation, optimal for their surroundings. The creatures, upon their cessation, abandoned the chase, merely encircling them while emitting guttural sounds. The leader dismissed the significance of the beast's vocalizations, issuing a command that prompted the synchronized assault of the black-clad warriors against the nearest bear-like creature. Though their onslaught was grand in spectacle, it elicited no response from the beast. Unbeknownst to them, had these creatures been corporeal, their attacks would not have been met with such indifference. Gradually, they began to perceive the anomaly. Halting their assault, they awaited the next move of the creatures, yet after an interminable wait, the beasts remained stationary, merely circling and growling. The black-clad figures settled into a meditative circle, for those who had transcended to the level of martial masters possessed keen insight. During their moment of reflection, several among them, including the leader, discerned a crucial detail they had previously overlooked. Whether it was the serpent or these formidable beasts, their pursuit seemed intent on propelling them ever forward. While they posed no real threat, any who fell behind were summarily thrust ahead. Initially, they had presumed this behavior stemmed from the creature's malicious amusement. Upon further contemplation, it became evident that their actions were designed to prevent any retreat. In hindsight, this revelation might very well serve as their pivotal breakthrough. The leader subtly communicated with his subordinates through gestures, signaling them to disregard the movements of the beasts, instructing them not to retaliate even if they were suddenly attacked. Under the guidance of their leader, they cautiously approached the bear-like creatures, inching closer and closer. As they neared the beasts, the creatures began to swipe at the group with their claws. However, none of them made a move. Just as it seemed the impending attack would land upon them, the claws passed through their bodies as if it were a mere game. You strike me forcefully, I shall respond with equal vigor. Yet if I ignore you, your assault shall not touch me. It was that simple. When they were within 10 meters of the bear-like beasts, a flash of white light enveloped them, and they felt the ground beneath their feet vanish. Upon regaining their senses, they discovered they were no longer in that peculiar forest. Behind them lay the village where they had lodged before entering the woods. Outside, the sun shone brightly, the forest alive with the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds, occasionally revealing the silhouettes of small creatures at play. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, as they realized this was the quintessential scene one would expect in a normal forest. The circumstances following the departure of the cloaked figures need not be elaborated. Once the black-clad individuals breached the formation, the villagers of Yangchuan were also released from the desert illusion, all of them staring blankly at the familiar ground beneath their feet, the recent events feeling like a fleeting dream. Now awake from this dream, they hurried to investigate the mechanism pathway, only to find it devoid of any human presence. Chapter 10. Consequences led by elders such as Wang Sun and Li. The villagers of Yangchuan thoroughly searched both the surrounding area and the village itself, finding no trace of any outsiders. This puzzling situation left them at a loss. With no clear understanding, they decided to return to the village for a collective discussion. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this farce reclined comfortably upon a magnificent flying vessel, flanked by two identical portly figures, one attending to his legs and shoulders, while the other peeled oranges plucked from the mortal realm. Both pudgy faces bore silly grins. The larger of the two signaled to the smaller to inquire, but the smaller pretended not to notice, wishing for the larger to ask first. Their playful banter created a lively atmosphere. The young man clad in purple stretched lazily and laughed. If you two had any sense, you would treat each other's ailments instead of exchanging glances in my presence. Meeting each other's gaze, they conceded. Since the young master had noticed them, they might as well proceed with their inquiry. The larger one cleared his throat and spoke, young master, we are both perplexed as to why you so readily allowed those cloaked figures to escape back in Yangchuan. Although they breached the formation we set, surely you had further plans in store. The larger figure glanced at the young master's expression before continuing. Moreover, based on previous experience, you have always tormented your adversaries to the point of tears. Otherwise, how could the outside world have dubbed you mad, young master? The latter part of his statement faded to near inaudibility, but the keen ears of the cultivators did not overlook it. The young man cast a sidelong glance at the hefty fellow, his gaze imbued with a mischievous charm. The hefty man's expression froze, instantly transforming into that of a bitter melon. The youth in purple attire let out a hearty laugh, saying, "There's no need to wear such a long face. I am not angry. You all ought to be aware of my principles. I am quite clear about grievances and favors. Those who previously provoked me were merely subjected to my playful jests. I have shown them far more mercy than those who would take their lives. How audacious of these ungrateful souls to bestow upon me such a title! Have they not noticed my elegant demeanor and unparalleled grace? Truly, they are lacking in discernment. As for those few cloaked figures, They bear no ill will towards me. I simply need to assist that little fellow in sending them away. Besides, the leader among them is rather intriguing. Consider it my appreciation for talent." With that, he squinted at the two individuals, casually adding, "As for you two, I shall indulge in some culinary delights shortly, and your only punishment will be to watch, ha ha." Upon hearing this, the two bystanders lamented in unison, "Young master, please don't." Before they could finish their pleas, the sinister figure had already vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the villagers of Yangchuan gathered in the elders' hall. After everyone recounted their encounters in detail, Elder Wang Wan, seated at the center of the hall, exhibited a subtle change in expression. Sunli, a close friend of Wang Wan, noticed the shift, as they were well acquainted with each other's demeanor. While others failed to perceive Wang Huan's unease, Sunli caught it distinctly and quietly inquired, "Brother Huan, have you had a revelation?" Wang Huan stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, "I cannot ascertain whether my thoughts are correct, but if they are, the outside world may soon undergo a transformation." This, Sunli inhaled sharply, while on the other side, Li Dazhuang, a boisterous man, curiously asked, "What are you two discussing? Do share with me." His inquiry drew the attention of many in the hall, who turned to gaze at the elders at the center. Wang Huan and Sunli exchanged glances of exasperation at Li Dazhuang's loudness. Dazhuang, feeling the scrutiny, turned to the younger generation at the hall's entrance and bellowed, "What are you staring at, you little rascals? Watch out or I'll give you a thrashing." Unable to tolerate this any longer, Wang Huan grasped his arm, saying, "Calm down, will you? I was merely recalling a passage I once encountered outside." He paused momentarily, as if weighing his words, then continued, "According to historical records, the cultivation methods of practitioners from several centuries ago were diverse and astonishing, including mechanisms, puppetry, the 5 elements, and various formations that showcased remarkable power. In those times, when martial arts and cultivation coexisted, even practitioners of lower levels could harness these to defeat formidable warriors. From your recent descriptions, it is highly likely that you have become ensnared in a formation." The younger generation, intrigued by the legendary practitioners, felt a sense of longing as Elder Wang Huan refrained from divulging more about these wondrous matters. One young man, favored by the elders, stepped forward to inquire on behalf of the group, "Elder, if practitioners are truly so formidable, does that mean our martial training is of little use compared to those extraordinary techniques?" Wang Huan chuckled, shaking his head, "You youngsters, do you truly believe that mechanisms and formations are so easily mastered? Wisdom and opportunity serve merely as stepping stones to unlock this door. As for the time and wealth expended along the way, it is likely that only those individuals possess the knowledge of such matters. We practitioners of martial arts devote ourselves wholeheartedly to our discipline. Although we may lack auxiliary techniques, a master who has honed their skills to perfection can easily contend with multiple cultivators of equal rank. As for those lower-tier cultivators who might employ mechanisms or formations to defeat us, such individuals must either possess remarkable expertise in these areas or have the financial means to procure finished products, circumstances that are generally beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even if one were to encounter such a situation, there exists a method to resolve it." After stating this, he surveyed his surroundings and inquired, "Can you think of what it is?" The young men nearby began to ponder earnestly, and one of them, with a glimmer of insight in his eyes, replied, "It is speed." Wang Huan nodded in satisfaction and said, "Precisely. As long as your speed surpasses his, you can subdue him before he has the chance to set up his defenses. Thus, as long as everyone diligently practices their martial arts, why should we fear the myriad techniques of others?" Upon hearing this, the crowd appeared enlightened. However, one elder who had participated in the confrontation asked, "We didn't even see the opponent, and we were caught off guard without realizing something was amiss. This cultivator is truly terrifying." Wang Huan shook his head and replied, "It is not the cultivator that is fearsome, but rather that the cultivator you encountered likely possesses a level of cultivation far superior to your own. Wang Di's martial prowess is not far from breaking the void. If he was unable to perceive the threat, then the opponent's strength is likely beyond that of any being in this realm, perhaps a visitor from beyond the heavens." The group was taken aback by this revelation. Visitor from beyond the heavens and breaking the void were both legendary terms within this continent, and to have them both manifest today raised the possibility that a sect of cultivators might return to reopen their doors and accept disciples. This speculation was not limited to their cohort. Coincidentally, when the cloaked figure reported the incident to their master, they initially anticipated punishment for their failure. To their surprise, the master merely instructed them to recount the details once more before dismissing them, remaining motionless like a statue while murmuring, "Could it be that those individuals are returning?" The young man in purple was unaware that his seemingly innocent antics had shattered the tranquility of this small world, heralding a significant change. The children confined within the ancestral hall were oblivious to the transformations occurring outside. When Wang Qing announced the dispersal of the gathering, everyone assumed it was merely a change of venue for practice. And soon they began to leave in small groups to return home. Wang Wan hurriedly brought Wang Lin back to their residence, informing him that she needed to practice, before shutting the door behind her. Wang Lin, observing the door closing with a resounding thud, rubbed his nose and mused, "Such dedication. Fine, I shall no longer indulge. I too must practice, and I shall surpass that insufferable Wang Wan." With that, he retreated to meditate as well. As for what transpired outside, Wang Wan could not afford to concern herself. She was solely aware that if she did not digest the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind, her head might very well explode. Gradually, time slipped away, and it was only after what felt like an eternity that Wang Wan finally awakened from her sea of consciousness. Based on the information she has gathered, it appears that the world she inhabits is but a small realm. However, she remains perplexed as to why there are so few practitioners of the mystical arts here. She has come to realize how perilous it was to scan the entire village with her spiritual awareness. Had she been in the realm of cultivation at that time, being detected by a cultivator would have meant, at best, her awareness retreating back to her physical form, albeit possibly sustaining damage. At worst, it could spell her end. Her immediate objective is to learn to extract a fragment of her spiritual awareness, utilizing it to probe her surroundings. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, she must sever the connection swiftly to mitigate overall harm. Seated cross-legged upon her bed, Wang Wan concentrated intently, endeavoring to separate a sliver of her spiritual awareness. This proved to be a daunting task, as beginnings are often fraught with difficulty. After countless failures and gradual progress, Wang Wan discovered the correct methodology. By employing the fragment of her awareness within her home, she realized that with proper technique, it was unnecessary to fully extend her awareness externally. In addition to maintaining vigilance outside, she could continue her cultivation, truly a remarkable dual advantage. Once she had mastered the application of her awareness, she perused the foundational spells and formations stored within her mind. The faceless, infuriating individual had indeed imparted a wealth of useful knowledge, as these texts constituted a veritable compendium of foundational cultivation wisdom. Yes, I must express my gratitude upon our next encounter, Wang Wan mused inwardly. Selecting several spells that piqued her interest from the foundational repertoire, she began her studies at home. The first spell she chose to practice was the airborne object retrieval technique, capable of utilizing spiritual energy to grasp items within a 50-meter radius. The stronger her control, the greater the weight and swifter the retrieval. Initially, Wang Wan struggled to bring a cloth from the table into her hand. It either fell midway or veered off course, never quite reaching her grasp. However, with daily practice, perseverance bore fruit. One fateful afternoon, she successfully levitated a caterpillar onto Wang Lin's head, eliciting a startled shriek from him. Following this, she also practiced the fire dragon technique and the quagmire spell. Yet, the results of her efforts yielded merely a small fire serpent and a mud pit the size of a basin. Ignoring Wang Lin's jeers, she reassured herself that with continued practice, improvement was inevitable. Amidst their joyful cultivation, an unexpected decision emerged from the village elder council. Chapter 11. The unexpected. As the villagers resumed their previously tranquil lives, the council announced a surprising resolution. They would dispatch 2 groups to venture out of the mountains. One group, led by the village elders, would travel to the neighboring nations of Qi to explore the current state of the martial world while investigating the masterminds behind the previous 2 attacks. The other group, under Wang Qing's leadership, would establish a mountain lodge in the town nearest to Yangchuan village, serving as an intermediary station for message relay. This announcement sent ripples of excitement throughout the village. Generations had lived a life of peaceful seclusion, and most had grown accustomed to their existence here. Yet, the youth and children, who had never ventured beyond the village, were exhilarated, each hoping to be chosen by the Elder Council for this grand expedition. In the Elder Council, Wang Qing was deliberating over the list of individuals who would accompany him on his journey into the world. Among his contemporaries were Wang Yan and Sun Haitong from the Sun family. From the 3 families, 6 outstanding youths were selected, alongside 3 children, Wang Wan, Sun Xiaomei, and Li Yinrui, who had yet to reach the tender age of 10. These 3 young ones were later added by the Elder Council, a decision that left Wang Qing somewhat puzzled. However, upon reflection, he comprehended their reasoning. These children were the most gifted of the new generation in each family, and they had established a solid foundation in martial arts since they began their training. This opportunity would allow them to experience the outside world under the watchful eyes of their elders, preventing them from becoming proverbial frogs in a well. Eventually, Wang Lin was also included in the group. Initially, the elders had been reluctant to permit his participation, but under Wang Wan's fervent insistence, Elder Wang Huan acquiesced, and his inclusion was smoothly approved. Upon learning that he could join the expedition, Wang Lin was filled with uncontainable joy, bounding about with exuberance, while Wang Wan chose to ignore him and headed over to Sun Xiaomei's home. Recently, Sun Xiaomei had become notably more composed, rarely engaging in mischief. Aside from necessary tasks, she devoted her energies to diligently practicing her martial arts. Her aptitude was commendable, and having previously lacked focus, her newfound determination resulted in rapid progress. When Wang Wan's sister and father had gone missing, Sun Xiaomei had come to Wang Wan's home in tears. Although Wang Wan suspected they were still alive, she felt it inappropriate to disclose this to Sun Xiaomei. Instead, she offered comforting words. No one has witnessed their misfortune, nor have we seen their remains. Do you not fear that your father might return and scold you for your tears? You must rally your spirits. Your mother and brother are quite worried about you, so do not burden them further. After several such consolations, while Sun Xiaomei ceased her lamentations, she also became increasingly industrious, much to her family's delight. This time, Sun Xiaomei's brother, Sun Xiaoqing, was also among those selected for the youth group. The two siblings had gained a reputation in the village for their fervent dedication to training, making their selection entirely expected. When Wang Wan arrived at Sun Xiaomei's house, she found Aunt Sun busy sewing new clothes for the children. Since Wang Qing's group was to depart in 2 batches, he would first take several elders to scout locations for a villa while the younger generation would follow once it was built. There was ample time for preparation. Several families had already begun crafting garments for their children. The clothing for Wang Wan's family had all been made by her elder sister, Wang Ro. After Wang Ro's disappearance, Wang Wan had attempted to sew a few outfits, but Wang Lin had deemed them unattractive and refused to wear them. Fortunately, Wang Ro had prepared some clothing in advance, which had sufficed over the past few years. Upon seeing Wang Wan, Aunt Sun warmly invited her inside. Wang Wan, unreserved, cheerfully greeted her, then proceeded to find Sun Xiaomei. Sun Xiaomei was in her room organizing her belongings. Upon seeing Wang Wan approach, her face lit up with a smile. Wang Wan, you're here. Have you prepared everything? Wang Wan replied with curiosity, why the haste? We have quite some time before our departure. Sun Xiaomei sighed, but I can hardly contain my anticipation. I wish to leave sooner to inquire about my father's whereabouts. Wang Wan glanced at her and remarked, some matters cannot be rushed. Even if we were to venture out, we must not act recklessly. Given the considerable mobilization within the village, I suspect it is in pursuit of their whereabouts. In due time, all information will return to the manor, which is undoubtedly far more advantageous than your aimless inquiries. Sun Xiaomei, understanding this principle, ceased to pursue the topic. They then engaged in a discussion about their training, after which Wang Wan took her leave to return home. Within the elders' courtyard, the village leaders continued to deliberate some pressing matters. They speculated whether the recent disappearance of the black-clad individuals was connected to that high-ranking cultivator. Why did he or she temporarily imprison the villagers dispatched, only to later assist Yangchuan village? What might be their ulterior motives? Elder Wang Di stated, I have led a team to meticulously investigate the mechanisms. Several of them show signs of modification. After consulting with the village's adept in mechanisms, they attempted to restore a few, and the enhanced power of these devices is several times greater than before. This indicates the considerable skill of the individual who set these traps, and one of them is an ancient mechanism long thought lost. I believe these alterations were certainly made by that esteemed figure. Sun Li interjected, let us entertain a hypothesis. Perhaps this esteemed figure fortuitously arrived at Yangchuan village, saw the mechanisms surrounding the village, and on a whim decided to make some alterations. That moment, our people were at the exit, and he did not wish for us to interfere, thus temporarily ensnaring us. The black-clad individuals already within the mechanism became his test subjects. Furthermore, we might consider that the loud noise from the cliff to the east of the village could have been the arrival of this esteemed figure. Wang Huan stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, what you propose does possess a degree of plausibility. However, since that individual did not trouble us at the time, it stands to reason that we are likely safe. We need not over-speculate. Let us concentrate on the 2 recent attacks. Sun Li chuckled, I believe the black-clad individuals will not return until they ascertain our true capabilities. This esteemed figure has indirectly dealt them a significant blow. They must now harbor considerable apprehension towards us. Yet, it remains uncertain whether the attackers in both incidents belong to the same faction. If they do, we undoubtedly possess something they desire. If not, the situation becomes rather intricate. Wang Huan concurred, it appears our dispatched personnel must expedite their efforts. The sooner we ascertain the situation, the quicker we can devise a response. Upon his remark, he glanced at the other elders in the hall, all of whom nodded in agreement. On the third day, after confirming the personnel, two groups set out in succession, and the village gradually returned to its tranquil routine. After returning from Sun Xiaomei's home, Wang Wan began to organize the fabric she had at her disposal. She selected several pieces of vibrant cloth and made her way to Madame Lin's house, for Madame Lin was quite skilled, and many villagers sought her expertise in sewing garments. Wang Wan requested that she create outfits for both herself and her brother according to the provided measurements, offering a small sum as payment. Madame Lin readily agreed, instructing Wang Wan to return in 5 days to collect the finished garments. Aunt Lin is the wife of Li Dongxing from the Li family. During Li Dongxing's youthful travels, he encountered Aunt Lin, who had fled her homeland with her parents to escape famine and had found herself destitute in a foreign land, nearly succumbing to the bitter cold. Fortunately, she crossed paths with Li Dongxing, who was returning to Qi after his travels. He assisted Aunt Lin in seeking medical care for her ailing family, and through their continued interactions, a mutual affection blossomed. After Aunt Lin's parents recovered, she accompanied Li Dongxing to Yangchuan village, where they established their roots. The village is home to few outsiders. Most inhabitants are orphans brought back by villagers during their journeys or individuals like Aunt Lin who married into the community. Here, in this idyllic haven, they have settled and thrived, becoming an integral part of the village across generations. However, one individual is tormented by inner anguish. Sun Haoqing, the adopted son of Sun Haitong, originally named Yuan Yuqing. He was an orphan taken in by Sun Haitong a decade ago during his travels. AT-17. Sun Haoqing was only 7 when he was rescued. His father had disappeared while hunting in the mountains when he was 5, and his mother succumbed to illness when he was 7. With little savings over the years, they lost their last home after the funeral, leaving him to beg on the streets. Out of compassion, Sun Haitong brought him to Yangchuan village. 2 years prior, while traveling with others, he discovered the whereabouts of his biological father, who had been ensnared by a poisonous substance. The perpetrator demanded that he locate the phoenix and the crystal fruit tree in Yangchuan village to procure the antidote. Despite nearly a year of searching, he found no trace of either entity within the village. As the man grew impatient, he coerced Sun Haoqing into drawing a map of the village. Otherwise, his father's life would be forfeit. Under duress, he reluctantly provided a misleading map, unaware that it would precipitate the events following the martial arts convention's attack. Upon learning of the incident, he was consumed with rage, realizing that among the captives was the very individual who had threatened him, the man referred to as Old Chen. Seizing an opportunity when the guards were distracted, he stealthily infiltrated the holding area of Old Chen and his companions, confronting him about the harm inflicted upon the villagers. Old Chen scoffed, accusing him of betrayal, and menaced him, demanding immediate rescue for his companions, or he would expose Sun Haoqing's misdeeds. Overwhelmed by his suppressed emotions, Sun Haoqing was pushed to the brink, unable to fathom how his family would react to his actions. A singular thought consumed him. No one must ever know. With bloodshot eyes and a mind spiraling into madness, he committed an unspeakable act that left everyone in shock. He initially believed that with Old Chen's demise, all would fade into oblivion, and he could retrieve the antidote, having secured his biological father's safety. Yet, tranquility eluded him. Sometimes, the end of one nightmare heralds the onset of another. Not long ago, he stealthily ventured beyond the village to visit his biological father, only to discover that the courtyard where his father resided was now desolate and abandoned. The only remaining figure was a man clad in black, who informed him, "If you wish for your father's survival, you must keep a vigilant eye on the happenings in Yangchuan village. Relay any news to me via carrier pigeon. Otherwise, humph." Enraged and filled with indignation, Sun Haoqing sought to eliminate the black-clad man. But the disparity in their strengths was overwhelming. With a single kick, he was sent sprawling into the courtyard, left incapacitated and unable to rise, his internal organs severely damaged. Overwhelmed by a mix of sorrow and rage, Sun Haoqing succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 12. A chance encounter. 3 months swiftly passed. During this time, Wang Wan practiced martial arts and studied diligently every day, resulting in significant progress in her magical abilities. However, she found herself restless. Each time she observed the older children in the training grounds, wielding their swords with grace against the wind, their gallant figures eclipsed her own modest attempts at martial arts. As the training session concluded, Wang Wan and her companions lingered at the sword practice area, their eyes filled with envy. Li Haoshuan, their sword instructor, noticed them and playfully delivered a light smack to each of them, amusedly asking, "What mischief are you little rascals up to?" Wang Wan and her friends exchanged glances, hesitant to voice their desires. Finally, Li Yinrui, with a swift kick, nudged Sun Xiaomei forward. Infuriated, Sun Xiaomei glared back at Li Yinrui, silently vowing to settle the score later. causing her companions to stifle their laughter. Blushing, she finally spoke up, "Uncle Haoshuan, we too wish to learn the sword. Could we perhaps join their practice tomorrow?" Li Haoshuan cast a sidelong glance at Li Yinrui, who immediately shrank back under his gaze. He surveyed the eager children before him, recognizing their potential as promising martial artists ready to learn something new. However, adopting a serious tone, he declared, "If you wish to learn the sword, you must start with the fundamentals. I will demonstrate a set of basic sword techniques. Pay close attention, for I will test your understanding tomorrow. Those who do not meet the standard shall return to practicing their punches. Do you understand?" The group stood at attention, responding in unison, "Yes." Upon finishing, Li Haoshuan drew a wooden sword and executed the entire set of sword techniques in one breath. Wang Wan and her companions watched in rapt attention, etching the footwork and swordplay into their memories. After completing his demonstration, Li Haoshuan turned to leave, eager to discern the potential of this new generation of promising individuals. Tomorrow would reveal the truth. The children remained rooted in place, replaying the sights and sounds they had just witnessed in their minds. Those with quicker comprehension sought out sticks to practice, gradually finding their own understanding. As the evening grew late, they bid each other farewell and returned home. Among them, Wang Lin was the first to begin his practice. Despite his youth, he possessed remarkable insight. Once home, they trained independently without disturbing one another, and it was not until the moon hung high in the sky that they returned to their rooms. Wang Wan, however, did not immediately rest upon returning home. It could be said that her achievements at such a tender age were not solely due to talent and opportunity, but rather the result of her relentless effort. As usual, after circulating her spiritual energy through several great cycles, she discovered that her meridians were brimming with energy, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. With a calm and steady mind, she proceeded to circulate the energy slowly, repeatedly striking against the invisible shackles within her body. This was a familiar path for her, and before long, she successfully shattered the barriers, ascending to the 4th level of Qi cultivation as a novice practitioner. However, she soon noticed a departure from her previous experiences. Hastily diving into her sea of consciousness, she found her mental techniques ablaze with golden light, as the diagram in her mind swiftly enveloped her entire being, the familiar golden radiance flowing over her. She gazed intently at the path of the golden light and realized that it had significantly expanded, encompassing areas that had previously been neglected. She guided the energy within her body to follow this new route, and after a full cycle, she felt an unprecedented lightness throughout her form, her limbs seemingly more agile than ever. Gradually calming her exhilaration, she completed 2 more great cycles, erasing the weariness of the day. Reflecting meticulously on her recent breakthroughs, she sensed that the intervals between them were becoming increasingly shorter. A conjecture formed in her mind. Could martial prowess and cultivation indeed complement one another? The following morning, the group gathered early at the sword training grounds. Wang Wan, Wang Lin, Sun Xiaomei, and Li Yinrui, all possessing commendable talent, were brimming with confidence after a night of practice. By the time Li Haoshuan arrived at the training field, the others had already begun practicing with borrowed wooden swords from their older siblings, and upon seeing Li Haoshuan, they dedicated themselves even more earnestly. Li Haoshuan observed them as he walked around, nodding in satisfaction. Each child exhibited their own strengths. Wang Wan, though lacking in strength, demonstrated fluidity in her technique. Wang Lin perfectly replicated his movements from the previous day but struggled to find his own rhythm. Sun Xiaomei's techniques and footwork were commendable when viewed separately, yet lacked cohesion when combined. Li Yinrui performed well, yet hesitated in each move, displaying a deficiency in courage. With a sigh, Li Haoshuan noted that Li Yinrui still had much to refine. In the days that followed, after correcting their mistakes one by one, Li Haoshuan left them to practice independently. Their daily training was divided equally between boxing and swordplay, and they passed their days with great joy. Before long, it was time for Wang Qing to return to the village. In anticipation, everyone had packed their belongings several days in advance, frequently glancing towards the village entrance, much to the amusement of the village elders. Wang Qing returned one morning, reporting to the elder council about the progress of the manor's construction. He and his companions had chosen a site for the manor in Depot Town, spending a portion of their funds to acquire an old estate on a hill, which they then renovated with the help of some craftsmen. Over the past few months, they had not been idle. They reconnected with friends made during their travels and established good relations with nearby sects and martial arts schools. After deliberation, they decided to rename the estate Qingfeng Manor and set a date for the 5th day of the following month, a fortuitous occasion, to invite all the aforementioned individuals for a celebratory gathering, hoping to make a modest name for themselves in the martial world. They reasoned that creating too much mystery might pique the curiosity of meddlesome individuals, and it would be wiser to remain inconspicuous. With only about 10 days until the 5th of the next month, the following day, they set off on their journey. This marks the first occasion for Wang Wan to venture beyond her home, and she has never realized how enigmatic her surroundings truly are. Following her elders through a maze of dazzling contraptions, she navigates the perplexing formations laid down according to the terrain and the principles of Qi Min Dunjia, all while the dense forest serves as a natural barrier. The journey unfolds over the course of 2 days, a feat made possible only by their prior knowledge of the path. Without guidance, strangers would undoubtedly struggle to locate the hidden estate nestled deep within the woods. Wang Wan cannot help but ponder how the previous intruders managed to penetrate these layers of protection to arrive here, leading her to suspect the possible presence of a traitor within the village. After enduring numerous hardships, they finally emerge into the outside world, where the novelty of their surroundings leaves them spellbound. For these children, it is their first experience beyond the confines of their village. They gaze in awe at the shops lining the streets, filled with an array of captivating goods that overwhelm their senses. The adolescents, being somewhat more composed, manage to suppress their curiosity under the watchful eyes of their elders, feigning a semblance of indifference. In contrast, Wang Wan and her group of youngsters lack such self-restraint, rendered immobile by their fascination as they cluster around a candy painting stall, drooling in delight. The stall owner, a kindly old gentleman, does not shoo Wang Wan and her companions away as they block his stand. Wang Lin, the most exuberant among them, chirps eagerly, "Grandpa, Grandpa, what does this painting depict? Why does this bird have such a long tail, Grandpa?" Observing her brother's antics, Wang Wan feels an urge to stifle his incessant chatter, exasperated by his habit of swallowing saliva while speaking, which has resulted in drool escaping his lips. Wang Qing, noticing the group of children transfixed by the candy paintings, hastens back to them. Spotting the kids eyeing the artwork with the greed of hungry cats, he chuckles in bemusement. "Old man, how much for these candy paintings?" The elderly man chuckles heartily, replying, "3 each. Your children are quite adorable." Wang Qing smiles gently. "Ah, the innocence of youth. I'll take 4 of them. Here are 12 for you." Contentedly, each of Wang Wan's companions cradles a candy painting, ready to depart when they hear a derisive snicker. Turning to investigate, they see a small boy clad in lustrous white satin and matching leather boots, his features exquisitely chiseled, surveying them from a distance. Li Yinrui, incensed by the boy's scrutinizing gaze, storms up and bellows, "What are you staring at?" The boy, with a mocking grin, retorts, "Of course I'm looking at dumplings, particularly the ones that fell in the dirt." "Ha ha!" Infuriated, Li Yinrui makes to strike him, but a hand seizes his own. Whirling around, he finds Wang Qing standing behind him, while a young man across from them retracts his hand, having just pulled it back. The young man addresses Wang Qing with a calm demeanor. "My younger brother is ill-mannered. I apologize for his rudeness." Wang Qing regards the two with a measured gaze before responding, "No offense taken, my friend. Let us part ways." With that, he firmly takes hold of Li Yinrui and leads him away. As Wang Wan follows behind, she glances back to see the arrogant boy, now walking away in another direction under the guidance of the young man. In Wang Wan's ears, she heard the young man say, "Young master, do not stoop to engage with those of lowly status. We have more pressing matters to attend to." Upon their return to the villa, Li Yinrui was still sulking. Wang Qing instructed Wang Zhan to assign accommodations for several children, while he took Li Yinrui to the back hall for a discussion. It remains unclear what Wang Qing conveyed to Li Yinrui, but by the time dinner was served, he had ceased his commotion. The gathering for the welcome feast proceeded peacefully, and once it concluded, Wang Qing dismissed everyone to their respective quarters. To Wang Wan's left was Sun Xiaomei, and to her right was Wang Lin. The children had never resided so closely together before. After dinner, they congregated in the courtyard, frolicking for quite some time. Today had brought an abundance of new experiences, leaving everyone exhilarated. However, after several days of travel, they soon retreated to rest. Early the next morning, Wang Wan awoke. Despite the change in environment, her body was weary, and she succumbed to slumber the moment her head touched the pillow. Upon exiting her room, she discovered that everyone else was still asleep. She leapt onto the roof, facing the gently rising sun, inhaling the fresh morning air. The morning sunlight caressed her face like a tender hand, while the air was imbued with the fragrance of nature. Eventually, those who had indulged in sleep began to rise one by one. As they stepped outside, they spotted Wang Wan meditating on the roof. They quietly lamented their late rise while murmuring about Wang Wan's dedication to her practice. Sun Xiaomei called out loudly, "Wang Wan, come down. How did you get up there?" Wang Wan gracefully jumped down to stand before Sun Xiaomei, startling her. The air atop was refreshing, making meditation quite pleasant. Wang Wan, you must be a monkey in disguise. From now on, we shall call you Monkey Spirit, Wang Lin boldly teased from behind Sun Xiaomei. Wang Wan raised an eyebrow, sensing mischief from the boy. She extended her hand forward, prompting Wang Lin to retreat swiftly. However, his usual evasive tactics failed him today, and in the blink of an eye, he was caught. With a look of astonishment, Wang Lin had yet to recover from his surprise, and upon seeing Wang Wan's fierce grin, he quickly begged for mercy. Sun Xiaomei, both amazed by Wang Wan's swift action and keen to rescue Wang Lin from her grasp, intervened. She mused to herself that Wang Wan's martial skills seemed to have improved significantly. Once freed from Wang Wan's clutches, Wang Lin murmured with lingering fear, "Women are truly terrifying." Both Sun Xiaomei and Wang Wan squinted at him, eliciting a sheepish reaction from Wang Lin. Chapter 13. The tavern's observation as they awaited the arrival of the fifth day. A distinguished guest visited the villa. He was a friend from Wang Qing's youth. Named Meng Zifei, an elder of the WMIT, was the third morning since Wang Wan and the others arrived at the villa when news came from the front hall, inviting them to meet the guest. Upon receiving the news, Wang Wan and her companions hurried to the main hall. Upon entering, they discovered a considerable number of people present. Seated at the main table was Wang Qing, while a middle-aged man with a round face and long beard occupied the guest's seat. Two young men stood behind him, and Sun Xiaomei's brother, Sun Xiaoqing, was also among those gathered in the hall. It seemed that, indeed, there were many familiar faces. After coming to a halt in the hall, Wang Qing paid his respects to Master Shi, a gesture that had been agreed upon in the village, whereupon everyone outside would refer to Wang Qing as master. Wang Qing, in turn, expressed that he had been wandering for many years and now wished solely to impart his martial arts skills here. His connections with friends had been sporadic. Upon learning of his establishment, they hurried to offer their congratulations. Wang Qing felt a sense of guilt towards this friend, having concealed his identity for so long, and now being compelled to deceive him once more. However, this was a necessity dictated by his ancestry, as it was decreed that the residents of Yangchuan village must not easily venture out or disclose their identities. In his youth, Wang Qing had been perplexed and resistant to this ancestral edict, as lying bore its own burdens, and deceiving a close friend was particularly agonizing. It wasn't until he gradually encountered some of the village's secrets that he began to sense that Yangchuan village was evading some terrifying figures. Regaining his composure, Wang Qing instructed Wang Wan and the others to pay their respects to Meng Zifei. With a warm smile, Meng Zifei presented each of the four with a small, delicate dagger as a token of their meeting. Wang Wan and the others accepted the gifts with a nod from Wang Qing and stepped aside. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoqing and the other six had already greeted Meng Zifei before the quartet arrived at the hall, and Wang Qing directed them to escort Meng Zifei's disciples to the rear courtyard for hospitality. Upon reaching the courtyard, Sun Xiaoqing introduced Meng Zifei's two disciples to Wang Wan and the others. The elder was named Meng Shiji, while the younger was called Han Feng. Wuji sect was one of the two largest sects in the state of Qi, and as Meng Zifei's nephew, Meng Shiji was a figure no one dared to provoke. His arrogance was palpable at Qingfeng Villa, where he had previously displayed courtesy before Meng Zifei, but now stood aloof, gazing at the sky. Han Feng offered an apologetic smile to the group, engaging Wang Wan and the other children in gentle conversation, before turning his attention back to Sun Xiaoqing and the others. Before long, the attendees found themselves quite fond of him. Initially, Wang Wan had harbored a favorable impression of this gentle older brother, but she had just caught a fleeting glimpse of impatience in Han Feng's eyes, indicating a discrepancy between his demeanor and true feelings. As evening descended, under Wang Qing's earnest invitation, Meng Zifei and his two disciples decided to stay the night at the villa, intending to conduct business the following day and return on the 5th to celebrate the housewarming. The group gathered in the courtyard that night, with the younger ones eagerly requesting Han Feng to recount amusing tales from the sect. Observing this scene, Meng Shiji scoffed, and Han Feng shot him a glance before ignoring him. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoqing awkwardly engaged Meng Zifei in conversation to fill the silence, while Wang Wan observed everything with a disinterested eye, rolling her eyes in boredom. The night passed without further incident, and the following morning, the three departed from the villa. In the ensuing days, as the elders became increasingly occupied, the younger ones clamored to venture down the mountain. Upon arriving at the villa, Sun Xiaoqing and the others were dispatched to run errands, but Wang Wan and her companions, being still quite young, were confined within the estate. Having endured this confinement to their limits, they had yet to experience the outside world before ascending the mountain. While Sun Xiaoqing and others often brought back trinkets from outside, it merely served as a tease, offering no true satisfaction. Exasperated by their persistent requests, Wang Qing decided to send Sun Shaoqing and another youth, Li Haoyan, down the mountain with the 4 children for some leisure. However, Wang Qing insisted that they heed Sun Shaoqing's counsel, or else their descent from the mountain would be rescinded. The younger ones, fearful of his change of heart, hastily nodded in agreement. Sun Shaoqing and Li Haoyan led Wang Wan and the other 3 as they traversed the bustling thoroughfare of the eastern market in the town. The younger ones, curious and restless, gazed around, yet after an hour's walk, they had not reached the end of the street. To prevent anyone from getting lost, Sun Shaoqing held the hand of the most spirited, Wang Lin, along with his sister, Sun Xiaomei, while Li Haoyan guided Wang Wan and Li Yinrui. At that moment, the sounds of gongs and drums erupted from the street, accompanied by shouts. Wang Lin and Sun Xiaomei tugged at Sun Shaoqing, urging her to run toward the source of the commotion, prompting Wang Wan and the others to hurriedly follow suit. Upon reaching the street corner, they discovered a group performing a spectacle with a throng of spectators encircling them. Wang Wan and her companions, being small in stature, managed to squeeze their way to the front. Curiously, Wang Wan watched as a performer expelled a stream of fire from his mouth, which promptly soared through a suspended metallic ring, transforming it into a blazing fire ring. Just then, another individual dashed forth, leaping through the flaming hoop amidst gasps from the crowd, and when he landed safely, the onlookers erupted in applause. Mere parlor tricks, a voice disdainfully remarked from a distance, yet the sound was swallowed by the cheers, save for Wang Wan, who, with her keen ears, caught it. Turning her gaze in that direction, she spotted a familiar young boy standing there. Alas, how unfortunate! Wasn't he the one who had mocked them as simpletons? Wang Wan quickly glanced at Li Yinrui, only to find him utterly engrossed in the performance, oblivious to her concerns. Sighing in exasperation, she rolled her eyes heavenward, lamenting, what a burden it is to care so much. Nearby, a soft chuckle escaped from a slightly taller youth. His features were rather unremarkable, yet his bright, deep-set eyes held an intensity that drew one in, making it impossible not to imprint that moment in memory. The boy offered Wang Wan a faint smile before turning to vanish into the crowd. Coming back to her senses, Wang Wan gazed after him but soon dismissed the thought. Before long, it was time for lunch, and Sun Shaoqing led them to the finest tavern in the town to sample its delicacies. In high spirits, they arrived at Dingxing Lu, where the waiter informed them that only tables in the main hall were available. Sun Shaoqing and the others paid it no mind and instructed the waiter to lead the way. The vacant table, however, was not particularly advantageous. It was pressed against the wall, narrow in seating, and located in the furthest corner of the hall. Yet, being children, they found it not too cramped as they settled in. After taking a moment to survey the surroundings, Sun Shaoqing chuckled, this indeed is a splendid spot for eavesdropping. The others paid him no heed and promptly ordered several exquisite dishes. Urging the waiter to hasten, Dingxing Lu, as the finest establishment in Depot Town, was renowned not only for its culinary prowess but also for the swift service and generous portions it offered. Wang Wan and the other children, having never dined in a tavern before, were filled with curiosity as they observed their surroundings. Once the dishes arrived, their eyes sparkled with delight, and without waiting for Sun Shaoqing to speak, they began to devour the food voraciously. Sun Shaoqing could not help but sigh in relief, recognizing that this indeed was a fortuitous and discreet location. As everyone was indulging in their meal with great delight, a sudden crash resonated through the air as an individual tumbled down from the second floor in a most undignified manner. Upon landing, he bellowed upwards, "Which shameless scoundrel dared to ambush me? Step forward and face me. Do not act as though you are guilty yet hide in the shadows." Following his outburst, he continued to hurl insults, and the attention of the entire assembly was instantly drawn to the upper level. At that moment, a young gentleman appeared before the crowd, and with a mere flick of his hand, the foul-mouthed man fell silent. The next instant, he spat out a front tooth, trembling as he held it aloft, pointing at the gentleman, rendered speechless. The young man cast him a sidelong glance and said, "Do not let me witness you bullying the weak again. Next time, it shall not be merely a tooth at stake. Now be gone." The man, pointing at the gentleman in apparent defiance, staggered out in a hasty retreat. Wang Wan and her companions had never witnessed such a spectacle. Their eyes widened in astonishment. Sun Xiaomei quietly inquired of her brother, "Sun Shaoqing, brother, is that big-toothed man truly fleeing? I expected a confrontation with that gentleman." Sun Shaoqing chuckled at his sister's naivety, gently tapping her forehead. "Are you truly addicted to watching fights? Worry not, that big-toothed fellow will return, and there shall be more entertainment to behold." Sure enough, it was not long before the big-toothed man reappeared, accompanied by several similarly dressed companions, vociferously demanding that the young gentleman descend from the second floor. They did not enter the establishment but remained outside, shouting, while the onlookers showed little surprise, indicating that the tavern's owner was not to be trifled with. The young gentleman did not keep them waiting long. Making his entrance into the hall with a leisurely stride, a well-meaning bystander attempted to deter him, advising that as long as he stayed within the tavern, those men would not dare to cause trouble. The gentleman graciously thanked him and proceeded outside at a relaxed pace. The patrons lost their appetite, gathering at the entrance and window to witness the unfolding drama. The area in front of the tavern cleared as the big-toothed man's entourage, skilled in martial arts, did not rush in unison but instead sent forth one of their number to engage the young gentleman. Without further ado, they exchanged respectful salutes and commenced their battle. The two fighters moved with remarkable speed, exchanging blows in rapid succession. Initially, they seemed evenly matched, but it soon became apparent to the keen-eyed observers that the young gentleman was beginning to falter. Though he gritted his teeth and persevered, beads of sweat soaked his attire, while his opponent, though also exerting effort, appeared to be in a more favorable position. In a moment of distraction, a gap appeared in the young gentleman's defense, and the big-toothed man's ally seized the opportunity to launch a powerful punch. Gasps of shock erupted from the crowd. However, the anticipated outcome did not materialize, for that punch was intercepted in the nick of time. A figure clad similarly to the young gentleman stepped in, pulling him back with one hand while effortlessly grasping the incoming fist with the other. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the big-toothed man's punch could not be retracted, and just as he was about to retaliate fiercely, he was flung aside with a dismissive motion. Fuming, the big-toothed man bellowed, "Which sect do you belong to, daring to wreak havoc here?" The figure simply raised his head and replied coolly, "Yinzhao, Changshengtai." The crowd was taken aback, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. In the 14th chapter, titled Yinzhao, Changshengtai, Yinzhao stands as one of the formidable powers in this realm, while Changshengtai, its esteemed sect, is regarded as the most coveted super sect across the continent. This prestigious sect possesses a unique advantage that no other sect can claim. By mastering their martial arts to the utmost degree, one can extend their life beyond that of those on the brink of breaking through the void, who typically live to 200 years. In contrast, disciples of Changshengtai can potentially live an additional century. Thus the name Changshengtai was born. The requirements for becoming a disciple of Changshengtai are exceedingly stringent. Only those with exceptional talent and high comprehension are accepted. Nevertheless, the number of attendees at each recruitment event is substantial, as even the slightest chance of selection draws a throng of hopefuls. Clearly, disciples of Changshengtai are revered figures on this continent, basking in admiration wherever they go. When the young man uttered the words Yinzhao, Changshengtai, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, followed by fervent gazes directed towards the two individuals at the center. The two disciples of Changshengtai seemed accustomed to such attention, casually returning a salute to the onlookers before gracefully departing. The spectators remained entranced by the distinguished demeanor of the renowned disciples, oblivious to the unfortunate soul who had been cast aside, now unconscious and bleeding profusely, evidently gravely injured. After De Huoya and his companions carried their comrade away, only a pool of blood remained on the ground, silently chronicling the events that had just transpired. Upon realizing that the excitement had waned, Wang Wan and her companions returned to their seats, resuming their indulgence in the culinary delights. Meanwhile, the surrounding tables buzzed with animated discussions about the recent spectacle, their faces alight with exhilaration, as if caught in a fervor. Wang Wan and her friends exchanged glances, unable to comprehend the reverence that the outside world held for Changshengtai, having never experienced life beyond their village. Their knowledge of the sect was limited to the written accounts within their community, merely recognizing it as a super sect based in Yinzhao, known for its unique martial arts. As the meal progressed, a sense of distraction settled over them. The buzzing chatter in the hall seemed to drown out their thoughts. Finally managing to settle the bill and exit Ding Xinglu, they all collectively sighed in relief. Upon returning to the manor, they chattered animatedly to Wang Qing about the events that had unfolded before the tavern. Wang Qing, after listening intently, furrowed his brow at the sight of the children's curious faces, and with a stern expression, instructed them to return to their rooms to freshen up. Once left alone with only Wang Qing, Wang Yin, and Sun Haitong, Sun Haitong addressed Wang Qing, saying, "Brother Qing, what troubles you?" Wang Qing, with a furrowed brow and a tone of concern, replied, "You are unaware, but I have once traveled through Yinzhao. Changshengtai does not emerge lightly. Their appearances signal significant occurrences. I cannot help but wonder what events may have drawn them to the town." Wang Zhan and Sun Haitong were both taken aback, pondering whether these individuals were indeed approaching them. It seemed unlikely. Had that been the case, they would not have publicized their names in the town. Clearly, there were events transpiring that remained unknown to them. We must dispatch someone to inquire further. Wang Qing asserted, given their ostentatious demeanor, it is certain that many will be seeking information. Our knowledge remains woefully insufficient. With that, Wang Qing exited the room, followed closely by Wang Zhan and Sun Haitong. Wang Wan luxuriated in a warm bath, reclining on her bed, reluctant to move. Yet, she was not one to indulge herself excessively. Today had not been devoid of merit. The fire-breathing spectacle she had witnessed earlier in the day rekindled memories of her own lackluster fire dragon technique. Perhaps she had initially erred in her approach. The potency of a fire dragon does not solely rely on the accumulation of spiritual energy, akin to how a flame does not thrive merely due to an abundance of firewood. It requires a certain balance. Rising from her bed, Wang Wan settled into a meditative posture, diligently practicing her fire dragon technique. She meticulously adjusted her spiritual energy, observing the dragon's form with relentless repetition, until exhaustion compelled her to cease and meditate. Overall, she had indeed found the right direction, yet the refinement of her technique would not be achieved overnight. The night passed in silence. By midday the following day, Wang Qing and the others had finally unraveled the truth behind the matter. It appeared that the disappearance of the cultivation sects 3 centuries prior did not equate to the vanishing of the celestial realms they once governed. Recently, a shimmering light had emerged 200 miles away from Changpa Town, outside of Chu City. Initially, it garnered little attention, but as time progressed, this flickering light began to coalesce into what seemed to be a portal, its outline becoming increasingly distinct. Upon the revelation of this news, the Chu City authorities swiftly sealed off the area and dispatched messengers to the capital of Qi. The Emperor of Qi, upon receiving the tidings, was filled with elation. However, he soon realized that such a secret might be difficult to keep, and thus contemplated sharing it with the neighboring great nation, Yin, to collaboratively explore the matter. Should this indeed be a celestial realm? Their own nation lacked the strength to investigate alone. This would not only mitigate potential losses but also foster goodwill between the two nations, an endeavor yielding multifaceted benefits. Nevertheless, while the Emperor of Qi was preoccupied with the notion of secrecy, he overlooked the fact that loose lips often lead to the swiftest revelations. Shortly after exchanging diplomatic correspondence with the Yin court, other powerful nations, comparable to Qi, began to send their own missives. Thus, the covert operation was rendered unfeasible, transforming it into a collective endeavor. Given that most nations prioritized culture over martial prowess, the martial sects soon regained prominence in the minds of various sovereigns, leading to a resurgence of activity within the martial world. In this context, the Chongqing platform emerged. That day, they merely passed through Changpa Town, pausing briefly before continuing on to Chu City. As word of this spread through the martial community, heroes from all corners began to converge upon Chu City. Changpa Town's remote location meant that, had it not been for the arrival of the Chongqing platform, many would remain unaware of the unfolding events. On the second day after Wang Qing had gathered the information, another team, tasked with collecting news, finally delivered their findings. A comparison of the two teams' reports revealed a remarkable consistency, prompting Wang Qing to hastily send the news back to the village. In a picturesque valley flourished a sea of blue flowers, and at its heart stood a pavilion with eaves that curled skyward, suspended in midair. This pavilion resembled an ethereal palace of jade and gold. Resplendent in beauty, the platform jutted forth from its structure, offering a breathtaking view of the undulating mountains in the distance, while lush greenery enveloped the surroundings, creating a serene sanctuary for the soul. Yet, this idyllic scene was abruptly shattered by a wailing akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Upon the platform of the pavilion lay a young man clad in purple, reclining languidly. However, his relaxed demeanor was on the verge of fraying, as two identical rotund figures clutched at his garments, weeping inconsolably. "Young master, you have brought us to ruin. Had we known that was a sealing spell, we would never have dared to reveal it. If those above find out, they will surely flay us alive." They lamented, tears streaming down their faces. The young man in purple gazed at the sobbing duo with exasperation. The paradise of cave heavens is a gift from the heavens, accessible to all. Those individuals forsook this place, yet they cling to its blessings. The seals they established have long been on the verge of dissipating. I merely expedited their disappearance. Now, cease your weeping. This is a blessing in disguise. Do you not understand? The two portly figures lifted their tear-streaked faces to him. Yet one questioned, "But young master, why did you choose the secret realm of the Wuqing sect?" "Oh, that's the secret realm of that sect? I merely stumbled upon it," the young man replied, his tone tinged with guilt. I said his character was lacking, and yet here we are, unwittingly selecting his domain. The two exchanged glances, simultaneously asking, "Is that true, young master?" Upon hearing this, the young man's expression darkened, and he retorted, "When have I ever deceived you?" As the fifth day arrived, the emergence of the cave heaven had prompted many to prepare their journey to Chu City. Few came to celebrate the relocation festivities of Qingfeng Villa, with most sending disciples to deliver gifts before departing. This suited the intentions of Yangchuan village, which preferred to maintain a low profile. Meng Zifei hurriedly traveled alone from Chu City, as the Wuji sect had dispatched him and another elder to lead the expedition to Chu City. Following the previous trip with his disciples, he had joined the main force, and this time was of the essence. After the congratulatory visit, they would need to return. Meng Zifei expressed his apologies to Wang Qing. "This has been too hurried. Next time, I shall ensure we revel together." Wang Qing patted Meng Zifei on the shoulder, saying, "Brother Meng, between us, there is no need for formality. When we meet again, we shall drink heartily for 3 days." After a moment's hesitation, Meng Zifei inquired, "Brother Wang, given this rare martial arts renaissance, are you truly not participating?" Without receiving directives from the Elder Council, Wang Qing offered a non-committal response, "I will observe before making a decision." Meng Zifei stated earnestly, "Should you come to Chu City, you can certainly find me at the Fortune Inn. Though I must follow my sect, I will assist you whenever possible." Wang Qing laughed heartily. "Brother Meng, your loyalty is commendable. With a brother like you, I am already content." With that, the two exchanged knowing smiles. 3 days passed, and an increasing number of martial arts sects made their way to Chu City. At last, visitors arrived in Yangchuan village. This time, Elder Wang Di has arrived. He first gathered the latest updates in the study with Wang Qing and the others, then conveyed the intentions of the Elder Council to them. "Our mission is to proceed under the banner of Qingfeng Mountain Manor, and once we arrive, we must not delve too deeply. After all, practitioners of the way possess numerous methods unknown to us, and the dangers that lie ahead are yet to be discovered. Our objective this time is to gather information about various cultivation sections. We must exercise utmost caution throughout this journey, ensuring that our origins remain concealed, and remain vigilant against the potential traitor, whose exposure would be most advantageous." After delivering this lengthy discourse, Wang Di fell silent, allowing Wang Qing and the others to deliberate on their accompanying personnel before retreating to his quarters for rest. The matter of the traitor, as mentioned by Elder Wang Di, had been thoroughly impressed upon Wang Qing by Elder Wang Huan on the day they departed from the village. During this period, Wang Qing and his companions had conducted discreet investigations, systematically screening individuals within Qingfeng Mountain Manor, yet no anomalies had been uncovered. Although the prospect of a traitor incited considerable anger within them, they simultaneously hoped that the elders had misjudged the situation, as they had coexisted in this idyllic sanctuary for many years and sincerely wished to preserve its tranquility. The following day, accompanied by several individuals brought by Elder Wang Di, 9 members from Yangchuan village left Qingfeng Mountain Manor, embarking towards Chu City. Chapter 15. Celestial Caves and Blessed Lands. Celestial caves and blessed lands were formed in ancient times, teeming with countless rare treasures and innumerable spiritual herbs beneficial for martial cultivation, with spiritual energy several times denser than that of the outside world, and some locales even retaining traces of celestial essence. In an era where cultivation and martial arts coexisted, these celestial caves and blessed lands were divided into 3 sections. Apart from the abodes of major cultivation sects, one section was overseen by super sects and several prominent cultivation sects as training grounds, while the remainder consisted of extremely perilous unknown territories. Notably, the first 2 sections only accounted for half of the total. Following the disappearance of the foremost cultivation sects and elite martial artists 300 years ago, the sects that governed these celestial realms vanished one by one, and various martial sects had dispatched individuals in vain attempts to locate them. The celestial cave and blessed land situated in Chu City, however, was not recorded in the super sects documentation of celestial cave distributions. Leaving everyone perplexed, could it be a newly formed realm? Unbeknownst to them, this was a secret domain developed by a cultivation sect hundreds of years ago, known solely to the sect's leader and elders. Moreover, such secret realms, governed by various cultivation sects, were not limited to this one. The sects were tacitly aware of one another's holdings, yet none dared to speak openly of it. After all, those celestial caves and blessed lands in the public domain were shared among all, and it was only natural for some powerful sects to desire a few private treasures. This operation saw super sects exhibiting considerable enthusiasm, for although they managed a few celestial and blessed lands, these too were shared with the martial sections. Each martial arts convention would select outstanding individuals to enter these celestial realms. While super sects could send in the most disciples, resources were increasingly scarce, and the heavenly materials and earthly treasures available were becoming insufficient. Thus, the fervor that engulfed the martial world upon the news of a newly discovered paradise is now elucidated. The perilous nature of this expedition remained shrouded in uncertainty, prompting the absence of 6 youths, including Sun Shaoqing, along with Wang Wan. In truth, they were utterly oblivious to the unfolding events, even unaware that Elder Wang Di had previously paid a visit. Currently, under the guidance of Wang Yun, they were engrossed in the study of medical knowledge, for even upon leaving the village, it was imperative that their education continued unabated. Setting aside the matter of literacy, let us recount how Wang Di, Wang Qing, and their companions hastened towards Chucheng, enduring numerous hardships along the way. Upon their arrival at the city gates of Chucheng, their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. What a spectacle awaited them! The imposing gates of Chucheng were besieged by an array of tents, both large and small, creating a truly magnificent scene. The villagers of Yangchuan stood in a stupor, while passers-by remarked, "You must be newcomers. Hurry and choose a spot to pitch your tent, lest you find no space left. I've heard that even farther afield, others are rushing here as well." Exchanging glances, Wang Qing took the initiative to inquire about the situation. The individual shook his head and replied, "Do not ask me. I only arrived the day before yesterday. All the prominent factions are within the city, and there is little news to be had out here." Wang Qing, not wishing to dwell on that, subsequently inquired where tents could be procured. The man pointed towards the city gate and said, "See that table? Register your origin there, and you shall receive a tent." Upon glancing up, Wang Qing noticed a lengthy queue forming. He succinctly relayed the situation to Wang Di and the others, prompting Wang Di to send someone to stand in line, while the rest sought a suitable place to pitch their tents. After setting up their tents, the villagers of Yangchuan encountered a minor predicament. Chucheng, being a significant town within the territory of the Qi Kingdom, was bustling with economic activity and expansive in its land area. However, the influx of visitors was overwhelming, leading to inevitable complications. The inns and residences within the city were monopolized by those esteemed factions, leaving no room for others. Consequently, they had no choice but to set up tents. However, the location for erecting tents was of considerable importance. It needed to be close to the major factions for timely information while avoiding obstruction to traffic. Thus, the city could scarcely accommodate such a multitude. The solution lay in adhering to the hierarchy of the martial world and spreading outward. This predicament soon led to trouble for the villagers of Yangchuan. It is noteworthy that when Wang Qing sent someone to claim the tent, it was done under the name of Qingfeng Mountain Manor, which had only recently been established and lacked any renown in the martial community. Being nameless juniors, they soon found themselves facing disdain from others. "Get lost, move to the back. We are commandeering this tent. Do not obstruct us." A sharp-featured individual, accompanied by a group, attempted to seize their tent. Though the villagers of Yangchuan were incensed, they recognized the folly of provoking trouble. Wang Qing, his expression darkened, clasped his fists and addressed the leading individual, "Esteemed friend, we are all travelers in this world. Let us resolve matters amicably. The tent can be obtained at the city gate. There is no need for hostility." The individual scoffed, "I have my eyes set on this spot. Spare me the pleasantries. Either you hand it over or do not blame us for taking action." With that, he cast a sidelong glance at them. Several individuals behind Wang Qing erupted in anger, exclaiming, "You dare, scoundrel!" Wang Di and Wang Qing had never encountered such a shameless and overbearing individual, in a fit of indignation. They were poised to teach these ruffians a lesson when a voice nearby exclaimed with delight, "Brother Wang, you have arrived." Turning to look, Wang Qing was astonished to find Meng Zifei accompanied by several disciples standing not far away. Appearing as though he had just returned from outside, his attire covered in dust. Meng Zifei approached swiftly, and upon witnessing the scene, he instantly understood the situation. He turned to confront the group, ready to reprimand them, only to see that they had already noticed the sect attire adorning Wang Qing and his companions. With ingratiating smiles, they lowered their heads and humbly apologized, saying, "We were blind to the greatness before us. Having offended the esteemed seniors, we implore you to forgive our transgressions." Wang Qing and the others were utterly astounded by the sudden change in demeanor of these individuals. It was truly unprecedented to encounter such opportunistic characters. However, the people of Yangchuan village were not inclined to escalate the matter further, recognizing that such scoundrels would inevitably face their own downfall. Thus, Wang Qing turned to Meng Zifei and said, "Brother Meng, let us not dwell on this. There is no need to hold a grudge against them." Meng Zifei glanced at Wang Qing and replied, "I shall let you off this time, but do not let me see you again. Now, be gone." At the sound of these words, the ruffians hastily fled the scene. Meng Shiji, standing behind Meng Zifei, cast a disdainful look at the departing figures, feeling a sense of disappointment that the Qingfeng Mountain Manor had been bullied by such individuals. After exchanging greetings with Wang Di, Meng Zifei and Wang Qing stepped aside beneath a tree to converse. Meng Zifei remarked, "Brother Wang, given your martial prowess, dealing with such ruffians should be a trivial matter. Why attempt to reason with them?" Wang Qing chuckled wryly, "I apologize for my shortcomings, and I am grateful for your timely assistance, Brother Meng." Meng Zifei replied with a smile, "We are brothers. Such words are unnecessary. Are you planning to stay here for the time being?" Wang Qing sighed. "Indeed. We have just learned that the city is already overcrowded, and we are left with no choice but to set up tents outside." Meng Zifei shot a reproachful glance at Wang Qing, saying, "You old rascal. You should have come to find me as soon as you arrived in Chu City. Come with me. I have purchased a courtyard here, with spare rooms reserved in anticipation of your arrival." Noticing Wang Qing hesitating to speak, he continued, "Rest assured, I prefer to avoid mingling with unseemly characters. It is only myself and 2 disciples residing there. I had not anticipated that you would bring so many people, which may make it a bit cramped." Wang Qing smiled reassuringly, "That is of no concern. Allow me to explain the situation to my elder. Please wait here for a moment." Wang Qing hurried into the tent and relayed Meng Zifei's offer to Wang Di. After pondering for a moment, Wang Di inquired, "Is this person trustworthy?" Wang Qing replied earnestly, "Rest assured, elder, he is a man of integrity and we share a bond of life and death, making him a reliable ally." Wang Di responded solemnly, "Very well, but do not let your guard down. Here is what we shall do. Since accommodations there may be insufficient, let us take 2 individuals and move over, while also gathering information." He glanced once more at Sun Haitong and said, "Haitong, you and the remaining 4 shall remain here, awaiting our news. Exercise utmost caution and do not act rashly. Should the situation turn unfavorable, make your way to the woods we passed earlier and await my arrival with the others." The group readily accepted their orders. Wang Qing stepped out of the tent and spoke to Meng Zifei, "Those individuals from my estate have accompanied us. How about I and my elder take 2 of them there?" Meng Zifei replied with a smile, "Your willingness to join is appreciated, though it seems I have inadvertently inconvenienced your companions. Allow me to host a welcoming feast for you at an inn in the city." Wang Qing promptly declined, saying, "There is no need for such gestures, Brother Meng. Once matters here are concluded, let us gather at my estate for a proper reunion." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Meng Zifei acquiesced, leading Wang Di, Wang Qing, and the others to his residence in the city. In a single word, the current state of Chu City could be described as bustling. Not only were the houses filled to capacity, but the streets teemed with throngs of people, with the figures of distinguished disciples visible everywhere. Regardless of whether the martial artists had achieved success, the citizens of Chu City had certainly reaped considerable rewards, especially the various inns and tea houses, which were thriving with business. Meng Zifei's abode was situated not far from the city gate, though somewhat removed from the town center. It was a modest dwelling with 5 rooms, where Meng Zifei and his 2 disciples occupied 2 of them, while the remaining 3 were designated for Wang Qing and his companions. The heart of Chu City was home to representatives from the 3 major sects and 5 other factions, alongside envoys from various nations. Through mutual negotiations among the envoys, a consensus was reached, and agreements were established between the martial sects and the respective courts within their nations. United in purpose, they aimed to thoroughly investigate the circumstances within this fabled paradise and, upon emerging from the secret realm, to divide the spoils according to their prior arrangements. On a grand estate at the center of the city, a delicate young boy, resembling a finely crafted jade figure, stood by a square fish pond, scattering fish feed into the water. If not for the boy's impatient demeanor, one might presume he was enjoying a delightful pastime. Nearby, the owner of the estate stood with a sycophantic expression, seemingly awaiting any requests from esteemed guests. "Aching, that person is exceedingly bothersome. Hurry and send him away," the boy exclaimed with evident irritation. The youth named Akwing replied helplessly, "Young master, there are other sects residing here. Let us strive to avoid unnecessary conflicts to prevent hindering the master's important affairs." A glint of intelligence flashed in the boy's eyes, only to vanish moments later, his face still contorted with impatience. He turned to the youth and inquired, "Who resides next to us?" "Accompany me to take a look." Without waiting for Akwing's response, he strode toward the adjacent courtyard. Akwing, unable to intervene in time, followed him with a suppressed frown, while the owner of the estate hurriedly trailed behind. Upon their arrival at the neighboring yard, the owner finally caught up, panting heavily, his corpulent form jiggling as he gasped, "Noble guest, the esteemed individual residing within does not permit casual disturbances. Let us return." The young boy, brimming with arrogance, retorted, "If he does not allow disturbances, then I shall make it my mission to disturb him. Sharing a dwelling is a sign of fate. Is it not permissible to pay a visit?" Upon concluding his words, he forcefully knocked on the door of the small courtyard, exclaiming, "Open the door! Open the door!" Before he could strike again, the grand entrance swung open, revealing an elderly gentleman who, without uttering a word, gestured for them to enter. The three outsiders exchanged glances in surprise before following the old man inside. Inside the courtyard, they beheld a round table fashioned from green stone, beside which sat a youth on a stone bench. Turned sideways and gazing up at the trellis adorned with grapes point, one hand gently cradled a teacup, his demeanor serene as if he were savoring the fragrance of the tea. The boy cleared his throat softly, prompting the others to cast several curious glances in his direction. It appeared that the youth had only just emerged from a reverie induced by the aromatic ambience, and he directed his gaze towards his uninvited guests. Though his appearance was unremarkable, his eyes possessed an alluring quality. He addressed them with a calm demeanor, saying, "Since we are fated to meet, now that we have, feel free to make yourselves at home." His voice was tranquil, as if he had transcended the mundane, untouched by the flow of events around him. After speaking, he turned away from them and strolled leisurely towards the interior of the house. The elderly gentleman gestured once more for the guests to leave, and the boy obediently followed, secretly pondering, how intriguing. Upon returning to their own courtyard, they received word. The Golden Gate outside the city seemed to have stabilized gradually. Chapter 16. The conspiracy. It is said that Wang Qing and his three companions followed Meng Zifei to his residence within Chu City. After a brief period of refreshing themselves, they gathered in the main hall. Wang Qing inquired about the Golden Gate outside the city. Meng Zifei replied, "Brother Wang, to be candid, I do possess some information. It is said that this place may have been sealed several centuries ago, only recently becoming visible. As for the conditions within, neither I nor those from the upper sects can claim to know, as this realm of hidden treasures has never been documented." Wang Qing and the others were taken aback by this revelation. Such a situation exists. Then those entering will be completely in the dark. Wang Qing continued, "Meng brother, do you have any plans for this venture?" Meng Zifei responded, "What plans could I have? The sect has already resolved to align with the 8 upper sects. I doubt they will remain at the periphery, Brother Wang. I must ask you a favor. Please, speak." Wang Qing urged, "Shiji is the only son of my elder brother. When the time comes, I will have him operate at the outskirts. If you must retreat, please ensure his safe departure as well." "Very well, Meng brother. I promise you," Wang Qing replied earnestly. Just then, a disciple from the Wujiman arrived to report, "Elder, the Golden Gate outside the city has been opened." Upon hearing this, everyone in the room rose to their feet. Meng Zifei turned to Wang Qing and said, "Brother Wang, I apologize, but I must return to the sect's base now. Take care." Wang Qing understood, replying, "Meng brother, take care that I will fulfill my promise to you." After bidding farewell to Meng Zifei and the others, he watched them depart with 2 disciples. Wang Qing then turned to Elder Wang Di and inquired, "Elder, what shall we do next?" Elder Wang Di pondered for a moment before responding, "We wait." Wang Qing and his companions exchanged astonished glances, and Wang Di continued, "Summon the 5 members of the High Tong from outside the city. We shall await them here." With that, he disregarded the others and turned back to his quarters. Wang Qing and the others looked at each other in silence, then set about sending someone to call the 5 to wait here. Without further ado. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within Chu City was also shifting, and Wang Wan and her companions at Qingfeng Mountain Villa were not at ease either. This turmoil began with the arrival of Sun Haoqing. The adopted son of Sun Haitong, who was gravely injured upon entering the villa at It, was on the morning of the second day, after Wang Qing's party had departed, that Wang Wan and a few others were engaged in mutual sparring within the villa when a sudden loud crash echoed, as if a heavy object had fallen. Rushing towards the sound, they discovered a humanoid figure lying on the ground. Startled, Wang Wan mustered her courage and cautiously approached, only to find a person face down. She called out, "Come quickly and help. This person is injured." Hearing this, Sun Xiaomei hurried over, and together with Wang Wan, they turned the individual over. "It's Brother Haoqing. Everyone, go find Uncle Yin. Brother Haoqing is hurt." Wang Lin dashed off swiftly to relay the news, while Li Yanrui assisted Wang Wan and Sun Xiaomei in carrying Sun Haoqing into the main hall. Before long, Wang Yu arrived, carrying a medicine box, with Wang Lin tucked under his arm, hurrying over in a flurry. After checking Sun Haoqing's pulse, his brow furrowed deeply as he scrutinized the young man. It was evident that this handsome youth was already showing signs of fever. His meridians were largely damaged, and his upper body bore multiple fractures, mirroring the injuries sustained by Wang Cheng during his ambush by the black-clad assailants. However, while Wang Cheng possessed profound martial arts skills and had managed to return to the village through sheer willpower. The youth before him was merely an intermediate martial artist. By his appearance, it was clear that he had been injured for more than a day, enduring the journey solely on his determination. Had he delayed even a day longer, he would have perished. Without further speculation, Wang Yu prioritized saving the young man, moving Sun Haoqing to his own medicinal chamber. He instructed Sun Shaoqing to oversee the affairs of the villa and then firmly closed the door behind him. Following the order, Sun Shaoqing instructed several younger ones to practice diligently while dispatching others to investigate the situation outside. Wang Wan did not join them at the martial arts arena. Instead, she returned to her room alone. Since breaking through to the 4th level of qi cultivation, her inner strength had reached the verge of a breakthrough. During her time at the villa, she had diligently meditated each day, and just last night, she had successfully crossed the threshold into advanced martial arts, with her consciousness expanding significantly in her mind. She recalled the comprehensive guide to immortality cultivation, locating the section on talisman crafting. She had long wished to experiment with talisman creation since her days in the village, but her insufficient consciousness and spiritual power had hindered her from completing a full talisman. Nevertheless, she had secretly gathered the necessary vermilion and paper for basic talisman crafting well in advance. Wang Wan had long coveted the invisibility talisman, feeling stifled by the constraints imposed by her elders, preventing her from venturing outside at will. Silently recalling the crafting method for the invisibility talisman in her mind, she carefully prepared the vermilion, took up a bamboo brush, and began her journey into the art of talisman crafting on paper. Certainly, success is not achieved overnight, and genius is not cultivated in a single day. Wang Wan is not a prodigy. Thus, when the ground was strewn with discarded paper and her painstakingly gathered provisions were nearly depleted, she finally managed to craft an effective talisman. The term effective brings forth a wave of sorrow, for a talisman cannot simply be replicated. It requires true skill in the latter stages. Many of Wang Wan's failures appeared well drawn at first glance, yet upon examination with her consciousness, the flow of spiritual energy upon them was disjointed, akin to water in a canal that fails to connect seamlessly, rendering any vessel incapable of navigating through. Although she ultimately found her rhythm, she expended all her stored materials to create merely 3 invisibility talismans, demonstrating the considerable waste involved in talisman crafting. However, the journey yielded immense rewards. Not only did she master the creation of invisibility talismans, but during the arduous process, whenever her spiritual energy waned, she would meditate, and when her consciousness grew weary, she practiced the Tai Ching Heart Sutra. Thus, she made substantial progress in various aspects. Unbeknownst to Wang Wan, she had remained in her room for a full 2 days. Had it not been for Wang Lin, who was outside facilitating matters by claiming she was on the verge of a breakthrough and thus preoccupied, and providing her with meals daily, the others would have long since come to check on her. Fortunately, Wang Yin was occupied in the apothecary attending to Li Haoqing and Sun Shaoqing, along with the 6 youths, were too engrossed in analyzing the situation outside to notice her absence, allowing Wang Wan's 2-day seclusion to go undetected. Wang Lin, meanwhile, had to carefully respond to the concerned inquiries from Sun Xiaomei and Li Yinrui, laboring daily to concoct phrases such as she seems to have found her rhythm and is close to a breakthrough. With a sigh, he gazed at the sky, lamenting, being a younger brother is truly not easy. When Wang Wan finally opened her door and stretched lazily, she was met by the sight of Wang Lin, who emerged from his room, looking exhausted and dark-circled under the eyes. He seized her hand and pulled her back inside, promptly shutting the door behind them. Looking at her with a reproachful gaze, he exclaimed, "Sister, what have you been doing in there? If it weren't for my quick thinking, those 2 would have barged in." Wang Wan, momentarily at a loss for words, had forgotten that detail. She inquired, "So, what did you say?" Wang Lin replied wearily, "What else could I say? I told them you were on the brink of a breakthrough and didn't wish to be disturbed. But now, what do we do? You haven't even broken through." After a moment's contemplation, she revealed, "I actually broke through the night before last." When Sun Haoqing arrived at the manor the following day, no one was preoccupied with noticing my change. She added, "It's no matter. I had just made my breakthrough before my seclusion, so you can report back." Wang Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Sister, you can't possibly have become a high-level martial artist already. That's incredible. I must go train with that." He bounded out of Wang Wan's room. Upon encountering Sun Xiaomei and Li Yinrui outside, he shouted, "My sister has emerged. You should go see her." Sun Xiaomei, puzzled, asked, "And what will you do?" Wang Lin, with a face of indignation, replied, "I have been struck down. I'm off to train." Sun Xiaomei and Li Yinrui exchanged glances before heading to Wang Wan's room to inquire about her breakthrough, after which they each returned to their own training. Wang Wan ceased her cultivation, recognizing the necessity of balancing work and rest. She meandered into the hall, where she overheard a discussion among Sun Shaoqing and others. Wang Yu, a member of the Wang family and one of the 6 chosen youths, was relaying his findings to the other 5 within the hall. Fortunately, I had timely erased some bloodstains along the way and fabricated traces to create the illusion of leaving Depot Town. Over the past few days, I disguised myself as a beggar to observe the town, noting that a figure clad in a conical hat arrived shortly after Sun Haoqing was injured, conducting inquiries before hastily departing Depot Town. I secretly overheard that the individual was indeed inquiring about Sun Haoqing. After hearing Wang Yu's account, a palpable silence enveloped the group. Sun Shaoqing pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Let us remain inactive for now and see if the other party returns. We shall discuss everything once Uncle Yang emerges." The consensus was met with nods, and the assembly was about to disperse. Wang Wan swiftly utilized her energy to conceal herself, as her instincts warned her that if Sun Shaoqing discovered her eavesdropping, she would undoubtedly be reprimanded and forbidden from wandering outside. Fortunately, that afternoon, Wang Yang emerged from the apothecary, bearing the good news that Li Haoqing was no longer in grave danger. When he learned of their recent investigations from Sun Shaoqing, he was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. He had surmised that Li Haoqing's injuries were inflicted by the same group of black-clad assailants, yet the relentless pursuit of a mere youth puzzled him. Nevertheless, he anticipated that Li Haoqing would awaken by the following morning, and only by questioning him could the true circumstances be unraveled. Li Haoqing did not keep them waiting long, seemingly eager to impart urgent information. Even during his treatment, he had been speaking intermittently, and Wang Yang, concerned for his stamina, administered acupuncture to induce slumber. Now, unexpectedly, he had awakened prematurely. Upon regaining consciousness, Li Haoqing clutched Wang Yang's sleeve tightly, his voice hoarse and frantic as he implored, "Uncle Yang, quickly send someone to retrieve Elder Wang Di and the others. Do not enter. It is dangerous. There is a conspiracy, a dreadful conspiracy." With that, he collapsed from exhaustion. Wang Yang listened intently, his eyes wide, feeling as though he were plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 17. The sorrow of Sun Haoqing. That night, Wang Yang dispatched individuals back to the village seeking reinforcements while reflecting on Sun Haoqing's words and awaiting his return to consciousness to clarify the situation. They waited until dawn broke the next day before Sun Haoqing stirred once more. Wang Yang was seated beside him, and as soon as he moved, Wang Yang promptly approached his bedside, noticing his improved condition, and inquired, "Haoqing, what transpired?" The tale unfolded thus. Since learning that his biological father had been abducted once more, Sun Haoqing felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. He was a man of considerable pride. Previously, he had been compelled to act against his will, yet he steadfastly refused to become a mere tool in the hands of others, especially when it concerned the harm to Yangchuan village, the place that had nurtured him since childhood and provided warmth to his family. The martial arts of the Sun family are rather exceptional, possessing the remarkable ability to render individuals utterly silent and invisible. Sun Li, the elder of the Sun family, adeptly utilizes this unique technique to engage in combat, challenging adversaries at the level of a grandmaster despite being at the pinnacle of a martial arts master. Sun Haoqing, endowed with considerable talent, has also practiced this technique under the tutelage of the family elders. In the previous months, he accompanied one of the 2 teams dispatched from the village to venture into the mountains. During this time, he cautiously feigned compliance with the enigmatic figures clad in black while diligently honing the Sun family's techniques. Upon advancing to the rank of intermediate martial artist, he achieved a new level of stealth in his abilities. After clandestinely trailing a black-clad individual to one of their strongholds without detection, he resisted the temptation to infiltrate further and returned to meticulously plan his next move. Subsequently, under the pretext of gathering intelligence, he stealthily approached the vicinity of the black-clad stronghold several times, eventually observing a significant number of these figures departing in unison one day. After roughly counting the remaining members at the stronghold, he realized there were fewer than 5 left. Resolute, he quietly infiltrated the stronghold. Inside, he discovered numerous captives confined within. Upon inquiring with a few, he learned that they were ordinary citizens, inexplicably seized and imprisoned. Originally, there had been many more captives, but periodically, a few were taken away and never returned. In pursuit of information regarding his biological father, and to sow chaos that would obscure the enemy's vision, he liberated all the captives, providing them with escape routes, leaving their eventual fates to chance. While searching for his father and freeing others, he finally located his biological father in a secluded chamber, barely clinging to life. Sun Haoqing was devastated to see his once robust father now emaciated, resembling an elderly man in his twilight years. Just months prior, his father had promised to take him hunting upon his next visit. Yet now he lay quietly among the hay, his life barely discernible except for the faint rise and fall of his chest. With tears brimming in his eyes, Sun Haoqing roused his father, who, upon seeing him, was overwhelmed with emotion. He urged his son to disregard him and flee at once. However, Sun Haoqing refused to abandon him, swiftly hoisting his father onto his back as they made their escape. During their flight, his father revealed that the captives were periodically taken to be fed to a terrifying creature. Having significant value, he had remained the longest among the prisoners and possessed knowledge unknown to many. Yet, the captors had not easily relinquished him. Although he had not been taken away, he had become a subject for their experiments, and now his body was nearing its breaking point. Fueled by immense rage, Sun Haoqing ran toward the exit with his father, only to find that the black-clad figures were alarmingly swift. Most of the captives had been recaptured, while only a small handful, like him, had managed to reach the exit. Yet the black-clad pursuers were hot on their heels. For those who fled to the exit, the cloaked figures no longer sought captives. They ruthlessly struck down these defenseless individuals, rendering it a one-sided massacre. Even with Sun Haoqing's martial prowess, he was akin to a crab caught in pincers, destined to be crushed before those black-clad assailants. Sun Haoqing pushed his speed to its utmost limits, and at the very moment he dashed out of the stronghold, one of the dark figures unleashed a palm strike towards him. In that life-and-death moment, his father, with the last of his strength, shielded him from the blow. Yet, even so, Sun Haoqing was grievously injured by the impact. He clung to his father, awakening to his father's final words. Run? Desperately, he bore his father's lifeless body and fled forward. Perhaps by divine providence, he managed to escape. After discreetly burying his father, he hastily set off to inform Qingfeng Villa, recalling his father's earlier words about the dark figure's sinister plan to transport a terrifying entity to that hidden paradise, where all the martial artists gathered would become its prey, with no hope of escape from its relentless pursuit. Even the cloaked figures who nurtured it spoke of the creature with palpable dread. Sun Haoqing omitted the details surrounding his father's demise and conveyed his experiences and the alarming news to Wang Yun. Upon hearing this, Wang Yun gasped in horror, disregarding his own feelings, and swiftly penned a letter, dispatching it with urgency to the village elder. He then summoned Sun Shaoqing, Wang Wan, and others, making brief arrangements before hastily embarking towards Chu City. Upon his arrival in Chu City, despair washed over Wang Yun as he discovered that most martial artists had already departed, with only a few latecomers preparing to leave. Disguising himself within the city, he approached those who had not yet entered, subtly warning them against proceeding, only to be dismissed as a madman. Once on the main street, he sensed several figures in conical hats trailing him. Feigning madness, he acted erratically until they lost interest, seizing the opportunity to change his appearance, ready to infiltrate the hidden paradise in search of Wang Di and others. However, just as he passed a residence not far from the city gate, he was halted by a voice. To his surprise, it was a group associated with Elder Wang Di. Following them inside, he entered the main hall to find Elder Wang Di and a few others present. Yet conspicuously missing were Wang Qing and Sun Haitong. It turned out they had not joined the main group but had waited outside for 2 days, preparing to set off after most had entered. At that moment, Elder Wang Di suddenly sensed something amiss. An unusual number of individuals in conical hats had appeared in Chu City, their martial skills eerily reminiscent of those of the black-clad figures, suggesting they might be part of the same faction. This group seemed to be searching for martial artists reluctant to enter the hidden paradise, and those who advised against it, eliminating anyone they found, with 3 already having been secretly slain in Chu City. Not only that, but these individuals also proclaimed outside that the realms of paradise were filled with treasures, asserting that entering early was far better than entering late, as if urging the remaining people to hasten their entry into that utopia. After much observation, Wang Di concluded, there is a conspiracy at play. Upon learning all this, Wang Qing expressed to Elder Wang Di his desire to enter, for he had promised Meng Zifei to safely retrieve Meng Shiji from within. Due to Wang Qing's resolute stance, Elder Wang Di had no choice but to acquiesce, instructing him to make swift decisions and return as soon as he found the person. Sun Haitong requested to accompany Wang Qing in this endeavor. Meanwhile, the rest of them blended in as ordinary townsfolk, observing the movements of the hat-wearing figures. Wang Zhan anxiously recounted the words of Sun Haoqing, leaving the assembled individuals in a state of shock. Such nefarious beings truly defied comprehension. Wang Jin urgently urged, Elder, time is of the essence. We must promptly bring Wang Qing and the others back. With a grave expression, Wang Di replied, It may be easy to enter, but difficult to exit. We cannot ascertain what further schemes they may have. He continued, Wang Zhan, you take the others and depart first. I will go to the external paradise to assist Wang Qing. The 8 major sects are filled with experts, and it will not be easy for those villains to seal the exits. With that, he retreated to his chamber to prepare his belongings for departure. Aware of this elder's steadfast nature, Wang Zhan promptly gathered the remaining individuals to discuss how to leave the city unnoticed. The perils looming over Chu City were unknown to the people of Depot Town. Aside from a few informed individuals who were anxious, most continued to blissfully lead their lives. Wang Wan noticed that since Sun Haoqing had regained consciousness, he often appeared lost in thought, his countenance betraying a mix of worry, anxiety, and sorrow. Wang Wan sensed that this elder brother from the Sun family harbored unspoken troubles. His grievous return could not be simple. However, Wang Wan was not the type to pry into others' affairs. If they did not speak, she would not inquire. In the following days, she planned to seek an opportunity to test her newly crafted invisibility talisman, while also needing to replenish her supplies for talisman making in town. Coincidentally, with Uncle Wang Jin away, only a few individuals were left to manage affairs at the manor. Wang Wan stealthily slipped to the wall's edge, activated a talisman with her spiritual energy, and leaped onto the wall. Exiting the manor, on her way to the town, she encountered several people from the manor, each hurrying either back or out, yet none noticed her passage, which filled Wang Wan with delight. Upon reaching the outskirts of the town, she tore off the invisibility talisman, gazing at it with regret. Such low-tier talismans were single-use, lasting only 2 hours, and could only be deactivated by tearing them apart. Alas, she sighed, patting her money pouch, estimating that she might be able to purchase more this time. With this thought, Wang Wan cheerfully bounced into Depot Town. Little did she anticipate that this journey to Depot Town would alter the course of her life forever. Chapter 18. At the end of the alley. Wang Wan strolled along the street, her gaze darting about as she found herself utterly disoriented. The last time she had ventured out, her observations had been merely superficial, rendering the shops here completely unfamiliar to her. As she walked and observed, fortune favored her. Not far ahead, she spotted a shop selling the 4 treasures of the study. With a buoyant spirit, Wang Wan entered the shop, only to find the attendant diligently dusting the counter. Approaching him, she inquired, Could you bring me a stack of your inexpensive paper, and also wrap up some vermilion? The shopkeeper chuckled at the sight of this young girl. Barely able to see over the counter as he gathered the paper, he teasingly remarked, Ah, this must be for the adults at home, right? Make sure you handle it carefully on your way back, or you might find yourself in trouble. Upon exiting the store, Wang Wan wore a bemused expression, feeling her now flat purse. Behind her, the attendant continued to chatter, Little one, do come again. Wang Wan rolled her eyes and shot him a playful grimace. Once back on the main street, her heart felt considerably lighter. She had acquired the items she sought, and now it was imperative to find a discreet spot to stow her belongings in her storage bag. After a brief search, she discovered a rather inconspicuous alley. With her newfound skills, she felt emboldened. It was not a place where ordinary girls would dare to venture. As she stepped into the alley, she cautiously scanned the surroundings with her spiritual awareness, confirming it was deserted before promptly placing her items into the storage bag. Glancing around, she noted that the alley was both secluded and eerie, akin to the hazardous areas described by her mentor. Yet, to her surprise, nothing untoward transpired. With curiosity piqued, she observed the alley again. It was deep and shadowy, stretching out of sight. An irresistible urge to discover what lay at the end of the alley overcame her. However, just as she took a few steps forward, a voice called from behind, Hey, whose child is this? This is not a place for play. It is said to be haunted. The speaker approached, guiding Wang Wan out of the alley. She looked up to see a woman with a vegetable basket on her right arm. The woman led her back to the main street, admonishing, You should hurry home. Don't venture there again. Though Wang Wan felt a sense of resignation, her face remained obedient as she nodded and replied, Auntie. Afterward, she walked towards the street, while the woman shook her head, muttering to herself, Whose child is this? Without a warning from their elders? Thankfully, I noticed in time. Wang Wan ambled forward, but once the kind aunt was out of sight, she turned back. It was not mere curiosity that compelled her. Rather, an inexplicable sensation urged her to explore the depths of the alley. It was akin to the feeling she experienced when her sister decided to participate in the martial arts tournament, a premonition that they would be separated for a long time. This was an instinct of one who cultivates the way, intertwined with one's destiny. Wang Wan re-entered the alley, advancing slowly and deliberately into its depths. The alley possessed a peculiar quality. The further she ventured, the darker it became, the sense of foreboding growing ever more pronounced. As she walked, she brushed her arm and felt an unexpected chill, which struck her as peculiar. This alley is remarkably long. Wang Wan mused internally, having traversed for quite some time without encountering an end, as if the path itself were devoid of conclusion. The light here had dimmed considerably. Fortunately, her enhanced senses from her cultivation allowed her to perceive her surroundings. Otherwise, she would have been utterly blind in this darkness. She glanced up at the bright sun outside, yet curiously, it seemed as though the light could not penetrate this place, creating a stark contrast between the illuminated sky and the shadowy alley, as if they belonged to two disparate worlds, one radiant, the other obscured. Wang Wan's heart raced with apprehension. Could this truly be the fabled ghost path? The oppressive darkness certainly suggested so. However, she resolved to steady her nerves and not succumb to fear. With this thought, her tension eased somewhat, and she focused her mind, cautiously probing her surroundings with her spiritual awareness. The environment appeared identical to the entrance of the alley, and a singular thought flickered in her mind. Before long, she realized her initial assumption was flawed. Using her spiritual senses, she detected traces of fluctuating spiritual energy. Was this place perhaps arranged by a practitioner? Wang Wan chided herself for her recklessness. If this were indeed the work of a cultivator, that individual would surely possess far greater prowess than she. If they were malevolent, she would be stepping directly into a lion's den. A shiver ran down her spine at the thought, and just as she contemplated retreating, she hesitated, recognizing that she may have already been discovered after such a lengthy duration. Turning back might not even be an option. Rather than retreating, it would be wiser to proceed and discern the true nature of the situation. Resolutely, Wang Wan steeled herself and continued onward. Little did she know, had she chosen to turn back, she would have encountered a dead end. After solidifying her determination, she soon found herself at an abrupt halt. A wall stood before her. Though a small door was embedded within it, the destination of which remained a mystery. Wang Wan pondered momentarily. Since the other party had taken the effort to create a door here, why not open it and discover what lay beyond? With this thought, she positioned one hand to push the door while brandishing a wooden sword from her storage pouch with the other, taking a deep breath before forcefully pushing against the unremarkable wooden portal. In a dark and profound cave, a pale-faced youth lay unconscious, while Wang Qing checked his pulse. Turning to Sun Haitong, she remarked, "Fortunately, you found him. Otherwise, I fear I would have failed in my promise to Brother Ming." Sun Haitong inquired, "How severe are the boy's injuries?" Wang Qing replied, "He has merely lost too much blood. A couple of days of rest should suffice. Once he awakens, we shall return." Sun Haitong sighed, expressing a desire to leave as soon as possible. "I've sensed something amiss these past few days. Have you noticed that the number of people here seems reduced?" Wang Qing hesitated before responding. Perhaps some have already departed, or they may have ventured deeper into this place. Sun Haitong shook his head. "I cannot pinpoint the reason, but my instincts tell me that something is not right. We should leave promptly." Wang Qing nodded in agreement. Setting aside the moments of waiting, once Meng Shiji regained consciousness, he was carried by Wang Qing, with Sun Haitong leading the way, as they navigated their way out of the winding and treacherous cave unscathed. Upon emerging from the cave, Wang Qing and the others immediately sensed something amiss. The outside world was eerily silent, as if all living beings had vanished. The surrounding flora remained lush and vibrant, yet it lacked a certain vitality. As they proceeded, their unease deepened, until a faint scent of blood began to permeate the air. Wang Qing gestured for caution. Meng Shiji's condition had improved significantly, and he carefully followed closely behind the two elders. Suddenly, he spotted a bloodied figure lying amidst the grass ahead and anxiously tugged at Wang Qing's sleeve to point it out. Wang Qing signaled for everyone to maintain their distance, then cautiously approached the individual. Discovering that the person was grievously injured, with some wounds exposing bone. Upon turning the individual over, he was shocked to find it was Meng Zifei, who had been separated from them for several days. Meng Zifei's breath was barely perceptible, prompting Wang Qing to swiftly retrieve a life-saving elixir developed by Wang Yin and administered it to him, followed by applying a healing balm to his critical wounds. From a distance, Meng Shiji recognized the figure as his uncle and rushed over, nearly gasping in horror at Meng Zifei's condition. Wang Qing motioned for him to remain silent, then lifted Meng Zifei onto his back. After assessing their surroundings, they hastily departed from the scene. They hurriedly traversed the terrain, hoping to find a safe haven, as Meng Zifei's wounds required immediate attention. the consequences of delay would be dire. Just as their anxiety peaked, Elder Wang Di found them. Upon confirming that the two were unharmed, he sighed in relief and, noticing the unconscious figure on Wang Qing's back, urgently instructed him to follow. Wang Qing and his companions quickly complied, navigating through the forest until they arrived behind a steep cliff, where they discovered a narrow crevice large enough for a single person to pass through. After working together to carry Meng Zifei inside, they found themselves in a spacious cave, where several individuals were seated on the ground. As their eyes adjusted to the dim light, Wang Qing recognized that the seated figures belonged to various sects, notably the from the Qing Kingdom and the from the Wei Kingdom, both factions among the three major supersections. They appeared gravely injured, meditating on the ground to recuperate. Wang Qing could not gauge their martial prowess, but it was evident that they were elite fighters, leaving him to wonder what formidable adversaries had inflicted such severe wounds upon them. Meng Shiji and Sun Haitong gently laid Meng Zifei on the ground, while Elder Wang Di approached to assess his injuries. Remarkably, despite the apparent severity of his external wounds, they had ceased to worsen, and his internal injuries were not as critical as those of the individuals on the ground. Overall, while his condition appeared alarming, it was significantly less severe than that of the others. Elder Wang Di meticulously cleaned and bandaged Meng Zifei's wounds, and after an hour had passed, he wiped the sweat from his brow and informed Meng Shiji, "Your uncle's life has been preserved. Now we must await his recovery." Meng Shiji hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Wang Di and the others. After this experience, the once arrogant youth seemed to have matured significantly. The individuals from various sects, seated on the ground, opened their eyes and inquired of Wang Di, "Brother Wang, what is the situation outside?" Wang Di replied, "There are virtually no living beings left outside. I suspect that creature has moved deeper into this paradise." No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous roar echoed, and the very earth began to tremble violently. The people within the cave were thrown about, and they immediately assisted one another as they rushed towards the exit. When they finally emerged from the cavern, they were met with a sky shrouded in thick, ominous clouds. It appeared as if a fierce battle was taking place within the layers of clouds. They heard a deafening crash, followed by a burst of golden light radiating from the heavens, accompanied by a heart-wrenching wail that resounded through the sky. Chapter 19. Behind the wooden door. As Wang Wan pushed open the wooden door while assuming a defensive stance, she discovered a quaint little vegetable garden beyond it. The warm sunlight streamed down, enchanting Wang Wan, who had just emerged from the eerie alley. She stood there, tilting her head, gazing at the garden several times. Unable to discern anything amiss, however, it was peculiar that such a sinister alley led to a place like this. Any rational person would sense something was off. Heightening her vigilance, Wang Wan cautiously stepped into the garden, which was expansive and meticulously organized. Its owner had divided it into sections, with narrow, stone-paved paths winding between them, stretching endlessly in both directions. Wang Wan stroked her chin, pondering the oddity of the garden's proprietor. Upon closer inspection, she found something quite unusual. The plants in the garden were unfamiliar to her. After much effort, she finally identified a few plants, which turned out to be spiritual herbs described in her foundational texts on cultivation. Could it be? Wang Wan's mind momentarily faltered. So many spiritual herbs? Yet, these precious herbs were treated as casually as cabbages, and there was no sign of any protection whatsoever. Was the garden's owner simply careless? Or was there more to this place than met the eye? Shaking her head, she decided to dismiss her concerns, treating it as if it were merely a patch of radishes and cabbages, and resolved to explore further. Alas, it must be said that Wang Wan was somewhat blissfully naive. Typically, cultivators who establish their own herbal gardens would certainly erect protective barriers. However, the owner of this garden had set not a gentle barrier but a lethal formation, with each plot encircled by a deadly array. It could be said that Wang Wan was traversing amidst a multitude of lethal formations. With a single step into the soil, she would be reduced to ashes. Cultivators place great importance on their sanctuaries, so how could Wang Wan wander so carelessly through someone else's garden without encountering trouble? After much effort, when Wang Wan finally exited the herbal field, she was utterly exhausted. Really, tending to such a vast expanse of land, didn't the garden's owner tire while strolling through their own domain? Wang Wan grumbled to herself, taking a moment to rest her legs, and turned her gaze about, surveying her surroundings. She arrived at a modest clearing, seemingly a resting place for weary travelers. Beside her stood a stone table, accompanied by several stone stools, while not far off was an ornate archway, intricately carved. Through this portal, one could glimpse a courtyard adorned with an abundance of vibrant flowers, reminiscent of the secluded chambers of ancient maidens. Wang Wan felt as though she were intruding upon a serene setting. akin to a wandering scoundrel in her mind. She recalled the storybooks that Sun Shaoqing had procured from outside. If a maiden were to emerge from within, would she need to bow and say, "My lady, I humbly greet you"? Wang Wan chuckled softly at her whimsical thoughts, only to be startled as a young woman indeed stepped through the archway. Wang Wan was momentarily bewildered by the scene before her. She blurted out, "My lady, I doubt," but was abruptly interrupted by a sharp tap to her head. "What nonsense are you spouting? Have you been peeking at the storybooks again?" Wang Wan gaped in astonishment at the girl speaking to her, her long-lost elder sister. Wang Ro. After Wang Qing and the others emerged from the cave, they witnessed what appeared to be two indistinct entities battling amidst the dark clouds. Engaging in aerial combat was generally beyond the capabilities of martial artists, unless one had achieved the transcendent state of breaking the void. Yet, it had been many years since anyone had appeared capable of such feats, and they had long forgotten that battles could occur in the skies. As they exchanged glances, pondering whether a long-absent elder had resurfaced, a flash of golden light erupted, accompanied by a chilling, inhuman wail that reverberated through the heavens. The sound sent shivers down their spines, rendering them momentarily paralyzed with dread. Despite their experiences with grand spectacles, Wang Qing and the others steadied their nerves and focused their gaze. To their astonishment, they beheld a colossal figure, shrouded in swirling black mist. Plummeting from above, one of the martial artists, who had narrowly escaped death, cried out, "It's that monster! That monster! It's utterly invincible. Many perished before they even had a chance to resist. It's terrifying. Had we not lingered at the back, we might have been devoured too. So dreadful." The individual fell into a state of despair, prompting nearby comrades to comfort him back to calmness. Wang Qing and the others regarded him with astonishment, while his companions gestured towards Wang Di, assisting him to a quieter spot to rest. The location where the monster had descended was quite distant, and thereafter, the atmosphere seemed to settle into silence. Wang Di and Wang Qing helped Meng Zifei to a different area to recuperate, while the two sects dispersed, regrouping within their respective factions, maintaining a respectful distance yet remaining close enough to offer mutual assistance in times of need. Once everyone was settled, Meng Shiji attended to Meng Zifei, while Sun Haidong and Wang Qing quietly approached Wang Di, inquiring, "Elder, what is happening?" Wang Di opened his eyes slightly, letting out a soft sigh as he recounted the events shared by Wang Yin in brief. Beside him, Sun Haidong, upon hearing that his adopted son was gravely injured, was immediately filled with anxiety. Fortunately, Wang Qing restrained him, and Wang Di remarked, "The child's condition improved significantly before Wang Yin arrived. You should have faith in his medical skills. If the child were in any real danger, he would not abandon him." Reflecting on this, Sun Haitong calmed himself and listened intently as Elder Wang Di continued, "Later, I came to assist you, but on the way, I encountered these individuals who were gravely wounded. I felt it would be remiss to leave them unattended, so I sought refuge in a cave and brought them all inside." Wang Di proceeded to explain, "When these individuals regained consciousness, they merely informed me that they had encountered a monster inside, yet were reticent to divulge further details. Noticing the inconsistencies in their accounts, I abandoned the notion of inquiring further. Even if they were to share, I doubted they would believe me." Wang Qing and Sun Haitong were astonished by the ruthlessness of that faction. If this were indeed true, what was their purpose in such actions? Did they intend to eradicate all martial artists in the world? As for the few sect members rescued by Elder Wang Di, Wang Qing had long since perceived their indifference towards his group. Not only were they wary of his companions, but they also regarded each other with suspicion. Such a life seemed utterly exhausting. Wang Qing and Sun Haitong shrugged in boredom, deciding to disregard those individuals altogether. Wang Qing approached Meng Zifei to assess his injuries. Meng Zifei's pulse was growing increasingly strong, indicating that he would awaken soon. Wang Qing pondered the nature of Meng Zifei's wounds. Had he encountered that monster, he would likely have been devoured, for the injuries resembled those inflicted by some wild beast, albeit one not particularly large in stature. The night passed without incident, allowing everyone to enjoy a rare peaceful slumber. The morning air was refreshingly crisp, as those weary from many days of vigilance slept soundly. Fresh dew dripped from the leaves, landing gently on their faces. One drop, then two, like a mischievous child attempting to rouse them from slumber. It was in this manner that Wang Qing found himself awakened. Rubbing his sore neck, he turned to survey his surroundings. He had slept so deeply the previous night that he had not taken any precautions. Yet thankfully, no beasts had attacked. Before long, everyone began to stir, each person basking in the morning light, their previous fears and anxieties easing considerably. At that moment, Wang Qing suddenly noticed some movement behind a large tree. Signaling to his companions, he stealthily approached the source of the commotion. The two factions nearby were also drawn to his actions, silently observing as he cautiously neared the tree. Wang Qing held his sword protectively against his chest. Upon rounding the tree, he discovered a child hiding behind it, and to his surprise, the child appeared somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the boy who had insulted him on the street. The child, seemingly just awakened, looked at Wang Qing with wide, watery eyes and said, "Uncle, I'm hungry. Do you have anything to eat?" Wang Qing raised an eyebrow at the child's drastically different demeanor compared to their previous encounter. This was indeed an adorable child, and he found it difficult to be stern with such innocence. Wang Qing addressed the young boy, saying, "Come along, let us go to my place where I can find you something to eat." Before long, the onlookers were astonished to see Wang Qing emerging from behind a tree, accompanied by a boy whose identity was soon recognized by several members of different sections. The boy was none other than Luo Yixuan, the young lord of the Chang'e Palace. One of the 5 major sections. The individuals quickly approached Luo Yixuan, and one from the Lian Tower inquired, "Young Lord Luo, what brings you here all alone? Where are your companions?" Luo Yixuan, with his innocent eyes wide open, replied, "Esteemed uncle from the Lian Tower, I became separated from them. I thought I would first seek something to eat with this uncle, for I have been quite hungry for a long while." The members of the sect exchanged glances, perplexed by the situation. How could the Chang'e Palace allow their young master to venture into such perilous territory, and now abandon him in the wilderness? Surely there must be some underlying issue at play. Wang Qing, unfazed by their curious gazes, retrieved provisions from his pack to appease the hunger of the young boy. Disregarding the odd looks from the others, Luo Yixuan, undeterred by the rough texture of the food, devoured it ravenously. Wang Qing felt a pang of sympathy, wondering whose parents could be so unfeeling as to bring a child into such a treacherous place without proper care. Truly outrageous. As everyone began to tidy themselves, a flash of golden light appeared in the distant sky. In less than a moment, an irresistible force propelled them from that realm. Chapter 20 had finally arrived. The group experienced a dizzying sensation before they found themselves firmly on the ground once more. Upon opening their eyes, they discovered they had returned to the outskirts of Chu City. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Although they felt a twinge of regret, having survived the ordeal was a blessing in itself. What more could they wish for? Before long, more individuals were being returned, and the members of each sect gathered together, counting their numbers. The losses among the disciples of the 3 super sects and the 5 major sects were significant, while some smaller sects, having not ventured deeply, faced minimal losses. At that moment, the Grand Elder of the Chang'e Palace was angrily grasping a Qing by the collar, exclaiming, "A Qing, how could you allow the young lord to go missing? You should never have let him out of your sight, especially considering the trust one placed in you. This is how you repay me." A Qing, with a look of dread, responded, "Elder, it was not my intention. The young lord is quite headstrong and insisted on venturing further. I could not dissuade him, and alas, he encountered that monster in the inner area amidst the chaos. I failed to rescue him, and I humbly accept your reprimand." With that, he lowered his head, a flicker of satisfaction and pride flashing in his eyes. Nearby, a round-faced elder named Huang interjected, "Grand Elder, this cannot solely be blamed on a Qing. We all know the young lord's disposition. It is imperative that we locate him swiftly. However, this incident has exceeded our expectations, and the young lord may be in grave danger. We must prepare ourselves to prevent any unrest within the sect once the news spreads." Upon hearing these words, the Grand Elder's eyes reddened with fury, and he admonished in a thunderous voice, "The young master's fate remains uncertain, yet you dare to conspire about future matters at this very moment. Is this not exceedingly excessive? Do you still regard the palace master in your hearts?" Elder Huang, feigning concern, interjected, "We too wish for such calamity to be averted. However, it is prudent to report these matters to the palace master promptly for preparation." The Grand Elder, casting a dark glare at Elder Huang, was about to retort when a melodious voice interrupted, "Grand Elder, what is it that you wish to report to father?" To his astonishment, the Grand Elder turned to find Luo Yixuan standing behind him, unharmed. The expressions of a Qing and Elder Huang instantly darkened. Moments prior, Luo Yixuan had been stealthily eavesdropping from a distance, a mocking smirk adorning his lips as he recalled the events that transpired in the Cave of Fortune. Initially, he had not accompanied the Grand Elder into the inner sanctum, instead lingering at the periphery with the Qing and the others. Yet, a Qing had subtly led him deeper into the cave. Upon arriving at a labyrinthine cavern, a chilling scream echoed from ahead, prompting a Qing to inform Luo Yixuan that he would investigate and return. Before Luo Yixuan could even acquiesce, a Qing had vanished in a flurry. Luo Yixuan had long sensed Qing's ulterior motives. The sudden abandonment felt suspicious. He discreetly heightened his vigilance, instructing the remaining companions to remain close and draw their weapons. Unexpectedly, a surge of darkness enveloped them, and before they could utter a cry, they were gone. Luo Yixuan himself was struck in the back of the head by a white figure, rendering him unconscious. When he awoke, he found himself behind the great tree where Wang Qing had discovered him, still uncertain of the identity of the white apparition. Initially, he had hesitated to attribute the treachery to Qing, but upon hearing his recent words, a cold smile spread across Luo Yixuan's face as he mused. Regardless of his involvement, he cannot escape the consequences of this affair. Feigning ignorance, he addressed the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, you may emerge now. Be by the way, Qing. Where did you disappear to? Had it not been for my fortuitous survival, your life would have been forfeit. Humph, he concluded, adopting an expression of mock indignation. Inwardly seething, Qing thought, how could Luo Yixuan have returned? Our plan was meticulously crafted. This opportunity was rare. Even if Luo Yixuan perished within, the palace master would remain oblivious to the perpetrator's identity. Yet, the emergence of the monstrous creature disrupted everything, devouring the ambushers I had arranged. Barely escaping with his life, Qing contemplated Luo Yixuan still trapped within the cave. If he were to be consumed by that monster, it would be far preferable to their own involvement. Truly, fortune favors me. Yet, who could have anticipated that such a small child would escape? Qing lowered his head to conceal his emotions, responding with feigned sorrow, young master, your return is all that matters. Qing is incompetent and has caused you distress. Elder Huang, ever astute, with tears of relief glistening in his eyes, exclaimed, young master, we have been deeply concerned for your well-being. Now that you are safe, we can finally breathe easy. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Elder Huang before turning to Luo Yixuan and saying, since the young master has returned, let us hasten back to Chu City. We must inform the Changlu Palace at the earliest to alleviate the master's worries. Luo Yixuan glanced at Wang Qing and the others in the distance, then turned back and replied, let us depart. With that, he strode towards Chu City without a backward glance, followed closely by the Grand Elder and the others. Wang Qing silently watched the retreating figures of Luo Yixuan and his companions. Letting out a sigh, Sun Haitong patted his shoulder and asked with a smile, Brother Qing, why do you seem a bit reluctant? Wang Qing brushed his hand off his shoulder and replied, I feel pity for that child. He is so young, yet surrounded by those with ulterior motives who wish to take his life. Sun Haitong paused before saying, such occurrences are not uncommon among the prominent sections. We cannot meddle in the affairs of others. So let it be. Wang Qing nodded in silence at his words. On a distant cliff stood several figures. At the forefront a youth clad in white, strikingly poised yet of ordinary appearance. His eyes resembled a night sky adorned with countless stars. Embodying the eternal flow of time, an elderly man quietly standing nearby observed the youth's distant gaze and, in a hoarse voice, remarked, young master, you have been rather reckless this time. Had I not intervened in time to stop that object, you would have been in grave danger. Bai Shaoran remained silent for a moment before responding, Anbua, when my mother and brother left, my brother was about the same age as him, so innocent and adorable. Anbua fell silent for a moment before saying, Madam and the second young master have been gone for centuries. Young master, it is time to let go. A flicker of sorrow crossed Bai Shaoran's eyes, but he soon regained his usual indifferent expression and inquired, have the provisions for father been properly arranged? Anbua bowed respectfully and replied, please rest assured, young master, they have all been placed in the jade box. He continued, however, one was unfortunately destroyed by a cultivator's interference. Thankfully, young master had prepared for this contingency, with one remaining in plain sight and the rest concealed. Otherwise, the provisions for our master would have been insufficient. Bai Shaoran coldly remarked that one was originally meant to prevent destruction by martial arts experts. I never anticipated it would attract long unseen cultivators. Humph. They are ultimately still reluctant to part with the treasures of this place. Anbua continued, it is fortuitous that they have returned. The items we seek should have news from them. Upon hearing this, Bai Shaoran sighed, I wish to find those items soon, so I can cease engaging in these heinous acts. Anbua comforted him, saying, this batch of provisions will suffice for the master for several years. Young master can focus on the search. The youth in white gazed into the vast expanse before him, falling into silence. The various martial artists gradually returned to Chu City, and Wang Qing and the others arrived at Meng Zifei's residence. After days of relentless toil, they all relaxed once they reached a place of safety. After resting for a day, Wang Di, Wang Qing, and the others bid farewell to Ming Zifei and set off on their journey home. Meanwhile, at Yangchuan village, the scene that unfolded before Wang Wan left her bewildered and at a loss. Before her stood the youthful Wang Ro, as if they had never been apart. She gently ruffled Wang Wan's hair and said, "Second sister, what are you daydreaming about? Come back home with your elder sister. Our parents are waiting for you inside." Following Wang Ro's gesture, Wang Wan peered through the archway and indeed spotted a couple beckoning to her. The woman smiled tenderly and called out, "Wanner, come to your mother." Wang Wan glanced at the tall man beside the woman and murmured, "Is that father?" Wang Ro replied with a smile, "Of course it is, second sister. You must be hungry, right? Today, I prepared your favorite dishes." "Stupid Wang Wan, what are you doing standing at the door? Hurry in and eat." "I'm starving," Wang Lin, with a sulky expression, shouted from the courtyard. As Wang Wan looked at her family, she softly repeated their names. "Elder sister, younger brother, father, mother." Wang Ro smiled and said, "Let us go inside." Wang Wan nodded, just as she was about to step forward with her right leg when she suddenly felt an unsettling sensation. Looking at her beloved family, she declared, "Thank you for allowing me to witness this gathering, but I cannot accompany you." No sooner had her words left her lips than the bright and warm scene before her abruptly transformed. A chilling wind swept through, and the figure of the girl closest to Wang Wan began to twist grotesquely, morphing into a ghastly creature with bulging eyes, a gaping mouth filled with fangs, and elongated, sharp fingers. Its laughter echoed eerily, and the once vibrant courtyard turned desolate, with similar malevolent apparitions drifting about. Startled, Wang Wan struggled to maintain her composure as the ghoul lunged toward her. She swiftly thrust her sword forward. Fortunately, as they were all at the early stages of sword training, they wielded the peachwood swords crafted by the village elders. Wang Wan's strike landed true, causing the creature to shriek and flee, with the others vanishing into thin air. Watching the courtyard return to its tranquil state, Wang Wan exhaled deeply, her legs still slightly trembling from the terrifying encounter. Had she not possessed a courageous spirit, she might have fainted. After a brief moment of respite, she turned her attention to the archway ahead, revealing a courtyard once adorned with blossoms. The layout suggested that it mirrored the vision she had just experienced. Though the plants appeared withered, the buildings stood intact, and the main house in the center had its door wide open, as if awaiting Wang Wan's arrival. Chapter 21. The celestial maiden Qing Luo gathering her resolve. Wang Wan took a deep breath and stepped forward with her sword in hand. Upon entering, she discovered the very apparitions that had frightened her earlier, now lurking in the corners of the courtyard. Baring their teeth and claws, with a swift motion, she waved her sword at them, and they scattered like startled birds. Wang Wan's lips quivered as she rolled her eyes, her startled heart finally settling down. Regaining her composure, she steeled herself and, wielding a wooden sword, approached the ajar door. Within lay a boudoir adorned with an exquisite feminine elegance. The interior was immaculate, the floor covered with a thick, intricately patterned carpet, and a cascade of crystal bead curtains hung nearby, seemingly awaiting the gentle plucking of its strings. Wang Wan deftly parted the bead curtains with her sword and focused her gaze ahead, only to discover a stunningly beautiful woman seated behind the drapery. The woman reclined gracefully on a couch, her right hand resting on her chest, while her left arm supported her head, her eyes gently closed, exuding a serene countenance. Startled, Wang Wan quickly lowered her weapon and bowed respectfully, saying, "I am Wang Wan, a junior, and I pay my respects to you, esteemed elder. I apologize for any previous offense and kindly ask for your forgiveness." As soon as her words fell, a melodious voice resonated through the air. "Ah, it appears to be a little girl. Although her talent is commendable, her cultivation is rather insufficient. Xiao Shui, are you certain this is the person you seek?" After a brief pause, the voice continued, "However, with such low cultivation, how can she protect you?" Another moment of silence ensued, as if the voice were engaging in a silent exchange with someone. Wang Wan could only hear the woman's voice. It seemed they were discussing her, yet was it truly necessary to express such disdain in her presence? Wang Wan thought silently. Following an intense, silent discourse, Wang Wan felt thoroughly criticized by the woman. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward and bowed again, saying, "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." The woman's voice fell into silence for a moment before reluctantly replying, "Since Xiao Shui has chosen her, then so be it. Come forth, little girl, and bow 3 times." Wang Wan furrowed her brow upon hearing this. Nevertheless, she decided to see what the woman intended. With that thought, she stepped forward, lifting the bead curtain and entering. Upon entering, she found the woman in the same position as before, save for an additional cushion added in front of her. Given the circumstances, it was wise to comply. So Wang Wan knelt and earnestly bowed 3 times. The woman erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, I, Qing Luo, have experienced countless glories throughout my life and have never taken on a disciple. Since you have chosen to be my student, you shall inherit my teachings and carry them forth." Wang Wan's mouth fell agape in astonishment as she looked up at the woman, only to realize that her posture had remained unchanged throughout. Could it truly be as she feared? Her face betrayed disbelief. Then, the woman spoke again. "Do not stare. I passed away a millennium ago. What speaks to you now is my primordial spirit. Little girl, you have bowed your head, yet why do you not call me master?" Wang Wan swallowed hard, responding with difficulty, "Master, what teachings do you wish to impart to me?" Amused by Wang Wan's expression, the Qing Luo fairy replied, "Do not be anxious. Since you are now my disciple, I shall not bring harm upon you." After a brief pause, she continued, "Do you know what kind of person is most sought after in the realm of cultivation?" Wang Wan shook her head, inwardly thinking, how could I possibly know? The celestial maiden Qing Luo seemed to harbor no expectations that Wang Wan could provide an answer. She continued, "In the realm of cultivation, many skills require meticulous study and contemplation to achieve success. Among these, alchemy and artifact forging demand exceptionally high innate talent. When a master in these fields emerges, practitioners of the cultivation world hold such individuals in profound respect, and I, your master, am one of them." Wang Wan nodded, feigning enlightenment. The voice resumed, "I see that your foundation is rather solid, and your mind and limbs are sufficiently agile. You barely qualify to inherit my legacy. Now, let us not linger further. Xiaoxue, come forth and meet your master." Upon hearing this, Wang Wan's expression shifted slightly. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the empty space before her, revealing a delicate, entirely snow-white sword adorned with intricate patterns. It stood before Wang Wan, rotating gracefully, before swiftly slicing her fingertip and allowing a drop of blood to fall upon itself. Before Wang Wan could comprehend the situation, she felt an inexplicable connection in her mind, as if a profound bond akin to blood kinship had formed with the sword before her. Staring blankly at the exquisite weapon, she then heard a little girl's voice within her mind exclaim, "Master, Master, I am Xiaoxue." The realization that Xiaoxue was, in fact, a sword left Wang Wan bewildered. At that moment, the celestial maiden spoke again, "My dear Wan, since you have become Xiaoxue's master, treat her well. Xiaoxue is my final and finest creation in this world. I devised this series of trials to find her a worthy owner. The initial path you traversed was a test of courage and discernment that I set. Each individual's strength alters the difficulty of the challenge. In the earlier stages, should one feel regret, they could safely retreat. However, as one progresses, wishing to turn back becomes quite an intriguing affair." Hearing this, Wang Wan wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, listening as her master continued. "Upon entering this courtyard, the surrounding medicinal field served to test one's self-control and luck. Ultimately, the obstacles here were created by those little beings themselves. I shall not disclose their purpose. Nevertheless, this was what I desired to witness. A person maintaining a calm mind in the presence of their greatest desires is a hallmark of true strength. Thankfully, you managed to pass the trials." After a brief pause, the celestial maiden added, "It is lamentable that when we, master and disciple, first met, I had already passed away many years ago, leaving me unable to guide you in person. Soon, Xiaoxue will present you with my notes on alchemy and artifact forging, which I have compiled over the years. I have lingered in the mortal realm for a millennium to help Xiaoxue find a master, and now it is time for me to transcend the cycle of reincarnation." Wang Wan's mouth fell agape as a wave of sadness washed over her. She gazed at the extraordinary woman before her, her first true master, yet their bond was so fleeting. The celestial maiden smiled with grace, "My dear apprentice, I must take my leave now. Set this courtyard ablaze. It was my residence in life, and let it accompany me in my departure. Once I am gone, this space will gradually collapse. Complete the tasks I entrusted to you, and quickly leave with Xiaoxue." As soon as the voice of the Qingluo fairy faded, Xiaoxue rushed forward, circling endlessly around the lifeless form of her beloved master, seemingly expressing her profound reluctance to part. Wang Wan could sense the depth of Xiaoxue's sorrow. She took a moment to soothe her in her mind, only to hear her master say, "Enough, Xiaoxue, in life. No banquet lasts forever. Bid farewell to your master." With that, Xiaoxue, along with a square box, was hurled towards Wang Wan, and in an instant, the woman before her was reduced to ashes. With tears brimming in her eyes, Wang Wan cast a final glance at the resting place and stepped outside. Channeling her spiritual energy, she unleashed the fire dragon technique, igniting multiple spots in the courtyard. The specters huddled within the yard shrieked in terror at the sight of the flames. Just then, the very fabric of this realm began to fracture, allowing the spirits to escape through the crevices. Wang Wan took one last look at the place, then turned to follow Xiaoshu's guidance as they fled. At the final moment of this collapsing world, she leaped through a luminous circle pointed out by Xiaoshu, only to hear a deafening crash followed by an abyss behind her. Wang Wan stood there, gasping for breath, momentarily lost in thought, as Xiaoshu transformed into a beam of sword light and entered her dantian. The box given by her master had long been tucked away in her storage pouch. Now, with empty hands, she stared around in a daze, realizing she was in an alley. Following a narrow path, she emerged onto the main street and discovered she was still in Depot Town, not far from the alley she had left. Glancing up at the sky, she noted it was still afternoon. She mused that she should be able to return to the village undetected. After stealthily slipping back into her room, she exhaled softly, relieved to be back. Changing her clothes, she pretended to stretch lazily as she sauntered out, only to be startled by a piercing scream, followed by a throng of people surrounding her. Wang Lin, with tears in her eyes, clutched Wang Wan's arm, exclaiming, "Wretched Wang Wan, where have you been? You vanished for 3 days and nights. We were all worried sick." Stammering, Wang Wan replied, 3 days. Sun Xiaomei, with a frown, interjected, "If not 3 days, then how many days? Have you forgotten us while frolicking about?" Wang Wan stuttered in her defense, No, what I meant was, oh dear, I wasn't off playing. Wang Wan, come to the hall at once. Hurry. Wang Wan lifted her gaze to find Wang Qing standing nearby. Her expression one of stern disapproval. A shiver ran down Wang Wan's spine as she obediently lowered her head and followed Wang Qing. Upon reaching the hall, Elder Wang Di awaited her arrival, his demeanor grave as he sat in the main seat. Wang Wan thought to herself, whether she faced the blade by extending her neck or retracting it, there was little point in fretting. She straightened her back, adopting a demeanor that suggested she was prepared to meet her fate. Seeing Wang Wan's defiant expression, both Wang Di and Wang Qing couldn't help but feel a mix of irritation and amusement. Elder Wang Di, with a feigned warmth, inquired, was it enjoyable outside? Wang Wan, frozen in place by the elder's terrifying smile, felt a surge of panic within her. As she gauged the expressions of her two guardians, she cautiously replied, "It was all right." Yet, she soon noticed Elder Wang Di's expression turned stern. "Are you aware that your Uncle Qing rushed back from Tuqing and searched for you outside for a full 2 days? You little rascal have quite the ability." Elder Wang Di's voice suddenly grew louder, startling Wang Wan, who looked at Wang Qing with guilt and said, "I'm sorry, Uncle Qing. Enough with the apologies, listen well. From this moment forth, you shall remain within the manor for your cultivation. You are forbidden to leave without my permission. Should I catch you sneaking out again, I will send you back to the village." Elder Wang Di decisively rendered his final judgment. Wang Wan felt a surge of despair in her heart, gazing longingly at Wang Qing, but his expression conveyed, "I cannot assist you, do not seek my help." With her lips pursed and head hung low, she acquiesced in the following days. Wang Qing announced that there would be a few designated days each month when the younger ones could venture into town under the guidance of adults or older brothers. But Wang Wan was excluded. Sun Xiaoqing faced a month of confinement for failing to keep an eye on Wang Wan. Upon his release, the younger ones, alongside Sun Xiaoqing and others, embarked on their monthly excursions. Meanwhile, our unfortunate friend Wang Wan was ordered to practice her swordsmanship at the manor. The elder began to require everyone to study advanced sword techniques, with each individual choosing a different form. Wang Qing taught her a particularly challenging technique known as wooing. After immersing herself in it for a few days, Wang Wan found herself captivated and unable to extricate herself from its depths. Chapter 22. 3 years as spring fades into winter, flowers bloom and wither. How many spring breezes and autumns have passed? Time's march never halts for anyone. In a moment of unawareness, one glances back, and the past is but a memory, a sea of change. On every starry night, Wang Wan delighted in lying on the rooftop, gazing up at the heavens. Perhaps such nights were always so gentle. Maybe the sight of the night sky would evoke the smiles of her loved ones, or perhaps she was simply a bit weary. 3 years have elapsed, and Wang Wan is now 12 years old. Throughout these years, she has never ventured beyond Qingfeng Manor. Initially, it was due to Elder Wang Di's confinement decree, but later, it was because she immersed herself in martial arts and cultivation. She meticulously studied every text and jade slip she could find in her mind and in her hands. The golden diagram in her mind expanded significantly, incorporating many intricate meridians, which allowed her to store even more spiritual energy within her body as she cycled through her cultivation. Through her relentless efforts, She has reached the 9th level of qi refinement, having only experienced a year-long stagnation between the 5th and 6th levels, while the rest progressed smoothly. In terms of martial prowess, Wang Wan has attained the late stage of a junior martial master, an impressive achievement for one of her AGE.AS for the martial arts mental technique, Ta Ching Heart Sutra. She has just barely broken through to the 3rd layer. Progress becomes increasingly sluggish in the later stages. Wang Qing took over 20 years to reach the 6th layer, yet that suffices for him to establish a foothold in the martial world. Other advancements are not to be recounted in detail here, but it is worth noting that despite her seclusion, Wang Wan is well aware of the significant changes occurring in the martial realm outside. Among the most significant events was the fact that the Martial Arts Conference, which was supposed to take place last year, did not occur. This was due to the severe loss of talented individuals among various sects following the upheaval in Chu City 3 years prior. Consequently, the conference has been postponed for 3 years and is now set to be held next year, where the new generation of disciples from each sect will gradually make their presence known to the public. Many matters are often pondered without intention. Wang Wan leapt down from the rooftop, gazing up at the beautiful starry sky of the night, before yawning and retiring to sleep. The following morning, Wang Wan rose early to practice her swordsmanship. She had been delving into the wooing sword technique for 3 years and was still in the midst of her studies. However, her regular practice could not be neglected. By the time Wang Lin and others arrived at the training ground, Wang Wan had already been practicing for quite some time. As soon as she sheathed her sword, Wang Lin rushed over, clinging to her arm and playfully whining, "Second sister, stop practicing all the time. How about you accompany us for some fun today?" Wang Wan chuckled as she playfully tapped his forehead. "You little rascal. You've become quite the charmer now. You're already a teenager. Do you still think you're a child?" Wang Lin, displeased, covered his forehead with both hands and retorted, "Stupid Wang Wan, stop hitting my head." Sun Xiaomei pushed Wang Lin aside and approached Wang Wan, saying, "Wang Wan, haven't the elders lifted your confinement? You haven't been out for a while. This time, you're going out to escort a shipment. You could enjoy a few leisurely days." "What leisurely days? Escorting a shipment is no trivial matter," Wang Qing interjected as he walked over from the other side of the training ground. Wang Wan and the others quickly saluted him in greeting. Wang Qing glared at Sun Xiaomei and continued, "If you still cling to a frivolous mindset, you might as well return now, lest you end up being slaughtered outside without even realizing it." Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaomei immediately lowered her head in acknowledgement of her mistake. Once Wang Qing diverted his gaze, she secretly made a face at him. Wang Wan and the others stifled their laughter. Wang Qing, aware of Sun Xiaomei's antics, chose to ignore her and addressed the 4 youths. "The Weilong Escort Agency is currently shorthanded for this shipment. The agency's leader has requested assistance from our villa. However, our villa cannot spare many people at the moment. After discussing with several of your elders, it has been decided that you all, having trained for such a long time, are now ready to venture out and gain experience. This outing represents the Qingfeng Villa. Do not tarnish our reputation, understand?" In unison, Wang Wan and the others replied, "Understood." During these 3 years, under the stewardship of Wang Qing and others, Qingfeng Villa has gradually established relationships with surrounding sects and is preparing to expand its influence centered around Depot Town. This decision came after deliberation by the Elder Council. Rather than aimlessly searching for information outside, it is more prudent to gradually infiltrate various factions to obtain information that is both swift and secure. Consequently, the team dispatched to gather intelligence has also been recalled. Qingfeng Villa has forged deep friendships with numerous martial arts factions surrounding Depot Town. During the recent competition of sect forces held under the local customs, Qingfeng Mountain Manor secured a modest rank through intentional maneuvering. As a result, several neighboring sects began to form a preliminary understanding of Qingfeng Mountain Manor. Consequently, during activities organized among the sects, invitations would be extended to Qingfeng Mountain Manor, gradually fostering mutual relationships. The Weilong Escort Agency, seeking their assistance in a convoy task, is the faction that shares the most amicable ties with Qingfeng Mountain Manor. Naturally, escorting is no trivial matter. The personnel dispatched for assistance, including Sun Xiaoqing and others, are deemed sufficient, while Wang Wan and her companions are merely accompanying for the sake of broadening their horizons. However, Wang Qing would not disclose this to the group of rebellious youths. In the following day, everyone busied themselves preparing the bundles they would take for their departure. After dinner, Wang Qing requested that everyone present their organized luggage for inspection. Upon seeing the large bundles packed by the 4 youngsters, Wang Qing's face darkened completely. He coldly commanded, "Take out your change of clothes and toiletries. Everything else must be returned to your rooms." Wang Wan and the others exchanged glances, and upon noticing the half-bundle of snacks beside Wang Lin, they grimaced, lamenting the incompetence of their companions. The next morning, everyone stood proudly in a line in the main hall. each person traveling light, creating a truly pleasing sight. After examining them one by one, Wang Qing announced, "This time, Sun Shaoqing, Li Haoyan, Wang Yu, and you will accompany the convoy, with Sun Shaoqing as the team leader. You must follow his orders. Anyone who misbehaves will face confinement upon our return." The younger ones wailed in despair at these words, but the moment they caught a glance from Sun Shaoqing, they immediately silenced, for he had grown increasingly authoritative over the years, and the youths were still obedient to him. Once all personnel were assembled, they followed Sun Shaoqing to the main road outside the town, where the Weilang Escort Agency's convoy awaited. The members of the escort agency were well acquainted with Sun Shaoqing and his companions. They exchanged pleasantries before embarking on their journey. With someone leading the way, Wang Wan and her friends settled into several horse-drawn carriages, swaying as they commenced their first venture into the unknown. The days of escorting were not as entertaining as they had envisioned. The dust from the dirt roads enveloped them, leaving their faces coated in grime. Although Wang Wan had mastered some cleansing techniques, she could only refrain from using them under these circumstances. The Weilang Escort Agency's reputation in the martial world proved advantageous. Wherever they displayed their escort flag, they were generally afforded respect and allowed passage. After several days of travel, they arrived at the largest town on the border between the Qi Kingdom and the Yin Dynasty, Leyun Bianqing. Leyun City, not only bustling and populous, but also a favored gathering place for martial artists, necessitated caution in speech and conduct, as it was rife with both noble and nefarious characters, making it possible for bandits to lurk among them, gathering intelligence for potential heists. Typically, escort convoys would take a brief respite upon entering this town, but they would not linger long before proceeding into the territory of the Yin Dynasty. The Weilang Escort Agency's convoy was scheduled to rest here, and upon hearing they could stay at an inn, Wang Wan and her companions were overwhelmed with joy, their eyes brimming with tears. After days of resting haphazardly on the convoy, they had longed for the comfort of a pillow. Upon entering the city gates of Thundercloud City, Wang Wan and her companions were greeted by a bustling town that far surpassed Depot Town in vibrancy. The streets were lined with an array of vendors, both large and small, whose shouts in various dialects elicited laughter from passers-by. Shops were neatly arranged in succession, overflowing with exquisite merchandise, while the thoroughfare bustled with numerous pedestrians, and horse-drawn carriages navigated through the throng at a leisurely pace. Wang Wan and her companions, peering curiously from their carriage, were eager to alight and explore. However, Sun Shaoqing insisted they remain inside to avoid getting lost. Yet, considering their age, the notion of losing their way seemed rather ludicrous, and the younger ones could only inwardly grumble in frustration. After half an hour's journey, they arrived at the courtyard of an inn, presumably well known to the Weilang Escort Agency. Upon spotting the escort leader, Li, the innkeeper wasted no time and called to the attendant, "Quickly, show our guests to the orchid courtyard." Turning to Li, he added, "Sir, the room you usually stay in has been reserved for you. Hot water will be brought shortly." Li smiled and nodded, saying, "No need for you to guide me, my good fellow. I can find my way. Thank you for your consideration." After exchanging pleasantries, Li led the group to the orchid courtyard, where he made arrangements for their accommodations before allowing everyone to disperse. The inn exhibited remarkable efficiency. Scarcely had Wang Wan and her friends settled into their rooms when the attendant arrived with hot water. They eagerly refreshed themselves, relishing the exquisite comfort it brought. As girls, Wang Wan and Sun Xiaomei were fortunate enough to share a room, while the others had to accommodate several individuals in a single space, which felt somewhat cramped. After freshening up, Sun Xiaomei flopped onto the bedding, languidly stretching her limbs while murmuring, "Ah, this is delightful. The carriage ride has left my bones feeling utterly disjointed." Wang Wan chuckled at Sun Xiaomei's lazy demeanor, teasing, "Just don't fall asleep. We still have dinner to attend." Sun Xiaomei suddenly sat up, exclaiming, "I wonder what local delicacies we can sample here. I'm starting to feel a bit hungry just thinking about it." Wang Wan playfully patted her on the head, calling her a little foodie. The two then burst into laughter. Before long, Sun Shaoqing's voice echoed from outside, "Xiaomei, Wan, come out for dinner. After we eat, I'll take you out for a stroll, this." Wang Wan and Sun Xiaomei felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 23. A surreptitious glance dinner was served in the main hall of the inn, and upon entering, Wang Wan surveyed her surroundings. To her astonishment, the dining area was bustling with patrons from all corners of the world. Guests occupied tables in groups, engaging in hearty conversations, boasting, and sharing tales, while others were seen challenging each other to drinking games. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively. Sun Shaoqing led her companions to a table in the corner, and after ordering their dishes, they began to enjoy their meal while chatting amicably at tea times. They listened in on the raucous tales from neighboring tables, and at other moments, they exchanged hearty laughter among themselves, thoroughly enjoying their dinner. As laughter and merriment filled the air, Wang Wan sensed an elusive gaze directed her way. With her recent attainment of the 9th level of qi cultivation, her consciousness, sensory perception, and agility had all significantly enhanced. Initially, when the figure cast a glance in her direction, Wang Wan assumed it was merely accidental. However, the individual continued to observe her party with an air of self-satisfaction, oblivious to the fact that they had been noticed. Wang Wan discreetly extended a portion of her consciousness towards the scrutinizing figure, who, adorned with a black-veiled hat, appeared to be a rogue of sorts. Before him lay an assortment of modest dishes, and he sipped from a wine cup, presenting an outwardly normal demeanor. Yet, was this mere whimsy or something more sinister? Recognizing that unusual circumstances often herald deeper mysteries, Wang Wan resolved to refrain from alarming the unknown observer until she could ascertain his intentions. After her group had concluded their meal and departed, the figure retreated to his room in the inn, shutting himself away. Despite Wang Wan's prolonged scrutiny, she discerned no further clues. Given that he too resided at the inn, she decided to remain vigilant, curious about what antics he might unfold. With this thought in mind, Wang Wan diverted her attention, and after exchanging pleasantries with Sun Shaoqing and Captain Li, they proceeded to the bustling streets. The night market in Thundercloud City was vibrant and alive, with throngs of people jostling for space in certain areas. Enthusiastic chatter filled the air as they marveled at their surroundings, with Wang Wan's nerves being relentlessly tested by Wang Lin's barrage of questions. One could only wonder at their absurdity. She gazed skyward in exasperation, choosing to ignore Wang Lin's incessant prattle. The group ambled along, stopping occasionally to purchase intriguing trinkets or taste delicacies they had never encountered before. Before long, their hands brimmed with assorted items, and they made their way contentedly back to the inn. The evening's escapades had provided a delightful reprieve, and after exchanging goodnights, they retired to their respective rooms. Prior to sleep, Wang Wan once more employed her consciousness to observe the rogue, finding nothing amiss. She decided to dismiss the matter. It had been quite some time since they had enjoyed a restful slumber, and exhaustion quickly overtook them as they hit their pillows, resulting in a peaceful night's rest. The following morning, the group awoke early, a habit formed during their recent travels. After sharing breakfast together, they prepared to set off, as Captain Li had informed them the previous evening that their stay would last only a single night. As they ventured far from the inn with the escort carriage, Wang Wan noted that the rogue displayed no reaction. Furrowing her brow, she mused, could he merely be curious? With a slight pursing of her lips, she decided to dismiss him from her thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, after their departure, the rogue entered a courtyard within the inn and knelt before a handsome young man, reporting, "Young master, my observations indicate that this group is indeed from Qingfeng Villa, yet the individual you seek is not among them. They have now set off. Shall I continue to follow them?" The young man shook his head in disappointment. "No need to pursue them further. Since the person I am looking for is not present, you may withdraw." With a swift bow, the rogue complied and exited the courtyard. The young lad gazed at the sky beyond, murmuring softly, "It has been 3 years since we parted. I wonder if Uncle Qing has forgotten about me, the child he once rescued." As the escort vehicle receded into the distance, the bustling city of Thundercloud had been left behind, and ahead lay the dust-laden journey of transporting goods. Since the incident at the inn where they were spied upon, Wang Wan had kept a vigilant eye, maintaining a thread of consciousness attuned to her surroundings. This precaution proved advantageous, for not far from their position, in a valley, she discerned the lurking figures concealed within the thickets. A diminutive man dashed towards a group of squatting individuals, exclaiming, "They are coming, they are coming. The boss is here." A burly man, marked by a large mole on his face, sent the small fellow tumbling with a resounding slap, admonishing, "Keep your voice down. Do you wish to alert them?" The others, attentive, readied their weapons, eager for the arrival of a plump target. Grasping his large blade, he prepared for a surprise attack. Observing this scene, Wang Wan frowned and discreetly descended from the cart, approaching Sun Shaoqing's vehicle, where she warned, "Shaoqing, there's an ambush ahead." Sun Shaoqing, taken aback by Wang Wan's serious expression, inquired, "Is this for real? Are you certain?" Wang Wan replied earnestly, "I am absolutely certain there is indeed an ambush ahead." After scrutinizing her intently, Sun Shaoqing instructed, "You alert the others to be cautious. I will inform head escort Li." With that, he nimbly leapt from the escort cart and vanished from sight. Wang Wan hastened to inform the others of the impending danger. Upon hearing of the potential robbery, the group erupted with excitement, each person eager to engage in a fight. Wang Wan, observing the peculiar enthusiasm of these individuals, sighed deeply, silently lighting a candle for the impending assailants. When head escort Li heard Sun Xiaoqing's report, he cast a surprised glance in his direction. As a practitioner of innate mastery capable of communicating with the natural world, he had detected no anomaly at this distance. How had this youth uncovered it? Nevertheless, exercising caution posed no harm, for the valley ahead indeed presented an opportune location for an ambush. He ordered his men to halt their advance and dispatched one to scout the valley on horseback. The bandits, concealed in the valley, sensed their quarry had stopped and feared their plan was unraveling. Sure enough, moments later, one of the escort team galloped forth to investigate. The bandit leader, squatting low, cursed the cleverness of their prey. With a sweeping gesture, he rallied his comrades, calling for a ferocious assault before the scout could reach them. Observing the unfolding chaos, Li exclaimed, "There are indeed quite a number of them." He promptly commanded his men to form a protective formation around the escort cart. Without hesitation, the bandit leader charged at Li. Swinging his weapon, Li swiftly raised his sword to parry the blow, staggered by the formidable strength behind it, but quickly steadied himself, brandishing his sword to engage the leader in battle. Meanwhile, the others found their own adversaries. Wang Wan faced a tall, lecherous man whose lascivious gaze fixed upon her and Sun Xiaomei, igniting a fire of indignation within. However, this individual's martial prowess indeed surpassed that of the other two. Being a mid-level martial master, Wang Wan was a late-stage junior martial master, one rank below him, while Sun Xiaomei was merely a late-stage advanced martial artist. Wang Wan gestured to Sun Xiaomei, indicating her confidence, and charged forward to confront the foe. Sun Xiaomei cast a worried glance at Wang Wan before engaging in combat with another bandit. Wang Wan possessed only the experience of sparring with the residents of the mountain villa and had no real combat experience, resulting in her sustaining minor injuries from the outset. The lecherous man laughed triumphantly, saying, "A mere junior martial master dares to challenge me? Little girl, why not come with me, and I shall spare your life?" Wang Wan ignored him. Upon recognizing her own limitations, she adeptly utilized her agility and keen perception to evade his vicious attacks time and again. Initially somewhat flustered, she gradually found her rhythm, and by the time he reacted, he had unwittingly exchanged blows with her on numerous occasions. A fit of rage, he intensified his assault. Yet Wang Wan had identified the flaws in his technique. Under her acute observation, his movements appeared to unfold in slow motion, allowing her to effortlessly counter his advances. Seizing the opportunity, she delivered 3 precise kicks to his exposed legs, sending him crashing to the ground, incapacitated. Wang Wan disarmed him of his treasured sword, delivering a final kick to render him unconscious, before disregarding him completely. Upon regaining her composure, she surveyed her surroundings. The others were still embroiled in combat, with the outcome still uncertain. Spotting Wang Lin, she noticed he was locked in battle with an opponent of equal standing. Their strengths evenly matched, relying on superior skill to determine the victor. Like Wang Wan, Wang Lin had no experience to draw upon in this life-and-death duel, yet his exquisite swordplay allowed him to hold his own against his adversary. At that moment, several bandits of modest skill surged towards Wang Wan. Balancing her attention, she countered their attacks while allocating a portion of her awareness to Wang Lin, prepared to assist him in a critical moment. Although the bandits approached with fierce intent, bolstered by a few formidable fighters, the guards they had accompanied were no novices either. Gradually, the bandits began to show signs of retreat. Realizing the tide had turned, their leader called for a withdrawal, and the bandits began to orderly carry their injured comrades back to the mountains. A few attempted to pursue, but were halted by the head guard. He addressed the group, saying, "Do not pursue the desperate enemy. Everyone stay close to the escort vehicle to avoid falling into a trap." They settled down to rest, while Li accounted for the personnel, discovering that no one had been lost, though several had sustained severe injuries. Sun Xiaoqing quickly assessed the condition of the Qingfeng villa members. Each bore some wounds, and they gathered together to tend to their injuries. As the initial excitement waned, the metallic scent of blood in the air drained their faces of color. The fearless youths, today, had undoubtedly received a sobering lesson in the ways of the martial world. Exhausted and drained, they sat in silence, exchanging glances of acknowledgement. Sun Xiaoqing, Li Haoyan, and Wang Yu nodded in approval of the younger members' performance, and the group remained silent, awaiting a brief respite before continuing their journey. Chapter 24. The Young Master. Wuching on the ensuing journey, Wang Wan found herself in the company of Sun Xiaomei and Wang Lin, all seated within a single carriage. Sun Xiaomei's right hand was injured, rendering her incapable of performing even the simplest tasks. Consequently, Wang Wan chose to remain close to her, providing care and assistance. Meanwhile, Wang Lin sat in a daze, his expression distant. Observing this, Wang Wan anxiously embraced him and inquired, "Brother, what troubles you? Are you frightened by today's events?" Wang Lin snapped back to reality, awkwardly disentangling himself from Wang Wan's embrace and retorted, "Who says that? I am a man. How could I possibly be scared? It is you two who should be wary of having nightmares tonight." Wang Wan's lips twitched in amusement as she exchanged a knowing glance with Sun Xiaomei before replying, "You cheeky little rascal. What's wrong with being afraid? Neither your sister Xiaomei nor I feel any shame in that. It is only natural to be frightened in such circumstances. I'm certain that even Brother Shaoqing felt fear when faced with similar situations. Go ahead and ask him if you don't believe me." Struggling to turn his face away, Wang Lin queried, "Is that true?" "I shall indeed ask him." Just as he was about to leap from the carriage to seek out Sun Shaoqing, he paused and added, "But I'm only doing it out of curiosity. You two mustn't speak ill of me." Sun Xiaomei stifled a laugh and replied, We want tea. We're not that idle." Once Wang Lin's figure had vanished from sight, Wang Wan and Sun Xiaomei erupted into laughter. It is a truth universally acknowledged that no martial artist begins their journey with effortless grace, traversing the world with a sword in hand. Each individual possesses their own path to growth. Some mature in the face of adversity, while others find clarity amidst their repeated failures. Yet, there are also those who become lost along the way. In essence, mastery is not achieved in a single day. The rarity lies not in having attained expertise, but in the myriad experiences encountered throughout that journey. The remainder of their travels could be characterized as unremarkable. Amidst the jolting of the carriage, they finally arrived at one of the continent's formidable nations, Yanzhao. Yanzhao is a wondrous land, expansive in territory, rich in biodiversity, and populous, exuding an air of prosperity. Yet, this is not its most remarkable trait. What sets it apart is the fact that women can hold official positions. It can be said that, aside from the emperor, no other role is barred to women. Upon discovering the unique aspects of Yanzhao, Wang Wan and her companions were filled with curiosity about this kingdom. Another noteworthy feature of Yanzhao is the Chongqing platform, a prestigious sect revered by the populace. For instance, should the sovereign of Yanzhao be a foolish ruler, the Chongqing platform possesses the authority to intervene in matters of succession. However, if one assumes that the martial world within this country is dominated solely by the Chongqing platform, one is mistaken. For the platform generally maintains a distance from mundane affairs unless significant events arise. In summary, within the martial realm of Yanzhao, the Chongqing platform stands as a myth, aloof and unperturbed by the squabbles of lesser factions below. Consequently, it is the mid-sized sects that thrive in Yanzhao's martial community, engaging in perpetual bickering and combat, yet none dare to provoke the Chongqing platform. Wang Wan and her companions were seated in the carriage, resting their chins on their hands while listening intently to Sun Shaoqing recount tales of the Yan dynasty. Having visited this place several times, Sun Shaoqing was thoroughly familiar with the local affairs. After a lengthy discourse on the Yan dynasty, he paused to take a sip of water and clear his throat. Young Wang Lin, a mischievous lad, was far from satisfied with the tales of the Yan dynasty. Noticing Sun Shaoqing had ceased speaking, he tugged at his sleeve, playfully demanding more stories. Observing her younger brother's embarrassing antics, Wang Wan delivered a playful smack to his head, her lips twitching as she remarked, "You little rascal, can't you allow others a moment of respite? Let us see how you fare if you were to speak so much." Wang Lin, still eager to stir up mischief, fell quiet under the watchful eyes of Wang Wan and Sun Xiaomei. He pouted and muttered under his breath, "Big, fierce girl." To his surprise, his soft words reached Wang Wan's ears, prompting a sharp glare that quickly silenced him. The surrounding onlookers found amusement in the playful interactions among the children. With such lively spirits aboard, their otherwise monotonous journey was brightened with vibrant colors. Their destination was the capital of the Yan dynasty, Yanzhou City, and to reach it, they would traverse half of the Yan territory. Thus, their greatest adversary on this journey was not the ever-looming threat of bandits, but the dizzying expanse of distance. Most of their days were consumed by travel, often requiring them to endure the elements and sleep outdoors. Indeed, after departing the last small town, they had spent nearly a week camping outside. Therefore, when head escort Sun announced their arrival at the forthcoming Yongxian city and suggested they rest for the night, a chorus of cheers erupted from the group. Only those who have not experienced such hardships can fathom their profound yearning for a bed and pillow. It transcended mere necessity, embodying a deep desire for spiritual rejuvenation. Along their journey, they had encountered numerous towns, and Yongxian city boasted the highest city walls they had seen. The grand city gates loomed high above, standing majestically, rendering any person beneath them strikingly insignificant. As Wang Wan and her companions traversed through the gates, they were enveloped in vastness. The imposing gates on either side evoked awe, leading one to ponder how many souls it would take to budge such a door. Upon entering the city, they discovered that the bustling thoroughfare was not teeming with common folk, but rather with armed martial artists. Filled with curiosity, Wang Wan and her friends approached Sun Shaoqing, eager to glean insights about this place. Yet he shook his head, stating, "This is my first visit to Yongxin City as well. Let us observe before we speak." The streets were notably wide, with shops lined up neatly along both sides, presenting an orderly semblance to the town. The group, animated and inquisitive, gazed around, noting that the predominant establishments were weapon shops, with entire stretches of road flanked by them. From the outside, one could see an array of swords, sabers, and other weaponry meticulously organized within, each piece a testament to exquisite craftsmanship, dazzling the onlookers. As practitioners of martial arts, they possessed an innate adoration for weapons. Upon witnessing the plethora of weapon shops, they found themselves as entranced as food lovers in a gourmet paradise, rendered unable to move forward. The individuals within the escort agency are rather agreeable. They are well aware that their principal duty is to safeguard the convoy and have managed to restrain their own impulses. In contrast, Wang Wan and her companions exhibit far less restraint. Although they are forbidden from disembarking to explore, they chatter incessantly from their seats, their faces flushed with excitement. After much anticipation, they arrive at the entrance of an inn, only to be informed by the young attendant that the last available room has just been booked, leaving them with no accommodations. With no other option, they continue onward, only to find several inns displaying no vacancy signs. This peculiarity raises their curiosity. Could it truly be so difficult to find lodging at this time? With questions lingering in their minds, they search diligently for an inn, finally securing 5 rooms at a somewhat dilapidated establishment. This is all that remains, and thus, Wang Wan and Sun Xiao may share one room while the others squeeze into the remaining 4. They are, however, quite content, for even a shared sleeping arrangement is preferable to the discomfort of the wilderness. Having at last found shelter, the group breathes a collective sigh of relief and eagerly inquires with the innkeeper about the recent surge of guests. The innkeeper glances at the group and smiles. "You gentlemen are not from Yin Dynasty, are you?" The group exchanges glances, and one of them asks, "Innkeeper, you possess keen insight. How did you deduce that?" The innkeeper chuckles, "I lack such remarkable perception. You all just inquired why there are so many guests here. The answer is that the day after tomorrow marks the ranking tournament for the young heroes of the martial world, a fact known throughout the entirety of the Yin Dynasty." Ranking tournament? The group is momentarily taken aback. The innkeeper continues, "It is organized by the illustrious young Master Wuching, who first held it 3 years prior. This will be the second occurrence." Curiosity piqued, they ask, "Who is young Master Wuching? When did this figure emerge in the martial realm? Moreover, how can a mere upstart command the allegiance of so many? Are there no dissenting voices from the various sects of the Yin Dynasty?" The innkeeper smiles in response. Young Master Wuching is somewhat of a mythical figure within the martial world. He burst onto the scene 3 years ago, ascending the Chongqing platform alone, and subsequently organized this tournament with its support. While other sects may have their grievances, they dare not confront the Chongqing platform openly. However, they have no qualms about making things difficult for a newcomer. Taking a sip of water, the innkeeper continues. What no one anticipated was that young Master Wuching would single-handedly challenge the 10 greatest martial artists, a battle of extraordinary brilliance that lasted 3 full days, from dawn until dusk. In the end, even those formidable opponents were compelled to acknowledge his prowess. He laments, "Alas, since the conclusion of the tournament 3 years ago, young Master Wuching has vanished from the martial world." Yet, his remarkable feats of that year continue to inspire admiration, leading many to flock from all corners upon hearing that the tournament is to be held again. It is likely that those arriving tomorrow may find themselves without a roof over their heads. Oh, so that is the case. The group, upon hearing this, is filled with expressions of longing and anticipation. After everyone had returned to their rooms to freshen up, they gathered in the chamber of Li Biaotu, each one gazing at him with eager anticipation. Li Biaotu, maintaining a stern expression, surveyed the group of young rascals surrounding him, finding their earnestness quite amusing despite his serious demeanor. As they exchanged glances, it was unanimous that they would encourage Sun Shaoqing to step forward. Upon noticing their expectant gazes, Sun Shaoqing smiled helplessly and approached, inquiring, "Li Biaotu, may I ask how many days we will be resting here? It seems everyone has been working hard lately. Perhaps we should take a couple of extra days to recuperate before setting off." With a grunt from his nostrils, Li Biaotu retorted, "You little rascals, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. Speak for yourselves instead of sending Sun Shao brother to do your bidding. Is there no shame in that?" Where is your manhood? Upon hearing this, the others slumped their shoulders, and one of them, with a sycophantic grin, remarked, Biaotu, your wisdom is unparalleled. How could we ever conceal our thoughts from you, since you have already divined our desires? Might you enlighten us? Li Biaotu chuckled and scolded them. You little monkeys are far too mischievous. Very well, for Sun Shao Brothers' sake, I shall grant you a few days of rest. However, once the ranking matches conclude, you are to set off immediately. During this time, behave yourselves. Should anyone cause me trouble, I will not hesitate to deal with them. The group erupted in joy, nearly bouncing with excitement as they each pounded their chests in assurance, declaring, we will be on our best behavior. We promise. With that, they eagerly dispersed, and watching their youthful figures, Li Biaotu chuckled softly to himself, reminiscing about the days of his own youthful dreams. Chapter 25. Ambling through Yongxian City after a restful night, everyone awoke rejuvenated and, having exchanged greetings post-breakfast, ventured out to explore the streets. Sun Shaoqing led Wang Wan and the others, while Li Haotian and Wang Yu had already set off to wander. Filled with excitement, they strolled down the bustling street, eager to visit the shops they had missed the previous day. Wang Wan sensed that there was a reason behind Li Haotian and Wang Yu's swift departure that morning. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaomei, Li Yinrui, and Wang Lin complained of sore feet as they continued their relentless pursuit of the next shop. Wang Wan, gazing up at the sky in exasperation, mused that her current physique, enhanced by both martial arts and cultivation, far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Even a day and night of shopping would not tire her. She might as well enjoy the stroll, she thought. Somewhat bored. An hour later, they arrived at a weapons shop, where Li Yinrui held up a fine sword and asked, Wang Wan, what do you think of this sword? Is it sharp? Ever since Wang Wan welcomed Xiao Shui into her life, her interest in other precious swords has waned considerably. Just then, as Li Yinrui's words faded, Xiao Shui playfully pouted in Wang Wan's mind, exclaiming, Master, Master, please don't look at it. Master only needs Xiao Shui. For I am the most useful. Amused, Wang Wan reassured Xiao Shui a few times in her mind, promising not to purchase the sword, which finally put Xiao Shui at ease. She approached Li Yinrui, lifted the sword delicately, examined it closely, and then drew it from its sheath, practicing a few moves in the open space. Indeed, it was a fine sword, light and nimble, with an incredibly sharp blade that hummed as it sliced through the air, capable of unsettling one's mind in battle. She returned the sword to its sheath and said to Li Yinrui, this sword is quite impressive. If you like it, you should buy it. Upon hearing Wang Wan's words, Li Yinrui cast her a glance and, without further ado, clutched the sword and went to negotiate the price with the shopkeeper. With some time to spare, Wang Wan began to explore the shop, when suddenly her gaze fell upon a shelf in the corner, laden with numerous incomplete weapons. These items appeared to have been gathering dust for years, coated in layers of grime, some even marred by brownish stains. Wang Wan approached the shelf, reaching out to sift through the assortment, eventually pulling out a small orb. Holding it up to her eyes, she scrutinized it, sensing the residual spiritual energy within. The orb was made of an unknown material, seamless and whole. Wang Wan presented the orb to the shopkeeper and inquired, how much for this item? The shopkeeper glanced at the shelf she had just examined and replied, to be frank, all the items on that shelf are things I scavenged from outside. If you fancy it, 10 taels of silver will suffice. What? 10 taels of silver? You must be joking. Since you picked it up, can't you sell it for less? Wang Lin chimed in from the side. The shopkeeper glared at him, indignantly declaring, even if I found it, I still had to carry it all the way back. 10 taels are merely a token for my labor. Wang Wan found the exchange between the two rather amusing and interjected, 10 taels it is then. Here is your money, shopkeeper. Upon witnessing Wang Wan undermine his stance, Wang Lin's temper flared, and he huffed in annoyance, retreating to sulk beside Sun Shaoqing. Wang Wan chuckled at her brother's childishness, knowing he would soon recover. Nonetheless, this purchase was undoubtedly worthwhile. Acquiring a spiritual tool for 10 taels was quite a bargain. With her interest in weapon shops piqued, Wang Wan continued to browse, yet after visiting several more establishments, she found nothing of interest. Realizing that one cannot always expect fortune to fall from the sky, she decided to let go of her quest for spiritual artifacts and turned her attention to other shops. Time slipped away quickly while they strolled, and soon their stomachs began to growl. Sun Shaoqing waved her hand grandly, leading the group to a restaurant for a meal. They discovered a charming restaurant nestled beside a serene lake. Ascending to a private room on the second floor, they opened the window to reveal a glistening expanse of water, its surface sparkling under the sunlight. A gentle breeze wafted in, carrying with it a hint of sweetness, while in the distance, one could see individuals fishing on the lake, embodying a tranquil and distant serenity, rich with poetic ambience. As Wang Wan savored the establishment's signature dish, she marveled at the breathtaking scenery, feeling an overwhelming sense of contentment. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted as someone fell into the lake from a boat, and the occupants of the vessel began to shout for help. Just as Wang Wan was about to rise, she spotted a young gentleman in a blue robe gracefully treading the water's surface. With a swift motion, he rescued the drowning individual and, after ensuring their safety aboard the boat, he elegantly fanned himself and departed. The room was filled with diners, and soon, the sounds of jubilant cheers erupted from the adjacent private room. It was none other than Master Mu, who had come to participate in the ranking competition, and everyone was certain he would triumph this year. Who claims that the champion will still be the swift-bladed Li Xiaofei? Someone retorted. What does Li Xiaofei amount to? If Master Mu had participated last time, would Li Xiaofei even have had a chance at the top spot? You are merely arguing without reason. Let us settle this with a duel. Bring it on. Who's afraid? At that moment, a loud crash echoed as two individuals leaped from the window, rushing to the lakeshore to engage in combat. Wang Wan and her companions were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances of mutual understanding and instinctively crowded by the window to witness the spectacle. Once the commotion by the lakeside subsided, they returned to their seats, still savoring the delightful dishes that had nearly been consumed. With full bellies, they leaned back, content and satisfied. Wang Wan noticed Wang Lin's face smeared with grease and playfully tossed a handkerchief at him, startling him into a loud yelp, which sent Sun Xiaomei into fits of laughter. After resting a while in the private room, allowing their stomachs to settle, they emerged from the restaurant. The streets were bustling with an increasing throng of people from all corners of the world. Wang Wan and her companions, not in a hurry to return, meandered aimlessly until they noticed a large crowd moving toward a common direction. With nothing pressing to attend to, they decided to follow the flow. Before long, they found themselves in a vast square, still somewhat sparse despite the influx of people. At the center stood an enormous newly erected arena, and the purpose of this gathering became clear. They wandered about the square, searching for an optimal vantage point, yet it seemed that all prime viewing spots had been claimed with elevated platforms, clearly reserved for the elite. Fortunately, the arena was tall enough that even from a distance, it remained visible. After a brief exploration, as they prepared to depart, they observed someone attempting to lay down a mat for a spot in the square. Wang Wan couldn't help but smirk. Was it really necessary to claim a place so early? It was quite excessive, however. The individual was soon thwarted, as a squad of guards arrived to escort him away. As they navigated their way against the tide of the crowd, each of them was drenched in perspiration. It was evident that the throngs of people had only grown larger. A few individuals, unhurried, wiped away their sweat while making their way back. By the time they returned to the inn, the sun was already on the verge of setting. The inn was not particularly crowded, as most had presumably ventured towards the square. A few of them casually selected a table in the common room, summoning a waiter to bring a pot of tea. As they sipped their tea and engaged in lighthearted conversation, it wasn't long before Li Haoyan and his companion returned from outside. They gathered to share their experiences of the day, which revolved around shopping, dining, and observing the spectacle. Indeed, it was an observation of a contest, one in which they almost participated, and their account was far more absurd than that of Wang Wan and the others. While passing by a weapon shop, they noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance. Upon squeezing through to take a look, they discovered it was merely a trivial dispute over a knife that one had purchased before the other could. The two buyers began hurling insults at one another, and their discontent only escalated as they called over their friends. Before long, a brawl erupted, with jabs exchanged that veered into discussions about their respective champions. You deride the hero they support, and they retort with disdain for yours, igniting the surrounding supporters into a frenzy. Before Li Haoyan and his companion could comprehend the situation, chaos ensued, and the atmosphere became tumultuous. Realizing the world was far too terrifying, they attempted to make their exit, but barely took a few steps before they were indiscriminately attacked. Fortunately, their martial arts skills were commendable, allowing them to evade the melee with ease. Soon after, a cadre of armored soldiers rushed in, swiftly restoring order and escorting the combatants away. Li Haoyan and his companion stood by for quite some time, astonished by the madness of the world around them. Upon hearing their tale, Wang Wan and the others erupted into laughter, with Wang Lin expressing regret for not joining them for such an experience, only to be playfully flicked on the forehead. As they shared jokes and laughter, they awaited the arrival of Captain Li and his entourage in the common room. Once they arrived, the group instructed the waiter to serve some simple fare. The meal was delightful, as they had grown quite hungry after their long day. After dinner, Captain Lee beckoned everyone to his room for a meeting. Once assembled, Captain Lee addressed the group, saying, "Tomorrow marks the start of the rankings. I heard from Denyo that the arena is quite a distance from here. Therefore, Denyo and I will remain behind to guard the convoy. You are free to go together or split into groups, but do ensure that you look after your companions and avoid any trouble." Upon hearing that they would not need to take turns watching the convoy, Captain Lee's subordinates were filled with excitement. A few older members expressed their desire to stay behind, opting out of the commotion. Ultimately, they discussed the itinerary for the following day, unanimously deciding to form two groups. One led by Wang Wan, representing Qingfeng Mountain Villa, and the other consisting of the escort agency's personnel, as it would be inconvenient for too many to travel together. After the discussion, everyone returned to their rooms to rest, preparing to face the highly anticipated rankings the next day. Chapter 26. The elimination round of the qualifiers before dawn. Everyone awoke early, having previously agreed upon this arrangement in light of the overwhelming crowds from the previous day. They aimed to secure a favorable position at the venue, hoping to avoid a situation where the square became completely filled. However, upon venturing onto the street, they soon realized they were not the only ones with such intentions. The streets were ablaze with lights, and numerous shops remained open, having pulled an all-nighter. Within these establishments, many patrons were either engaged in conversation or dozing off. When Wang Wan and her companions arrived at a nearby shop close to the square, they discovered it was already brimming with people, with several individuals seated against the walls in a meditative posture. The sight left them utterly astonished. It was only when they reached the edge of the square that they learned the reason. The perimeter was surrounded by a battalion of armored soldiers, preventing anyone from entering, rendering their early arrival futile. Uncertain of when they would be allowed into the square, the throngs of people already waiting at the edge settled down to wait nearby. Wang Wan and her companions observed that the sky was beginning to brighten, so they decided to emulate others and found a secluded corner to sit together, awaiting the movements of the armored guards. While they bided their time for the square to open, a lavishly adorned flying vessel descended from the sky above, where a young man in purple lay reclined, a blade of grass clutched between his lips, his eyes half closed as if he were asleep. At the other end of the vessel, two identical rotund figures exchanged furtive glances, seemingly communicating in a silent language understood only by them. Why has the young master come to witness this mundane martial arts competition? One pondered. I believe the young master is not here for the contest itself, but rather to discern the intentions behind Wuchen Gongzi's organization of this event. Ever since the upheaval in the Tuqing's secret realm 3 years ago, the young master has been in low spirits. Indeed, anyone with good intentions who nearly brings about disaster would certainly feel disheartened. Wuchen Gongzi must have come to this small world 3 years ago to strengthen the seal of the Tuqing's secret realm. Yet upon arrival, he discovered that his lair had been unearthed. Fortunately, Wuchen Gongzi was able to eliminate the voracious beast within. Otherwise, very few would have escaped. However, what exactly are these voracious beasts in the Tuqing's secret realm? I have no idea. Such creatures should not exist in this world. Could it be that other forces from the cultivation realm are meddling in the Tuqing incident? Let's not delve too deeply. My mind is becoming overwhelmed. Speaking of which, why is the young master so focused on Wuchen Gongzi now? Wasn't he previously disdainful of him? Suddenly, Pang dramatically clasped his hands to his heart, wailing, "No, young master, please do not develop feelings for men." The two embraced, weeping profusely. At that moment, a sinister voice from nearby inquired, "What were you just saying?" Pang shuddered simultaneously, cautiously looking up at the increasingly volatile expression of the young man in purple. The young master's demeanor was indeed frightening, alas. Let us momentarily set aside the matters concerning the small vessel and turn our attention to Wang Wan and her companions, who, upon the break of dawn, found that the armored soldiers showed no signs of retreat. The square's perimeter was teeming with people, leaving no space for anyone to sit in meditation. All stood, awaiting the unfolding events amidst the morning dew. As the murmurs of discontent grew louder among the crowd, a contingent of armored soldiers pushed their way through, reaching the edge of the square where they split into two formations, widening to create a pathway. The surrounding crowd was compelled to part, resulting in a chaotic flurry, but as calm gradually returned, a group of individuals approached from the rear, clad in the distinguished garb of prominent sects from the Yin dynasty. Approximately 100 individuals effortlessly made their way along the newly formed path to the center of the square, dispersing to take their respective seats on the elevated platform. The throng, previously jostled and uncomfortable, gazed enviously at these exalted disciples of the sections. Once the sect members were seated, the armored soldiers finally opened a gap in their encirclement, allowing the people outside to enter. like a torrent of water. The crowd surged in, pushing and shoving. Under the watchful eyes of the armored soldiers, none dared to cause a disturbance. Wang Wan and her companions were swept along with the throng, fortunate that their arms were tightly linked, preventing them from being separated in the commotion. Their position was neither too far nor too close, perfectly situated. Although the individuals behind them expressed some discontent at a few young ones occupying such a prime spot, the vigilant armored soldiers ensured order, and the murmurs soon subsided. Before long, the imperial envoy dispatched by the emperor of the Yin dynasty emerged to announce the official commencement of the martial arts youth competition. The crowd finally perked up, eager to witness the event. The first round consisted of participants drawing lots to compete in succession. Those eligible to register were already notable figures within the martial world, totaling around 100, while others who wished to join were eliminated during the registration process. However, despite this initial culling, the subsequent eliminations proved to lack excitement. The matches either showcased a stark disparity in strength, swiftly determining the victor, or devolved into tedious displays of hidden prowess that left spectators drowsy, with only a handful of thrilling encounters to momentarily ignite their enthusiasm. The competition stretched from morning until evening, and after the judges announced the list of those advancing, they declared the day's events concluded, to resume the following day. Upon hearing this, the audience roused from their stupor, shaking their heads and slowly beginning to disperse. Today had indeed been somewhat disappointing. Expectations were high for a glimpse of the esteemed Wu Chun, yet not even a shadow was seen, and the matches had proven rather lackluster, failing to spark interest, leaving hopes pinned on the promise of tomorrow. On the flying vessel above, the portly figure, yawning, turned to the young man in purple, Zi Xuanfeng, and remarked, "Young master, the crowd has dispersed below. Perhaps we should return as well. It appears that Wu Chun is enjoying a leisurely slumber at home today. Who knows, he may grace us with his presence tomorrow. Do not be disheartened, young master. After all, haste does not lead to a fruitful outcome." Little Pang remarked, just as he was about to utter more, when Big Pang nudged him with an elbow. He looked up at his brother with a puzzled expression, and at Big Pang's discreet gesture. He turned to see their young master grimacing at them, baring his teeth in a menacing grin. Suddenly realizing the impropriety, Little Pang swiftly clasped his mouth shut with his hand. Zi Xuanfeng observed these two whimsical characters, and with a bemused twitch of his lips, he commented, "He has been here for quite some time, disguising himself amidst the crowd. I truly wonder what his intentions are." "What? He is here? How did I not notice?" Both Big and Little Pang exclaimed in unison. If he could be discerned so easily, the reputation of the esteemed young master Wuching would be nothing but a hollow facade. Enough of this. Let us depart. We shall return early tomorrow. We will forego the flying boat and mingle with the masses below. Ha ha. Please, young master, with our physiques, that would be inviting ridicule. Zi Xuanfeng surveyed Big Pang with disapproval and shook his head. I had advised you both to lose some weight long ago. Alas, it seems there is no remedy now. You two shall wait at the tea house beside the square. The two brothers exchanged glances of mutual disdain, yet resignedly acquiesced. Wang Wan and her companions, while navigating through the throng, excitedly engaged in discussion. Although today's competition was not particularly fierce, it was an eye-opener for Wang Wan and her associates, as those who participated were truly the cream of Yin Zhao's elite. Their martial skills and combat experience were precisely what Wang Wan and her friends lacked. Given that their stomachs had begun to protest, Sun Shaoqing sought out a nearby eatery, leading a few companions to satiate their hunger. The restaurants surrounding the square were bustling with activity, and they finally managed to find a noodle shop with available seats. Without further ado, they ordered a large bowl of noodles for each person. While waiting for their meal, the tantalizing aroma wafting from the neighboring table made everyone's mouths water. They had endured hunger all day, and although they had some provisions, nothing was quite as appetizing as a steaming hot meal. To alleviate the boredom of waiting, they listened to a group of robust men engaging in animated conversation in the hall. One of the men remarked, "In today's competitions, I noticed several skilled fighters did not even utilize half of their abilities." Another interjected, "Surely not. If they were merely holding back, that could be conceivable, but if they barely exerted half of their prowess, the disparity between the combatants must be staggering." The first man continued, "You see, my vantage point was close to the arena. I observed that those fighters, despite appearing to struggle for a long time before achieving victory, were actually in complete control of the match. If they had fought with full commitment, their opponents would have barely lasted a few exchanges. Is it truly so? I have seen many promising talents participating in this year's rankings, yet I wonder why they choose to conduct themselves in such a manner." A burly man beside them chuckled and remarked, "Ah, it's merely a trifling matter. these youngsters are merely engaging in the remnants of games we played in our day. Many of them did not participate in the last ranking competition. I heard that this time, Prince Wuchen will select a few disciples from the top 10, and they are surely vying for that opportunity. Indeed, it appears this year's ranking competition will be quite the spectacle. Haha, if it continues to unfold like today, it would be utterly tedious. Wang Wan and her companions finally received their bowls of noodles. As they listened to the burly men dissect the potential champions, they heartily consumed their meal. Wang Wan quietly listened for a while, inwardly marveling at the omnipresence of gossip. Amused, she cast a glance towards the group of men, only to catch sight of a somewhat familiar figure emerging before the noodle shop. She looked again, straining to recall, yet her memory eluded her, as if it were merely a figment of her imagination. Just as she wished to observe the individual once more, she noticed the corner of a purple garment flutter past, the figure gradually vanishing into the crowd. Chapter 27. A familiar stranger. Zi Xuanfeng glanced back at the quaint noodle shop, a devilish smile playing on his lips. I never anticipated encountering that little one here. After several years, they have made considerable progress. Truly, they are someone I have faith in. With that, he walked away, a smile gracing his face. Pang listened to his young master's musings, utterly perplexed. The two exchanged glances filled with confusion, ultimately deciding to disregard it and hurriedly followed their master. Wang Wan tapped her forehead, bemused. Since embarking on her journey of cultivation, although her memory was not photographic, she had never experienced a complete blank. Could it be that she had merely misjudged? Perhaps. She resolved not to dwell on it any longer, for it was inconsequential. Little did she know that the individual she deemed unimportant was the very one she wished to express her gratitude to for imparting her foundational knowledge of cultivation. After their meal, the streets remained bustling with people, all leisurely strolling back home. Their sauntering led them to intriguing sights. Several taverns displayed boards outside, inscribed with names and odds: Mu Zi at 1 to 3, Li Xiaofei at 1 to 5, Shui Yushan at 1 to 7. And a string of similar notations. Wang Wan and her companions gazed curiously at the board, noticing a crowd fervently discussing their betting strategies. However, after observing the board several times, Wang Wan realized that only two individuals mentioned were the potential candidates the noodle shop's uncle had discussed earlier. The others were not listed. Yet, this was hardly surprising. Those capable of recognizing such talent likely possessed considerable martial arts prowess, a rarity not to be found in abundance on the streets. Wang Lin, brimming with excitement, tugged at Sun Xiaomei, racing towards a nearby betting table. Wang Wan glanced over and immediately deduced that the two were likely placing their bets on Mu Zi to seize victory, for the image of Mu Zi gallantly saving someone while traversing the water had left a lasting impression during their dinner at the tavern the previous evening. They had already been in fervent discussion about it throughout their meal. Reflecting on the events of yesterday at the restaurant, Wang Wan recalled the round ball she had acquired, which still resided in her storage bag. She was uncertain about the nature of this spiritual artifact, and now, living with Xiaomei, she had no opportunity to examine it closely. However, there was no rush. Wang Wan was merely at the Qi training stage and had no practical use for a spiritual artifact, as her spiritual energy could only activate magical tools. Currently, she possessed only one magical tool, that being Xiao Shui, though she was still unaware of its level. It had been sealed by the fairy Qing Luo and was now merely a magical tool, requiring Wang Wan to gradually nurture it within her dantian. Only upon her breakthrough in Qi training would the next layer of Xiao Shui's seal be lifted. Since the sealing, Xiao Shui had lost some of its former allure, prompting Wang Wan to diligently practice whenever she had the chance, hoping to restore its past beauty. Wang Wan found it rather amusing that a spiritual sword could be so vain, yet she knew that if she dared to laugh, she would be met with the echoes of sinister sounds in her mind. Shuddering at the thought, she shook off the goosebumps that crept along her skin. After an hour, everyone returned to the inn, with Wang Lin being dragged back by his ear by Wang Wan. Had she not intervened in time, he would have nearly squandered all his money on gambling with Mu Zi. Stinky Wang Wan, will you ever stop? Don't pull my ear like that. I'm a grown-up now, and you can't treat me like you did when we were children, Wang Lin complained, rubbing his reddened ear as he glared at Wang Wan, who sat at the table. Taking a sip of tea, Wang Wan looked up and said, You, a grown-up? What mature person would wager their possessions? We have further travels ahead. If you wish to buy something later and find yourself short on funds, don't come to me for assistance. Who would seek your help, you miser? Wang Wan chuckled. All right then. I can't be bothered to argue with you. However, I am quite intrigued. Why do you hold such high regard for that Mu Zi? At that moment, Sun Xiaomei, freshly groomed, chimed in, Don't you think young Master Mu is as handsome as a jade tree, moving with an elegance akin to clouds? As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Lin nodded in agreement. When I grow up, I want to be like that too. Wang Wan shivered at the thought of such a scene and swiftly slapped both of the foolish individuals on the back of their heads, interrupting their dreamy expressions. Go wash up and get some sleep, she commanded. Wang Lin and Sun Xiaomei made faces at her before scampering away. The night passed without incident. The next day, the order of entry remained unchanged, and the crowd jostled their way into the square. It was once again an elimination round, but the number of participants had halved. Sun Feng did not use spiritual power to alter his appearance. Instead, he employed mundane disguise techniques to transform himself into a pockmarked swordsman. Today, he retracted his spiritual energy, and to the naked eye or spiritual sense, there was no indication of anything amiss. Standing behind Wang Wan, he observed as she glanced back at him in confusion before turning away. Once more, Wang Wan felt that familiar sensation. She tapped her forehead, puzzled as to why she kept encountering people who felt familiar yet remained unrecognizable. Wang Wan was at a loss. The individual standing behind Zixinfeng was already drenched in sweat, desperately attempting to push Zixinfeng aside. Despite exerting all his strength, the person in front remained immovable. Eventually, exhausted and breathless, Zixinfeng turned around and flashed a toothy grin at him, delivering a swift kick that sent the man sprawling backwards. Wang Wan sensed that today was rather different. Unlike yesterday when the competition was rife with people jostling in the crowd, making it difficult for them to stand, today they could watch the match in tranquil serenity, truly a rare occurrence. Zixinfeng gazed softly at the little girl swaying before him, her head bobbing as if caught in contemplation. However, how could this foolish child not notice that he was shielding her from the throng behind? No matter, it was of little concern. I shall simply lend my support against this temporary crowding. The day's elimination rounds were nearing their conclusion, with only 20 individuals remaining. Most of them hailed from various sects, while a portion belonged to prominent families within the martial world, and a few were solitary wanderers. These individuals were remarkably talented youths, with only slight differences in their abilities. Thus, when the judges ascended the stage to announce the list, it was declared that the third round would not follow the conventional format of combat, but would instead take place at a different venue, the specifics of which would be revealed tomorrow at the city gate. The crowd's interest was piqued, and as they made their way back, they excitedly speculated about the location of the third round. Zixinfeng had already slipped away from the throng. That Wuchen fellow hadn't shown up today. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder what schemes he was concocting. It seemed they would have to wait until the third round to uncover the truth. Returning earlier than the previous day, everyone felt less fatigued, and with the weather still pleasant, a few decided to venture to Yongxian Lake in the eastern part of the city. Yongxian Lake was the largest lake within Yongxian City, occupying a quarter of its area. This lake had existed since ancient times, and Yongxian City was established later by those who migrated here. Named after the lake, the city bore the title Yongxian. Legend spoke of the lake once being a habitat for the divine beast Xuanwu, though such tales were likely mere folklore, as ancient texts recorded that even during the zenith of the immortal sects, expeditions to explore this place yielded no results. Ultimately, it came to be regarded as an ordinary lake of the mortal realm. The weather that day was exceptionally pleasant, with the air neither dry nor oppressive. The sun lazily bathed the people in its warmth, as though cloaking them in golden garments. The lakeside was sparsely populated, with most individuals engaged in fishing or playing chess in the pavilions along the shore. A gentle breeze caressed the surface of Yongxian Lake, sending ripples across its mirror-like waters. The entire lakeside enveloped in a serene tranquility. Sun Shaoqing led Wang Wan and the others towards a lakeside pavilion, while Li Haoyan and Wang Yu diverged midway to visit a tea house for storytelling. The pavilion was furnished with tables and chairs for weary travelers to rest, and Wang Wan and her companions settled onto the stone benches, leisurely admiring the lake's scenery while savoring the snacks they had purchased along the way. Suddenly, Li Yinrui pointed towards the opposite side of the lake and exclaimed, "Look over there. Isn't that a place where we can rent boats to sail on the lake?" As the crowd rose to gaze into the distance, it appeared that several small boats were moored along the shore. An elderly man sat on the bank, and moments earlier, a few individuals had given him some money, taken up their oars and boarded their vessels, now having paddled a fair distance away. Wang Lin immediately turned back, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he looked at Sun Shaoqing. Sun Shaoqing, noticing the eager expressions of the others, hesitated for a moment before declaring, "Once aboard the boat, I implore everyone to refrain from any mischief. The waters are not to be trifled with as they are on land." With a grand gesture, she led a few soldiers towards the boats. After inquiring about the price from the old man, Sun Shaoqing paid to rent a small boat, and Wang Wan and the others excitedly clambered aboard. Although they had grown up in a mountain village, The streams and cold pools within the mountains had endowed them with decent swimming skills. Once settled on the small boat, Sun Shaoqing took up the oars and began to row, guiding them slowly towards the center of the lake. The heart of the lake was not devoid of activity. Several boats were already anchored there. This expansive body of water harbored numerous small islands, with the largest situated at its center. Wang Wan and her companions gradually steered towards this prominent isle, where they could discern flowers, grasses, and trees, as well as a pavilion perched atop. Wang Wan's keen eyesight allowed her to spot several figures already present on the island, seemingly divided into two factions engaged in a dispute. As they drew closer, Wang Wan recognized familiar faces among the group. One side included Wang Lin and Sun Xiaomei, idolizing the infatuating Mu Zi, while on the other side stood an individual whom Wang Wan initially could not place. However, her memory served her well, and soon she recalled this was the same boy they had encountered 3 years prior upon arriving in Depot Town, a boy known for his arrogance, who had mockingly referred to them as country bumpkins, and had even clashed with Li Yanrui. Yet, years had passed, and they had all matured. The grievances of the past had long since dissipated like the wind. Chapter 28. The mysterious Yongxian Lake. The small boat carrying Wang Wan and her companions, propelled by Sun Shaoqing's steady strokes, approached the center of the lake. Just as they neared the island, the two factions on its shore had already begun to grapple. Fortunately, they seemed to be mindful of the lake's nature, refraining from employing their more formidable abilities, instead engaging in a melee of fists and feet. Wang Wan watched with great interest from the boat. What a delightful scene it was, drifting upon the water while enjoying a spectacle akin to a royal affair. However, this idyllic tableau was short-lived. With a sudden splash, two combatants fell into the lake. The commotion escalated as the two factions ceased their altercation, hastily seeking to rescue their companions from the water. The struggling duo flailed about in the depths, their chaotic movements only serving to distance them further from the shore. The individuals on the island, seemingly unaccustomed to swimming, hurriedly paddled their boats towards the fallen, inadvertently prolonging the rescue efforts. After what felt like an eternity of thrashing about, the two submerged figures appeared to be nearing exhaustion. Wang Wan and her companions had drifted a mile from the island, a distance ample enough for them to witness the unfolding drama. Wang Lin shouted, "Look, someone has fallen into the water." Everyone followed Wang Lin's hand, gazing at the two struggling figures in the water. The distance was such that traversing it with lightness skills was no ordinary feat. Although those on the small island were close by, lightness skills require a point of leverage in the air to navigate. Otherwise, one must possess the ability to fly straight to the next island. Wang Wan had already mastered sword flight by the 5th level of Qi training, and now she could indeed soar on her sword to rescue them. However, she contemplated an alternative approach. Grasping the mat she had just purchased in the market, she informed Sun Shaoqing, "I shall go to rescue them," and with a push against the ship's edge, she employed her lightness skills to leap forth. Wang Wan infused both her spiritual energy and internal power into her feat, stepping out with the lightness technique known as Lingxi step, covering several meters with each stride. When her strength began to wane, she cast the mat onto the path she would traverse. As she reached the mat's position, she lightly stepped upon it, using it as a foothold to propel herself forward once more. Thus, she arrived at the spot where the two had fallen into the water, lifting one in each hand and soaring back to the small island with her lightness skills. The people on the island hurriedly gathered around, anxiously checking on the two, calling out young master, while others shouted young lord, young lord. Upon closer inspection, Wang Wan couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out she had rescued those two rascals. They had merely swallowed some water, and thankfully, although they could not swim, their martial prowess allowed them to endure for quite some time in the water. Otherwise, they would have been in peril. However, had they not exhausted too much internal energy from their earlier conflict, their lightness skills would have enabled them to leap back to safety from that distance. Wang Wan observed the two still glaring at each other, bemused. Their mutual hostility suggested a willingness to fight to the bitter end. Did they truly need to be so relentless? By the time the two shifted out of their glare, Wang Wan had already reached the shore, awaiting the arrival of her companions. With the support of those around them, Luo Yixian and Mu Zi approached Wang Wan, expressing their gratitude. Yet, upon seeing her, both were momentarily taken aback, astonished that such an adept rescuer was a seemingly charming young girl. Luo Yixian, quick to regain his composure, bowed to Wang Wan, saying, "Your kindness is beyond words. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me at Changle Palace." Without waiting for her response, he pressed a token into her hands. Mu Zi, a strikingly handsome young man, despite his current disheveled state, maintained an air of grace and elegance. After gracefully bowing to Wang Wan, he spoke softly. Might I inquire the esteemed name of this benefactor? I, Mu, shall certainly repay this great kindness in the future. Wang Wan politely returned the bow, saying, You are too kind, young Master Mu. Simply call me Xiao Wan. To save a life is a deed more meritorious than constructing a grand pagoda. It was merely a trifling effort on my part. Hearing her words, Mu Zi replied earnestly, What may seem a trivial act to you, dear lady, is indeed a profound kindness to me. Should you require anything in the future, I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. As soon as his words fell, a voice dripping with sarcasm emerged from the side. Oh dear, your pretentiousness is utterly suffocating, I say, Miss Wang Wan. From whence do you hail? With such remarkable skills, you cannot possibly be without a sect, can you? Wang Wan smiled faintly and replied to Luo Yishuan, Does it truly matter where I come from? With that, she disregarded him and made her way directly to the small boat that had already docked. Sun Shaoqing, having just rowed fervently and drenched in sweat, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Wang Wan safely ashore. He cast a reproachful glance at her, to which Wang Wan responded with an endearing smile. Sun Shaoqing sighed in resignation and stepped over the boat's edge onto the island. The three individuals following closely behind regarded Wang Wan with adoration in their eyes. Wang Lin, his face flushed with excitement, exclaimed, Sister, you are simply incredible. How did you manage to come all this way? Li Yanrui, unusually, gave Wang Wan a thumbs up, exclaiming, Impressive. The trio joyfully surrounded Wang Wan as they approached Sun Shaoqing, who was engaged in pleasantries with the two youthful gentlemen. Upon spotting their idol, Mu Zi, Wang Lin and Sun Xiaomei appeared to be on the verge of losing control, their excitement palpable as they attempted to interrupt Sun Shaoqing's conversation several times, nearly rushing forward. Wang Wan exchanged a knowing glance with Li Yanrui, and the two discreetly restrained the exuberant pair, preventing any embarrassment. Sun Shaoqing was also aware of the antics of these two lively souls. After exchanging a few words with Luo Yishuan and Mu Zi, and after the customary greetings, he led them to the opposite side of the island at Mu Zi and Luo Yishuan curiously observed as the four individuals followed Sun Shaoqing with peculiar movements. Once they had distanced themselves, Wang Wan and Li Yanrui finally released their hold, only to find Wang Lin and Sun Xiaomei bouncing up and down in frustration, with Li Yanrui suffering several inadvertent stomps from Sun Xiaomei. However, under Sun Shaoqing's stern gaze, they soon fell silent. Upon reaching the other side of the island, Wang Wan and her companions discovered an equally stunning vista. The island was adorned with unknown wildflowers, and a gentle breeze carried an exquisite fragrance through the air. Wang Wan inhaled deeply, standing amidst the blossoms as she gazed out over the shimmering water. At that moment, the sun was gradually descending in the west, casting a golden hue upon the lake, as if it were dusted with a layer of gold. She had never encountered such an expansive body of water, nor had she witnessed such a breathtaking scene. Just as she stood smiling, absorbed in the beauty before her, she suddenly noticed something unusual in the distance where the golden light flickered. There, a faint aura of spiritual energy mingled with a shadowy essence dissipated upon contact with the sunlight reflecting off the lake's surface. The subtleness of this change made it challenging to observe. How curious, she pondered. Could there be something extraordinary in this place? She held in her hand a jade slip given to her by the one who had aided her on her path to immortality. It contained accounts of that person's travels through this very region, mentioning Yongxian City and Yongxian Lake, along with a certain legend. However, the individual had noted that after searching the entirety of Yongxian Lake, no anomalies were found, deeming such claims mere nonsense. As Wang Wan contemplated this, she was interrupted by Sun Shaoqing. All right, I believe we've indulged enough in our antics. The sun is about to set. Let us return. Wang Wan could only cast one last glance at that spot, suppressing her inner doubts as she walked alongside the others towards the mooring of the small boat. Upon reaching the vessel, they found it was the sole remaining boat. The group adeptly leapt aboard using their lightness of foot, and under the gentle strokes of Sun Shaoqing, they departed from the small island. Once they reached the shore, the old man who rented them the boat had been waiting with evident anxiety. The group bowed apologetically in his direction. The old man waved his hand, saying, Dear guests, it is not that this old man wishes to finish early, but rather that the Yongxian Lake is not a place to linger at night. A moment's carelessness could cost one their life. Upon hearing this, Wang Wan and her companions were taken aback. Sun Shaoqing inquired urgently, What is the reason? Is there some beast here that preys on people at night? Not at all, the old man replied. What you may not know, young sir, is that as night falls, thick fog envelopes this place, rendering visibility non-existent, and boats are utterly unable to navigate. Legend has it that a century ago, a valiant hero, confident in his martial prowess, insisted on rowing at night, only for both him and his boat to vanish without a trace. Later, the authorities found that very boat on the river outside the city, battered beyond recognition, and the occupants had perished. Upon examination, it was determined that one had been scared to death. The old man paused before continuing. For many years, this has been the case, and the authorities have failed to uncover the reason. Over time, it has become common knowledge that one must not linger here after dark. Wang Lin and the others nodded in dawning comprehension. After expressing their gratitude to the old man, they prepared to return. Wang Wan glanced back at the picturesque Yongxian Lake beneath the setting sun. It remained beautiful, although a mist was beginning to rise above the water's surface, lending an air of enigmatic allure to the scene. The day had been thoroughly enjoyable, despite Wang Lin and Sun Xiaomei's disappointment at not having conversed with Mu Zi. Merely catching a glimpse of him was enough to elate the two. After exchanging goodnights, they gradually drifted into slumber. With such a pleasant day behind them, they wondered what marvels tomorrow might bring. The morning of this day was shrouded in gloom, the skies over Yongxian City appearing as if covered by a blanket of dark clouds, devoid of any radiant light. The dreary weather made it difficult for anyone to rise early, and thus the group awoke quite late. By the time Wang Lin, the last to arise, greeted everyone, breakfast had long passed and lunch was nearly upon them. Captain Li had already dispatched someone to the city gate to keep watch. As soon as the announcement was posted, they would return to inform the group. With nothing pressing to occupy them, the remaining members settled in the inn's common room, ordering a pot of tea and engaging in idle chatter while observing the street scene. The announcement regarding the third round of the competition was posted just as lunchtime approached, and the messenger returned swiftly. Upon arriving at the inn's entrance, he was spotted by several loitering patrons who quickly surrounded him, offering tea and wiping sweat from their brows. Once he had caught his breath, he finally spoke. The notice states that the third round, which is also the final match, will take place tomorrow in the Wanhua Valley outside the city. Only those participating in the competition are allowed to enter the valley. All others must wait outside for the results. What? Why such a restriction? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. However, there is no need for concern, for I have heard that numerous caves adorn the cliffs near Wanhua Valley, where one can behold the entirety of the valley's splendor. At that moment, we could certainly pay a visit to such a vantage point. Oh, is that truly feasible? Why not? Otherwise, how else could one stealthily enter Wanhua Valley? Moreover, with our level of skill, we should be able to discern the details quite clearly. Even if some may struggle to see, we could certainly relay the sights to them. That is indeed a valid point. In comparison to sneaking into Wanhua Valley under the watchful eyes of armored guards, Wang Wan found the notion of observing the entire panorama from the caves nestled high upon the cliffs far more appealing. While others might struggle to see due to distance, Wang Wan's current vision and spiritual awareness would not pose such an obstacle. Thus, that evening was spent amidst a flurry of fanciful thoughts and excitement. At the crack of dawn the following day, the group set off, eager to explore Wanhua Valley. Situated to the east of Yongxian City, Wanhua Valley is perpetually adorned with blooming flowers and lush greenery, teeming with a plethora of rare and exotic flora. However, the mountain paths within are cloaked in verdant vines, rendering them rugged and difficult to traverse, with jagged stones piled high, resembling a natural labyrinth. It is said that even the most seasoned hunters dare not venture into Wanhua Valley lightly, for they may find themselves lost forever. Consequently, the selection of Wanhua Valley as the competition venue took many by surprise. As countless individuals arrived at Wanhua Valley, their minds swirling with questions, Wang Wan and her companions had already ascended to a cave situated midway up the cliff. Standing at the mouth of the cave, they gazed around and indeed, the entire panorama of Wanhua Valley lay beneath them. With her keen eyesight, Wang Wan could even discern every flower and blade of grass within the valley. Many others, inspired by their example, soon flocked to the cliffside caves, and before long, every cave was occupied by spectators. Once all 20 participants had gathered, the judge distributed a firework to each competitor, instructing them to set it off in case of danger or if they found themselves unable to exit. Among the onlookers was the enigmatic Master Wuchen, who awaited the emergence of the 20 from the valley atop a stone platform on a distant mountain, prepared to serve as the final arbiter. The task assigned to these 20 was to locate 10 tailless flowers, employing any method or strategy they deemed fit. The only criterion was who could present 10 tailless flowers at the valley's exit first. Upon hearing the rules of this competition, Wang Wan and her companions were left astounded. Was it not a clear indication that within this valley, any attempt to eliminate a competitor was permissible, as long as one could procure 10 tailless flowers? Such ruthlessly cold and brutal rules seemed to openly endorse any means necessary to seize the flowers. As the judge commanded, the 20 participants sequentially entered the threshold of Wanhua Valley. Upon their entrance, they were swiftly enveloped by the dense, verdant foliage at the valley's entrance, their presence only discernible by the occasional flutter of a sleeve as they navigated deeper into the wilderness. All eyes were fixed intently on the fleeting shadows appearing in the myriad flower valley, each observer eager not to miss a single detail as they gradually arrived at the sparse undergrowth. Wang Wan and her companions counted their numbers, discovering that only 15 had emerged, with 5 still unaccounted for. There had been no signs of a struggle. Could it be that those 5 had yet to find their way out? Or had they resolved to bide their time, intent on seizing the fruits of others' labor? The 15 who had emerged merely exchanged distant glances before parting ways, gradually dispersing throughout the valley. The tailless flower, a slow-growing plant that thrives in shade and moisture, is notoriously difficult to cultivate in ordinary settings. Renowned for its remarkable efficacy in invigorating the meridians, it is referred to as the sacred herb of the martial world. However, it is quite rare, and even within the flower valley, it is unlikely that there are enough for each of the 20 individuals to gather 10 blossoms. Thus, a fierce competition was inevitable. Wang Lin and Sun Xiaomei kept their eyes trained on Mu Zi, whose figure was easily recognizable in his elegant blue attire, exuding a serene grace that was truly pleasing to behold. This young master from the Jianghu Mu family was a favored contender for the title, boasting exceptional martial skills and striking good looks, earning him a legion of supporters in Yongxian City. As the hours passed, Wang Wan scanned the valley where the 15 were searching for the tailless flower. None had yet found a single bloom. Most maintained a calm demeanor, though a handful appeared somewhat disheartened, their gazes flickering uncertainly. Such individuals were clearly either mentally unstable or morally dubious, unlikely to achieve greatness. However, following the fortunate discovery of a tailless flower by a diminutive swordsman, the rest began to make their finds in succession. Some adhered to the guidelines, collecting only the floral parts while leaving the remaining branches to continue flourishing for future harvests. Others, however, showed reckless disregard, uprooting the entire plant and discarding the remaining parts carelessly at their feet. Upon witnessing such behavior, Wang Wan and her companions reproached those who left no resources for future generations. Deeming their actions nothing short of appalling, as time wore on, most individuals found themselves unable to locate any tailless flowers to harvest. A few had already gathered more than 10 blooms, while the majority still lacked sufficient quantities. Those who had gathered enough began searching for a path out of the valley, but the labyrinthine rocky terrain proved to be as treacherous as its name suggested. Wang Wan and her companions found amusement in watching these individuals repeatedly encounter obstacles within the stone maze. At that moment, Wang Wan noticed something stirring in the grass, which the others searching for an exit had overlooked. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a swarm of giant ants, each the size of a fist, gradually encircling those stranded in the valley. Some of the more alert individuals had sensed the unusual presence and drew their swords, striking at the approaching giants. Yet, the sheer number of ants was overwhelming. For every group they felled, another surged forth. Those who were slower were seized by several iron ants, their agonized cries swallowed by the relentless tide of their attackers, a scene that was enough to drive one to the brink of madness. Some who could not withstand the pressure sent up signals of fireworks into the sky. Those outside the valley beheld several fireworks suddenly erupting above the 10,000 Flowers Valley. The referee, sensing the irregularity, immediately instructed a team of skilled individuals to regroup and hasten towards the location from which the signal had originated. Within the valley, the individuals were divided into 3 groups, each rallying in different directions to confront the onslaught of the ant swarm. Wang Wan and her companions, witnessing the scene below from the cave, were filled with anxiety. However, once the rescue team converged with the 3 groups, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. "What exactly are those creatures?" Sun Shaoqing inquired, her brow furrowed. "They are iron ants, their bodies as hard as steel, impervious to ordinary weapons. These ferocious beasts are carnivorous, leaving no living creature in their wake, devouring everything in their path," replied Tong Biaoshi, turning to them. "We must swiftly retreat up the mountain. I have an unsettling feeling about the emergence of these iron ants." Without further delay, everyone grasped the vines hanging from the cliff and began their ascent to the summit. Wang Wan and her companions had initially climbed from the gentler slope on the opposite side of the mountain. Where the path was more navigable, to descend the cliff, they could only take that route as it was Wang Wan's turn to climb. She glanced back and was dismayed to see a multitude of iron ants congregating at the base of the cliff. Due to the steepness of the cliff's base and the obstruction of a stream, the iron ants could not advance directly, yet, driven by their insatiable hunger for flesh, these beasts leaped into the water with frenzied abandon. One group after another, until they formed a bridge of corpses, allowing the remaining swarm to march upon the cliff. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, those in the cliff cave panicked. People clamored to grip the vines at the cave's entrance and ascend. But the vines had a limited capacity. When too many attempted to climb one, it snapped. Those who fell had no time to struggle before vanishing into the suffocating darkness, their eyes only catching glimpses of the relentless swarm of iron ants and the blood bubbling up from the stream. Wang Lin called to Wang Wan from the summit, "Second sister, stop looking and come up quickly." Wang Wan responded and hurriedly continued her ascent. The rest of their group had already reached safety, leaving her alone suspended in midair. Suddenly, the vines stirred, and someone above swiftly climbed up. That person glanced back at Wang Wan and, upon noticing the vast gathering of iron ants below, felt a chill run down their spine. In a panic, they screamed and, disregarding Wang Wan still clinging to the vine, severed the vine behind them with a swift stroke. Amidst the gasps of shock from Wang Lin and the others above, Wang Wan had no time to curse the individual. She was helplessly dragged downwards along with the severed vine, plummeting towards the swarm of ants below. Chapter 30. The iron ant swarm of wisdom. In the instant Wang Wan began to fall, she instinctively reacted, her right hand clawing at the cliff's stone surface. However, the wall was too smooth, and her descent was rapid. Her grip only served to slow her fall slightly, but it could not halt it entirely. Little Snow anxiously called out in Wang Wan's mind, "Master, hurry and let me take you out." Wang Wan shook her head. In a place teeming with martial artists, she wished to conceal her identity as a cultivator. With a powerful push of her feet against the cliffside, she leaped diagonally, landing atop the nearest naturally formed stone pillar. Grateful for the abundance of pillars around her, which provided a means of respite, she observed the ongoing struggle in the valley below. Some, upon witnessing Wang Wan's maneuver, also leapt to the nearby stones and cliffs. The swarm of iron ants, upon noticing their prey ascend the pillar, astonishingly refrained from following and instead fell eerily silent. A collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers. However, Wang Wan sensed that this band of iron ants would not relinquish their pursuit so easily. She surveyed her surroundings, noting the terrain that had been difficult to assess from her previous vantage point. The entire valley was encircled by steep cliffs, forming a basin-like shape, with the entrance resembling a missing edge of a bowl. The sheer and smooth cliffs had caused the iron ants to congregate at the basin's bottom, within the valley, while the area outside Wanhua Valley remained secure. The vegetation surrounding the stone forest was relatively low and slender, preventing the iron ants from scaling it. The stone forest extended westward into the outer woods, which were not far from the cliff's exit. The outer forest was dense, and some iron ants had begun to climb the tree roots, though fortunately, they remained only on the trunks. Wang Wan gauged the distance between two stone pillars and formulated a rough path in her mind. She glanced at the others atop the pillars, signaling for them to follow, and initiated her movement. The others exchanged wary glances, hesitating to act. Wang Wan adjusted her internal energy and, employing her lightness skill, gracefully leapt to a massive rock 2 yards ahead without making a sound. The gathered iron ants below showed no sign of disturbance. The people behind her grew restless, several engaging in silent gestures, yet one individual, less hesitant than the rest, mimicked Wang Wan's method and stealthily advanced after her. Hearing a slight noise from behind, Wang Wan turned to find Mu Zi had followed. She gestured for him to remain silent. Wang Wan then propelled herself from a nearby sturdy plant, slightly taller than the others, toward a more distant stone pillar to her left. The plant's branches swayed slightly, causing the iron ants beneath to stir momentarily, but they quickly resumed their stillness, much to the anxiety of the onlookers. Wang Wan sensed that these iron ants appeared quite intimidated by the stones in this area. Earlier, while suspended over the cliff, she had presumed that the ants were climbing the vines due to the slickness of the cliff. But now, she reconsidered that assumption. Upon closer inspection, she observed that the iron ants not only avoided the pillars, but had also cleared the ground surrounding the stones. In contrast, other areas, including some larger plants, were densely populated with these massive iron ants. Wang Wan exerted her strength to pry off a piece of the stone beneath her feet. Remarkably hard, the pillar resisted her efforts, and she could only detach a fragment the size of her pinky. She hurled the piece toward the gathering of ants, and as she anticipated, the iron ants parted to either side, creating a pathway for the stone. Wang Wan conveyed the results of her discovery to Mu Zi, and then she devoted herself wholeheartedly to a singular task, breaking stones. Although Wang Wan possessed the precious sword Xiaoxue, she had no intention of utilizing it for such a laborious endeavor. Mu Zi, taken aback, watched as the young girl squatted atop a stone pillar, her forehead glistening with sweat as she toiled away at the stones. After a moment of contemplation, he reasoned that the enigmatic girl did not seem the type to engage in random antics without purpose. Lacking comprehension was inconsequential, so he decided to follow her lead and squatted on his own stone pillar to join the effort, at first. Observing Wang Wan's struggle, he thought to himself that since women typically possessed less strength, he would take it upon himself to break more stones to share with her. However, once he got to work, he was taken aback. Was this truly stone? Did it dare to compare its hardness to that of fine iron? With tears welling in his eyes, he gazed at the few stones Wang Wan had already broken, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Wang Wan glanced back and noticed Mu Zi's despondent expression. With a shrug, she divided the stone in her hands into two portions, binding one with leaves and tossing it into Mu Zi's embrace. Imitating Wang Wan, Mu Zi secured the stone to his foot and continued onward towards the valley's exit using the same method. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, Wang Wan observed that a thick layer of iron ants had already scaled the trunks of the towering trees. She turned to look back at the individuals who had not followed closely behind. They were now making their way towards her with great effort. Wang Wan paused, and as the individuals approached, she gestured to the stones bound to her feet before turning to soar towards the nearby treetops. After gaining leverage from several large trees, she successfully reached the exit. Although the iron ants stirred during her ascent, they refrained from approaching her, deterred by the stones she bore. Following her example, Mu Zi safely traversed the wooded area, landing gracefully on the large stone at the exit. The remaining individuals in the valley, witnessing their successful escape, were filled with joy and prepared to mimic their actions. Some, eager to follow suit, were halted by their companions, who gestured that the young girl had instructed everyone to bind stones to their feet. These individuals had been relatively distant from Wang Wan and had failed to grasp her intentions. Some with inflated pride believed there was no need to heed the instructions of a mere girl. One of them muttered, "Perhaps this girl's suggestion to bind stones is merely a prank. I shall proceed ahead." The crowd could not restrain him, and they watched helplessly as he darted into the woods. Indeed, this individual possessed a certain arrogance, gliding past several treetops without making a sound. However, the iron ants were not easily trifled with. After skimming over a few canopies, a piercing scream echoed as the onlookers beheld the numerous iron ants clinging to his feet. Yet he was a person of considerable fortitude. Without pausing, he endured the excruciating pain and leaped onto the large stone at the valley's exit. Those waiting immediately shattered the iron ants clinging to him, but it was already too late. One of his legs had been gnawed to the thigh. The spectators were struck with horror at the sight, and the remaining individuals in the valley ceased their hesitance, each squatting atop the stone pillars to undertake the same task that Wang Wan and Mu Zi had just completed. Some attempted to use their swords to cut the stones, but were promptly stopped by their companions. Beneath the stone pillars lay a swarming mass of ants, and should they disturb the iron ants, none would escape. Alas, poor children! Wang Wan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Had these individuals not yet discerned the utility of stone? Just because she could manage without a sword to cleave the rock, it did not imply that it could not be utilized. As long as they remained on the stone pillar, even if they unleashed cannon fire, those iron ants would scarcely dare to approach. However, Wang Wan had no intention of divulging this information to them, for these people held such disdain for others. Thus, after a gruesome tragedy unfolded in the Valley of 10,000 Flowers, a peculiar scene emerged. A group of gentlemen squatting in the valley, laboriously prying at stones, much to the curiosity of the martial arts community. Wang Wan stifled her laughter to the brink of internal injury and swiftly employed her lightness skill to return to the previous hill and reunite with Wang Lin and the others. At that moment, Wang Lin, the little rascal, was engaged in a scuffle. It turned out that immediately after Wang Wan had fallen, he had rushed forth to rescue her, only to be halted by Sun Xiaoqing's immobilizing technique. He seized his sword, intent on saving Wang Wan himself. Meanwhile, those who had already ascended began to brandish their swords, ready to sever all the vines. Alarmed, Sun Xiaoqing and her group rushed to defend their side of the vines, preventing any cuts. Had they not later noticed that Wang Wan seemed to have found a way out, a fierce battle would have been inevitable. However, the true instigator of Wang Wan's fall would not find it so easy to escape retribution. As Wang Wan hurried toward them, two factions stood at an impasse. The opposing group numbered around 30, while Wang Wan's side, including the escort agency, comprised only 21 individuals. Engaging in combat would likely result in their disadvantage. The man, aware of his culpability, had lost all reason in his desperation for self-preservation. Although he was in the wrong, he refused to concede, and it was his group that had been the first to clamor for the severing of all the vines. further igniting the fury of Wang Lin and his companions. "Do you know who we are? Step aside quickly, or you shall regret it," he arrogantly declared, nostrils flaring. Wang Lin and his comrades, mere youths on the cusp of adulthood, could hardly contain themselves upon hearing such words. The first to leap forward was Wang Lin, ready to strike the insolent speaker, igniting a chaotic melee. Those who hesitated to descend the mountain stood by, reveling in the spectacle. By the time Wang Wan arrived, Wang Lin bore several injuries. Witnessing her brother suffer such grievous harm, a blend of old grievances and new resentments surged within her. Wang Wan advanced with the most formidable technique of the wave fist, delivering a punch that sent the man flying, blood gushing from his mouth. The two warring factions were momentarily taken aback by this display. The man, a late-stage junior martial artist, had been grievously wounded by Wang Wan's singular blow, leaving onlookers astounded. After propelling the man away, Wang Wan proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, cease this conflict. What transpired today is a private matter between myself and that gentleman. Let my single punch suffice to settle this. There is no need to involve others." The crowd fell silent in astonishment. The man who had been struck was far from willing to acquiesce, and his companions were preparing to confront Wang Wan when they were interrupted by another group approaching. "Miss Wang, we have arrived. Do you require our assistance?" Mu Zi, leading his men alongside Luo Yixuan's entourage, approached Wang Wan's side. Luo Yixuan cast a disdainful glance at the group before him and imperiously commanded, "These individuals are my friends. Any of you who dares to harm her shall be opposing my Longal Palace." Upon witnessing the unfavorable turn of events, the opposing party hurriedly shouldered their injured comrade. The leader, before departing, cast a lingering gaze at Wang Wan and the others, then turned away without a backward glance. Only then did Wang Wan and her companions allow themselves to relax, but scarcely had they rested when a young boy clad in blue scrambled up from the mountainside. After adjusting his attire and bowing respectfully to the assembly, he announced, "Young Master Mu, young Master Luo, and this esteemed young lady, young Master Wuchen is awaiting you atop the stone platform on the mountain. He requests your presence." Chapter 31. Ethereal grace like a dream. The unexpected invitation from young Master Wuchen left Wang Wan momentarily astonished. In her perception, young Master Wuchen was akin to a distant star, unattainable and elusive. Now, this very star beckoned her to visit, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, the individuals from the Wanhua Valley emerged unscathed, though they bore the lingering trepidation of recent events. The armored soldiers counted the number of those who had exited, revealing that 6 individuals had not returned from the Wanhua Valley, forever lost within its confines. The officials of Yongxian City announced the conclusion of the competition, stating that the final selection would be determined by young Master Wuchen, with the results to be publicly posted at the city gate. As for the Wanhua Valley, it was now sealed off, with the authorities preparing to investigate the matter. The sudden assault by the Iron Ants had caught everyone off guard. Yet, the question remained, why had such a multitude of Iron Ants appeared in the valley? Moreover, an account must be provided to the families and sects of those who tragically perished during the competition. Wang Wan followed Mu Zi and Luo Yixuan toward the verdant mountain indicated by the young boy. Along the way, they encountered several competitors from the valley, who exchanged silent glances before hastening on their way. Wang Wan and Luo Yixuan attracted the most attention, as they had not participated in the ranking competition and were essentially newcomers to the scene. After the departure of the young boy, the onlookers on the mountain regarded them with a mix of envy, jealousy, and intrigue, particularly the piercing gazes of several females, which carried the most potent allure. Just how adored was young Master Wuchen? The mountain where young Master Wuchen awaited was a solitary hill, nestled amidst towering peaks, appearing rather inconspicuous against the backdrop of the surrounding azure waters and verdant mountains. The assembly approached with a sense of reverence, only to discover that within this unremarkable hill lay a grand stone platform, exquisitely carved and imposing in stature. Upon this platform sat a youth clad in flowing, simple garments, his posture graceful as the wind. Adorned with a jade crown, he faced away from the assembly. The mountain breeze stirred his voluminous robes and tousled his flowing hair, yet it could not disturb his serene demeanor. Akin to a rock, the vast landscape of mountains and rivers seemed to accompany this ethereal figure, emerging from the ancient river of time, evoking a sense of timelessness and otherworldliness in the beholders. As the crowd stood in a daze, gazing at the magnificent scroll, the immortal figure depicted within turned, embodying the very essence of purity that the term Wuchan conveys, in words, however eloquent, could fully encapsulate his ethereal grace that left onlookers entranced. He regarded the assembly below with an air of serene detachment, his gaze devoid of any hint of mortal concerns. Under his penetrating stare, The crowd gradually succumbed to a sense of inadequacy and self-reproach. Wang Wan and a few others of steadfast resolve regained their composure and bowed in respect, prompting the remaining spectators to awaken from their stupor and follow suit. The Wuchan gentleman offered a slight nod, while a youthful attendant stationed below the stone platform declared loudly, "I kindly request all heroes present to submit the tailless flowers they have gathered." Except for Wang Wan and Luo Yixuan, the rest of the crowd unwrapped their bundles and presented the fruits of their competition. Wang Wan and Luo Yixuan exchanged a glance, each reflecting a mixture of confusion and caution. After collecting the tailless flowers, the young attendant continued, "Those who have pilfered from others within the valley, please step forward." The audience surveyed one another with an air of nonchalance. Among the throng, only a young man hesitated for a brief moment before stepping forward, exclaiming, "As a man of honor, I stand by my actions. There is nothing for me to conceal." Upon this declaration, several others shifted uneasily and followed suit. The attendant, maintaining an expression of impassivity, added, "Those who have failed to adhere to the regulations regarding the harvesting of tailless flowers, please step forward." Among the remaining individuals, a few visibly paled, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. Such actions often go unnoticed, and considering the distance between them at the time, they believed that silence would shield them from discovery. Consequently, no one dared to step forward. After approximately 15 minutes of tense silence, the atmosphere was thick with stillness, everyone remaining motionless. The young attendant, with a stern countenance, pointed at 3 individuals among those who had presented their flowers, declaring coldly, "If you wish to keep your misdeeds hidden, it is imperative that you do not engage in them. Do you 3 still hope to evade accountability?" The 3 were taken aback. One of them, unwilling to relent, inquired, "Pray tell, young attendant, on what basis do you conclude that we are in violation? Such matters cannot be judged lightly." The attendant fixed his piercing gaze upon them, rendering them unable to meet his eyes. He spoke, "The tailless flower is a rare and extraordinary bloom, its branches, leaves, and petals intricately linked to its essence. If one were to pluck only the blossoms without harming the core, it may still serve medicinal purposes. However, if the core is damaged, the once benign flower will, in an instant, transform into a toxic entity, lamenting its lost essence." Pausing momentarily, the attendant continued, "If you doubt my words, observe the tailless flowers you hold. Their leaves are already beginning to exhibit a ghostly blue hue, indicating their transformation into toxic substances." Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gaze towards the 3 individuals who held the tailless flowers. The blossoms remained resplendent and vibrant, their pristine white petals seemingly imbued with a delicate blue luminescence, captivating yet tinged with an unsettling aura. The 3, witnessing this phenomenon, instinctively flung the flowers to the ground and recoiled as if fleeing from a ferocious beast. Wang Wan, observing their disgraceful display, could not suppress a disdainful curl of her lip. The attendant glanced back at the Wuchan gentleman and then stated, "The gentleman is now aware of the competition's circumstances. Those who have just stepped forward are to descend the mountain at once." A few individuals felt a sense of discontent, yet, intimidated by the illustrious reputation of the gentleman known as Wuchan, they reluctantly departed. The remaining individuals, along with Wang Wan and Luo Yixuan, formed a total of 8. The 2 stood at the far left, aligning themselves with the others before the stone platform, patiently awaiting the forthcoming arrangements. Wuchan, with an expression devoid of sorrow or joy, surveyed the assembly with his piercing gaze, causing each person under his scrutiny to involuntarily tense up. He parted his crimson lips, his voice as melodious as anticipated, resonating like clear springs cascading over stones, and as enchanting as pearls falling upon a jade plate, seemingly a refreshing stream that nourished the soul. Addressing the 6 individuals on his right, he inquired, "Are you willing to take me as your master?" Upon hearing this, the 6 were taken aback with delight, promptly bowing and exclaiming, "We have long awaited this opportunity." As they prepared to pay their respects, however, they were halted by a young attendant. The attendant remarked, "To become a disciple of the gentleman, there remains one final trial. Please follow me. Whether you can join his ranks depends on your performance." The 6 exchanged determined glances, each reflecting an unwavering resolve, before bowing in gratitude to Wuchan and following the attendant down the mountain top. Now, only 3 remained atop the summit. Wang Wan focused intently on an ant at her feet, her gaze fixed, uncertain about the reason for Wuchan's summons. Yet, she sensed that this ethereal figure bore no ill intent towards her. After a moment of silence, Wuchan addressed Wang Wan. "Both of you possess celestial destinies. I wonder if you would be willing to accompany me?" Wang Wan was taken aback by his words, and a thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Wuchan is a practitioner of immortality? Has he discerned my true nature as a cultivator? In a daze of contemplation, she heard Luo Yixuan speak up. His eyes locked onto Wuchen as he questioned, "Is there truly such a being as an immortal? Why should we trust you?" Wuchen replied with an air of indifference. An immortal is merely one who has cultivated for an eternity and ascended to a higher realm, while a cultivator seeks the path of longevity. I am but a cultivator myself. As he spoke, he gestured with his hand, and a stream of clear water flowed into a teapot he conjured from thin air, the aroma of tea wafting through the air. Refreshing the senses, the teapot hovered in midair, pouring a cup of brewed tea for each of Wang Wan and Luo Yixuan. Luo Yixuan's gaze was transfixed, and Wang Wan watched in awe, marveling at this extraordinary ability to manipulate objects, a feat currently beyond her reach. Cautiously, they lifted the suspended teacups and took a small sip, a lingering sensation enveloping Wang Wan's heart. She felt as though the tea possessed a warm force that coursed through her entire being, awakening her meridians. Moments later, Wang Wan and Luo Yixuan simultaneously opened their eyes to gaze at Wuchen, who, meeting their gaze, remarked, "You are correct in your thoughts. This is indeed the Wu Wei flower, though not from this harvest, but rather a concoction of my own making." Luo Yixuan inhaled deeply and asked, "To pursue the path of immortality, must one forsake all worldly ties and depart from here?" The dustless young master nodded and replied, "Indeed, it is as it should be. The myriad affairs of the mortal realm will only serve as obstacles in your future. Hence, one must learn to sever attachments and forget love." Upon hearing this, Wang Wan and Luo Yixuan were both taken aback. Did this not imply the complete renunciation of all worldly emotions, rendering one akin to a lifeless statue? Yet, is it truly so simple to forsake a person's emotions? Luo Yixuan's countenance shifted constantly as he pondered deeply before addressing the dustless young master, saying, "If you expect me to relinquish everything around me at this moment, I find myself utterly incapable." The dustless young master appeared unfazed by his response. With a gentle sweep of his right hand, a jade token fell upon Luo Yixuan. This token, translucent and radiant, bore the image of an ethereal herb. He spoke softly, "Should you come to a resolution, this token will grant you access to find me at the establishment marked with this emblem." Damn, why words remain unchanged. Holding the jade token, Luo Yixuan nodded in acknowledgement of the dustless young master's words. The dustless young master then shifted his gaze away from Luo Yixuan and looked intently at Wang Wan, stating, "Your aptitude is commendable. Should you pursue the path of cultivation, great prospects await you." During the brief interlude of their conversation, Wang Wan had already analyzed the advantages and disadvantages in her heart. Firstly, it was true that she needed to acquire more knowledge of the cultivation world, as the techniques she had obtained were merely for the qi refinement stage, and subsequent methods would need to be chosen based on her own circumstances. Secondly, Wang Wan was burdened with numerous concerns: her brother Wang Lin, her missing elder sister, and her parents, rendering it impossible for her to abandon everything and leave. Lastly, she harbored doubts regarding the dustless young master's trustworthiness. As a cultivator, why did he involve himself in mundane affairs? What were his true intentions behind all his actions? The multitude of secrets surrounding the dustless young master made Wang Wan somewhat wary, leading her to respond, "Thank you for your kind offer, but I cannot accompany you to in the future. I shall seek my own path in the cultivation of immortality." The dustless young master gazed into Wang Wan's resolute eyes, momentarily lost in thought. In that fleeting moment, he perceived a resemblance to someone he once knew. Had he not insisted on altering that person's fate years ago, perhaps there would be far fewer regrets now. Alas, let us observe the destinies of these two individuals unfold in the future. Chapter 32. A night exploration of Yongxian Lake. After descending the mountain, Wang Wan and Luo Yixuan exchanged no words, parting ways after bidding farewell at the foot of the mountain. Who could predict the paths that lay ahead? Let us focus on the present. Wang Lin, Sun Shaoqing, and the others had returned to the inn before Wang Wan's meeting with the dustless young master. Wandering aimlessly through the bustling streets, Wang Wan contemplated the dustless young master's words, which spoke of a hidden realm deep within the Hengduan Mountains, a territory unclaimed by any faction, where she might uncover what she truly sought. The vague nature of his statement left her perplexed. Regardless, that hidden realm had yet to be unveiled, and Wang Wan, driven by her desire to find her elder sister Wang Ro, would certainly venture forth to investigate. Upon returning to the inn, everyone gathered around her, bombarding her with inquiries. "Xiao Wan, did you meet the dustless young master? What does he look like? Did the dustless young master take you as his disciple?" Wang Wan glanced around, her head spinning from the incessant buzzing sounds. She shouted, "Stop!" and an immediate hush fell over the crowd. With a hint of exasperation, she said, "The young master Wuchen has not taken me as his apprentice. As for his appearance, I cannot quite describe it. Though he is rather handsome, I am truly exhausted today. So may I take a moment to drink some water and rest? Li Biao, chuckling softly, waved his large hand like a fan, pushing back a few unruly youths blocking the doorway. He boisterously commanded, "You rascals, why are you not returning to help? What are you doing blocking the door? Be careful, or I shall teach you a lesson." After exchanging greetings with Sun Shaoqing and others, he departed. Sun Shaoqing turned back to Wang Wan and the others, announcing, "Li Biao has decided we shall set off tomorrow. Everyone, please prepare your belongings. We shall leave bright and early. So soon? I haven't had enough fun yet," Wang Lin grumbled. Wang Wan tapped his forehead and retorted, "If you wish to play, why follow along as a guard? You've had your fair share of fun these past few days. Now go home and pack." Wang Lin, sulking as he rubbed his head, protested, "You wretched Wang Wan. I warn you again not to hit my head, or else—" "Humph." Wang Wan stretched lazily, casting him a sidelong glance. "Or else what?" Wang Lin instantly wilted, quickly sticking out his tongue at her and shouted, "Wang Wan is a tigress," before darting away. Sun Xiaomei and Li Yinrui nearby were in stitches, barely able to contain their laughter. Wang Wan rolled her eyes, her lips twitching with amusement, and remarked, "I shan't stoop to the level of a child." With that, she left, leaving Sun Xiaomei and Li Yinrui laughing even harder. Upon returning to her room, Wang Wan lay on her bed, reflecting on the day's harrowing experiences, which surpassed any she had faced before. However, how could one truly understand the world if one did not immerse oneself in it? Fear of danger would prevent one from becoming a part of that world. Lost in her thoughts, she gradually drifted into slumber. When Wang Wan next opened her eyes, it was already the middle of the night. Sun Xiaomei had fallen asleep beside her. She quietly rose and seated herself at the table. Having skipped dinner, she found a pie left for her by Sun Xiaomei. Picking one up, she felt its softness. Still warm. She pushed open the door and stepped outside, where the sky was adorned with countless stars, and the surroundings were enveloped in silence, as everyone had succumbed to sleep. Wang Wan perched on the railing before her door, gazing silently at the sky while nibbling on the pit. Had been ages since she had taken the time to admire the stars. The distant night sky was eternally serene, imparting a sense of tranquility. Just then, she noticed a shadow flitting across the sky. What could that be? Intrigued, she summoned Xiao Shui and soared into the air on her sword to follow. Ahead, the silhouette belonged to two portly figures, their actions lewd and their appearance comical. Oddly enough, she felt she had seen them before, but she brushed aside the thought as they hurriedly piloted a magnificent flying vessel towards the eastern side of Yongxian City. Wang Wan affixed a mid-level invisibility talisman to herself, a remarkable achievement she had honed over the past 3 years. With only 5 of these precious talismans in existence, using one today left her feeling a twinge of regret. Yet, such artifacts were meant to be utilized. Otherwise, they would remain worthless at the bottom of her storage pouch. The two individuals ahead possessed significantly greater strength than Wang Wan, as evidenced by the remarkable speed at which their small vessel flew, leaving her utterly exhausted in her pursuit. The energy expenditure for piloting a flying boat far surpassed that of a flying sword. Just as Wang Wan felt on the verge of collapse, they finally arrived at their destination. It was a reckless endeavor for someone of her status to follow 2 high-ranking seniors in the realm of cultivation, but fortunately, the 2 plump figures seemed preoccupied and had no time to pay her any mind. Otherwise, it could have been quite perilous. Taking a moment to catch her breath, Wang Wan focused her gaze and realized she stood before Yongxian Lake. What could these 2 be doing here in the dead of night? She observed as the 2 portly men disembarked from their vessel and hastily made their way toward the lakeside, where 2 figures faced the lake, gazing at the thick fog rising from the water's surface. Wang Wan hesitated, contemplating whether to follow them, but ultimately decided that since she had come this far, it would be foolish to turn back. She carefully adjusted her sleeves and quietly trailed behind. Upon their arrival, the 2 figures by the lake prepared to take flight into Yongxian Lake. That moment, one of the young men clad in purple suddenly turned to face Wang Wan's position, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he called out, "Why not show yourself?" With a flick of his sleeve, he compelled Wang Wan to reveal herself. Startled, she emerged from her concealed state, meeting the gazes of the 4 individuals before her, and awkwardly greeted them, saying, Please continue. I was merely passing by." Immediately regretting her words, she felt an urge to bite her tongue as she noticed the peculiar stares from the 4. With a chuckle, the young man in purple flashed a charming smile, leaving Wang Wan momentarily entranced. "Little one, this is not a place for you to intrude. If you wish to observe the spectacle, remain on the shore." With that, he waved his hand, enveloping Yongxian Lake in a golden barrier, which then vanished from sight. The young man in purple, accompanied by the two lecherous-looking portly men, strode confidently into the mist, to Wang Wan's surprise. One of the figures standing nearby was none other than the Wuching Gongzi she had encountered earlier that day. He furrowed his brow, regarding her with concern, and advised, "You are being overly reckless tonight. Depart this place at once. The world is filled with treachery. Take care of yourself." Without waiting for her response, he turned and vanished into the thick fog. Wang Wan sighed, wishing to inquire about their intentions, but found herself alone on the shore. Approaching the spot where the young man in purple had stood, she reached out to touch the air before her, only to discover an invisible barrier obstructing her path. Pouting slightly, she muttered, "So it really is sealed off." Reflecting on the purple-clad youth, she recalled the familiarity she had felt upon seeing him just days prior in the noodle shop. Now, their face-to-face encounter intensified that sensation. It was truly peculiar. Who could he possibly be? She waited by the shore, utterly bored, while the lake remained eerily still. Wang Wan believed that with the capabilities of these individuals, the dense fog of Yongxian Lake and its peculiar legend should pose no challenge to them. Yet, she wondered if there was something unknown lurking within that moment. The thick mist of Yongxian Lake swirled as if stirred by countless invisible hands, forming numerous vortices, accompanied by flashes of lightning. The entire lake surged to towering heights, layer upon layer, and had it not been for the protective formation cast by the man in the purple attire, the waters would have long since flooded over. Within the vast aura of spiritual energy, the waters continued to rise, seemingly attempting to break free from the invisible confinement. However, no matter how tumultuously they churned, they could not shake the prison even slightly. Wang Wan, transfixed by the spectacle at the lake's edge, was astonished by the grandeur within the aura. Outside, not a sound reached the onlookers. Had she not been watching from the shore, she might have thought her hearing had failed her. For the aura appeared to possess a soundproofing effect. Disturbing the mundane world would surely not bode well. Amidst the swirling waters, a multitude of objects emerged. Wang Wan, with her keen eyesight, focused intently and was horrified to discern a series of corpses. Clad in ancient garments, some faces bore serene expressions, while others twisted in agony, all thrashing about in the turbulent waters, nearly causing her to retch. Suddenly, a dark mist howled within the aura, crashing against its boundary. The aura resonated with a hum, emanating golden light that repelled the dark mist, sending it reeling backward. Yet, before long, the malevolent vapor seemed unwilling to be ensnared, repeatedly assaulting the golden barrier with increasing ferocity, causing the aura to tremble ominously. Wang Wan, watching from the shore, was filled with trepidation, fearing that the entity would break free. This was indeed a realm beyond her reach. What could that dark mist be? It appeared so malevolent. Where had those individuals vanished to? If that thing were to escape, what could she possibly do? After numerous futile attempts to breach the barrier, the dark mist paused, drifting slowly closer to the aura. Wang Wan, uncertain of its intentions, fixed her gaze upon its movements without blinking. Suddenly, a flash illuminated the aura, revealing an enormous, terrifying face before her eyes. Startled, she recoiled, realizing that the dark mist had materialized into a grotesque visage pressing against the aura. It dawned upon her that a frightful entity lay hidden within the mist. The face loomed several meters high, with swirling black vapors forming twisted tendrils, lacking any other form but that ghastly countenance suspended in midair, its hollow eye sockets flickering with a sinister red glow. Regaining her composure, Wang Wan cautiously shifted her body, only to be met with a chilling, sinister laugh that echoed in her mind, causing her to lose consciousness in an instant. Chapter 33. The golden armored corpse. Wang Wan felt as though she were enveloped in a shroud of black mist, surrounded by indistinct figures that eluded her vision. Her head throbbed as if it might explode, and the air was thick with eerie laughter, saturated with resentment that sent shivers down her spine. She brushed her arms, now covered in goosebumps. She wandered aimlessly through the fog, occasionally catching glimpses of spectral shadows darting before her, as if she had unwittingly stepped into the realm of the dead. What place is this, truly? Why have I found myself here? Wang Wan recalled the events that transpired before her unconsciousness, the churning waters of Yongxian Lake, the terrifying visage of a colossal face, and the sinister laughter that rendered her insensible. These images flashed vividly before her eyes. So, where is she now? Is she trapped in a mirage? Wang Wan wandered through the mist, her sense of time lost, the path ahead seemingly endless. The world around her was shrouded in fog, as if she would never escape. She felt her mind beginning to fray, her only instinct to keep moving. In this vast, disorienting expanse, There was no refuge, no hope, no light, only the mechanical motion of her legs. Meanwhile, the waters of Yongxian Lake were also engulfed in dark mist. Suddenly, a sword light, as if cleaving through the very heavens, forcefully dispersed the surrounding darkness. A chilling scream pierced the air, and the lake's surface gradually became clearer. Through the receding fog, for figures approached, treading upon the waves. Zi Xuanfeng furrowed his brow as he gazed ahead. On the shore, Wang Wan was pressing against the barrier of spiritual energy, moving restlessly. Her eyes glimmered with a red hue, her expression vacant, indicating the depletion of her spiritual power. He thought to himself, "This is dire," and immediately took flight on his sword. Rushing towards her, he dispelled the barrier of spiritual energy and reached out to catch Wang Wan, sealing her entire being with his own power. Wuchen quickly followed, arriving at Wang Wan's side. How is she? Her consciousness is ensnared in the resentment of the vengeful spirit, trapped within her sea of consciousness. This resentment has formed an illusory array, designed to drain one's spiritual energy and vitality to the point of death within the mirage. Zi Xuanfeng regarded Wang Wan's pale visage, his brow deeply furrowed. This cannot continue. I must enter her sea of consciousness to dismantle the array. If this persists, the young girl will perish. Wuchen swiftly intervened, advising, "Do not act rashly. A person's consciousness is the most fragile. A careless move could injure her spirit, leaving her alive but in a state of madness." De Peng huffed indignantly, cursing the vengeful spirit. Since it has already escaped, why not flee for its life instead of harming an innocent girl? Next time, I shall surely eradicate it. Zi Xuanfeng, filled with self-reproach, struck the ground with his fist, causing the stone slab to fracture beneath him. I should never have allowed the young one to remain on the shore. Had I sent her away sooner, this calamity would not have occurred. Peng looked anxiously at his master, unsure how to console him, their identical, comical faces turning toward Wuchen, as if silently pleading for assistance. Wuchen, maintaining a stoic expression, turned his gaze back to Wang Wan's opened eyes and said, "Do not worry. I believe this young lady might not require our aid. Just look into her eyes." Upon hearing this, Zi Xuanfeng raised his gaze, astonished to see that Wang Wan's once vacant eyes were beginning to show signs of awareness. It turned out that while she had been wandering through the ominous black mist, just as her consciousness was on the brink of fading, she had shouted in her heart, "No, stop." Yet her limbs seemed increasingly disobedient, mechanically propelling her forward against her will. Wang Wan exhausted the last remnants of her strength, causing herself to stumble. She controlled her limbs with various parts of her body, resembling a twisted pretzel. Time became an indistinct blur as fatigue enveloped her. However, she clung to her willpower, refusing to succumb to unconsciousness. Gradually, she sensed something amiss. A tendril of dark energy coiled around her. Initially subtle, it grew denser with each step she took, as if it intended to consume her as nourishment. Upon this realization, Wang Wan's first reaction was not fear, but a surge of rage. She swiftly pinched the dark energy with 2 fingers and delivered a powerful punch, producing a jarring, metallic shriek that grated on her ears, nearly causing her to lose her grip on the dark essence. Regaining her composure, she clutched the dark energy tightly. It began to take form, revealing faces contorted in anguish. Wang Wan recognized them as the vengeful spirits of the wronged, their grievances trapped within a formation that condemned them to eternal suffering, their energy waning, leading to the intensification of their bitterness. Contemplating her response, Wang Wan acknowledged her limited knowledge of formations, yet she realized that disrupting one was considerably more feasible. Suppressing her trepidation, she scrutinized the structure of the illusion, disregarding the grotesque visages of the vengeful souls. The arduousness of her task remained unspoken. Finally, perseverance bore fruit. After extensive observation, she identified a weakness in the illusion. Drawing upon the scant spiritual energy remaining within her, she transformed it into delicate threads that penetrated the dark energy. In the next moment, the dark essence burst like a punctured soap bubble, unleashing the trapped grievances that surged forth. Upon their liberation, the vengeful spirits circled Wang Wan in gratitude before soaring into the open air. As the surrounding black mist gradually dissipated, outside, Zi Xuanfeng and Wu Chun, among others, looked up to witness a multitude of grievances escaping from Wang Wan's form. These grievances dispersed in the gentle breeze. Having entered the cycle of reincarnation, they gathered around Wang Wan, awaiting her revival. Slowly, she opened her eyes, gingerly touching her forehead and exclaiming in discomfort. Her head felt heavy, as though struck by a blunt object, and she was utterly drained of energy. Raising her gaze, she noticed the 4 individuals encircling her, watching intently. Embarrassed, Wang Wan scratched her head and inquired, "What happened to me? What was that illusion? Did we defeat that monster?" Pang and Liang Zhang, identical in appearance, leaned closer to Wang Wan and remarked, "You are quite impressive. You managed to break free from the vengeful spirit's illusion all on your own. We admire you." As they spoke earnestly, Wang Wan couldn't help but find their demeanor somewhat comical. The dustless young master assisted Wang Wan in examining her condition, his expression calm as he addressed her. "Had you delayed even a moment longer, your meridians would have ruptured. Consume this elixir and channel your energy to restore yourself." With that, he handed her a jade green pill. Upon hearing his words, Wang Wan reached out to accept the pill, her gratitude on the tip of her tongue, yet the dustless young master had already turned and departed. She stood there, gazing at his retreating figure, the pill in her hand still warm from his touch. Seeing Wang Wan's expression, Zi Xuanfeng stepped between them, blocking her line of sight, and impatiently remarked, "Why are you dawdling? Begin your healing." In response, Wang Wan stuck her tongue out at her, then promptly swallowed the elixir. The efficacy of the pill was remarkable. After merely circulating her energy for a single cycle, the sensation of spiritual depletion diminished significantly, and the energy within her began to flow autonomously. Before long, she felt her strength restored to a considerable extent. Opening her eyes, she observed the four individuals conversing not far from the shores of Yongxian Lake, surprised to find they had not departed. With a smile, she made her way towards them. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air from behind her. Zi Xuanfeng instinctively turned and dashed towards Wang Wan's position. Sensing something amiss, Wang Wan swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a skeletal hand, although she felt a sharp sting as it grazed her shoulder. A searing pain radiated from the wound. At that moment, Zi Xuanfeng was already engaged in combat with the creature. Wang Wan glanced at her shoulder, which had turned an ominous shade of black, and a wave of dizziness washed over her. This was bad. The wound was poisoned. In the next instant, Pang dragged her aside. Pang examined her injury and declared, "It's corpse poison, specifically that of a golden-armored zombie." Without hesitation, he drew a small knife and sliced open the fabric of her shirt. Handing her a handkerchief, he instructed, "Bite down and bear it." He swiftly excised the blackened flesh from her shoulder. Wang Wan stifled a terrible scream, the agony overwhelming her senses, causing her body to curl into a ball as she trembled uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat cascading down her. Pang immediately sprinkled medicinal powder onto the fresh wound, where blood flowed crimson, suggesting that most of the corpse poison had been eliminated. After the powder was applied, Wang Wan felt a wave of coolness that alleviated much of her pain. She continued to circulate her spiritual energy and internal techniques, facilitating the ongoing healing of her wound. However, a portion of the corpse poison still lingered within her. She endeavored to expel it using her spiritual energy, but to her dismay, the poison proved formidable, tainting her very essence. Resolutely, she sealed off that segment of her meridians. What a dreadful day it had been. She had ventured out without consulting the almanac and had narrowly escaped with her life. Truly, curiosity had led her into peril. Before she could fully lament her misfortune, calamity struck anew as two golden-armored zombies sprang forth from the waters, charging towards them. Pang, sensing the impending danger, immediately brandished his weapon to confront them. Yet, these golden-armored zombies had gained a semblance of intelligence. They recognized that Wang Wan, the weakest among them, was an easy target. Before she could react, one of the zombies seized her and soared back towards Yongxian Lake. The dust-free young master shook off a golden-armored corpse that had ensnared him and swiftly pursued Wang Wan. With a deft maneuver, he obstructed the path of the golden-armored corpse, delivering a powerful punch while extending his other hand towards Wang Wan. The corpse emitted a disdainful grunt, baring its fearsome fangs as it lunged for Wang Wan's neck. In that fleeting moment between life and death, Wang Wan's mind became extraordinarily clear. She summoned her sword, Xiao Shui, and severed the indomitable claws of the golden-armored corpse. Amidst its chilling and harrowing wails, Wang Wan plunged into the unfathomable depths of Yongxian Lake, where countless dark shapes drifted below. Chapter 34. The ancient corpses beneath the water. As Wang Wan gradually sank into the water, she transformed her breath into inner energy, stabilizing her form in preparation to swim ashore on the opposite side. At that moment, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Shadowy figures seemed to be gliding toward her through the lake's depths. Momentarily perplexed, she recalled having seen numerous corpses within the lake before. Could it be that these corpses had come to life? Had she inadvertently fallen into their lair? Wang Wan grasped Xiao Shui and swam toward a direction with the least shadows, aware that fighting underwater was decidedly unfavorable for her. as none of the spells she could conjure would work in these depths. Soon, an ancient corpse drifted toward her. Its eyes, wide open, were devoid of pupils, replaced entirely by a ghastly white. Its features remained unchanged, eerily lifelike, with hands contorted into claws that were no longer human, lunging at Wang Wan. Employing the lynxy step, she evaded the attack and thrust her sword toward its head. Forged personally by her master, Xiao Shui was renowned for its extraordinary sharpness, and indeed, it could cleave the corpse's head with ease. Without a moment's pause, Wang Wan found herself beset by 5 more ancient corpses. Seizing the initiative, she kicked the recently vanquished corpse to her left, blocking the 3 approaching from that side, while simultaneously driving her sword into another, severing its head. A powerful punch sent yet another flying. With her sword spinning to the right, she dispatched the 3 obstructed corpses in one fell swoop. Yet, the onslaught of ancient corpses continued to surge forth, and even with her formidable blade in hand, Wang Wan began to struggle. What was the true nature of Yongxian Lake? The jade slip provided by that mysterious individual had explicitly stated that it was an ordinary lake, yet now it was rife with such bizarre occurrences. No, Wang Wan recalled, there seemed to be signs of spiritual energy manipulation within the text of the jade slip. Had it been altered by someone? Why? Did Yongxian Lake harbor secrets that must not be unveiled? Rather than dwell on the perplexities, Wang Wan resolved to carve a path through the chaos. With all her might, she executed the lynxy step, racing toward the lake's edge without hesitation. The ancient corpses she encountered did not engage her. Relying on her nimble movements, she maintained her speed as she swam toward the shore. Before long, a multitude of ancient corpses trailed behind her. As she reached the shallows, the dark figures around her had nearly vanished. The water here was crystal clear, allowing her to glimpse the lake's bottom. To her astonishment, several 5-petaled flowers bloomed there, glistening with transparency. Her master had indeed spoken the truth. All things in the world are interdependent, and where poisonous serpents lurk, antidotes are sure to follow. These 5-petaled flowers were indeed precious treasures for antidotes. Wang Wan, no longer hesitating, charged forward. It was only upon approaching that she discovered the 5-petaled flowers were rooted in the muddy depths of the lake. With a swift motion of her flying sword, she plucked several blossoms from their submerged sanctuary. Suddenly, she noticed a figure rushing towards her. Wang Wan quickly retreated a few steps and, wielding her sword, executed the shadowless technique, thrusting it forward, only to have her blade gently seized by the newcomer. Xiao Shui twisted in his grip, attempting to break free, yet to no avail. The man chuckled, "Little one, are you attempting murder? Your spiritual sword is rather intriguing." Upon closer inspection, Wang Wan realized it was the young man in purple attire. "What brings you here? Have the monsters on the shore been dealt with?" she inquired. Zi Xuanfeng playfully pinched the bun atop her head, his smile devilish. "I came to rescue you. Of course, I had hoped for a hero's welcome, but it seems you've managed to escape quite well on your own." Wang Wan pouted, scrunching her nose. "You're quite the scoundrel, but I still thank you." With that, she turned and channeled her energy to propel herself above the water and onto the shore. Zi Xuanfeng touched his nose, chuckling softly as he glanced at his arm, which bore the marks of his earlier haste. Alas, how foolishly sentimental of me. Once on land, Wang Wan noticed that daylight had fully arrived. "Oh no, the escort caravan departs this morning," she exclaimed, hurriedly making her way to the inn, the 5-petaled flowers held in her mouth for detoxification. Utilizing her lynxy steps, she raced back with the speed of lightning and encountered Sun Shaoqing, who had emerged in search of her. Sun Shaoqing observed the dampness enveloping Wang Wan, noting the considerable injury on her shoulder. Suppressing her curiosity, she said, "Where have you been? Quickly return to your room and attend to your wounds." Wang Wan, feeling guilty, nodded and hurried back to her chamber. After tidying herself up, she entered the hall where Captain Li and the others awaited her. Wang Wan approached, clasping her hands in a gesture of respect. "Captain Li, I apologize for the trouble I've caused, and to all my brothers, I am truly sorry." Captain Li gazed deeply at her, saying, "Young Miss Wang, you are still quite young. This time, it is acceptable, but when venturing outside, one must adhere to certain constraints, particularly when escorting. You cannot run wild like an unbridled horse. It cannot be reined in." Her heart weighed down by his words, Wang Wan found it hard to lift her gaze. Sun Shaoqing stepped forward to ease the tension. "Captain Li, this time the fault lies with us. It is also my failure in discipline. Please forgive us." Captain Li took a moment to compose himself. "Let this matter slide this time. However, it must not happen again. Everyone, prepare to depart." Wang Wan stood awkwardly, observing as others busied themselves, ignoring her presence. Overcome with guilt, she approached Sun Shaoqing to apologize, but Sun Shaoqing waved her off. You should prioritize your own well-being first. With that, she walked away. Once everyone was settled in the carriage, a heavy silence enveloped the group, leaving Wang Wan to ponder whether they intended to punish her with this cold treatment. She remained in the same carriage as Wang Lin and Sun Xiaomei, and unable to contain his concern, Wang Lin asked, "Second sister, where did you go last night? Everyone was worried about you, do you realize?" Wang Wan found herself at a loss for words regarding the events of the previous night. The experiences she encountered likely exceeded anyone's imagination. She briefly remarked, "It was nothing. I went for a walk and encountered some danger, but it has been resolved now." Wang Lin, in a fit of boredom, rolled his eyes at Wang Wan and said, "If you don't want to talk about it, then just leave it. Stop fabricating stories." Humph. With that, he turned away, ignoring Wang Wan. Sun Xiaomei, however, did not inquire about Wang Wan's ordeal from the night before. Instead, she quietly asked, "Xiaowan, after you accompanied young Master Mu to meet young Master Wuchen, where did he go? It seems there has been no news of him throughout Yongxian City." Wang Wan looked at Sun Xiaomei in surprise and replied, "Why do you care so much about Mu Zi? He and 5 others were taken away by young Master Wuchen's attendant, supposedly to undertake some trial. Oh, by the way, has the result of this ranking competition been announced?" Sun Xiaomei sighed in disappointment. "Yes, it has been announced. Young Master Mu secured the top position, but this year, the ranking list only features 6 individuals. The other 4 positions remain vacant. I heard it was young Master Wuchen's request. He stated that this ranking list should be selective rather than excessive. Only those with true abilities should be included. Otherwise, it is better to leave the list empty." Upon hearing this, Wang Wan nodded in agreement. Indeed, this way, it would prevent those who seek fame without merit from occupying positions they do not deserve. Sun Xiaomei added, "Young Master Mu is truly a capable individual. His position as the leader is well-deserved." At this point, not only Wang Wan but also Wang Lin became curious. "Sister Xiaomei, you wouldn't happen to have developed feelings for Mu Zi, would you?" Sun Xiaomei's face flushed as she retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Whether I like someone is none of your business. That may be true for me, but it certainly concerns Brother Yanrui. You mustn't genuinely like Mu Zi." Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaomei's expression changed. "Who I like is of no concern to that fellow Li Yanrui, and why shouldn't I like young Master Mu? Humph, honestly, why am I discussing such matters with a little brat like you?" Wang Lin's eyes widened in shock, inwardly thinking, "No way, Brother Yanrui, your girlfriend might be taken away." Wang Wan's wound healed rapidly under the nurturing of spiritual energy, yet the excruciating pain of having flesh torn from her body remained etched in her memory. It is best to refrain from indulging in curiosity that does not align with one's strength. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire, as one cannot always rely on luck. The journey ahead progressed smoothly, and a month later, the convoy finally arrived at the capital of the Yan dynasty, Yanzhou City. Yanzhou City is divided into an inner city and an outer city. Entry into the inner city is restricted to individuals of notable status. Their destination this time was the largest trading establishment in the outer city, Cologne Trading Company. The manager of Cologne Trading Company, a lean old man named Liu, dispatched capable assistants to verify the goods with Weilang Escort Agency. After the handover, he arranged for everyone to stay in the guest rooms of the trading company. The members of Qingfeng Mountain Villa had never visited any capital city before, and upon arriving in Yanzhou City, they could hardly contain their excitement to explore the streets. Wang Wan, having recently made a mistake, resolved to behave herself this time. Li Biao and Lu Guanshi from Cologne Trading Company share a long-standing friendship. After much anticipation, they finally gathered to converse. "Brotherly, you have arrived at a fortuitous time. The day after tomorrow marks the 80th birthday of the esteemed Mu Tianxing at Lianhua Mountain Villa. Heroes from all corners will gather to celebrate, and you would be most welcome to accompany me in paying respects to the venerable elder." Although Lu Guanshi holds the title of a mere steward, he was once a prominent figure in the martial world. Now, having aged, he has retired from the tumultuous life and taken on the role of a steward in the trading company. Li Biao was overjoyed but then shook his head, saying, "Brother Lu, without an invitation, how could I possibly enter Lianhua Mountain Villa? It would be best not to trouble you." Lu Guanshi displayed an expression that suggested he anticipated such a question. "Fear not, for I have my ways." Li Biao paused before asking, "I have a small request. Might Brother Lu be able to procure an invitation for Qingfeng Mountain Villa? Our successful escort mission was thanks to their assistance." "So, dear brother, you need not be so formal. It is no trouble at all for me," Lu Guanshi replied. "However, I am curious about the origins of this Qingfeng Mountain Villa, as it is unfamiliar to me." Li Biao chuckled, "You may be unaware, but Qingfeng Mountain Villa was established 3 years ago. The master, Wang Qing, is a generous man of exceptional martial prowess. and he has gained a modest reputation in our region. His disciples are also quite remarkable. I have some acquaintance with Wang Qing, which is why this opportunity is splendid. I wish to bring along a disciple from his villa to broaden their horizons. Indeed, I see. Rest assured, since he is your friend, he is also mine. Please wait here. I shall head to Lianhua Mountain Villa at once and arrange the invitation. I express my gratitude on behalf of the children from Qingfeng Mountain Villa. Brother Lu, Li Biao said as he cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. Lu Guanshi immediately grasped his arm, saying, "There is no need for such formality, dear brother. It is merely a small favor." Chapter 35. Birthday celebration at Lianhua Mountain Villa. Sun Shaoqing felt as though his brain was about to explode. These few young ones were relentless, driving him to the brink of despair. Several boys and girls crowded in his room, chattering incessantly, their boundless energy typical of their IGIT. Was under such circumstances that Li Biao rescued Sun Shaoqing. Upon returning to his room, he held a freshly baked invitation in his hand. With great enthusiasm, he announced to everyone, "Wonderful news! Brotherly has secured an invitation for our villa. The day after tomorrow, we shall all go to Lianhua Mountain Villa to celebrate the 80th birthday of the esteemed Mu Tianqing." Wow, the 80th birthday? Who is this illustrious elder? Sun Shaoqing smiled and replied, "You may not know, but Elder Mu Tianqing was the former leader of the Martial Arts Alliance during the Yin Dynasty." The former leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Who holds the position now? Li Yinrui inquired. The current leader is the Swiftblade hero Bai Kuei, appointed by Elder Mu, who will remain in the role until the next martial arts conference when the selection of the new leader will be formally discussed. Sun Shaoqing explained, Bai Kuei is also a legendary hero. Perhaps we will witness the grand spectacle of 2 generations of alliance leaders gathering in one place. Upon hearing these words, everyone began to engage in spirited discussion. I wonder if young Master Mu will come this time. Sun Xiaomei pondered. Resting her chin on her hand, Li Yinrui furrowed his brow and scoffed. Even if he does come, what of it? Look at you. So infatuated. What is so special about that young Master Mu? Sun Xiaomei, incensed by his words, sprang to her feet and retorted angrily, "You mustn't go too far. What I choose to think is none of your business, and you are not allowed to speak ill of young Master Mu." Li Yinrui raised an eyebrow defiantly and declared loudly, "What if I do? What can you do about it?" With that, he bared his teeth at her. Without hesitation, Sun Xiaomei rolled up her sleeves and lunged at him. Li Yinrui, not waiting for her to reach him, dashed around the table, and the two of them created quite a ruckus in the room, much to the bewildered amusement of Wang Wan and her brother, who exchanged wide-eyed glances as they observed this playful rivalry. Soon, the day of the esteemed Mu Tianqing's 80th birthday arrived. Captain Li, accompanied by several of his subordinates, and Sun Shaoqing with Wang Wan, made their way to the foot of Lianhua Mountain. The ascent was crowded with people, and Wang Wan and her companions were clearly strangers in this realm. Drawing subtle glances from passers-by, Wang Lin tugged at Wang Wan's sleeve and remarked, "Second sister, why do I feel like these people's gazes are rather peculiar? Why are they staring at us?" Wang Wan surveyed their surroundings and replied, "This is Yin Zhao. We are indeed outsiders here. It is only natural for them to be curious about us, so let us not take it to heart." With that, she took Wang Lin's hand and led him up the mountain. Before long, they heard someone call out from behind, "Miss Xiaowan, is that really you?" Turning around, Wang Wan was taken aback to find none other than Mu Zi, the young Master Mu that Sun Xiaomei had been longing for. She sighed inwardly as she observed his gentle smile, and with a furtive glance, she noticed Sun Xiaomei gazing at him with sparkling eyes. While Li Yinrui's expression had darkened, Wang Wan quickly grabbed Mu Zi's sleeve and pulled him aside, asking, "Young Master Mu, you've come as well? Did you pass the test last time?" Mu Zi subtly glanced at Wang Wan's hand gripping his sleeve. His smile deepening. "The My family has been friends with the Mu family for generations. I am here to celebrate my father's birthday. I did not expect to encounter you here." He paused before continuing. "The final test given by young Master Wuchen has yet to commence. I heard from that young lad that it will take place in the Hengduan Mountains, and we will be notified of the specific timing when the moment is right." "The Hengduan Mountains?" Wang Wan murmured thoughtfully. "What are you and young Master Mu discussing?" Sun Xiaomei, having shaken off Li Yinrui's interference, approached them. Upon seeing Wang Wan grasping Mu Zi's sleeve, she exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, what are you two up to?" Startled back to reality, Wang Wan quickly released her grip, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry. I completely forgot," she stammered apologetically to Mu Zi. He retracted his sleeve, still lingering with her fragrance, concealing a hint of disappointment within. With a smile, he said to Wang Wan, "It's quite all right. Let us proceed together. There is still a distance to the villa." With that, he took the lead and walked ahead. Wang Wan turned to Sun Xiaomei with a resigned smile and suggested, "Shall we join them?" Sun Xiaomei huffed softly at Wang Xiaoxiao and then exclaimed, "Then let's go with that." She hurried after Mu Zi, leaving Li Yinrui, who was even more incensed by the scene, to call out to Sun Xiaomei before hastily following suit. This left Wang Wan and the two others to stroll leisurely behind. Sun Xiaoqing, furrowing her brow as she observed the entire proceeding, suddenly felt a twinge of neglect for failing to notice the myriad changes that had transpired in her younger sister. By the time the group arrived at the entrance of Lianhua Villa, half an hour had elapsed. Under Mu Zi's guidance, they were swiftly escorted by the servants to the grand reception courtyard. Wang Wan glanced around, noting that a considerable number of guests had already gathered, with everyone mingling and greeting familiar faces, creating a vibrant atmosphere. At the center of the courtyard stood a stage where performers were already singing melodiously. However, Wang Wan's interest waned quickly, and she diverted her gaze elsewhere. After escorting them to the courtyard, Mu Zi excused himself to pay respects to the elders in the rear courtyard. Once he departed, Sun Xiaomei and Li Yinrui, feeling unrestrained, continued their banter with even greater fervor. Wang Wan, holding Wang Lin's hand, wandered about the courtyard, while Sun Xiaoqing trailed behind Li Biaodo to greet various acquaintances. The courtyard was adorned festively, radiating a joyous and lively ambience. Yet, this celebratory spirit was soon disrupted when a strikingly beautiful girl in a pink dress obstructed Wang Wan's path. She scrutinized Wang Wan with a scowl and remarked, "Where did this yellow-haired girl come from, to attend Lord Mu's birthday banquet? You didn't coerce Mu Gij into bringing you, did you?" Wang Wan, taken aback by the hostility emanating from the girl, replied earnestly, "Miss, one should not speak frivolously. I entered with an invitation. And so what? Let me warn you to keep your distance from Mu Gij, or I won't hesitate to be rude with that." She shot Wang Wan a fierce glare and strode out of the courtyard. Wang Wan scoffed softly, thinking how unreasonable the girl was. "Mu Zi, you troublemaker." Just then, she heard Mu Zi's amused voice behind her. "Miss Wan, might I inquire what has caused you displeasure? Allow me to apologize." Wang Wan felt a bit embarrassed and turned to behold his handsome face. Responding, "It's nothing, merely lamenting your need to be so strikingly handsome for no reason." Mu Zi's cheeks flushed slightly, his smile growing warmer. "Miss Wan is jesting, and I am relieved that I have not overstepped my bounds. Have you found your seats yet? The banquet is about to commence." Wang Wan exclaimed, "In my eagerness to enjoy the festivities, I completely overlooked finding our seats." Wang Lin, clever and perceptive, scanned the area with twinkling eyes and cheerfully suggested, "Brother Mu, why don't you assist us in finding our seats? There are just too many options here." Mu Zi smiled gently at Wang Lin. "Very well, follow me. I have a rough idea of where your seats may be." With that, he led Wang Wan and her brother toward the banquet. The Qingfeng Villa, lacking significant renown in the martial world, is somewhat secluded in its location. Nonetheless, it shares a table with Captain Li and his companions, thus circumventing any awkwardness. Before long, the steward of the villa arrived in the courtyard, channeling his inner strength as he called out loudly, "Esteemed heroes, please take your seats. The birthday banquet is about to commence, and our venerable patriarch will arrive shortly." The guests, having come primarily for the sake of the old master, naturally refrained from causing any disturbances and obediently took their seats, awaiting the arrival of the esteemed elder Mu. "Why hasn't he, the current leader, the valiant Bai, arrived yet?" Someone at a nearby table whispered. "Don't you know? Perhaps the valiant Bai has gone ahead to pay respects to the old leader. He might appear alongside elder Mu shortly," came the reply. Wang Wan, attentively listening to the conversation at the adjacent table, suddenly spotted a group entering through the courtyard gate. Leading the procession was an elderly man with graying hair yet a spirited demeanor, accompanied by the very young lady in pink with whom Wang Wan had just had a quarrel. Following closely behind them were several middle-aged men and women, who then took their seats at the central table. One of the middle-aged individuals stood in the center to express gratitude to the newcomers before finally announcing the commencement of the feast. At that moment, a procession of elegantly attired and graceful maidens entered, bearing trays of exquisite dishes. Wang Wan overheard someone exclaim softly, "Where is Leader Bai?" As soon as the words were spoken, hushed discussions erupted around her. Wang Wan lifted her gaze to the front table, noticing that the middle-aged man was casting glances toward the courtyard entrance, evidently awaiting someone's arrival. Once the maidens had served the dishes, the steward gestured, and the performance on the stage resumed, marking the official start of the banquet. The cuisine at Lianhua Villa was delectable, causing Wang Lin and his fellow food enthusiasts to eat with gleaming eyes, too engrossed to utter a word. Halfway through the feast, having had her fill, Wang Wan observed that the others were still dining. Choosing not to disturb them, she rose and stepped outside. Exhaling deeply, she stretched languidly, only to hear footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, she was surprised to find Mu Zi. That fellow, Mu Zi sauntered over to Wang Wan, mimicking her stretch, then turned to her with a smile. Wang Wan couldn't help but chuckle. What brings you out? Mu Zi replied with a grin. I stepped out to dissipate some of the wine's effects. What about you, miss? Seeking a breath of fresh air? Wang Wan shot him a playful glare. Why is it that you're allowed to step out while I'm not? Mu Zi quickly waved his hand, comically bowing as he said, I wouldn't dare. Wang Wan was amused by his antics, just as she was about to tease him further when the pink-clad young lady approached, her striking eyes fixed on them with a fiery intensity. Why are you here again? The young lady fumed at Wang Wan. Wang Wan, feeling exasperated, glanced at Mu Zi, who, with a cold demeanor, addressed the young lady. Miss Li, I kindly ask you to speak politely to Xiao Wan. Li Qingqiu looked at Mu Zi with a sense of grievance. Brother Mu, why do you defend this wild girl? I've finally mustered the courage to come out to see you. And this is how you treat me. As she finished speaking, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Wang Wan, with a pained expression, observed the scene and addressed Mu Zi, saying, Young Master Mu, I shall take my leave now. Without waiting for Mu Zi's response, she strode into the courtyard. Mu Zi's arm twitched slightly, yet he refrained from extending his hand. He gazed forlornly at Wang Wan's retreating silhouette and turned to Li Qingqiu, stating, Miss Li, please conduct yourself with dignity. He then entered the courtyard without a backward glance, leaving Li Qingqiu standing there, tears streaming down her face, mourning even more deeply for his departure. Upon returning to his seat, Mu Zi lifted his gaze towards Wang Wan's direction, only to find her engaged in conversation with those beside her, her expression devoid of any anomaly. An indescribable sensation surged within him, prompting him to lower his head with a sigh. Choosing not to glance in her direction again at that moment, the steward rushed in a flurry, instantly capturing everyone's attention. He reported to the esteemed Mu elder, Old Master, calamity has struck. A servant has just informed me that the leader has been discovered dead on the mountainside. Everyone gasped in astonishment. It was no wonder the leader had yet to arrive at the banquet. Something terrible had indeed transpired. Yet, with his martial prowess, who could have slain him? Mu Tianqing's expression darkened, and he bellowed, Why are you still standing there? Take me to see. After uttering these words, he strode purposefully towards the exit. The onlookers, having heard the steward's announcement, rose in unison to follow Mu Tianqing. Wang Wan and others trailed behind, with Wang Lin clutching his sister's hand tightly, his dependence on her eliciting a bemused smile from Wang Wan, who chose not to comment and allowed him to hold on. As they approached the mountainside trail, they found a crowd gathered. Wang Wan and Wang Lin squeezed through the throng, witnessing the esteemed Mu elder examining the corpse of a middle-aged swordsman on the ground. The swordsman's face was frozen in astonishment, his long blade still sheathed at his back, a fatal wound evident beneath his neck, clearly the cause of his demise. After a brief examination, Mu Tianqing remarked, A single strike ended his life. Bai Kuei didn't even draw his sword. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in discussion. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Wan discreetly employed her subtle spiritual sense to inspect the scene, confirming Mu elder's assertion. There were no signs of struggle on Bai's body. Furthermore, she noticed that his right hand was curled and clenched, as if he had previously held something that was now mysteriously absent. She quietly remarked to those nearby, Look at the curvature of Bai's fingers. Could it be that he was gripping something? The crowd concurred upon closer inspection. Yet, what had Bai Kuei been holding at that moment? And where had it vanished to? Had the murderer taken it? Was the perpetrator's motive to steal whatever Bai Kuei possessed, leading to his silencing? As Wang Wan subtly sensed the surrounding energies, she suddenly discerned something amiss. Bai Kuei's soul was conspicuously absent, leaving no trace behind. This was deeply irregular. A soul does not depart immediately upon death, and even in reincarnation, there are signs to follow. What could have transpired? Had someone abducted his soul? Wang Wan pondered this enigma for a long time, finding herself confounded by her limited understanding of the world's mysteries. Bai Gu had met a tragic end. She implored the esteemed Mu elder to seek justice for him and uncover the culprit to avenge his untimely demise. Upon concluding his words, the stout man with a square face, Lin Deshang, was overwhelmed with grief and indignation as he bowed deeply to Mu Tianqing. Mu Tianqing promptly supported his arm and lifted him up, saying, Lin Gangzhong, there is no need for such formality. This matter is one that I must take on with unwavering resolve. I shall certainly find the culprit and avenge Bai Xiong. After uttering these words, Mu Tianqing instructed the steward to carry Bai Kuei's lifeless body back to Lianhua Villa, on a day meant for celebration. Such a tragic event had transpired, and the guests no longer lingered, hastily bidding farewell to Mu Tianqing as they descended the mountain. However, one individual was not of the same mind. He obstructed the others and addressed Mu Tianqing, Mu Xianbei, with Bai Deji's tragic demise. All who attended the birthday banquet are under suspicion. How can we simply let them leave? Lin Gangzhong. Such words cannot be spoken lightly. With Bai Mengzhu's swift blade, how many among us could deliver a fatal blow? Moreover, we were all drinking and feasting within the villa just moments ago. How could anyone have slipped away to the mountainside, committed murder, and returned undetected? The leader of Qixia sect, Tong Zhangmin, was the first to voice his dissent. Lin Deshang, however, was a man of stubborn conviction. His eyes ablaze with fury, he shouted at Tong Zhangmin. My elder brother Lin is a man of integrity. Who can say if it was some cowardly wretch who, unable to face him, resorted to treachery? With that, he wept bitterly, kneeling before Mu Tianqing and imploring, I beseech you, Mu Xianbei, to uphold justice. We cannot allow them to leave the mountain before the suspicions are resolved. You? Tong Zhangmin was infuriated by this obstinate mule. His face flushed with rage as he stormed off. Mu Tianqing pondered for a moment, surveying the assembly, acknowledging that Lin Gangzhong's concerns held some merit. I wish to know the opinions of the esteemed guests present. We can empathize with Lin Gangzhong's sentiments, remarked the lean middle-aged man. Given the circumstances, might I trouble Mu Zhuangzhu to prepare accommodations for us? Tong Zhangmin interjected. Since Lin Gangzhong suspects us of being underhanded villains, we must stay to prove our innocence. Subsequently, many in the gathering shared Tong Zhangmin's grievances, yet the majority expressed understanding. Someone remarked, Bai Mengzhu was indeed a remarkable hero. His untimely death is difficult to bear. If our assistance is required in investigating this matter, we shall impose upon Mu Zhuangzhu to provide us shelter. The middle-aged man who had presided over the banquet responded courteously, Oh, it is no trouble at all. I shall have the steward prepare guest rooms for everyone. You esteemed heroes are welcome to feel at home. Mu Tianqing solemnly clasped his fists and declared, Since all are willing to remain, I kindly ask that you proceed to the guest rooms arranged by my son for rest. I shall endeavor to clear your names promptly. Upon hearing this, everyone cupped their hands in agreement. Thus, Wang Wan and the others settled into Lianhua Villa, with Wang Lin being the most delighted, for he could once again indulge in delightful feasts. The members of Weilang Escort and Qingfeng Villa were arranged to stay in the same courtyard. Due to the limited space, several individuals shared a room. Wang Wan and son Xiaomei shared one, while Wang Lin, Li Yinrui, and son Xiaoqing occupied the adjacent room. At that moment, everyone was resting in their respective chambers when a knock sounded at the door of Wang Wan and son Xiaomei's room. Who is it? Wang Wan hastened to the door and opened it, revealing Mu Zi. He gazed tenderly at Wang Wan and inquired, How do you find the room they have assigned you? Is there anything that feels amiss? Wang Wan shook her head and chuckled, saying, No, our room is quite comfortable. Upon hearing Mu Zi's voice, son Xiaomei immediately approached, exclaiming, Young Master Mu, did you come specifically to see me, or perhaps to visit Xiao Wan? Mu Zi replied with a polite smile, Please, miss, do not misunderstand that I am here to find Xiao Wan. Son Xiaomei's expression changed instantly. What do you mean by this, miss? Young Master Mu, have you forgotten? We met on Yongxian Lake Island. I am Xiao Wan's good friend, and my name is Sun Xiaomei. You must remember that. Mu Zi, with graceful manners, bowed slightly, saying, Ah, so you are Miss Sunny. Apologies for the oversight. Sun Xiaomei's face brightened with joy. Just as a window from the adjacent room creaked open, revealing a voice laced with sarcasm. What are you all gathered outside for? Afraid the sun will scorch your tongues? At this, Sun Xiaomei turned and glared at Li Yinrui. What business is it of yours? Go back to your room and sleep. Li Yinrui leapt out of the window with a flourish, retorting, Why should it not concern me? You are out here laughing so obnoxiously that you woke me. I have yet to settle scores with you. You? What nonsense are you spouting? You are the one who laughs horribly. Sun Xiaomei, infuriated, sprang forward as if to tear Li Yinrui's mouth apart. Li Yinrui, undeterred, mocked, with such an unappealing face and laugh. You ought to stay indoors. I fear you might frighten others with that. He swiftly darted away just as Sun Xiaomei nearly caught him, prompting her to shout in frustration and chase after him, lifting her skirts as she ran. Soon, only Wang Wan and Mu Zi remained at the entrance. Wang Wan smiled awkwardly at Mu Zi, saying, They are just playing around. Amused, Mu Zi looked at Wang Wan's silly expression and asked, Xiao Wan, would you like to take a stroll? The lotus pond at Lianhua Villa is quite beautiful. Shall we go see it? Intrigued, Wang Wan pondered, This villa is named Lianhua, so there truly is a lotus pond? Is it because someone here has a fondness for lotus flowers? Indeed, the name of Lianhua Villa is derived from the lotus pond, though to my knowledge, there seems to be no particular affinity for lotus flowers among the residents. He paused before continuing. This pond was established at the villa's inception, yet the original intent remains a mystery. However, it is undoubtedly the largest and most exquisite lotus pond within 100 miles. Oh, that's how it is. It seems worth a visit then. Although Old Master Mu's lotus pond is indeed beautiful, it is not a place accessible to everyone. Just then, Li Qingqiu entered, saying, "Brother Mu, I've been looking for you for quite some time." She shot Wang Wan a glare before turning to Mu Zi. "Brother Mu, Grandfather Mu is waiting for you in the study." Upon hearing this, Mu Zi turned to Wang Wan. "Xiao Wan, I will come to see you again when I have the time." As he walked outside, Li Qingqiu, with a stern face, whispered a warning to Wang Wan. "Do not let me catch you trying to entice Brother Mu again, or you will face dire consequences." With that, she switched to a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Miss Wang, farewell. Should there be any shortcomings in my hospitality, please do let Qingqiu know." She caught a glimpse of Mu Zi turning to look back, and with a warm wave to Wang Wan, she followed suit. Wang Wan observed the girl's self-directed performance with a sardonic smile, nearly compelled to applaud. What a splendid spectacle it was! As the evening moon hung low and a gentle breeze wafted through, Wang Wan sat cross-legged at the stone table in the courtyard, breathing deeply. Suddenly, her keen senses detected someone traversing the nearby rooftop with remarkable agility. The individual possessed exceptional skills. Had it not been for the unusual shift in the surrounding air that her senses picked up, she might have remained oblivious to their presence. Wang Wan pondered the peculiarity she had noticed during the day. Could this person be the culprit? Gripping her small dagger tightly, she stealthily followed behind. Chapter 37. It was Wang Wan trailed the shadowy figure silently, observing as he ventured southward, passing by various rooms without pause, until he reached a pond adorned with lotus flowers. He glanced around, and Wang Wan swiftly concealed herself behind a tree. The figure fumbled about the pond's edge as if searching for something. After some time of waiting, she still could not discern his intentions. Suddenly, he grasped a concealed spot in the darkness and pulled with force, causing a rock formation beside the pond to shift aside. To Wang Wan's astonishment, a narrow passageway, just wide enough for a single person to pass through, emerged from the crack in the rock. The cloaked man nimbly leaped into the opening, and upon witnessing this, Wang Wan dashed out from behind the tree, marveling under her breath. There is indeed a secret passage here. The Lotus Villa's lotus pond is truly extraordinary. She explored the area where the cloaked figure had just pulled, discovering a chain as thick as her arm, with the other end leading deep into the lotus pond. It appeared that both the rock formation and the pond were constructed to conceal a secret. They were mere illusions, serving to hide the mechanism of this chain. Clearly, the cloaked figure was aware of its existence. Though his purpose remained a mystery, Wang Wan refrained from recklessly pursuing him, acutely aware that his martial prowess far exceeded her own. Had she not utilized her spiritual energy to mask the disturbances created by her movements, she would have likely been detected long ago. Just as she prepared to approach the fissure in the rock, the same cloaked figure soared back up. Startled, Wang Wan instinctively stepped back, sword in hand. The moonlight in the night shone brightly like a beacon, illuminating her surroundings and reflecting in the eyes of the cloaked man that silvery radiance. Wang Wan found herself gazing into a pair of eyes that sparkled like stars, momentarily lost in the depths of those familiar orbs, as if peering through to 3 years past, when she encountered that bright-eyed youth at a street performance. Time had elapsed, and they had both matured. "It turns out to be you," Wang Wan said with a smile. Bai Xiaoran silently regarded the girl before him. The instant he laid eyes on her, he recognized her. The warm and charming girl from 3 years ago. A memory etched indelibly in his mind. In those days, he had been at his lowest, wandering aimlessly in a strange town, until the sound of drums and gongs had drawn him to a performance booth. The mundane performance of the juggler lacked any remarkable finesse. One could easily discern numerous flaws within it. Bored, he turned to leave, yet in that fleeting moment, he caught sight of a girl not far away. Her large eyes sparkled with curiosity, fixated unwaveringly on the performers in the arena, her face occasionally breaking into heartwarming smiles. Bai Xiaoran was struck by an inexplicable sensation, as if he had discovered sunlight amidst endless darkness, compelling him to draw closer to that warm figure. Gradually, he approached her side, attuned to her emotions. Standing next to her, he observed the array of adorable expressions that danced across her face, marveling internally at how a single visage could convey such a multitude of feelings. At last, when he heard her delightful exclamations, he couldn't help but chuckle. The girl turned to him, her gaze intensely focused, as if the world around them had come to a standstill, leaving only the two of them in existence. His heart raced like a drum, a sensation that left him utterly bewildered. Eventually, he managed a timid smile before retreating hastily from the scene. When he returned to the juggling booth, feeling a sense of loss, she had vanished without a trace. He often pondered whether he would have felt such regret had he chosen to stay and get to know her then. Fortunately, he finally awaited their reunion. He exclaimed, "So it is you." Wang Wan laughed lightly at his words. "Oh? You recognize me? What is your name?" Bai Xiaoran gazed at her intently, replying, "Of course I remember you." He paused before adding, "Bai Xiaoran, you must remember me." With a wave of his hand, he closed the passage behind the artificial hill. Standing before Wang Wan, he lowered his gaze and gently said, "I merely come to retrieve my belongings. You need not inform them of my visit. We shall meet again." With that, he leapt onto the courtyard wall, disappearing into the night. "Hey, you!" Wang Wan turned to look, but his figure had already vanished, departing just as he had years ago. She suppressed the strange emotions bubbling within her, a bittersweet blend of joy and longing that stirred her thoughts. Casting a glance at the moonlit lotus pond, she found it shrouded in mist, mirroring her own tumultuous feelings. The morning sun blazed with fervor, as if furious to scorch the earth dry. Wang Lin sat disinterestedly on a stone, observing Li Yinrui and Sun Xiaomei frolicking and laughing. "Alas, second sister, when will they release us? Being cooped up in this courtyard all day is utterly stifling," he lamented, directing his grievances toward Wang Wan, who sat at the table lost in thought. However, Wang Wan remained oblivious to his complaints, her left hand cradling her chin as she replayed the events of that evening in her mind. Recently, it seemed the people at the villa had discovered signs of someone entering the secret passage by the pond, yet they curiously refrained from pursuing the matter, as if what transpired there held little significance. Wang Wan was unsure why this intrigued her so. Perhaps it was mere curiosity, she reassured herself. Suddenly, a hand waved in front of her eyes, breaking her reverie. Wang Lin's face came into view, and she swatted his hand away playfully, chiding, "You rascal, have you grown too bold?" Wang Lin pouted in response, "Who told you to ignore me? Sister Air, why have they not yet allowed us to leave?" Wang Wan shot him a glance and replied, "How would I know? Weren't you quite pleased to stay initially? Alas, even the most delectable dishes have grown tiresome over these days. Being confined here without the liberty to venture outside feels akin to imprisonment. Who could possibly endure such a fate? This young fellow, are you feeling a bit bored?" "Oh dear, my apologies. The affairs of the villa have been rather pressing these past few days, and the case of Hero Bai is indeed extraordinary, necessitating a meticulous investigation of suspects. Rest assured, as soon as the inquiry concludes, I shall inform you." Master Mu entered from the courtyard, smiling warmly as he clasped his fists in greeting to the escort leader Li. "Ah, I must apologize for the inadequate hospitality these past few days." The escort leader promptly returned the gesture, saying, "Oh, it's nothing, master. You are too kind. Your establishment has been exceedingly considerate, providing us with fine food and drink. We have been quite comfortable during our stay." Master Mu chuckled, "That is splendid to hear. Following the thorough investigation by the esteemed seniors, you have been cleared of suspicion, and you shall be able to descend the mountain tomorrow. Of course, should our distinguished guests wish to remain here further, our villa would be most delighted to accommodate you." "Ha ha!" The escort leader shook his head and waved his hands, saying, "No, thank you for your warm hospitality, but we have urgent matters to attend to, and shall set off early tomorrow. I am certain Master Mu is too busy to see us off, so please convey our gratitude to him." With that, he bowed respectfully to Master Mu. Master Mu accepted the gesture with a smile, saying, "Rest assured, I shall convey your sentiments. I have matters to attend to myself, so do take care to rest. Should you require anything, feel free to summon the steward of the villa. Farewell." After bidding farewell with a courteous gesture, he ambled away, his belly protruding. Wang Lin watched as the master distanced himself and grinned at Wang Wan. "Sister Air, doesn't he that master walk like a turtle?" Wang Wan shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "Are you feeling mischievous again? Mind your tongue." With that, she ignored him and returned to her room to pack her belongings. Wang Lin scratched his head, muttering, "Girls are really no fun, humph." On the following day, at the break of dawn, the personnel from Weilang Escort Agency and Qingfeng Villa departed, leaving only Mu Zi to see them off. He had been unable to find an opportunity to speak with Wang Wan over the past few days, as he was preoccupied with assisting Grandpa Mu in the investigation and was constantly pestered by Li Qingqiu. If anyone were to feel delighted at Wang Wan's departure, it would undoubtedly be this girl in front of others. Mu Zi concealed his feelings and simply said, "Until we meet again." Wang Wan offered him a faint smile before turning to leave. Mu Zi gazed longingly at her retreating figure, remaining silent, still unable to voice his sentiments. Li Qingqiu rushed out from the main gate, spotting Mu Zi and cheerfully exclaimed, "Brother Mu, so it's you here. What brings you to the entrance? Let us hurry inside." As she spoke, she discreetly glanced in the direction where Mu Zi had been looking, realizing it was that yellow-haired girl. Internally, Li Qingqiu seethed, thinking, this girl is truly a vixen. Even after leaving, she still seeks to entice my brother Mu. I shall make her pay for this. Despite her inner turmoil, she feigned ignorance and smiled, saying, "Brother Mu, let us be off. Grandpa Mu is still waiting for us to have breakfast together." Upon finishing her words, she tugged at Mu Zi's sleeve and headed towards the main gate. However, Mu Zi did not follow. Instead, he pulled his sleeve free and stated, "I can walk by myself, Miss Li. It is inappropriate for men and women to engage in such closeness. Please conduct yourself with dignity." After saying this, he disregarded her and walked away alone, leaving Li Qingqiu seething in silence, muttering, "Mu Zi, how long can you evade me?" The descent down the mountain felt considerably smoother than the ascent, and whether it was merely Wang Wan's illusion or not, it seemed they reached the foot of the mountain in no time. Throughout the journey, everyone relaxed their expressions. Although the stay at the villa had been quite comfortable, it had also been stifling. Stepping outside felt akin to birds being freed from their cages and fish returning to the water, bringing a remarkable lightness to their spirits. Once Wang Lin entered Yinzhou City, he sauntered about as if he were in his own backyard, exploring this and that. Sun Shaoqing, feeling a bit bashful, turned to Li Biao and said, "Li Biao, they have been cooped up in the villa for days. I wish to take them around." Li Biao chuckled at Wang Lin's lively demeanor and replied, "Very well, off you go. We shall head back to the inn first." Hearing this, Wang Lin joyfully grabbed Wang Wan and dashed off, while Sun Shaoqing, unable to stop him, resignedly led Li Yinrui in pursuit. Chapter 38. A face that wounds. Wang Lin halted in front of a sugar painting stall, recalling that the first snack they had after leaving the villa was indeed sugar paintings, which they had deemed the most delectable treat in the world. Wang Lin looked up at Wang Wan and asked, "Second sister, may I ask the uncle to draw me?" With a smile, Wang Wan replied, "Of course, go ahead and ask him." "Uncle, could you draw me in sugar?" Wang Lin leaned over to inquire of the stall owner. The stall owner, a middle-aged man, chuckled at Wang Lin's curious expression and said, "Just a moment, young master. I shall create it for you." Upon hearing this, Wang Lin immediately posed nervously and declared, "You may begin." "I want to move." The stall owner, still smiling, reassured him, "Young master, there's no need for such tension. I will make it beautiful for you." With that, his hands began to work swiftly, pouring sugar syrup onto the stone slab and sketching away. Before long, the sugar painting was complete. Wang Lin, thoroughly satisfied, cradled his freshly made sugar painting, reluctant to take a bite, and childishly exclaimed, "I want to keep it as a treasure." Wang Wan, amused, took his hand and rejoined Sun Shaoqing. She did not notice that not far behind her, a young man in white had taken out a silver ingot and addressed the sugar painter, saying, "Please draw me one, just like that girl." Bai Shaoran quietly observed her departing silhouette, murmuring to himself, "I see you again." After reuniting with Wang Wan and the others, Sun Shaoqing playfully gave Wang Lin a light smack on the head and said, "You little rascal, don't be so mischievous. All right, let us head back." Just as she was about to lead them home, they heard a commotion on the street where several martial artists were shouting, "It's terrible. The leader of Qixia sect, Tong, has been murdered on the main road outside the city." Upon hearing this, the martial artists in the street began to rush towards the city outskirts, prompting Sun Shaoqing to furrow her brows and say, "Let us go see what happened." On the official road 5 miles outside the city, several horses stood still, their riders lying lifeless in pools of blood. Among them was none other than Tong An, the esteemed leader of the Qixia sect, who had previously attended the birthday banquet. Wang Wan stood beside the corpses, employing her spiritual sense to investigate the situation. To her astonishment, she discovered that the cause of death for each individual was a single fatal wound to the neck, executed with a swift strike. This was utterly shocking. None of these individuals were novices, who possessed such formidable skill. Furthermore, like the leader Bai, they had all lost their souls. Upon surveying the surroundings, Wang Wan found no other traces whatsoever, which was truly inconceivable. Soon, the armored guards responsible for maintaining order in Yinzhou City arrived, swiftly cordoning off the crime scene and driving away Wang Wan and the other insignificant individuals. Faced with the impossibility of further investigation, Wang Wan and her companions had no choice but to return to Yinzhou City. Such a turn of events? exclaimed Li Biao upon hearing Sun Xiaoqing's account. As long as the perpetrator remains at large, none of us shall find peace. Master Tong interjected. It seems that a bloody storm is brewing in the martial world. Li Biao furrowed his brow and addressed the group. The goods for our return journey have already been loaded. We shall depart tomorrow. You all should rest early tonight and refrain from wandering outside. Everyone nodded in agreement. By dawn the next day, the group was fully prepared for departure, with Steward Liu escorting them to the city gate. Safe travels, my brother Li. Take care, brother Liu. Be safe. On the return journey, Li Biao made meticulous arrangements, traveling by day and lodging at inns by night, never camping in desolate areas. During this time, more individuals had been murdered in the martial world, with deaths occurring in exactly the same manner. Regardless of one's martial prowess, the assailant delivered a single lethal blow. Following the news, a sense of dread permeated the martial community, prompting many sects to recall their disciples from their travels. After expending more than half the time taken to arrive, the group finally returned to Depot Town, all letting out a sigh of relief. Although the killer remained unfound, there was still a sense of security within their own doorstep. Thus concluded their half-year journey of escorting goods in the hall of Qingfeng Mount Villa. Wang Qing scrutinized each returning individual. They have all grown taller, thinner, and quite a bit darker. Wang Wan and her companions listened with trepidation as Sun Xiaoqing reported their experiences and performances to the elders. Wang Lin furtively glanced upwards. The expressions on the elders' faces were inscrutable, betraying no hint of joy or sorrow. Uneasily shifting his feet, he inched closer to Wang Wan. Wang Qing observed this with clarity. Secretly amused, this child remains as he was before. Without showing any outward emotion, Wang Qing cast a sidelong glance at Wang Lin, causing him to cease his fidgeting in fear. Elder Wang Di focused not on the children's performances, but rather on the recent bloodshed in the martial realm. Stroking his long beard, he remarked, "What you have described, I too have heard whispers of in recent days. It appears that trouble is brewing in the martial world once more. Yet, I wonder what the perpetrator's true intentions might be." He paused momentarily before continuing. "You seven have performed admirably during this escort mission, and as a reward, each of you will receive a defensive weapon. Please seek out Uncle Qing shortly to collect your prize. However, Wang Wan, Wang Lin, Sun Xiaomei, and Li Yinrui, your performance has not met expectations this time. The rule of attending the manor each month will be temporarily suspended until the new year, so you four should take this opportunity to practice diligently at home and enhance your skills." After speaking, he signaled for the seven of them to return to their quarters to freshen up. Wang Wan was indifferent. She had scarcely had the chance to train properly in recent months, yet she had learned a great deal. She had originally intended to dedicate some time to thoroughly digest her knowledge. Both the Wu Ying sword technique and the Tai Ching Heart Sutra required time for contemplation. And during this journey, she had garnered many insights, sufficient to propel her towards a new realm of understanding. "Not good, Elder. News has just arrived from outside. The capital of Qi has experienced a similar murder case." "What? The murderer has already reached Qi?" "Elder, not only martial artists have perished this time, but also the esteemed Prince Duan of the Great Qi. These masters were invited to a banquet by Prince Duan, and when the maid entered to serve the dishes, everyone in the hall was found dead. The guards outside heard nothing. Each victim fell to a single strike. Sun Haitong, who had been dispatched to gather information, reported to Elder Wang Di. After absorbing this grim news, Elder Wang Di remained silent for a long while before rising to compose a letter, which he entrusted to Sun Haitong for delivery back to the village. The other members of the manor were oblivious to the events unfolding outside. They were all diligently practicing martial arts, for this summer's martial arts conference would see Qingfeng Manor selecting participants from among them. Consequently, everyone was working hard. Ever since they returned from their escort mission with the Weilang Escort Agency last year, each individual had become increasingly industrious. As the saying goes, only through true trials can one truly understand their own worth. There are always greater talents beyond one's own. Wang Wan had cultivated the Wu Ying sword technique to a level of utter invisibility, an unparalleled feat in the history of this swordsmanship, earning her high praise from Elder Wang Di for her exceptional talent in swordplay. In recent days, she had taken to sneaking out each evening to practice her spells on the back mountain. Having reached the 10th level of Qi cultivation, she still only possessed a limited repertoire of spells. On this particular day, as was her custom, she slipped away to a low-lying area on the back mountain to practice the entanglement technique, a wood-based spell she had never encountered before. Thus, she sought a place rich in wood energy for inspiration. This flatland not only boasted lush vegetation but also abundant spiritual energy, making it an ideal training ground. Wang Wan meticulously attuned herself to the surrounding wood energy, seeking to discern its patterns. Suddenly, she sensed a disturbance. An ominous presence lingered behind her. Quick to react and agile, she sidestepped just in time as a slender claw grazed her hair. Seizing the momentum, Wang Wan spun around and thrust her sword, but alas, it struck only a swirling black mist, seemingly without effect. With a swift evasion, Wang Wan did not linger after her missed strike, instead retreating rapidly with the grace of a spirit. This sequence of actions unfolded in the blink of an eye. Narrowing her eyes, she gazed at the ominous black mist before her, which towered a yard high and surged restlessly, seemingly concealing something within. The unpleasant encounter she had previously experienced by the Yongxian Lake immediately came to her mind. Dark entities often harbor a fear of fire, and this one, undeterred by her initial failure, lunged at Wang Wan once more with remarkable agility. In response, she unleashed the fire dragon technique she had diligently practiced for long. A fire dragon, stretching 3 yards in length, instantly coiled around the black mist, halting its movements. A chilling, spine-tingling shriek emanated from the depths of the mist, and as the fire dragon tightened its grip, the black mist began to dwindle. Once the mist was reduced to a certain extent, the object it had been enveloping became visible. Wang Wan focused intently and confirmed her suspicions. Within the mist lay a grotesquely contorted human face, flanked by a pair of vicious claws at the position of the ears, devoid of a torso. This was indeed a being of the same ilk as the vengeful spirit she had encountered at Yongxian Lake. The fire dragon consumed its target swiftly, and before long, the terrifying visage was reduced to ashes, leaving behind only a scattering of beads amidst the remnants. After a brief pause, Wang Wan utilized her telekinetic abilities to collect the beads from the ground. Holding them before her for inspection, she was astonished to discover that they resembled soul orbs, artifacts formed by the extraction of a person's soul, a sinister and malevolent technique. Once a soul was extracted, the individual's spiritual essence would be obliterated, rendering reincarnation nearly impossible. The soul orbs before her were remnants of the horrific face she had just vanquished. Judging by their quantity, it was evident that this entity had claimed numerous lives. Furthermore, recalling the recent spate of homicides in the outside world, Wang Wan could not help but wonder if the monstrous face was indeed the perpetrator. Why had it sought to extract soul orbs? What purpose did it serve? Moreover, the malevolent face she had just eliminated displayed a distinctly rudimentary method of attack, akin to that of a mere foot soldier. The true culprits behind the numerous murders of martial arts masters could not be this singular entity. It stood to reason that there were likely others lurking outside, but how many were there, and what were their intentions? Such thoughts left Wang Wan in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 39. Peril in the Mountains. Each soul orb Wang Wan picked up represented a forsaken spirit. It was truly a grievous sin. Addressing the orbs gently, she vowed, "Rest assured, I shall find a way to help you reincarnate." With utmost care, she placed the orbs safely aside. This unexpected encounter with such bizarre phenomena during her practice session indicated that a monstrous face had indeed invaded Depot Town. Troubled, Wang Wan returned to her chamber. Seated cross-legged upon her bed, she projected her consciousness above Depot Town, searching for any signs of malevolent presence. Fortunately, as dawn approached, she detected no anomalies. It seemed that, for the time being, only this single creature plagued the town. It was indeed unfortunate for it to have crossed paths with Wang Wan that night. With a sigh of relief, she opened her eyes. Having expended her mental energy throughout the night, fatigue washed over her, compelling her to surrender to slumber upon her bed. The following morning, Wang Wan was awakened by the sunlight streaming through the window. Rubbing her still aching head, she groggily climbed out of bed, realizing that the sun was already high in the sky. After splashing her face with water, she stepped outside to take a few deep breaths, finally feeling completely alert. Just then, Wang Lin dashed back in, exclaiming, "Sister, you've only just woken up? The sun must have risen from the west. Come quickly to the hall. The elder is looking for you." Wang Wan affectionately tousled Wang Lin's hair and replied with a smile, "I understand. Off you go and attend to your own matters. I'll head over myself." Wang Lin quickly covered his head with his hands, shouting, "Don't touch my head! Don't touch my head!" Wang Wan paid him no mind, waved her hand dismissively, and left without looking back. Wang Lin muttered to himself as he watched her retreating figure, "Stinky Wang Wan, you big witch." Upon entering the hall, Wang Wan discovered that only Wang Di and Wang Qing were present. She greeted her elders with a calm demeanor. Wang Qing glanced at elder Wang Di, who stroked his beard and nodded in acknowledgement. Turning back to Wang Wan, Wang Qing said, "Xiao Wan, we summoned you today because there is a matter that requires your attention." Wang Wan immediately bowed and replied, "Please, elder, instruct me, and I shall see it through." Wang Qing smiled reassuringly, "There is no need to be anxious. The children of your age, like Sun Shaoqing and the others, have all begun to be dispatched for tasks at this stage. Among the four of you, your innate talent and martial prowess are the highest, so you will be the first. Noticing that Wang Wan understood, he continued, this task is quite simple. There will soon be an auction in the nearby city of Ningxing, and you are to take a top-tier weapon crafted by our Qingfeng manor to participate. The proceeds from the sale will be at your discretion for purchasing items of utility for us. You will go alone and make your own decisions. How does that sound? Can you manage it? Wang Wan gasped in surprise. Elder, I've never conducted a trade by myself. What if I end up selling it at a loss or get tricked into buying something worthless? Elder Wang Di chuckled. That will depend on your own abilities. The full authority is entrusted to you. Handle it as you see fit. The weapon, painstakingly crafted by our master, is now in your hands for you to dispose of as you wish. Wang Wan protested, Elder, please don't be so reckless. With a heavy, elongated package slung over her shoulder, Wang Wan exited the grand gates of Qingfeng Manor. Her companions, including Wang Lin and Sun Xiaomei, seeing her off with a mix of solemnity and enthusiasm. They watched her diminishing figure with melancholy, waving their handkerchiefs. In truth, these three ungrateful souls, upon hearing of Wang Wan's mission, insisted on organizing a grand farewell ceremony, as she was the first among them to be dispatched. Once Wang Wan had walked far enough away, Wang Lin worriedly remarked to the others, Do you think my sister might sell herself? Li Yinrui disdainfully glanced at Wang Lin and retorted, Do you think Wang Wan is a fool? That's impossible. Wang Lin continued to express his concern, but will she be able to find her way? Let us not forget that she has a tendency to get lost. Upon uttering these words, the three of them were momentarily petrified, as if struck by a sudden realization. Oh dear, what shall we do? Xiao Wan, you must certainly find your way home. They silently prayed with heavy hearts for their friend. However, Wang Wan's companions were worrying for naught. She was no fool. Before setting off that very morning, she had procured a detailed map leading to Ningxing City, which even indicated minor trails and the inns along the way. Wang Wan had made ample preparations. The sword she carried was forged by Uncle Sun Haitong, a master blacksmith renowned in their village. After arriving at Qingfeng Villa, he had taken Li Haoyan as his apprentice, imparting his skills in weapon crafting. Over the past few years, he had produced numerous exceptional weapons. The reward Wang Wan and her companions received upon successfully escorting a convoy was a weapon crafted for each of them by Sun Haitong. Wang Wan's prize was a dagger capable of slicing through iron as though it were mud. Given the reputation of Sun Haitong's weapons in the surrounding regions, and the fact that Wang Wan carried one of his finest creations, she felt confident that her auction task would be easily accomplished. As she ventured into a desolate area, Wang Wan stored her sword in her spatial pouch. Although its weight was not burdensome for her, carrying such a lengthy object was somewhat uncomfortable. Following the route marked on her map, she progressed smoothly until she reached a hillock, the sky nearing twilight. Beyond this modest hill lay a town where she intended to find lodging for the night. Yet, as fate would have it, trouble often strikes at the most inopportune moments. As Wang Wan descended the hill, she heard several piercing screams emanating from ahead. Startled, she unsheathed her sword and hastened towards the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, she was confronted by a grotesque face engaged in a violent assault, with several bodies already sprawled in pools of blood on the ground. The remaining three individuals, possessing higher martial prowess, managed to wield their blades to fend off the creature's sharp claws, but it was evident that their demise was merely a matter of time. Wang Wan recalled that the creature was averse to fire. Quietly, she conjured a few torches using her magic and hurled them towards the monstrous face. The creature emitted a series of horrifying shrieks and momentarily halted its assault. Wang Wan let out a sigh of relief. Revealing herself and preparing to press on, to her dismay, the individual she had just rescued fled without so much as a backward glance. Hey, where are you going? Wang Wan exclaimed in disbelief, feeling quite exasperated by their ingratitude. Just then, she sensed an ominous presence. In a swift motion, she leaped 3 meters away, only to find that another grotesque face had appeared in the spot she had just vacated. This new creature possessed 2 pairs of claws and moved with far greater speed than its predecessor. Wang Wan had no time to ponder the situation. She narrowly evaded the sudden strike from the 4-clawed beast, catching a glimpse of the previously injured creature, which had not perished but instead bore several dark holes on its face as it lunged towards her ominously. Realizing the gravity of her predicament, she quickly invoked her fire dragon technique, summoning a fiery dragon to ensnare the wounded creature. Utilizing her agility, she once again evaded the fierce strike from the 4-clawed beast, taking a moment to catch her breath. Fortunately, her mental faculties had been honed to the point of multitasking. Otherwise, managing spells while engaging in combat would undoubtedly have led to a chaotic entanglement of limbs. That night, Wang Wan had already witnessed the formidable power of the fire dragon technique. Before long, the grotesque creature ensnared by the fire dragon was vanquished, seemingly provoking the four-clawed monster. Suddenly, it ceased its assault, its claws flailing wildly, emitting a series of grotesque shrieks from its repulsive maw. Wang Wan assumed a defensive stance, warily observing its movements, her mind awash with confusion. What was it up to? In mere moments, its howling culminated in a sudden eruption of black smoke directed at Wang Wan. Alarmed, she thought, "This is bad." Quickly covering her mouth and nose, she floated backward, though it was a tad too late. A wisp of the noxious smoke had already infiltrated her mouth. Swiftly, Wang Wan enveloped the inhaled smoke with her spiritual energy and expelled it, yet the smoke was exceedingly tenacious. She felt waves of dizziness wash over her, biting her tongue to maintain consciousness as she narrowly evaded a subsequent swipe from the four-clawed creature. However, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Hastily, Wang Wan struggled to rise, but it was already too late. The monster's next strike loomed before her, and she beheld the creature's terrifyingly triumphant expression, unable to evade in time. "This is dire. My life is forfeit." Just as its razor-sharp claws were about to sever her throat, the creature froze mid-action, and in the next moment, it dissipated into a cloud of black mist. Wang Wan exhaled a sigh of relief, forcing her eyes open to glimpse a flash of purple fabric before succumbing to unconsciousness. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Wang Wan jolted awake, finding herself reclined upon an exquisitely adorned bed in a lavishly decorated chamber. The surrounding decor was evidently of superior craftsmanship, and a colossal feather, resplendent in vibrant hues, hung on the wall, strikingly familiar to her. She smoothed the blankets covering her, the fabric feeling remarkably comfortable to the touch, composed of a material she had never encountered before, lightweight yet retaining warmth more effectively than ordinary quilts. Rising from the bed, she slipped on her shoes and descended to the pristine white round table. Before her bed lay a fruit platter, laden with unfamiliar fruits. Wang Wan felt a parched sensation in her throat and searched the vicinity for water, but to no avail. Perhaps a piece of fruit would suffice to quench her thirst, she mused. She picked up one of the fruits, its skin shimmering with a crystalline glow, releasing a fragrant aroma. Taking a bite, she was pleasantly surprised. Despite its modest size, the fruit was bursting with juice. By the time she finished, to prevent the juice from spilling, she had to swallow the remaining fruit whole. Burping in satisfaction, she marveled at the peculiar fruit. One was enough to leave her feeling satiated, and she sensed a slight increase in her internal spiritual energy. Just as she wiped the corners of her mouth and prepared to explore the room further, a familiar, lecherous voice chimed cheerfully, "Ah, little Wan, you're awake." Wang Wan's movements froze instantly as she thought to herself, "I was just pondering whose place this is, and it turns out to be him." Chapter 40. The accursed transformation of the humanoid. The sunken ancient Feng kingdom. Wang Wan slowly turned her head, only to discover a comically grotesque plump man before her. In his right hand, he held a tray, atop which rested a bowl of steaming rice porridge. The enticing aroma wafted toward Wang Wan, causing her stomach to audibly grumble in protest. Embarrassed, she offered a shy smile to the rotund man and instinctively patted her belly. The hefty fellow promptly placed the bowl on the round table and scurried away, exclaiming as he fled, "Young master, Miss Wan is awake." Wang Wan, utterly perplexed, gazed at the bowl of porridge before her, assuming it was intended for her consumption. She picked up the small spoon from the tray and took a hearty sip of the thick porridge. Before she could take a second mouthful, a figure dashed through the doorway. Instantly recognizing him, she realized it was the young man in purple whom she had met by the shores of Yongxian Lake. Wang Wan quickly rose to her feet and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Brother Z. If it weren't for you, my life would have been lost." Zi Xuanfeng, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Little one, I have a penchant for wearing purple, but I am not called Z. Pay attention. My surname is Z. My given name is Xuanfeng. You may call me Brother Z or Brother Xuanfeng." Wang Wan's lips twitched as she responded, "Then, Brother Z, please refrain from calling me little one. My name is Wang Wan. You may address me by my full name or simply as Wan." Zi Xuanfeng, amused, decided to tease her further. "Oh dear, Sister Wan, how can you refer to me as Brother Z? It lacks warmth. Come now, call me Brother Z and let me hear it." Wang Wan rolled her eyes at his absurdity, choosing to ignore him. The little plump man behind Zi Xuanfeng, puzzled, remarked, "Young master, your age seems to be several decades beyond that of this young lady. You could very well be her great-great-great ancestor. How can you still insist on her calling you brother?" Upon hearing this, The hefty fellow quickly distanced himself, while the little man remained bewildered until a chilling voice echoed beside him. What did you just say? Feeling an icy shiver run down his spine, he shrank back, muttering to himself, You cannot see me. You cannot see me. His heart was heavy with anxiety, thinking, Young master, you are truly terrifying. Wang Wan couldn't help but chuckle at the comical scene unfolding before her. Zi Xuanfeng cleared his throat and said, Well, little plump, considering how you've amused Sister Wan, I shall let you off this time. He then winked at Wang Wan and added, Sister Wan, I'm not as old as you might think. Calling me older brother is just fine. However, what brings you here on your own? Have you sneaked out again? Wang Wan shook her head, stating, Not at all. I have serious matters to attend to. My elders have sent me to Ningxing City to participate in the auction. Ah? You're attending the auction too? What a delightful coincidence! Zi Xuanfeng exclaimed, dramatically opening a folding fan and swaying it with flair. Curiously, Wang Wan inquired, But the items for sale there are merely worldly possessions. Why would you wish to participate? Zi Xuanfeng adopted a mysterious and melancholic demeanor, leaning towards Wang Wan with heartfelt words. To encounter my dear sister Xiaowan once more, heh. Wang Wan gazed at this playful senior in silence, delivering a swift slap that sent his head spinning. For reasons unknown, in his presence, it felt as though there had never been a chasm created by disparity and power. She could frolic freely, unperturbed by the possibility of inciting the ire of this high-ranking cultivator. Pang could no longer bear to witness this. The young master's audacity had reached a level that could provoke the wrath of both gods and men. The two of them, with tears welling in their eyes, stared imploringly at their young master, sincerely praying in their hearts. Young master, may your affliction not worsen, lest you truly become a lunatic. Zi Xuanfeng feigned nonchalance as he tidied his hair, clearing his throat to jolt Pang from his reverie, and stated earnestly, You should not be here for this auction. Wang Wan, puzzled, inquired, Why is that? Zi Xuanfeng regarded her and replied, Do you know what kind of creatures you fought against? I am uncertain, but this is my second encounter, and I feel they are somehow connected to the vengeful spirits that emerged from Yongxin Lake. Wang Wan reflected aloud. Upon hearing that she had previously encountered them, Zi Xuanfeng looked at her in astonishment and remarked, Indeed, these beings are linked to the vengeful spirits. They are low-tier vengeful ghosts, born from the prolonged influence of resentment on the souls of the deceased with robust spirits, while the vengeful spirits themselves are the sovereigns among them. He paused briefly before continuing. The one you faced for the first time was likely the lowest tier of vengeful ghosts. Such entities can be easily vanquished with fire. However, upon their advancement, they develop a second pair of claws, and some may even manifest additional abilities. For instance, the vengeful ghost you encountered this time can exhale toxic gas, rendering opponents instantly incapable of resistance. Wang Wan gazed at Zi Xuanfeng in shock, pondering the implications. What shall we do? The majority of this world consists of ordinary people. If these vengeful ghosts are so formidable, it would spell disaster for humanity. Zi Xuanfeng scratched his head and reassured her. Worry not, for there are indeed some cultivators concealed within the mundane world. Moreover, the vengeful ghosts capable of advancement are but a minority. Most are of the lowest tier, easily dispatched by martial experts in the secular realm using fire. What truly demands our concern now is something else. Wang Wan thought for a moment and asked, What is it? Zi Xuanfeng looked at her and said, Surely you have noticed that these vengeful ghosts are gathering soul orbs, have you not? Upon hearing this, Wang Wan nodded, recalling, When I vanquished the first vengeful ghost, I discovered several soul orbs that I dared not be careless and secured them, hoping to find a way to guide these unfortunate souls into reincarnation. Brother Zi, do you have a method? Zi Xuanfeng nodded and instructed, Hand them to me. Wang Wan cautiously retrieved the soul orbs from her storage pouch and placed them in Zi Xuanfeng's hand. He then recited an incantation, and a brilliant golden light emanated from his hands. One by one, the soul orbs ascended into the air, morphing into human forms, though their expressions remained vacant. Gradually, they began to dissolve into the atmosphere, embarking on their journey into reincarnation. Alas, young master, these unfortunate souls seem doomed to languish in a cycle of rebirth for countless lifetimes before they can attain the completeness of their spirits and become ordinary beings. The chubby one lamented with tear-filled eyes. Zixenfeng, with a sudden burst of insight, countered, They are, in fact, fortunate. Those who have already been consumed by the vengeful spirits have dissipated from this world, leaving them incapable of reincarnation. Wang Wan was taken aback, exclaiming, What? Are these soul orbs truly collected for the sake of the vengeful spirits? After a brief silence, Zixenfeng replied, Indeed. After inadvertently allowing the vengeful spirit to escape at Yongxian Lake, it began to utilize these lowly vengeful ghosts to gather robust souls, and the soul orbs refined from these souls serve to augment its power and assist in its ascension. Martial practitioners, brimming with vitality, possess souls stronger than ordinary individuals, which accounts for the previous spate of serial killings. Initially, Wuchen and I did not pay heed, assuming it was merely a case of conventional vendetta. He continued, however, it is now somewhat late, for with its current tally of murders, it has amassed enough strength to manifest a human form, and it is likely that even its consciousness from its former life has been partially restored. Such a vengeful spirit is exceedingly troublesome. Its consciousness from its former life? Who was it in the past? Wang Wan could not help but exclaim in surprise. Zixinfeng cast a glance at Wang Wan and replied, "You are also a practitioner. It is of no consequence for you to know that he was a prince of the ancient Feng kingdom, the last of his lineage, who was slain in his youth and whose body sank into Feng Lake. Now known as Yongxian Lake. In his final moments, he was consumed with resentment, and ancient practitioners suppressed him at the lake's depths. However, after a millennium of cultivation, his power is no longer comparable. One of the reasons for my crossing from the outside world is to eradicate him completely, lest he wreak havoc upon the mortal realm. That's so? Then what is your purpose in attending the auction in Ningxing City?" Wang Wan inquired. "Because that auction will be graced by its presence." Zixinfeng's expression turned grave. "What? Are you referring to the vengeful spirit?" Wang Wan gasped. "Indeed, it is the vengeful spirit. It has taken on its former appearance and is heading to Ningxing City. For what reason? Is there something it covets at the auction?" Zixinfeng sighed. "There exists an item there that it undoubtedly desires, something it longed for in its past life, for which it committed patricide and fratricide, ultimately sacrificing its own life, the imperial jade seal of the ancient Feng kingdom." Wang Wan was at a loss for words. "Did you not just say it was the last prince of the ancient Feng kingdom? Does it not realize that the kingdom no longer exists? What good would the jade seal do it now? It knows. How could it not? The corpses you encountered at the bottom of Yongxian Lake were the denizens of the ancient Feng kingdom. The entire nation perished at the lake's depths. The survivors are few and far between. How could this be? Who could be so cruel?" Wang Wan exclaimed loudly. In the year following the death of the vengeful spirit, a tempest ravaged the ancient Feng kingdom. Torrential rains flooded Feng Lake, and the ground split apart, instantly obliterating the kingdom and claiming the lives of all its people, leaving not a single soul to escape. From that moment forth, the ancient Feng kingdom ceased to exist, leaving behind only a vast lake, which later became known as Yongxian Lake. Heavens, could this be divine retribution? Zi Xuanfeng replied quietly, "Perhaps so. How do you know so much about these matters?" "I have perused numerous ancient texts, yet I find not a single mention of the ancient Feng kingdom." Wang Wan expressed her puzzlement. Xuanfeng rolled her eyes at Wang Wan and said, "That is simply because you have not read enough. There are indeed brief mentions of the ancient Feng kingdom in historical records. As for my extensive knowledge, it stems from the fact that my master's uncle, the Taoist Jun Fengyin, is the brother of that vengeful demon king." Suddenly, Zi Xuanfeng leaned closer to Wang Wan and remarked, "Speaking of which, my master's uncle and I share quite a connection with your village. His cave residence is nestled in the mountains behind your village, and the last time there was an incursion in your village, I lent my assistance." Wang Wan's eyes widened in astonishment, her jaw nearly dropping. She pointed at Zi Xuanfeng, stammering, "Why you? You are the one who teased me back then." Zi Xuanfeng swatted her finger away, retorting, "Why do you only remember that? I also gifted you quite a few fine treasures." Wang Wan forcibly reined in her composure, bowing respectfully as she expressed her gratitude. "The kindness you showed me back then, I, Xiao Wan, shall never forget. Brother Zi, please allow me to pay my respects." Zi Xuanfeng quickly jumped up, exclaiming, "That was not my intention. Enough, enough, please rise." Wang Wan complied and stood up, continuing her inquiry. "Brother Zi, may I ask, does your master's uncle's cave house contain a beautiful bird and a crystalline fruit tree?" This time, it was Zi Xuanfeng's turn to be astonished. He circled Wang Wan and asked, "How do you know about the immortal bird and the crystalline fruit tree in my master's uncle's courtyard? Have you been there?" Wang Wan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the bird was called the immortal bird and the tree was indeed the crystalline fruit tree. She thought to herself, "Is this not what Brother Sun Haoqing has been secretly searching for all these years?" This was something she had mischievously discovered while wandering the village using her spiritual sense. What could Brother Haoqing want with it? Does he harbor some secret? Suppressing her confusion, Wang Wan replied, "When I was 6, I secretly followed my elder sister up the mountain and accidentally entered that courtyard. I was admiring a piece of writing in the main hall when, without realizing it, I encountered a fateful opportunity. Later, I inadvertently stumbled into your master's uncle's room, and he said that we were fated to meet, bestowing upon me the foundational technique for cultivation. Zixuanfeng nodded thoughtfully. So it is. It seems your comprehension is quite impressive. You managed to enter the path simply by observing a piece of writing from my master's uncle. Wang Wan glanced at him and inquired, how did your master's uncle come to establish a cave residence in our vicinity? Zixuanfeng chuckled and replied, why do you ask me? My master's uncle has been in seclusion there for over a millennium. How long has your village even existed? Wang Wan mumbled softly. Did our ancestors not know that someone resided there when they founded the village? Zixuanfeng silently mocked her, which incensed Wang Wan, causing her to glare at him fiercely multiple times. Zixuanfeng gently rubbed her head and said, all right, quickly drink your porridge. It will cool down soon. We'll talk after you've finished. Wang Wan pretended to bite at his smelly hand, which had just tousled her hair, before finally settling down to drink her porridge. The porridge had already cooled a bit, and she gulped it down in one go. After patting her slightly protruding belly and wiping her mouth, she stepped out of the room. Upon stepping outside, Wang Wan was stunned by the sight before her, despite having some inkling of what to expect. She found herself standing atop a magnificent pavilion adorned with azure tiles, perched upon a colossal airship. Suspended in the sky as if defying gravity, it was utterly breathtaking. Cautiously, she traversed the long corridor, fearful of falling. Hee, what are you up to, little Wan? Depeng laughed behind her. Wang Wan's body stiffened for a moment before she turned to him and replied, you all live so high up. I'm afraid of falling. Depeng laughed even harder, saying, there's no need to worry, little Wan. There's a protective barrier around here. You can walk as you usually do without fear of falling. Oh, Wang Wan, feeling a bit embarrassed, turned back and scratched her head, saying, you don't have to be so formal, brother Depeng. Just call me Wan. Depeng grinned. Then I shall heed your request, little Wan. Feel free to call me Depeng as well. By the way, the young master is waiting for you on the platform. Come with me. Wang Wan nodded and followed Depeng to a spacious platform, where Zixuanfeng was lounging in a deck chair. She approached him and asked, Big Brother Z, is there something you need from me? Zixuanfeng lazily opened his eyes and looked at her, saying, little Wan, you shouldn't attend the auction this time. If anything were to happen to you, I would be heartbroken. Wang Wan shivered at the thought and replied, could you please speak normally? That is so gross. Besides, I absolutely must go. This is my first time being sent by my elders to handle a task. I can't let a filthy, resentful spirit ruin it. Zixuanfeng helplessly rubbed his forehead and said, can't you be a bit flexible? Just go back and tell your elders that there's danger at the auction and that you cannot participate. Wang Wan immediately rejected the idea. Danger? How am I supposed to explain that? Am I supposed to tell them that a resentful spirit has transformed into human form to cause chaos? They wouldn't understand such nonsense. After a pause, she continued, in any case, I am determined to complete this task. I cannot back down out of fear. That's just not in my nature. All right, Big Brother Z, I promise that I will leave as soon as I finish the task. Sighing, Zixuanfeng said, you stubborn little mule, the resentful spirit is aware of your presence. It may set its sights on you, and escaping its illusionary array is no easy feat. It will surely find you very intriguing. Ah, how could this happen? But I really want to complete this task, Wang Wan said, feeling exceedingly dejected. Zixuanfeng glanced at her expression, stretched lazily, and said, however, I can assist you in altering your aura, rendering it unrecognizable. Wang Wan's eyes widened in astonishment as she hurriedly approached, asking, Brother Z, do you really have a way? That's wonderful. Upon witnessing Wang Wan's exuberance, Zixuanfeng began to act mischievously, replying, before we proceed, you must first address me as Brother Z. Let me hear it, and then I shall assist you. Wang Wan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she retorted indignantly, Humph! How can you be so unreasonable? Erpao chimed in, young master, it seems you are taking advantage of the situation. This is not the behavior of a gentleman. Zixuanfeng shot them both a disdainful glance, exclaiming, when have I ever been a gentleman? You have always regarded me as a rogue, so I shall fulfill your expectations and embrace this title for once. Now, you dare to speak of me in such a manner? I refuse to comply. I shall go on strike with that. He huffed and turned away from the three, sulking like a petulant child. Wang Wan and the others were momentarily rendered speechless. Wang Wan recited the incantation taught by Zixuanfeng and swallowed the breath alteration pill, donning the attire he had requested. She then entered his chamber. Zixuanfeng circled around Wang Wan twice, assessing her aura, and nodded in satisfaction. All right, stop dawdling. Take a seat at the table. Wang Wan, feeling uneasy, turned back to say, although I agreed to let you alter my appearance at will, you mustn't go overboard. Rest assured, my skills will ensure that even you will not recognize yourself, he replied confidently. The previous day, after Wang Wan had extolled many praises, Zi Xuanfeng had reluctantly feigned agreement, but with one condition. Wang Wan's appearance for the event must be determined by him, and once inside the auction house, she was to follow his lead. Wang Wan acquiesced to his demands with a resigned sigh before he turned his attention back to the three of them. She found his childish antics utterly exasperating. Zi Xuanfeng began to extract various ointments from the array of jars on the table, mixing them in a jade bowl until he concocted a thick, deep green paste. He then took it from the bowl, enveloping it with his spiritual energy as it morphed into the shape of a human face, and suddenly pressed it onto Wang Wan's visage. Expecting to feel stifled, Wang Wan was pleasantly surprised by the cool, soothing sensation on her skin. Zi Xuanfeng's hands deftly applied the mixture to her face, and after a short while, he announced, "All done. Take a look for yourself." He then handed her a bronze mirror intricately adorned with carvings. Wang Wan accepted the mirror and gazed into its depths, where a stranger with a round face dotted with freckles was staring back at her. She scratched her head, and the girl in the mirror mirrored her actions. When she poked her own nose, she was astounded to see that it had turned a rosy hue, truly miraculous. Following this, Zi Xuanfeng transformed both himself and Air Pao, and they all assumed new appearances. Zi Xuanfeng fashioned himself as a simple, honest merchant, while Air Pao was disguised as two distinct assistants. The roles of the four individuals have been decisively assigned by Zixinfeng. Zixinfeng, a merchant attending the auction, has designated Wang Wan as a maid, while Erpang is merely an assistant accompanying his master to broaden his horizons. In response, Wang Wan expressed her discontent, noting that it was unheard of for a merchant to bring a maid to an auction. However, her protest was utterly disregarded by Zixinfeng. Subsequently, the group arrived at a desolate area on the outskirts of Ningxing City aboard an airship, from which they descended and prepared to continue their journey by horse-drawn carriage. Erpang and another individual took charge of the carriage outside, leaving only Wang Wan and Zixinfeng to sit within the vehicle. Zixinfeng reclined lazily on a blanket, occasionally requesting Wang Wan to bring him a cup of water or to massage his shoulders, fully embodying the demeanor of a wealthy gentleman. Initially, Wang Wan was reluctant to attend to him. However, Zixinfeng remarked, "Xiao Wan, you ought to practice in advance. It would be rather unfortunate if you were to falter later." With a resigned sigh, Wang Wan commenced her duties as a maid. By the time the carriage reached the city gates of Ningxing, she had served him a plate of pastries, a generous bunch of grapes, a flask of fine wine, and a chicken leg. Observing Zixinfeng's unchanged belly, she muttered, "He truly eats more than a pig." Ningxing City was bustling with people, yet the opulence of their carriage commanded attention, prompting passers-by to make way, speculating on whether they might be in the presence of nobility. The carriage came to a halt at a grand inn, where Depang disembarked to speak with the innkeeper, leaving the others inside the vehicle. Once Depang completed his business, he followed the attendant to the courtyard they had just reserved. Upon arrival, Zixinfeng lazily stretched and stepped down from the carriage. Wang Wan observed his actions with an inner critique, thinking him lazier than a pig. Zixinfeng glanced back at Wang Wan, causing her to freeze momentarily, wondering if he could hear her thoughts in a way. "He can't possibly hear," she reassured herself, quickly composing her expression and obediently saying, "Please, master, give your orders." "Master?" she thought. "Why not young master?" Zixinfeng smirked and replied, "Huangya, make sure to keep my bundles safe. It will be essential for our outing tomorrow." Wang Wan stifled a laugh, swallowing her frustration, and glared at him with indignation, as if wishing to bore a hole through his back with her gaze. Once Depang secured the carriage, he jovially greeted a pale scholar residing in the adjacent courtyard before shutting the courtyard door. Chapter 42. A glimpse of the truth. "You're back. Did you uncover anything?" Zixinfeng inquired as Depang entered the room. "Young master, are you sure you're not mistaken? I've been wandering around here for quite a while and haven't noticed anything amiss." Depang scratched his head in confusion. "What are you all searching for?" Wang Wan asked, puzzled. Xiaopeng made a terrifying expression and replied, "We are, of course, looking for a vengeful spirit." "Ah, could it be that a vengeful spirit resides in this inn?" Wang Wan gasped in astonishment. "Did you not perceive a subtle undercurrent of ominous energy in the air, strongest within this inn?" Zi Xuanfeng, with a grave and somber demeanor, remarked, "No wonder upon entering Ningxing City. You directed Depang to this inn. However, given that the vengeful spirit has now assumed human form, how can we discern its presence?" Wang Wan inquired further. "It has only just transformed into human shape, and its aura cannot yet be fully concealed. The oppressive atmosphere in the air serves as undeniable proof. Nevertheless, I believe it is aware of this fact as well. The fact that we cannot locate it indicates that it has discovered a means to hide itself, replied Zi Xuanfeng. Wang Wan furrowed her brow and asked, is there truly no way to address this? No, we can still seek it at the auction. It is bound to covet the imperial seal of the kingdom. Zi Xuanfeng stated, it seems we have no other option. Wang Wan sighed. Contemplating for a moment, Wang Wan inquired, who is the individual currently in possession of the imperial seal? If the vengeful spirit finds that person before the auction, our efforts would be in vain. Ear Pang burst into laughter alongside others. Xiao Wan, take a look at what lies within your bundle. Wang Wan gasped, lowering her gaze to the bundle in her hands. No way! With trembling hands, she unwrapped the package, revealing a jade box within which rested a flawless white jade seal, its material indiscernible, adorned with a vividly lifelike jade dragon coiled upon it, fearful of damaging it. She hastily closed the box. How did you come into possession of the imperial seal of Gufeng Kingdom? Does it belong to your master uncle? Moreover, what transpired back then? She asked. This is indeed the possession of my master uncle. He ascended the mountain to cultivate immortality at the age of 7, immersing himself in 10 years of training, untouched by worldly affairs. However, when he turned 17, the old emperor summoned him back to Gufeng Kingdom due to his ailing health. After his father's passing, he returned to the mountain with the imperial seal, and a year later, Gufeng Kingdom vanished entirely. That is all I know. My master uncle is reluctant to speak of those past events. Zi Xuanfeng replied. Very well, tonight you shall meditate in the same room as I, while Depeng and Xiaopeng will take another, Zi Xuanfeng declared. Must I share a room with you? Why can't I have my own? Wang Wan protested immediately. What objections do you have? It was previously stated that you would follow my arrangements without question. Are you already having second thoughts? Zi Xuanfeng retorted, casting her a sidelong glance. Wang Wan, stifling her breath at his words, decided it was best to let the matter go. On the morning of the auction, the four prepared to set out, as they strolled down the street. Zi Xuanfeng did not hasten to find the auction venue, but instead leisurely explored the bustling thoroughfare. When they reached an alleyway, they were obstructed by a scruffy middle-aged man of slight stature. The man spoke, esteemed one, I offer you my respects. Might I trouble you for a favor? Zi Xuanfeng, intrigued, scanned him from head to toe and replied, Pray tell, what is it you require? Upon noticing the entrance, the man promptly declared, it is as such. I wonder if you are aware that numerous antique dealers have recently arrived in Ningxing City. My humble abode possesses a modest amount of land, and I came to this city with the intention of exploring its wonders. To my surprise, I stumbled upon a rare artifact. However, I find myself without sufficient funds on this occasion. Might you, esteemed sir, be interested in examining this item and perhaps joining me in its acquisition? Upon hearing these words, Zixinfeng seemed to exhibit a flicker of interest as he casually remarked to Tao Tao, Ah, then please lead the way. Wang Wan and Air Pang followed behind, bewildered by the exchange, and exchanged glances before trailing along. The group accompanied the middle-aged man to a private room within a tea house, where a rotund merchant was savoring his tea. Upon entering, the man announced, Boss Liu, this friend of mine has shown considerable interest in your wares. Why not present them for their inspection? Boss Liu took a sip of tea and replied, Meeting is indeed a matter of fate. Please take a seat, esteemed sir. May I inquire as to your surname? Zixinfeng, unfazed, settled into a chair opposite Boss Liu and casually introduced himself. I am surnamed Jia. Given name D.it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Boss Liu. Wang Wan, upon hearing this, thought to herself, isn't that a rather blatant falsehood? Boss Liu cast a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man and said, Boss Chu, please take a seat as well. It is more conducive to business discussions. Without awaiting a response, he reached into his bundle and produced a box, lifting the lid to reveal a 1-inch tall bronze statue. Zixinfeng picked it up and examined it for a moment before commenting. Boss Liu, your item is indeed remarkable. Why not auction it at today's event? Surely, you would reap greater rewards. Boss Liu and the burly man surnamed Chu exchanged subtle glances, and Boss Liu chuckled. Isn't it simply because I encountered a fellow with an eye for treasures? However, this item cost me a considerable sum, and I cannot afford to sell it at a loss, which is why Boss Chu sought you out. I see. Zixinfeng feigned an earnest smile. Then please, Boss Liu, state your price. Boss Liu's gaze flickered momentarily before he declared, Since we are all so agreeable, I shall offer a flat price of 800 taels of silver. Boss Chu interjected, Esteemed Jia, I have only brought 300 taels with me today. Would you be willing to cover the remaining 500? Rest assured, I will leave the item in your care until my family sends the funds, at which point I will return to buy it back from you for 600 taels. How does that sound? Zixinfeng continued to smile innocently, saying, But wouldn't that mean Boss Chu would incur a loss of 100 taels? The man, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, Dear Jia, there is no need for concern. Those of us who are passionate about collecting antiques do not mind such trivialities. Zixinfeng chuckled foolishly and said, Then I shall graciously comply with that. He exchanged a significant glance with Wang Wan. Understanding the cue, Wang Wan's lips twitched as she swiftly moved behind the two men, forcefully pressing their heads onto the table. The abrupt shift in atmosphere left the two men utterly bewildered. Thinking to themselves, wait, this is not how the script is supposed to unfold. Shouldn't we be dazed and easily deceived right now? Their faces pressed together. They glimpsed their own foolish expressions in each other's eyes. And only then did they realize, shouting, Heroine, spare us. Impatiently, Wang Wan delivered a kick to each of the two individuals, her strength rendering them utterly immobile. She furrowed her brow in annoyance and directed her gaze fiercely at Zixinfeng. She inquired, My lord, do you have any instructions? Her eyes seemed to convey a clear message. What game are you playing? Zixinfeng chuckled softly and replied, You two possess quite the audacity, bringing your tricks before me. With such a sleight of hand, did you think I would remain oblivious? Had I purchased this, the contents of that box would no longer resemble what I see before me. He took a whiff of the tea and continued, Even the water has been tampered with. Prolonged exposure to this substance leads to weakness and muddled thoughts. Indeed, you two have already partaken of the antidote, haven't you? The mere utterance of the word indeed chilled the two to their core, prompting the proprietor, surnamed Chu, to plead, Noble one, we were blind to your greatness. Please spare our lives. Zixinfeng paused momentarily before responding, I might consider sparing you, but only if you recount the origins of this bronze statue in full detail. Otherwise, a fate worse than death awaits you. The quick-witted Chu immediately interjected, Boss Jia. Noble one. This was all the doing of one surnamed Liu. The item belongs to him. I was merely his hired hand. Upon hearing this, Liu glared at Chu and exclaimed, You old turtle. It was you who poisoned the tea and scouted the targets in the streets. Afterward, he turned to Zixinfeng, saying, Noble one, I did not intend to offend you. I merely came to participate in the auction. A few days ago, a figure draped in black silk robbed me on my way here, taking all my money, the auction invitation, and my belongings. They left me with this box. Claiming it offset my losses, I wandered several antique shops with this item, but no one recognized it, and their offers were dismally low. In my desperation to attend the auction, I resorted to this underhanded scheme with old Chu. Together, we deceived a total of 3 individuals. 3 individuals. Did you not conspire to commit theft and murder? Wang Wan inquired fiercely. No, heroine. How could we dare? Please, take pity on us, for we have not committed any heinous crimes. Chu sobbed, tears and snot streaming onto the table. Wang Wan, disgusted by the sight, barked, Cease your weeping, or I shall end you. At her words, Chu fainted in terror, while Liu remained silent, too frightened to speak further. Wang Wan smirked slightly, realizing that she possessed a latent talent for villainy. Is it really necessary to frighten so easily? Zixinfeng cast a glance at her, and she understood, swiftly pressing the sleeping powder onto the two men. Why is it imperative to uncover the origins of this item? Wang Wan inquired. Lowering his head, Zixinfeng instructed the stout man beside him with a few words, then replied, This is a royal tribute from the ancient Feng kingdom, marked with their insignia. Few are aware of its existence after all these years. It seems that the vengeful spirit has found a way to infiltrate the auction. It seeks to avoid our scrutiny and has been remarkably discreet. Otherwise, these two would have long since met their demise. Is that so? But, young master, how shall we pursue our investigation now? The stout man asked, perplexed. Zixuanfeng lightly tapped his head and said, Haven't I advised you to use your brain more often? How could you not know this? Xiaopeng, with tear-filled eyes, covered his head and replied, Young master, didn't you always say that I should not be ashamed to ask questions? Oh, still asking questions, are we? Zixuanfeng remarked, tapping his fan against his palm. Xiaopeng stiffened, casting a pleading glance towards Wang Wan. Wang Wan snatched the fan from Zixuanfeng's hand and said, All right, stop bullying Xiaopeng. Let's hurry along. We must be wary of waiting for an opportunity that may slip away. Zixuanfeng glanced at his empty hands, shook his head, and quickly followed Xiaopeng. Chapter 43. Who calculated whom? As they reached the bustling street, Wang Wan turned back to ask Zixuanfeng, Hey, what did you just send Peng to do? Zixuanfeng smiled and replied, Nothing much, just to fetch something interesting and send the innkeeper to report to the authorities. Matters of the mundane world should be managed by their own officials. We shall focus on our own responsibilities. This time, We must ensure it does not escape. Wang Wan nodded in agreement and fell silent. All of them possessed invitation letters, allowing them to smoothly enter the private room of the auction venue. The identity of the proprietor behind this auction remained a mystery. Without an invitation, no matter one's abilities, one would be swiftly escorted out, and no one dared to cause a disturbance. Shortly after Wang Wan and the others settled in the private room, Depeng arrived. The items for auction had only been appraised the day before and had just been delivered to the auction house. Wang Wan, pondering a point of confusion, asked, "How were you so certain that the vengeful spirit would hear about the auction? Our items were added last, and the news wouldn't have spread so quickly." Zi Xuanfeng feigned mystery and replied, "If I wish for it to know, there are ways to ensure it does." Curious, Wang Wan inquired, "What methods?" Zi Xuanfeng smirked, raising an eyebrow. "If you beg me, I might tell you." Wang Wan huffed and turned her head away, refusing to speak further. Zi Xuanfeng, feeling disinterested, stretched lazily and said, "It's nothing much. I merely captured a high-ranking vengeful spirit and had it relay the message directly to the vengeful demon." "What? You are so openly revealing this to it? It will surely realize this is a trap. Why would it still come?" Wang Wan exclaimed, "It will come. You cannot fathom the obsession of such lunatics," Zi Xuanfeng slowly replied, shaking his fan. Wang Wan pursed her lips and began to observe her surroundings. The private rooms were arranged in a square, each with a window facing inward. Looking down from the window, one could see a raised platform on the first floor, adorned with red cloth, currently vacant, likely the stage for the auction to commence shortly. Before long, participants began to arrive and take their seats. An elderly man, tall and imposing, emerged from behind the platform. Judging by his gait, he appeared to possess remarkable prowess. He ascended the platform, clasped his hands in greeting, and boomed, "Esteemed guests from afar, I, Luo, regret not welcoming you properly. Today, I shall preside over this venue, and the treasures up for auction are numerous. I assure you, it will be a fulfilling experience. Without further ado." He signaled several burly men from backstage to bring forth the first item for auction. Wang Wan exhibited no interest in these matters. Instead, she turned her gaze to survey the individuals around her who were bidding, speculating which among them might be the manifestation of the vengeful spirit. A fan struck her on the head, wielded by Zi Xuanfeng, who remarked, "If it were so easy to identify, it wouldn't be a vengeful spirit." Rubbing her forehead, Wang Wan muttered, "How do you know I can't figure it out? How annoying." Soon enough, the fifth auction item was revealed to be Wang Wan's treasured sword. She listened intently to the sounds of bidding around her, nearly bursting with excitement. Indeed, Uncle Sun's masterpiece was in high demand. Observing the triumphant expression that Wang Wan could barely contain, Zi Xuanfeng shook his head and quipped, "Mind your demeanor. Your face is nearly cramping up." Wang Wan shot him a glare and retorted, "Humph. What business is it of yours?" Zi Xuanfeng could only shake his head in resignation. Ultimately, Wang Wan's sword was sold for the impressive sum of 120,000 taels, surpassing Sun Haidong's estimated 100,000 taels by an additional 20,000. This left Wang Wan in a state of exhilaration. As the auction progressed into its final stages, a tray was presented from backstage, upon which rested a box. Wang Wan instantly recognized it as the case for the Imperial Jade Seal, and she immediately straightened her posture, her eyes widening as she scanned her surroundings. Once the box was placed upon the elevated platform, the elder of the Luo clan surveyed the crowd and proclaimed, "I believe everyone is eager to discover what lies within this box. Are you all familiar with the ancient Feng kingdom that mysteriously vanished a millennium ago?" No sooner had he spoken than someone in the audience interjected, "Isn't it the ancient Feng kingdom that disappeared mysteriously 1,000 years ago? It is said to harbor a treasure." The host, Luo, smiled enigmatically and replied, "Whether there is treasure remains a mystery, but within this box resides the Imperial Jade Seal of the ancient Feng kingdom. Acquiring it may very well provide a clue to the treasure." He continued, "Now, let the bidding for the Imperial Jade Seal of the ancient Feng kingdom commence, starting at 100,000 taels, with a minimum increment of 10,000. Wang Wan gasped. Such a staggering amount. The elation she felt from her sword's sale was swiftly eclipsed. She turned to Zi Xuanfeng and inquired, "Is there truly treasure in the Feng kingdom?" Zi Xuanfeng stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "That's hard to say. Though the ancient Feng kingdom was relatively small, it was indeed quite affluent, so it's possible they left behind treasures for future generations." What followed was a fierce bidding war, with the price escalating to 1 million taels, an astronomical sum. If the Feng kingdom held no treasure, then the Imperial Jade Seal would merely be an antiquity. Wang Wan anxiously tugged at Zi Xuanfeng's sleeve. "So many people desire the seal, but which one of them is the transformed vengeful spirit?" Zi Xuanfeng, stroking his chin once more, reassured her, "There's no need to rush. Let us observe who ultimately wins the auction. We can follow them and surely make a discovery." Wang Wan pondered this, choosing to refrain from further interrupting Zi Xuanfeng. Meanwhile, the bidding continued, though at a slower pace. "Master, my lord has instructed me to inform you that the price has now risen to 150,000 taels, exceeding the amount we have brought. Should we continue?" A young servant knelt before a pale-faced scholar, eye in the eyes of the scholar. A peculiar hue glimmered as he opened his mouth to declare, at all costs, "We must seize the imperial jade seal." His voice rasped with the eerie resonance of a specter, causing the young attendant to shiver, rendered speechless, and promptly obeying the command to exit. Thus, the curtain fell on this fierce contest for the jade seal. Wang Wan observed with rapt attention as the seal was ultimately purchased for a staggering price of 170,000 taels by an individual in a private room on the second floor. Casting her gaze from one person to another, she discerned nothing amiss and turned to Zi Xuanfeng, inquiring, "Is that person a vengeful spirit?" "I cannot tell." Xuanfeng shook his head, a frown creasing his brow. "No, he bears no trace of dark energy. He is human." After a brief contemplation, he continued, "It seems that perhaps the vengeful spirits do not possess such wealth in this short span of time. He likely intends to seize it after the auction concludes. Let us follow the individual who acquired the jade seal and see if any unusual occurrences unfold." With no better course of action, the trio nodded in agreement. The auction proceeded swiftly, with the participants somewhat distracted. Aside from when Wang Wan attentively listened during their turn to bid, she spent the remainder of the time idly observing her surroundings. As the crowd streamed out of the auction house, a stack of silver notes, amounting to a total of 12,000 taels, lay obediently within Wang Wan's storage pouch. Upon receiving the funds, her spirits soared. However, the pressing concern remained to capture the vengeful spirit. After locating their target, the group followed discreetly from a distance of 100 meters, leisurely making their way through the city gates and into the desolate outskirts. They halted as a group of individuals blocked their path. Observing this, Zi Xuanfeng and his companions nimbly leaped into the trees. "Boss Wu, why the haste to leave the city? Why not join us at the Song family estate for a drink?" The leader of the obstructing group suggested with ill intent. One among those who had purchased the jade seal retorted, "Song, we have always respected each other's boundaries. Are you truly seeking conflict today?" With a cunning smile, Song replied, "My brother, I kindly invite you for a drink. You will come, whether you wish to or not." With that, he signaled his subordinates to encircle Boss Wu and his companions. "You scoundrel, brothers, fight with me. Once we return, we shall seek treasure together." Boss Wu bellowed defiantly. Hearing this, his men, invigorated as if by a jolt of adrenaline, charged into battle against their adversaries. Suddenly, a figure clad in black surged forth from the nearby underbrush, a masked apparition that, like a wraith, stealthily snatched the box and fled, unnoticed by either party embroiled in combat. Observing this, Zi Xuanfeng immediately urged the hefty companion to pursue. The two factions, now blinded by rage, continued their brutal clash. Wang Wan turned to Zi Xuanfeng, suggesting, "We must devise a means to halt their fighting. The prize has been stolen, and continuing this struggle serves no purpose." Xuanfeng tapped her on the head. "Do you think their conflict revolves solely around the jade seal? Even if they were to realize it is no longer in their possession, they would not cease their hostilities." Wang Wan shook her head in silent disbelief. Suddenly, a shadow flitted nearby, revealing a figure in black clutching a box. Zi Xuanfeng's brows furrowed suddenly. Could it be that he actually managed to shake off Tepang? How intriguing. "Xiao Pang, you stay here with Xiao Wan. This young master will personally confront him." With that, he vanished in a swift motion. Wang Wan felt a sense of unease. Logically speaking, Tepang was quite formidable, and it would be difficult to find someone in the martial world capable of escaping him. Yet here she was, witnessing such an anomaly, which struck her as decidedly peculiar. The wave of anxiety washed over Wang Wan as she suddenly heard a rustling sound, and a figure clad in black burst forth from the nearby trees, charging directly at her. Wang Wan gasped in alarm and quickly dodged, while Xiao Pang immediately drew his weapon and engaged in combat with the assailant. It was then that Wang Wan discerned something was amiss. The black-clad figure was enveloped in a sinister aura. Just as she was about to warn Xiao Pang, she observed that their struggle was drawing them further away, gradually disappearing into the desolate wilderness. Panic surged within Wang Wan. What on earth was happening? Was this a trap set by the vengeful spirits? It made sense. The adversary was no fool. How could they dare to come here without preparation? Her sense of foreboding deepened. Turning around, She realized that the two factions engaged in battle moments ago had vanished without a trace. Now, she found herself utterly alone, the surroundings eerily silent, save for her own presence. No, I cannot remain idle. Wang Wan leapt down from the tree, intent on investigating, when she heard a voice behind her. Little girl, are you all alone? Wang Wan froze, turning to find it was the scholar who had been staying in the adjacent courtyard at the inn. The scene felt surreal, and with caution, she regarded his pallid face, inquiring, "How did you come to be here, sir?" The scholar smiled, a smile laced with a hint of the uncanny. "I've been waiting for you for quite some time. The little girl who can unravel my illusionary array." What? Wang Wan instinctively recoiled, but the next moment, darkness enveloped her vision, and she lost all sense of awareness. Chapter 44. A reunion with Bai Shaoran. Wang Wan felt as though she were traversing through a thick fog. Her body rendered powerless, as she stumbled forward. She called out the names of Zi Xuanfeng and the others, unable to recall how she had arrived in this place. Gradually, she seemed to perceive disjointed voices echoing from afar. As time passed, the voices grew clearer. It seemed as though someone was speaking. "Master, your subordinate is incompetent and has failed to retrieve the Jade Seal. It appears to be in the possession of that group of cultivators." A figure shrouded in black cloth knelt on the ground, his voice cold and raspy. "Waste? I deployed so many people and set this trap, and yet, after losing so many elite soldiers, you still cannot procure it. Utterly useless." With that, a whip lashed out, striking the kneeling figure, causing him to convulse in silence. After several lashes, the vengeful spirit paused. "Humph! I shall spare you this time. Fortunately, this king has taken precautions. Find a way to inform that cultivator that the girl is in my possession, and he must bring the Jade Seal to meet me." "Humph! Get lost?" The kneeling figure, as if granted a reprieve from a death sentence, scrambled away in a panic. "Cursed cultivators, why do you always oppose me? Do you think this king is still the pitiful pawn of 1,000 years ago? If you dare to provoke my wrath, you shall pay the price." Wang Wan, in a haze, struggled to discern the words being spoken. Faintly catching phrases reminiscent of a jade seal, a thought crossed her mind. "Where am I?" Oh, it dawned on her, that scholar. Could he possibly be the vengeful spirit? She attempted to open her eyes. Yet they felt as though they were glued shut, unyielding to her will. Her limbs lay unmoving, and she was oblivious to her surroundings, as if her senses had been sealed away. After a brief moment, she seemed to hear a familiar voice speaking, but she gradually succumbed to unconsciousness once more. "Young Master Bai, your esteemed presence graces us. I apologize for not welcoming you in person." The vengeful spirit, now assuming the guise of a scholar, mockingly bowed to Bai Shaoran. Bai Shaoran, his expression fraught with urgency, returned the bow and inquired, "Vengeful spirit, where have you taken Wanner?" "Wanner? Young Master Bai, are you here to demand her back?" The vengeful spirit rasped. "Vengeful spirit, I care not for others, but you must not harm her. Should you do so, I shall defy my father's wishes and confront you to the bitter end," Bai Shaoran declared coldly. The vengeful spirit surveyed him with a mocking gaze, bursting into laughter. Bai Patian, Bai Patian, who would have thought you would father a love-struck fool? Ha ha!" His sinister laughter echoed ominously, laced with an unmistakable derision. "Very well, I could release her, but I find myself increasingly intrigued. If your father were to discover this, do you think he would not tear this young lady apart?" "Ha ha, how amusing." Bai Shaoran's expression remained impassive. "That is of no concern to you. As long as you remain silent, my father shall remain unaware." "Humph! Fear not, though I am curious, I am not one to gossip. The truth cannot be concealed forever. You shall ultimately fail to protect her," the vengeful spirit retorted disdainfully. "That is not your concern." "Where is Wanner?" Bai Shaoran pressed. With a scoff, the vengeful spirit waved his hand, and a stone coffin appeared before him. Upon opening the lid, Bai Shaoran discovered Wang Wan indeed lying within, yet she appeared lifeless, devoid of breath. His pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "Vengeful spirit, you have killed her." The vengeful spirit blocked Bai Shaoran's fierce attack, saying, "Wait, I have not slain her. I merely administered a potion to render her unconscious." Bai Shaoran took a moment to regain his composure. Indeed, the vengeful spirit had no reason to lie. Yet, how had Wanner come to be in such a state? The vengeful spirit observed her with a peculiar expression for a while before stating, "This girl is currently in a state of suspended animation. There is no need for you to panic. She is unharmed. Now, I shall return her to you. Take her and find a place to hide for a couple of hours. Once I reclaim the Jade Seal, all will be well." "Very well," Bai Shaoran declared. Lifting Wang Wan and making his way outside as he was about to exit, the vengeful spirit interjected, a word of caution. This girl is a cultivator. You may find yourselves adversaries in the future. Bai Xiaoran paused momentarily, responding, and what of it? With that, he soared into the air, carrying Wang Wan with him. The vengeful spirit gazed upon their vanishing figures with a sinister smile, lamenting the loss of such an intriguing soul. Chuckling softly, Wang Wan awoke the following morning, enveloped in a shroud of mist. The internal cultivation techniques and the practices of immortality within her operated in unison, plunging her into a state of ethereal emptiness. She lost track of time and her own identity until the power within her surged, breaking free from her corporeal constraints, thereby restoring her bodily senses and gradually bringing her consciousness back. With great effort, she opened her eyes to find a youth clad in white, intently watching her. As their gazes met, he spoke in a low, resonant voice, "You are awake. Congratulations, Xiao Wan, you have achieved a breakthrough." Wang Wan gazed into his bright eyes, brimming with joy, and instinctively smiled back at him. Bai Xiaoran, how did you come to be here? Upon hearing her question, Bai Xiaoran averted his gaze, standing with his back turned to her, and replied nonchalantly, "Xiao Wan, having just broken through, I presume you would like to freshen up? There is a spring deep within this cave. You should go." It was only then that Wang Wan realized her clothes were drenched in sweat, emanating an unpleasant odor. Her face flushed crimson, and without a second thought, she scrambled to her feet and hurried towards the depths of the cave. Upon reaching the secluded spring Bai Xiaoran had mentioned, she cautiously surveyed the surroundings with her spiritual sense, confirming the absence of any venomous creatures, before shedding her garments and immersing herself in the water to cleanse herself. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoran lingered at the cave entrance, lost in thought as he gazed into the distance. Previously, he had been consumed with concern for Wang Wan's well-being, unable to find tranquility. Now, alone, he reflected on the vengeful spirit's words. Do you believe you can still afford emotions? Once you embark on this path, there is no turning back. You are poison. The closer you draw, the quicker you perish. Ha ha ha, Bai Patian, you are ruthless, merciless to yourself, and even more so to your son. With a fierce punch, Bai Xiaoran struck the rocky wall of the cave, the force reverberating and fracturing the surrounding stones like a spider's web. He silently vowed, "No, I will not allow such a fate to unfold. One day, I shall stand proudly by Wanner's side." After Wang Wan finished her cleansing, she retrieved a change of clothes from her storage pouch and donned them. It was then that she became aware of her own condition. Both her internal energy and spiritual essence had significantly advanced. To her astonishment, she had simultaneously broken through to the initial stage of intermediate martial master and the 10th level of qi refinement. This unexpected loss of consciousness had inadvertently immersed her in a wondrous realm, allowing her internal techniques and practices of immortality to harmonize flawlessly, culminating in a peak state of energy flow that rendered her breakthrough inevitable. Slowly, she made her way to the cave entrance, where she found Bai Xiaoran still gazing outward. Remembering her earlier embarrassment, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Blushing, she approached him and said, "Thank you for your help this time." Bai Xiaoran turned with an expression of indifference, replying, "No need for thanks. It was but a trifling matter." His demeanor was remarkably aloof, as if he were entirely unconcerned. Wang Wan gazed into his eyes, devoid of indifference, and felt a significant portion of her embarrassment dissipate instantly. It turned out that the matters she had been preoccupied with were, in fact, of little concern to him. After all, they had only met a few times. How could he possibly be invested in such trivialities? Bowing her head to conceal her expression, she was perplexed by the subtle pang of melancholy that enveloped her, rendering her almost foolish. She gently shook her head, reminding herself internally not to let others affect her so deeply. There were still many pressing matters to clarify. She had no time for such thoughts, especially when she was unsure of the whereabouts of Zi Xuanfeng and the others. With this in mind, she anxiously lifted her head to inquire, "Bai Xiaoran, do you know how long I have been unconscious?" Bai Xiaoran, well aware of her unspoken concerns, replied, "You have been in a stupor for nearly a day and a night. Now that you are awake, let us return to Ningxing City. Perhaps there you will find news of your companions." Without awaiting her response, he retrieved his sword from the ground and strode out. Wang Wan remained rooted to the spot, her heart laden with questions. Why had the vengeful spirit captured her only to release her? Had something transpired that she was unaware of? Yet, these thoughts paled in significance compared to the urgency of locating Zi Xuanfeng and the others. A day and night had already passed, and she was oblivious to their current circumstances. It would be prudent to check the inn to see if they had returned. Bai Xiaoran had already ventured far ahead, and without further hesitation, Wang Wan quickened her pace to catch up. This cavern lay hidden within the vast mountains surrounding Ningxing City, still a considerable distance from it. Observing Bai Xiaoran's swift strides, she swallowed her questions. Both of them utilized their lightness of feet to traverse the terrain rapidly, traveling in silence. The sprawling green wilderness resembled a still painting, with only their fleeting shadows dancing across its canvas. For Wang Wan, the journey felt interminable, for her heart was tethered by worry, rendering her unable to contemplate anything else. Conversely, for Bai Xiaoran, the passage of time seemed fleeting. The one he cherished was by his side. He longed for time to stand still, yearning to reveal his true feelings to her. Yet, he could only maintain a facade of indifference to keep a distance between them, burdened as he was by the weight of his dark secrets. Closer proximity could spell danger for her. Both adept in their martial arts, they reached the gates of Ningxing City in the span of an hour. From a distance, Wang Wan spotted Xiaopeng crouched in the corner by the wall, and she hastened her steps to reach him first. Xiaopeng, what are you doing here? Has everyone returned? Xiao Wan, you're back. The young master and Depang went out to search for you, leaving me here to wait. Where have you been? Yesterday, the man in black brought word that you had been captured by the vengeful spirit, and the young master rushed to rescue you. He returned injured and empty-handed, and he and Depang have been searching for you since your disappearance. The young master was nearly driven to madness. Xiaopeng exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Upon hearing this, Wang Wan felt a surge of panic. What? Brother Z is injured. We must hurry and find them. Without delay, she turned to head towards the outskirts of the city. Xiaopeng grabbed her arm, saying, I have a communication talisman from the young master. I just sent him a message. They will arrive shortly. Wang Wan finally settled down, her thoughts drifting to Bai Xiaoran. She turned her head to glance behind her, but the space was empty, devoid of his presence. A sense of despondency washed over her as she stared longingly in the direction they had just arrived from. He had vanished once more. Was he truly unwilling to utter a farewell? Chapter 45. The scheme of the vengeful demon Zi Xuanfeng and his companion hastily approached from a distance, and Wang Wan, with her keen eyes, noticed that Zi Xuanfeng's complexion was rather pale, tinged with a hint of ominous energy. She hurried forward to greet them. Brother Z, how is your health? It's nothing. Let's discuss it later. Zi Xuanfeng replied, shaking his head. Once the four were reunited, they exchanged no further words and returned together to the inn. Wang Wan waited outside the room for quite some time, until Depang finally opened the door and said, Xiao Wan, come in and I have already administered the medicine to the young master. Upon hearing this, Wang Wan promptly entered the room, where Zi Xuanfeng sat cross-legged on the bed, a smile gracing his face as he looked at her. She rushed forward with concern, asking, Brother Z, how is your injury? With a smile, Zi Xuanfeng reassured her, it's nothing. Such minor wounds cannot defeat me. You needn't worry, Pang muttered from the side. How can it be nothing? The other wounds are manageable and can heal swiftly with healing elixirs, but that wound on your chest is the most perilous and difficult to mend. The resentment of the vengeful demon lingers there, preventing it from healing properly. Resentment? You encountered the vengeful demon? What transpired afterward? Wang Wan inquired urgently. She had just overheard Xiaopeng mentioning that someone had brought word of her capture by the vengeful demon. Zi Xuanfeng gestured for Depang to refrain from speaking further, yet Xiaopeng, oblivious to the cue, blurted out, indeed, when we returned to the large tree, we discovered you were missing. We searched everywhere for you, and then encountered a cloaked figure who informed us that you had been captured, and that the other party demanded the young master bring the imperial jade seal to meet the vengeful demon alone. And then? Wang Wan pressed on anxiously. Depang could not help but inquire, Xiao Wan, were you truly captured by the vengeful demon? Wang Wan nodded, recalling the scholar in white who resided in the courtyard next door. I suspect he is the vengeful demon. When you all disappeared, I encountered him and subsequently fainted. I remember he uttered a phrase. I have waited long for you, the little girl who can unravel my illusion array. Zi Xuanfeng urged her to continue, his expression growing grave, his slender fingers rhythmically tapping on the bed, producing a muffled sound. Wang Wan swallowed hard and continued, during my unconsciousness, I vaguely heard voices from the outside world, but my senses were somewhat dulled. I caught snippets of words, imperial jade seal, layout, cultivators, and then I fell into complete oblivion. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a cave, devoid of any presence of the vengeful demon. I made my way back from there. Wang Wan hesitated for a moment, refraining from mentioning the appearance of Bai Xiaoran, for she could not articulate why she had found herself in his company, nor could she comprehend how she had escaped the clutches of the vengeful spirit. Zi Xuanfeng regarded Wang Wan in silence, intuitively sensing that she had withheld certain thoughts. However, he trusted the young girl, believing she would not wish him harm. Her reasons for silence were her own, and he would not press her. Young master, it is truly terrifying that we were neighbors with the vengeful spirit for several days. We must relocate. I feel unsafe here, little fatty exclaimed, rubbing his hands together. Humph! The vengeful spirit has likely already found a place to recuperate, having been nearly dispersed by the young master. How could it be so foolish as to remain in our vicinity? Big Fatty shot a glare at little Fatty. Look at you. What are you afraid of? Had it not been for the vengeful spirit creating a false Xiao want to stab the young master, do you truly believe its mere millennia of cultivation could harm him? It even seized the jade seal. What? It actually concocted a fake version of me and harmed Brother Z. Wang Wan exclaimed indignantly. Xiao Wan, do not blame yourself. I underestimated the situation. I had set a trap for the vengeful spirit, only to find it had turned the tables on me. I was indeed careless, Zi Xuanfeng declared, striking the wall with a fist in frustration. How did the vengeful spirit conceal its aura? I have encountered that pale-faced scholar several times without detecting anything amiss. Wang Wan inquired, perplexed. Indeed, on the day we arrived, I even greeted it. The young master had instructed me to be vigilant of those around us. I had investigated, and while the scholar displayed a slight deficiency in yang energy, there was no trace of dark aura. Big Fatty pondered aloud. This is precisely what makes it so elusive. However, I have yet to encounter the scholar you speak of. When I engaged it in battle, it retained its original ghostly form, suggesting it deliberately avoided me. The human guise it adopted likely harbored flaws it wished to conceal, Zi Xuanfeng remarked with an air of intrigue. What surprised me was not only its successful transformation, but also the significant enhancement of its power. Furthermore, several of its advanced vengeful spirits had developed abilities related to speed and space. Indeed, when the young master dispatched me to pursue that figure in black, I found him exceedingly swift, avoiding direct confrontation and leading me in circles. When I finally sensed something was amiss and attempted to return, he blocked my path once more. His speed was such that 8 out of 10 of my attacks missed. I struggled for quite some time before finally defeating him, only to discover he was a vengeful spirit. Big Fatty concurred. Little Fatty scratched his head. The vengeful spirit I fought was also remarkably fast. Otherwise, given its limited strength, would I have needed to struggle for so long? Zi Xuanfeng nodded. My experience mirrored yours, yet I swiftly dispatched that vengeful spirit. However, 2 more emerged afterward, one faster than the first, and another capable of shifting through the void. Upon their arrival, I sensed the danger, but it took considerable time for me to extricate myself from their entanglement. Young master, Xiaopeng inquired, didn't you previously mention that it is quite challenging for vengeful spirits to evolve into possessing other abilities? Why, then, have so many evolved vengeful spirits appeared this time? Depang interjected, young master, could it be that someone is aiding these vengeful demons? Zi Xuanfeng nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the possibility. It seems that the depths of this small world are more profound than I had imagined. It truly is one of the most ancient realms. Wang Wan, having listened intently, posed a question that weighed on her mind. With the emergence of these vengeful spirits, are ordinary martial artists capable of dealing with them? These advanced vengeful spirits, if they have not evolved any abilities, possess strength comparable to those at the innate level within your martial world. However, with their speed and spatial capabilities, it would likely require several innate level fighters or a singular master to vanquish them. Zi Xuanfeng pondered aloud. Wang Wan gasped in surprise. Do not worry. I have already sent a message to that fellow Wu Chen yesterday. He has likely made arrangements by now. You should simply return and await news. This time, the vengeful demon has sustained significant injuries, and it fears that I might take advantage of the situation to eliminate it. It will not dare to cause trouble in the short term. Zi Xuanfeng reassured her with a smile. Wang Wan, intrigued, asked, just what level of power does this vengeful demon possess? Zi Xuanfeng smiled mysteriously. Let me think. It is likely at the pinnacle of strength within this small world. You ought to be grateful to me. Without my presence, there are hardly any here capable of matching it. Wang Wan exclaimed in astonishment. At the pinnacle. As far as I know, the highest martial realm is the void shattering. Has it truly reached such heights? She continued, perplexed. However, my teacher has stated that no one has attained the void shattering realm here for the past 200 years. Zi Xuanfeng lightly tapped her on the head, stating, your teacher must have limited experience. To my knowledge, within the 3 super sects, Lianqing of Lu Kingdom, Lianta of Qing Kingdom, and Changshengtai of Yan Dynasty, there are indeed masters at the void shattering level. Furthermore, there is one within the royal family of Qing Kingdom, as for the few hidden masters who may have reached this level, that remains uncertain, so many. Wang Wan exclaimed. Yet even among those at the same realm, their strengths differ. If these void-shattering experts were to face off against the vengeful demon individually, none would stand a chance, Zi Xuanfeng added. Wang Wan found herself at a loss for words. Her understanding of this world far too limited. They subsequently analyzed other matters, such as the vengeful demon strategy. What was its aim in diverting the attention of Zi Xuanfeng and his companions? Was it to seek the Jade Seal? Was capturing Wang Wan a means to exchange for the seal? It seemed far more complicated than that. Furthermore, at the auction, had it already discerned that the Jade Seal in the box was a counterfeit? How could it be privy to such information? Was there a human under its control? These inquiries required further investigation. As they prepared to depart, Wang Wan needed to procure some items. She wandered through the trading market in Ningxing City, purchasing various things she deemed useful for the manor. However, this was her first encounter with the art of bargaining. Depang was sent by Zi Xuanfeng to accompany Wang Wan during her shopping expedition. Initially, he refrained from intervening, simply observing as Wang Wan assessed the goods and negotiated prices. Later, unable to endure any longer, Wang Wan found the young girl exceedingly feeble. Without a moment's hesitation, Depang rolled up his sleeves and approached the shopkeeper with a fervor that left spittle flying. Wang Wan listened, utterly astonished, and ultimately secured the item for a price that was scarcely half of what was initially asked. The shopkeeper, wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, remarked to Depang, "Your eloquence is truly remarkable, my friend. Consider this a gesture of goodwill. Young lady, do return next time, and I shall offer you a discount." At a loss for words, Wang Wan could only nod vigorously. Depang, reveling in the moment, cracked his neck and saluted the shopkeeper, saying, "Until we meet again, brother." The shopkeeper replied with a beaming smile and a respectful bow. Even as they stepped onto the bustling street, Wang Wan remained in a daze. She turned to Depang and gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Depang, you are incredible." Depang, brimming with pride, shook his head nonchalantly and replied, "It's nothing too special. Once you practice haggling more, you'll master it. Bargaining is indeed an art, so pay attention." Xiao Wan. Wang Wan nodded in admiration, displaying a mastery of this skill that instilled fear in every merchant she encountered in her subsequent travels. A story for another time. On the day Wang Wan was to depart, she had not heard any rumors circulating in the martial world. Before leaving, she inquired with Zi Xuanfeng about how Wu Chun Gongzi intended to eliminate the vengeful spirits wreaking havoc in the outside realm. With a devilish grin, Zi Xuanfeng replied, "Then you should plead with me." "How tiresome." Wang Wan rolled her eyes at him, Pang, with tears glistening in his eyes, bid farewell to Wang Wan along with Depang. Wang Wan, standing on her tiptoes, patted each of their shoulders lightly, saying little else, before bowing gracefully and declaring, "Until we meet again." After casting a glance back at them, she turned to leave Pang, watching her retreating figure. Called out wistfully, "Xiao Wan, we will come to find you when we have the chance." From a distance, Wang Wan turned and shouted back, "Yes, please do come." As her figure grew smaller, disappearing beyond the horizon, Pang began to sense an unsettling stillness from his master, which felt quite unfamiliar. The two of them gazed at Zi Xuanfeng with teary eyes. There stood Zi Xuanfeng, fanning himself leisurely with a smile. Depang cautiously inquired, "Master, why do you seem unfazed by Xiao Wan's departure?" Zi Xuanfeng grinned, revealing his teeth, and replied, "What is there to miss? We shall see her again in a few days, haha." Depang asked, "What are you planning, master?" Both of them suddenly froze in place. Chapter 46. The invitation. Unbeknownst to Wang Wan, after her departure, Zi Xuanfeng and the others exchanged words once more. She spent 3 days hastening back to Qingfeng Villa, and barely had a moment to catch her breath when she learned that the estate had received an invitation. Wang Qing summoned everyone to the main hall, and Wang Wan hurriedly unloaded her burdens and rushed over. Upon seeing her, Wang Qing smiled and said, "Ah, Xiao Wan, I sent someone to deliver a message to you the day before yesterday. You didn't encounter them, did you?" Wang Wan shook her head in confusion. Wang Qing chuckled, "No matter, consider it an extra trip." This statement left Wang Wan utterly perplexed, but as she listened to Wang Qing's subsequent remarks, everything became clear. This time, the manor received an invitation from the 3 major super sects, requesting our presence at the super sects refinement tower in the kingdom of Qing on the 10th day of August to discuss significant matters. Additionally, this year's martial arts tournament will also be held there. Wang Qing paused momentarily before continuing. For this martial arts tournament, the manor will send Sun Shaoqing, Sun Haoqing, Wang Wan, and Li Yinrui to participate. Observing Wang Lin and Sun Xiaomei on the verge of leaping with excitement, He chuckled. You two need not be so impatient. Should your elder siblings be willing to take you along, I shall not oppose it. Instantly, Wang Lin and Sun Xiaomei fixed their gaze upon their respective siblings, prompting a resigned glance between Wang Wan and Sun Xiaoqing, who then acquiesced. Deep within her heart, Wang Wan felt as if a small figure were weeping. Traveling to the kingdom of Qing would inevitably lead them through Ningxing City, rendering her trip back futile. Oh, how disheartening! She suddenly recalled the joyous smile of Zi Xuanfeng during their farewell at the outskirts of Ningxing City. Did he know beforehand? Was he merely waiting to witness her embarrassment? That scoundrel, just you wait. As Wang Wan contemplated, she clenched her teeth, so absorbed that she failed to hear Wang Qing calling her name, only to be jolted by a playful kick from Sun Xiaomei. Rubbing her behind, she turned to Sun Xiaomei and gestured with her fist, to which Sun Xiaomei exaggeratedly made a frightened face, leading to a shared laughter among Wang Lin and the others. Wang Qing cleared his throat, prompting Wang Wan to immediately compose herself and stand at attention. He scrutinized her from head to toe, in astonishment asking, Xiao Wan, have you perhaps broken through to the intermediate level? Embarrassed, Wang Wan nodded slightly, replying, I just recently achieved that breakthrough. Behind her, Wang Lin exclaimed, Second sister, you've broken through again. Oh dear, how can one possibly keep up with you? Sun Xiaomei playfully rapped his head, saying, Can you not speak so thoughtlessly? Xiao Wan is already quite formidable. Hearing this, Li Yinrui murmured to herself, No matter how quickly you advance, I shall not concede, Wang Wan. I will certainly surpass you. The departure date was set for 2 days hence. Although it was still May, the journey was long, and an early start was always prudent. The list of participants was finalized, comprising those attending the martial arts tournament, alongside Wang Lin and Sun Xiaomei, with Wang Qing, Wang Zhan, and Sun Haitong leading the expedition, while Wang Di remained at the manor to oversee affairs. The invitation did not explicitly state the significant matters to be discussed, yet everyone understood that it was convened in light of a series of homicides within the Jianghu. 2 days swiftly passed, and as everyone prepared for departure, when the time arrived, they each donned their burdens and followed their elders out of the manor. The group journeyed on horseback, and fortunately, with their martial prowess, none complained despite traveling for 2 consecutive days. Upon reaching Ningxing City, Wang Qing led the group into the city for a brief respite. Once again standing at the foot of Ningxing City, Wang Wan felt a tumult of emotions, secretly cursing Zi Xuanfeng to vent her frustration. Having previously explored Ningxing City, she now took on the role of a guide, walking alongside the others as she enthusiastically pointed out the best local delicacies and attractions. Her days spent in Ningxing City were not in vain, as she had traversed nearly every street and alley. Wang Wan spoke with fervent enthusiasm, stirring a sense of restlessness among those who listened. However, their immediate priority was to find an inn to settle down. As Wang Wan led the group past the inn where they had previously stayed, memories of Zi Xuanfeng surfaced, prompting her to huff in annoyance and turn to walk away. Wang Lin tugged at her sleeve, saying, Second sister, there is an inn right here. Shouldn't we take a look? Just as Wang Wan was about to pull him away, a voice filled with surprise called out from behind. Ah, Xiao Wan, what a delightful coincidence to see you again. Are you not planning to stay at the inn? You were here just a few days ago. It's better to stay somewhere familiar, and there are vacancies available. Innkeeper, we have guests. Wang Wan shot a glare at Zi Xuanfeng, who was enthusiastically welcoming them, her teeth grinding in frustration. Wang Lin, oblivious to the tension, patted Wang Wan, asking, Second sister, you stayed at this inn before. Why didn't you bring us in just now? This drew the attention of Wang Qing and the other elders, as well as feigned curiosity from Zi Xuanfeng, who looked at Wang Wan. She chuckled awkwardly under their scrutiny, saying, Oh, I was just about to find this inn. I hesitated at the door, unsure, so I didn't lead everyone inside. With that, she shot a fierce glare at Zi Xuanfeng and followed the group into the inn. Wang Qing scrutinized Zi Xuanfeng for a moment before asking Wang Wan, Xiao Wan, is this young man your friend? Wang Wan pulled Zi Xuanfeng over to Wang Qing, saying, Uncle Qing, this is Zi Xuanfeng, a brother I met while escorting goods. He has been quite helpful with the auction and procurement of items. She refrained from mentioning that this fellow had even visited their family estate. Gu. This is my uncle Wang Qing, the master of our Qingfeng manor, she introduced. Although Zi Xuanfeng was actually older than all of them combined, the nature of cultivation rendered one's age indiscernible. He appeared as a youthful man in his late teens, yet exuded an air of maturity that led everyone to speculate he might be just over 20. With a shameless demeanor, he adopted the mannerisms of a refined gentleman, bowing politely to everyone and even audaciously addressing Wang Qing as Uncle Qing. Wang Wan rolled her eyes in disbelief, thinking him brazen as a castle wall. With a scrutinizing gaze, Wang Qing assessed the handsome young man before him, saying, "Young Master Z, my niece Xiao Wan is new to the world and unaware of its treacherous nature. During her last visit to Ningxing City, we are grateful for your care. We ought to express our gratitude properly. However, we have pressing matters to attend to and shall not trouble you further." Zi Xuanfeng raised an eyebrow and stepped forward, saying, "Uncle Qing, there's no need for such formality. I consider Xiao Wan a close friend. I happen to hear you mention your journey to the Qing Kingdom. Coincidentally, I received an invitation a few days ago as well. It would be prudent for us to travel together for mutual support along the way." Upon hearing this, Wang Qing furrowed his brow and replied, "Young master, please feel free to do as you wish. We shall take our leave to rest now." With that, he summoned a servant to tend to their horses, and the group followed another young attendant to the back. Wang Wan has long been at a loss for words regarding the audacity of Zi Xuanfeng. Despite Qing Shu's clear warnings, he persists in following them, leaving her perplexed about his intentions. She tugged at Zi Xuanfeng's sleeve, leading him aside, and said, "Brother Zi, what are you playing at? My uncle Qing is quite cautious. He does not wish for us to travel together, so you should refrain from tailing us. Moreover, what is your purpose in going to the Qing Kingdom? Was it not a message from young Master Wuchen?" In a mock display of a forsaken wife, Zi Xuanfeng feigned tears as he addressed Wang Wan. "You heartless little one. I have waited for you so long, and you would abandon me so easily." Wang Wan shivered at the unpleasantness of his words and retorted angrily, "Shut your mouth. Ugh, that is revolting. Can't you be serious for once?" With a yawn born of ennui, Zi Xuanfeng replied, "Truly, you do not appreciate the kindness of others. If we travel together, you need not worry should we encounter any high-level vengeful spirits." What a comforting thought. Wang Wan hesitated before responding, "Let us just forget it. Since Uncle Qing has said so, there must be his reasons. We should part ways." Zi Xuanfeng cast her a sidelong glance, muttering, "Is it merely a concern over ill-intentioned individuals approaching you to extract information about your village? I've already wandered about. There is nothing left to conceal." Wang Wan grasped his arm firmly, warning, "Do not utter such words again, or my Uncle Qing will seek you out for a reckoning." Zi Xuanfeng smirked, "All right, I understand. You should hurry and join your companions, for they will soon be looking for you." Wang Wan shot him a glare before turning on her heel and departing. Zi Xuanfeng, fanning himself, watched her enter the courtyard, a wicked smile playing upon his lips. As Depang entered the inn, he was greeted by his young master's signature grin. He glanced in the direction his master was looking and exclaimed, "Young master, it's Xiao Wan. The one walking inside is Xiao Wan." Zi Xuanfeng tapped Depang's head with his fan, saying, "What is so surprising? Did I not say we would meet again soon?" Depang covered his head with both hands, mumbling, "Young master, that expression you just showed towards Xiao Wan. You're not planning anything nefarious against her, are you?" Zi Xuanfeng raised an eyebrow, his tone menacing. "Nefarious? Depang trembled slightly. "Young master, please don't look at me that way. Your expression is quite frightening." Zi Xuanfeng touched his own face and scoffed. "What? This young master is so dashing and suave, with an unparalleled visage that captivates both the ethereal and mortal realms. You dare to claim I am frightening?" Depang remained silent. Zi Xuanfeng then donned a benevolent expression and asked, "How about now? Do I appear kind?" Depang nodded in a daze, watching as his master strode away with grace. When Xiaopeng returned from outside, he saw his brother frozen in place, and waved his chubby hand in front of his eyes. "Brother, snap out of it." Depang, observing the identical visage of his younger brother, pinched his face into a comical shape resembling a rooster, nodding in satisfaction before mimicking his young master and gliding away. Little Fatty gazed tearfully at his brother's departing figure, rubbing his cheeks as he lamented, "I knew you would bully me, brother. What are you thinking?" Chapter 47. Serendipitous blunders. Both Fatty and Chubby arrived at Zi Xuanfeng's chamber to report the findings of their recent investigations. Little Fatty spoke first. "Young master, I discovered that on the day of the auction, someone was indeed controlled by the vengeful spirit. According to the innkeeper, that merchant seems to hail from Manshan Town, accompanied by a young attendant, behaving most mysteriously throughout the day." Chubby continued, "When the national jade seal was being auctioned, that individual initially raised the bids with fervor, clearly intent on acquiring it. However, after reaching 1,500,000, he ceased to participate, likely lacking sufficient funds. He did not engage in the bidding for any other items and left before the auction concluded." Zi Xuanfeng stroked his chin and inquired, "What became of this merchant afterward? Did you manage to uncover any information?" Little Fatty nodded, saying, "Both he and his attendant are deceased. I secretly inspected their corpses at the county office, and it is indeed the work of the vengeful spirit." "Humph! This vengeful spirit is as ruthless as ever, dispatching its victims with such ease." Zi Xuanfeng scoffed. Both Chubby and Fatty nodded in agreement. with Chubby stating, "Young master, the number of lives claimed by the vengeful spirit is far too great. We must devise a means to eradicate this scourge." Ji Xuanfeng sighed, lamenting, "It is a pity that we did not eliminate it in one fell swoop at Yongxian Lake. Otherwise, we would not be entangled in such troubles now." Little Fatty glanced at his master and remarked, "Young master, it was beyond our control. Even if the vengeful spirit were confined to the lake's depths, a millennium is not a trivial span of time. That is its lair, and it surely anticipated that as the seal weakened, someone would attempt to thwart its emergence. It has prepared numerous traps and formations. Vanquishing it will be exceedingly difficult." Chubby concurred, "Young master, the cycle of heaven operates with its own logic. The vengeful spirit may have narrowly escaped death on that day, but it does not mean it can continue its malevolent ways. Those who perpetrate evil ultimately meet their demise. Surely its fortune is now exhausted." Ji Xuanfeng nodded. In its previous incarnations, it amassed considerable merit in this life. Reborn into royalty, it was destined for unparalleled wealth, yet fate took a turn, rendering it a soul doomed to perish. Were it not for the protective blessings it possesses, how could those who sealed it away have allowed it to linger until now? Ji Xuanfeng chuckled derisively. A millennium of confinement has not induced reflection. Instead, it has transformed it into its current state. Once its fortune dissipates, its soul shall scatter, vanishing into the heavens. Chubby nodded in agreement. "Young master, what shall we do next?" Ji Xuanfeng shook his head. "We can either wait or force it out. This malevolent entity is likely under the protection of some figure within this small world, and I have been unable to ascertain its location." Chubby analyzed, "The vengeful spirit is currently weak and severely injured. Being treacherous and self-serving, it will not be easily compelled to reveal itself. It seems we must wait for it to emerge on its own." Alas, upon hearing this, Xiaopeng also began to sigh despondently. Wang Wan, hesitating and dawdling, made her way to Wang Qing's room, where she found several elders seated around the tea table. The sight sent a shiver down her spine, and she almost turned to flee. Wang Qing cleared his throat and said, "Xiao Wan, do not be anxious. We, the elders, merely wish to learn more about your friend. Where is he from? What is his character like?" Upon hearing this, Wang Wan felt even more distressed. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "Uncle Qing, I must confess that I have not inquired about his family background. We met in Yongxian City, and our encounter at this auction was purely coincidental. He is a good person, very loyal, and possesses a strong sense of justice, which is why I chose to befriend him." The three elders regarded Wang Wan's response with a mix of indifference. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Qing said, "Xiao Wan, you are 13 now, and by all accounts, you should possess your own judgment. However, you have not ventured far in life, and the world can be treacherous. I fear you may be duped without even realizing it." Wang Wan, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Uncle Sun, Uncle Qing, Uncle Yin, please rest assured that I am well aware of my situation. I am not naive when it comes to outsiders. One must never harbor ill intentions, yet it is wise to remain vigilant. I understand this principle well, and you need not worry. I will never divulge matters from our village to outsiders." The three elders exchanged glances, and Wang Yin remarked, "Xiao Wan, you have always been a prudent and wise child. We, as elders, are merely concerned for your well-being. Very well, you may go now." After paying her respects to the three elders, Wang Wan exited. "Xiao Wan, will you be able to handle this? Are you not worried she might encounter someone with ulterior motives?" Sun Haidong asked anxiously. Wang Qing chuckled and said, "I have faith in Xiao Wan's judgment. Although that young man surnamed Zi may appear somewhat carefree, there is a righteous spirit about him. He is a good lad." Wang Yin similarly smiled and said, "Brother Tong, our children are growing up. We must not constrain them with our own views. Each generation has its own fortune. We can only observe, and should any stumble, we will be there to help them rise. Without experiencing storms, how can they truly mature?" That afternoon, Wang Wan, accompanied by Wang Lin and others, took a leisurely stroll around Ningxing City. While the city could be deemed of moderate size, it was unparalleled in its culinary diversity and the variety of goods available in the shops, far surpassing any of the larger cities they had previously visited. In the span of a single afternoon, they explored extensively, each laden with an assortment of items, their faces beaming with joy. Though their legs ached from fatigue, they remained exhilarated long into the night before finally retiring to their rooms to sleep. The next day, they rose only after the sun had reached its zenith. Following breakfast, everyone was summoned to Wang Qing's room, where he scrutinized each of them with a stern expression. Those who had risen late, including Wang Lin, felt a mix of trepidation and lowered their heads. "Look at you all, how could you sleep in so late? Knowing full well we were to depart this morning, you only rise now when the sun is so high." Are we still able to leave? Wang Qing expressed his frustration towards these troublesome children. Uncle Qing, we acknowledge our mistake. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall rise early and ensure that we do not delay our departure. Wang Lin and son Xiaomei hastily assured their elders, as they were the last to awaken. The others quickly echoed their sentiments, and only then did Wang Qing quell the fire of irritation within him. However, this meant that Qingfeng Villa would set off a day later than anticipated. Elder brother, why have those rascals not yet arrived? The brothers can scarcely endure any longer. The mosquitoes here are unbearable. Hush, Ermatzi, why are you speaking so loudly? Did you not inquire it therein yesterday? Could it be that you misjudged the information? The burly leader's voice rumbled. Upon hearing this, the slender figure known as Ermatzi bristled. Elder brother, I gathered the information with utmost clarity. I spent 2 taels of silver for this news, which I obtained from the stable boy.it cannot be mistaken. Let us wait a while longer. That last surnamedly has offered 100 taels, insisting that we must capture the girl named Wang Wan within. The 6 wonders of Nanling have never failed in their undertakings, and this time shall be no different. Success is the only option, the leader proclaimed sternly. The other 5 men concealed among the trees responded in unison. Alas, the 6 wonders of Nanling did not catch sight of the Qingfeng Villa's party even as the sun dipped below the horizon. The leader harshly berated Ermatzi, commanding him to swiftly return to the city to gather further intelligence. Meanwhile, in an inn within Ningxing City, Li Qingqiu paced angrily in her room. Shortly after, a maid entered and reported. Miss, the 6 wonders have sent word. They have yet to locate the target and request more time. Li Qingqiu, seething with rage, turned and bellowed. Utterly useless. Inform them that if they fail to capture Wang Wan by tomorrow, they shall not see that 100 taels. Humph. The maid shivered in trepidation and hurriedly exited to relay the message to the 6 wonders. Unbeknownst to everyone outside that evening, all had retired to bed early. Wang Wan had developed a habit of meditating for 2 hours before sleep, only lying down when fatigue set in on this night. As she meditated in her room, the others had been asleep for an hour, and the surroundings had grown eerily quiet. Suddenly, Wang Wan heard a faint sound from the nearby rooftop, the subtle rustle of someone stepping on the tiles. Though the noise was minuscule, Wang Wan possessed exceptionally keen senses. In the stillness, she discerned it distinctly. Wang Wan opened her eyes, donned her shoes, and stealthily approached the window, gently lifting it to peer outside. To her astonishment, a figure clad in black was scanning the rooftop. After orienting himself, he headed straight toward the area where Wang Wan and her companions resided in terms of lightness of foot. He had undoubtedly mastered his skills. A typical martial artist would not detect him in his almost ethereal movements. However, he was unfortunate to encounter Wang Wan, whose senses were extraordinarily sharp, rendering his every move visible beneath her vigilant gaze. Wang Wan gazed curiously at the individual assessing their residence for a while, and then, seemingly having determined a course of action, flew directly towards the rooftop above her. Inwardly, she mused in boredom. No way. Is he really coming for me? Ermatzi, feeling quite pleased with himself, internally praised his own cleverness. Why make things complicated? It's merely a matter of capturing a little girl. Since I've already located her room, I can simply incapacitate her and carry her away. Truly, I am quite astute. With such thoughts, he proceeded to execute his plan, stealthily prying a tile from the rooftop and inserting a bamboo tube within. Shortly thereafter, Wang Wan observed a thick plume of smoke billowing from the tube. Adjusting her breathing to a controlled intake, she quietly slipped back into her bed, feigning sleep while she awaited the movements of the intruder outside. After a brief wait, as the smoke began to dissipate, Wang Wan noticed a shadow at her door, fiddling with the latch using a dagger. Oh no, I forgot to disable the locking formation, she chided herself in frustration. The latch of the door had become somewhat loose, and recalling her studies on rudimentary formations, she had experimented with a binding formation on it, inadvertently ensnaring the foolish thief. Ermatzi, after toiling outside for quite some time, drenched in sweat, struggled to manipulate the latch. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, the door swung open. Chapter 48. A sudden calamity as Wang Wan fretted over the inept thief. A soft chuckle caught her attention. Xi Xuanfeng had arrived at her bedside. Grinning as he remarked, "You little girl, do you intend to fall into your own trap and court danger?" "How foolish," he continued. "Such matters need not be so cumbersome. Once he enters, I have my own methods to extract his intentions and the mastermind behind this. How is it that you've stirred up such trouble after venturing out only a few times?" With a flick of his sleeve, he dispelled the formation on the latch, kindly allowing it to drop open, causing the door to creak slowly ajar. Ermatzi, puzzled, thought to himself, why has the latch come undone so easily? He hesitated at the threshold, sensing something amiss. Should he enter or not? Oh dear. What is there to fear? She's merely a little girl. Internally scolding himself, he steeled his resolve and quietly slipped inside. Wang Wan, with her spiritual awareness, perceived the shadow had entered, while Zi Xuanfeng sat leisurely at the tea table, amusedly observing the thief's furtive actions. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "Who is there?" Ermatzi exclaimed in surprise, immediately striking towards the source of the noise with his dagger. However, he struck nothing but air and, tripping over an unseen obstacle, fell in a most undignified manner. Yet, Ermatzi, a notable figure in the martial arts world, though lacking in combat prowess, excelled in agility. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted with gathering intelligence. Rising swiftly from the ground, he wasted no time and darted towards the exit, sensing the peculiar circumstances and deeming it wise to retreat. After all, retreat is the best strategy. At the very moment he believed he could soar into the sky, an irresistible force intercepted him, yanking him back with a sudden pull. Ermatzi could only watch, wide-eyed, as the door to the room slammed shut before him with a resounding thud. A voice echoed softly in his ear. "Since you have entered, why not stay?" He turned to look, only to find no one in sight. Although the room was shrouded in darkness, a practitioner of martial arts possesses better night vision than the average person. He could vaguely discern the surroundings. Aside from a figure lying on the bed, there was no one else present. Ermatzi pondered to himself, could it be that the person on the bed just spoke? But the very next second, he heard the same voice ominously murmur behind him. "Are you looking for me?" Startled, Ermatzi immediately scrambled forward, turning his head only to find the space behind him completely empty. At this point, he could no longer contain his fear. He cried out in terror, "Ghost!" as he crawled desperately towards the door. Yet, just as he reached the threshold, he was dragged back once more. This time, he fainted outright. Wang Wan abruptly threw off the blanket and exclaimed, "Hey, Zixenfeng, what are you playing at? Can't you focus on something serious?" He is almost scared to death. Zixenfeng emerged from the air, grinning mischievously, so easily frightened yet attempting to be a thief. Truly a case of having the heart of a thief, but lacking the courage. Wang Wan got out of bed and kicked the would-be thief. Turning to Zixenfeng, "Didn't you say you had a way to extract his intentions and the mastermind behind this? Now that he is unconscious, how will you inquire?" Zixenfeng smirked wickedly. "Of course, I have a method." Wang Wan shuddered at his grin. "Oh no? You're not planning to use some evil soul-searching spell, are you?" Zixenfeng lightly tapped her with his fan. "What are you imagining? Does this young master look like someone who dabbles in wickedness?" Wang Wan shot him an irritated glare. "Then hurry up and show me your skills." Zixenfeng rubbed his nose. "You little girl, why the fiery temper?" Chanting a few incantations under his breath, Zixenfeng gestured, releasing a beam of white light that struck the thief on the crown of his head, startling Wang Wan. He then kicked the man sprawled on the ground, inquiring, "What brings you here tonight?" The man replied, with a vacant stare as if engaged in casual conversation, "My elder brother sent me to gather information about Qingfeng Villa." Wang Wan, hearing this, quickly pressed, "What do you want with Qingfeng Villa?" "A woman namely hired us to abduct a girl called Wang Wan from within Qingfeng Villa." Upon hearing this, Wang Wan sighed in relief. It wasn't an attack on the villa itself. She continued to question, "Why did this woman namely want you to capture me?" "I don't know." The 6 oddities of Nanling always take payment without questioning the employer's motives. "Really? Such people exist?" Wang Wan exclaimed in astonishment. Zixenfeng shot her a disapproving look, truly lacking in common knowledge. "Is it so surprising? Such occurrences are hardly rare in the martial world." I've only been out a handful of times in my life. Is it not permissible that I've never encountered such things?" Wang Wan, in a fit of anger, stepped on his foot. Zixuanfeng swiftly retracted his right foot, shaking his head and lamenting, "Indeed, it is only women and petty individuals that are difficult to nurture." Infuriated, Wang Wan turned away from him, ignoring his presence. She crouched beside the thief and continued her inquiry. "Do you know where the girl with the surname Li is?" The man replied, "She is in room 1 of the Peace Inn to the east of the city." Wang Wan turned back and exclaimed, "How could she be in Ningxing City? When did I ever offend such a person?" Zixuanfeng tapped the man's crown lightly, then sent a message to Depang, instructing him to dispose of the man outside the city. Noticing Wang Wan's unwavering gaze upon him, he reassured her, "Do not worry. He will awaken early tomorrow, and he will have no recollection of our conversation." "Is it truly that miraculous? What kind of sorcery is this?" Wang Wan inquired. "It is nothing remarkable, merely a technique for interrogating criminals within the sect. It does not harm the individual's consciousness or soul, and once completed, they will retain no memory of it. However, the practitioner's consciousness must surpass that of the subject. Otherwise, the technique may backfire, leading to mild madness or, in severe cases, instant death. Such formidable side effects. Does that not render its use perilous? Wang Wan marveled. Foolishness. Who would be foolish enough to employ it against someone of greater cultivation? Zi Xuanfeng replied. Would you like to learn? I can impart this soul interrogation technique and the invisibility technique I just used to you. Without waiting for Wang Wan's response, Zi Xuanfeng touched her forehead, and the two techniques were imprinted in her mind. After carefully digesting the information, Wang Wan opened her eyes and gazed at Zi Xuanfeng, saying, Brother Zi, thank you for always assisting me. However, now that you have passed on the sect's techniques to me, will it not attract scrutiny? Zi Xuanfeng immediately feigned a pitiful demeanor and, in a melodramatic tone, whimpered, Xiao Wan, if I am expelled from the sect, you must care for me for a lifetime. Wang Wan shot him an exasperated look, kicking him away, but inwardly mused, I truly owe him more and more. Noticing the lingering worry in Wang Wan's expression, Zi Xuanfeng spoke, Oh, it's nothing to fret about. The invisibility technique was acquired during my travels, and the soul interrogation technique is not a secret. It is known among most cultivation sections, you need not be concerned. Upon hearing this, Wang Wan replied, Oh, that is reassuring. I was merely worried that I might lack the ability to support such a celestial being as yourself at home. Zi Xuanfeng nearly choked on laughter, exclaiming, What celestial being? I had no idea Xiao Wan had been coveting my beauty for so long. Oh ho ho! Wang Wan rolled her eyes in silence, choosing to ignore the vein-fellowed eye in room one of the Peace Inn. Li Qingqiu tossed and turned on her bed for quite some time before finally drifting into sleep. The night had deepened, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Wang Wan and Zi Xuanfeng arrived at Li Qingqiu's bedside. Upon recognizing the identity of the girl on the bed, Wang Wan found herself at a loss for words. Zi Xuanfeng gently tapped Wang Wan's shoulder with his fan and asked, What have you done to provoke her? Wang Wan shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, Are you not afraid of waking her with your loudness? Zi Xuanfeng shrugged his shoulders and remarked, Do you not possess a method of pressure points in your martial arts training? I just utilized my spiritual energy to target her pressure points. Wang Wan cast him a surprised glance. You actually learned that? Zi Xuanfeng stroked his chin and replied, Martial arts and cultivation are both vast and profound. It is beneficial to learn from each other in certain aspects. After hearing this, Wang Wan nodded in agreement. What do you intend to do with her? Zi Xuanfeng inquired. Wang Wan sighed, I bear no grudges against her. Our only connection lies in our acquaintance at Lianhua Mountain Villa. I understand her reasons for targeting me, yet I disdain to retaliate in kind. Tomorrow we shall depart. Taking her silver as a form of punishment will suffice. She pondered for a moment before adding, It would be fitting to distribute the silver to those in genuine need, thus accumulating some merit on her behalf. Having recently ventured into the martial world, Wang Wan found herself facing such dilemmas for the first time, leaving her uncertain whether sparing Li Qingqiu was the right course of action. Zi Xuanfeng regarded Wang Wan with a deep gaze, choosing not to dissuade her. Wang Wan, being a novice in the martial realm, had yet to grasp its inherent dangers, and some individuals would not cease their malice simply because one chose to show compassion. Alas, certain truths and lessons can only be fully understood through personal experience. The following morning, the members of Qingfeng Villa prepared to set off. Having procured provisions and water, and under Wang Qing's guidance, they headed towards the city gate. Wang Wan had already bid farewell to Zi Xuanfeng the previous night, hence they did not come to see her off that morning. Depang lay atop the flying vessel, observing a group of horse riders traversing the road far below, and said, Young master, why are you following them so stealthily? We could simply descend and ride alongside them, allowing us to converse with Xiao Wan. Zi Xuanfeng reclined leisurely on his chair, savoring the fruit that Xiao Pang had offered. Indeed, while these mundane fruits lack the spiritual essence of spiritual fruits, their flavor is quite delightful. Young Master Depang called out in dissatisfaction when he noticed Zi Xuanfeng ignoring him. Do not fuss, Depang. Is it not preferable this way? After all, Xiao Wan's Uncle Qing does not wish for me to accompany them, nor does he permit everyone to travel in the same direction. Remember, I am not following them. I am merely taking a coincidental route. Besides, up here, I am undisturbed and enjoy the tranquility. Young master, that is essentially the same thing Depang retorted, his lips twitching. What I say is different, is indeed different. Humph. Zi Xuanfeng huffed in response. Depang glanced at Xiao Pang, who shrugged in resignation. Both were at a loss for words. Chapter 49. The word love weighs heavily on the mind outside Ningxing City. In the woods, the 6 strange ones of Nanling founder Matzi, who had not returned all night, lying beneath a large tree in a deep slumber. The eldest among them, Li Laoda, known as Li Taitu, kicked Ermatzi in the rear. Ermatzi let out a yelp, awakening abruptly. You, Ermatzi. I tasked you with gathering information, and here you are sleeping. Have you become too complacent? Li Laoda scolded vehemently. This fellow was perpetually errant, and no one knew what he had been up to the previous night. As Ermatzi opened his eyes, he found his 5 brothers gathered around him, each wearing an expression of disappointment, as if lamenting his failure. Perplexed, he felt utterly bewildered. Second brother, where did you go last night? You didn't return, and we worried you might have been harmed. We searched for you all night. Lao San, also known as San Guai, squeezed in beside Ermatzi and spoke. I didn't return all night. What was I doing last night? Ermatzi pondered, rubbing his forehead in an attempt to recall the events. Didn't the eldest ask you to gather information? How did that go? Lao San reminded him. Oh, I remember now. Eldest brother, I encountered a ghost. That young girl has a ghost protecting her in her room. Ermatzi exclaimed, nearly frightened to death by the terrifying experience. He suddenly grasped Lao Da's sleeve, the memory of the night sending shivers down his spine. Despite his usual courage, Ermatzi was considerably rattled. Lao Da spat dismissively. What nonsense. Even if you're telling the truth, what can we brothers do about it? Despite his words, Lao Da felt a flicker of belief. For his second brother had never been one to lie. I'm telling the truth, eldest, Ermatzi insisted, his excitement causing him to grip tighter, almost toppling Lao Da. Ah, you rascal, enough with the pulling. Now recount everything that happened last night in detail, Lao Da commanded, clutching his almost torn sleeve. Once Ermatzi finished recounting his experience before losing consciousness, the other 5 brothers fell silent. Lao San, trembling with fear, finally spoke. Eldest, second brother may have truly encountered that. Should we still take on this business? Lao Da sighed heavily. From your description, if the other party is a ghost, we stand no chance. If they are human, they may possess skills far beyond ours. We cannot accept this business. I cannot risk the lives of my brothers. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility within room number 1 of the Ping and Inn. Li Qingqiu's maid, Tao Xin, rushed in, discovering her mistress sitting dazedly by the edge of the bed, staring blankly towards the foot of it. Miss, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Tao Xin inquired anxiously. Li Qingqiu, pale-faced, turned to her. Tao Xin, did you see anyone break in last night? Tao Xin shook her head vigorously. Miss, I remained outside the door all night. No one entered. Li Qingqiu seized Tao Xin's arm, exclaiming, no one came in? Then explain this. Tao Xin glanced toward the foot of the bed and gasped in horror. The bundle that had been there lay open, its contents, silver coins and notes, were gone, leaving only a change of clothes. With a pallid complexion, Tao Xin knelt on the floor, gritting her teeth and bowing her head. Miss, it is my negligence. Please punish me. She understood that she could not escape the consequences. If she did not admit her fault, the repercussions would be even graver. Li Qingqiu kicked her aside, and Tao Xin let out a cry of anguish. Punishment? After all my time navigating the martial world, you have brought me nothing but shame. Holding a food box outside, Taoji was preparing to enter and serve. Upon hearing the commotion from within the room, she hurriedly stepped inside and caught a glimpse of Tao Xin lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Her expression shifted. Miss, what has happened? Did Tao Xin clumsily do something to anger you? You must calm down. It would be unwise to let your temper affect your health. Taoji, who usually maintained her composure in front of Li Qingqiu, dared to speak words of comfort even in moments of her anger. This little wretch, last night, I had her on night watch, and yet someone intruded into my room without her knowledge. It infuriates me. What use do I have for such a servant? Li Qingqiu, feeling her anger unresolved, kicked Tao Xin twice. Tao Xin, lying on the floor, was now in so much pain that she could not utter a word. Li Qingqiu's kicks had been infused with internal energy, causing her to feel a surge of blood and subsequently spit out blood. Taoji, witnessing this with trepidation, dared not allow Li Qingqiu to continue her assault. She quickly said, Miss, it is futile for us to be angry now. I have learned that young Master Mu arrived in Ningxing City last night and is staying at this inn. Why not seek his assistance? The Li and Mu families have been friends for generations. I am sure he would not turn a blind eye to our plight. Upon hearing the news of Mu Zi, Li Qingqiu immediately ceased her pursuit of grievances and instructed her maid to help her with her grooming. Mu Zi, while traveling, had received a letter from home. The Mu family stronghold is well regarded in the martial world, and this time he was brought by his uncle to participate in the martial arts tournament. The head of the Mu family, who was also Mu Zi's father, had written to him, urging him to converge with their kin in the Qing kingdom. Sitting by the window, Mu Zi sighed. He did not regard the hollow fame of the martial world as significant. Yet his father had insisted in the letter that he must secure first place. First place. There are countless prodigies in the world. Achieving the top spot is no easy feat, Mu Zi lamented. Brother Mu, why must you be so self-deprecating? You are the foremost young talent in the Yin dynasty's martial world. Why not strive for the title of the best? Li Qingqiu, overhearing his words from the window, could not help but interject. Mu Zi looked up and saw Li Qingqiu standing on the corridor with a pitiful expression, saying, Brother Mu, all my silver has been stolen, and I am now penniless. You must help me, she spoke. Her eyes brimmed with tears, and her soft, vulnerable demeanor was truly heart-wrenching. Mu Zi initially wished to ignore her, but seeing her standing there, amidst the bustling crowd of the inn, he noticed curious gazes directed their way. He replied coolly, Miss Li, let us speak inside. Though Li Qingqiu felt a twinge of displeasure at being addressed as Miss Li, she wondered if his invitation to enter indicated that he still cared for her. With a sorrowful expression, she stepped into the room. Mu Zi had already seated himself at the tea table, where a fragrant cup of tea had been prepared, its aroma uplifting her spirits. Mu Zi raised his right hand gently, gesturing for Li Qingqiu to take a seat opposite him. With a slight pout, she moved from her previous position. What a blockhead! Li Qingqiu silently grumbled about Mu Zi's indifference. She looked up, calling out Mu Gu with a tone tinged with grievance, her eyes brimming with tears that made it impossible to deny her any request. However, Mu Zi had known her since their childhood. He was well aware of Li Qingqiu's usual tactics, but chose not to voice his thoughts. I will send word to your brother. You may rest easy here, for I trust that Li Xiaofei will arrive shortly, Mu Zi replied calmly. Li Qingqiu, being the younger sister of Li Xiaofei, was certain that he would indeed come. Mu Gu, I can actually accompany you on your journey. I, too, am attending the martial arts conference, and it is a fortuitous coincidence that we are headed in the same direction. My brother mentioned in his last letter that he is waiting for me at Qingyang Pass. If we wait for him to arrive, it may delay us for quite some time. And what if we miss the conference altogether? Qingyang Pass, located at the border of Wei and Yin, was indeed quite distant from Ningxing City and Qi, requiring a considerable amount of time to traverse. After a prolonged silence, noticing Mu Zi's lack of response, she feigned sorrow and exclaimed, Mu Gu, do you truly dislike me so? Are you unwilling to allow me to accompany you? Li Qingqiu thought to herself. She could not believe that this person could be so heartless. Mu Zi sighed, remaining silent, as the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly desolate and awkward, as though she were conversing with the air itself. At that moment, Li Qingqiu genuinely felt heartbroken. Even if he did not harbor affection for her, could he not possess a shred of compassion? Just when Li Qingqiu felt she could no longer bear the discomfort, Mu Zi finally spoke, return and pack your belongings. We shall set off early tomorrow morning. Li Qingqiu's eyes widened in astonishment, her surprise genuine. She broke into a silly grin, taking a moment to process his words before joyfully exclaiming, Mu Gu, you are willing to travel with me? How wonderful! Mu Gu, please rest well. I shall return now. Mu Zi gazed at Li Qingqiu as she dashed away, his expression a mixture of complexity. He pondered why he had so readily yielded to her request. Perhaps her earlier despondent demeanor had struck a chord within him. Yet, where was the person who had once caused him such sorrow? After returning to her room, Li Qingqiu soon received news from Tao Ji regarding the South Ridge 6 monsters. Humph! They might as well be called the South Ridge 6 turtles, utterly useless for failing to capture even a young girl. However, today, I am in a good mood, so I shall spare that girl this time. Go inform those 6 fools that this deal is no longer valid. As Li Qingqiu was selecting the hair ornaments she would wear for the journey ahead, she resolved that no one would disturb her along the way. She must endear herself to Mu Jis for Wang Wan, that insufferable girl. She would let bygones be bygones for now, considering that Mu Gu was taking her along this time. However, if she continued to cling to him in the future, Li Qingqiu would not hesitate to show her mercilessness. Meanwhile, Wang Wan, riding on horseback, sneezed several times for no apparent reason. Who is it that is speaking of me? She wondered, rubbing her reddened nose, eliciting hearty laughter from Wang Lin beside her. The group from Qingfeng Villa had now entered a wooded area, and feeling weary and parched, Wang Qingming ordered a rest there. Throughout the journey, everyone trudged along in silence, burdened by fatigue, and now, at last, they could rest. One by one, they collapsed onto the ground, unable to rise. Wang Wan felt relatively well, merely experiencing a hint of weariness, so she leaned against the roots of a tree, closing her eyes in a semblance of slumber. However, it was not long before she opened her eyes again. Realizing that rest was elusive, she sensed a commotion in the woods ahead, where figures were fighting and fleeing towards their direction. There was no escaping this turmoil. Alas! The world of martial arts is forever restless, Wang Wan mused to herself. Chapter 50. The pursuit, young master, you must flee. I will hold them off, shouted the Grand Elder of the Long Lu Palace. Luo Chao, to the young lad in white beside him. The boy appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, with a face as radiant as jade and eyes like stars. Even now, one could discern the striking youth he would become, yet his brow was furrowed in distress as he navigated his escape with a semblance of grace. Grand Elder, it would be best if you no longer concerned yourself with me. They seek my life. As long as I remain alive, they will not relent, Luo Yixuan replied coldly, as if discussing the weather rather than their very lives. Furious, the Grand Elder retorted, these vile wretches shall pay dearly. Even if I must sacrifice my life today, I will not allow them to harm the young master in the slightest. Upon finishing his declaration, he halted, turning to strike a pursuing figure clad in black. The assailant was taken aback by the sudden counterattack. His martial prowess was far inferior to that of the Grand Elder, and he was swiftly cleaved in two. Young master, run. Do not concern yourself with me. More and more black-clad figures were closing in, their martial skills formidable. Though they could not match the Grand Elder, sheer numbers could overwhelm even the mightiest of foes, and gradually, the Grand Elder began to falter. Instead of fleeing, Luo Yixuan leaped into the fray, fighting back-to-back with the Grand Elder. Young master, why do you not escape? The Grand Elder shouted anxiously, observing the encirclement of black-clad adversaries. How could I possibly escape? Better to fight with my back against the wall than to be slaughtered while fleeing. Even if death is my fate, let me die with honor. Luo Yixuan declared fiercely, his eyes ablaze. The adversaries had laid a meticulous trap. All of his companions had perished, leaving only himself and the Grand Elder to escape. Yet, the enemy had contingencies in place. Had he not perished in the trap, he would surely succumb to the relentless onslaught. The majority of the black-clad figures were junior and intermediate martial artists, while the 5 leading advanced martial artists were held at bay by the Grand Elder alone. Were it not for the Grand Elder's serious injuries, these advanced fighters would hardly stand a chance against him. At merely 14 years of age, Luo Yixuan was already in the late stage of intermediate martial arts, a prodigious talent in the martial world. Yet, despite his brilliance, his current capabilities were not sufficient to withstand the assault of so many adversaries. He was battered and bloodied, his garments soaked crimson, his vision clouded with the same hue. Fight. Even if I perish from exhaustion, I shall not fall. Luo Yixuan's heart roared with indignation. Heaven, why must you be so unjust? On the other side, the injuries of the Grand Elder had worsened significantly. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, and his left arm had contorted into a grotesque position, clearly broken. It was a pitiable sight to behold. A venerable old man, his hair white as snow, who had once commanded respect in the martial world for many years, now faced a death devoid of dignity. By the time Wang Qing and the others arrived, the scene had transformed into a veritable hell of carnage, with severed limbs and dismembered bodies strewn across the ground, innards scattered in a gruesome display. The earth was soaked in blood, and crimson droplets continued to drip from the leaves above. Not far ahead, the sounds of combat persisted, but the group, undeterred by the gruesome sight, pressed through the mass of corpses. Luo Yixuan cradled the Grand Elder's body, teetering on the brink of consciousness. With bloodshot eyes, he savagely dispatched anyone who dared approach him, his ferocity instilling fear in all who beheld him. Surrounding him were 7 or 8 figures clad in black, yet none dared to draw near. For reasons unknown, this young man exhibited an overwhelming prowess, single-handedly slaying dozens of their comrades. However, he was now at the end of his strength, and it would not be long before he could no longer fight back. Wang Qing immediately recognized the bloodied youth at the center of the turmoil, the very child he had rescued years ago from the mystical realm of Chu City. Without hesitation, he charged forward, his voice booming with indignation. You shamelessly bully a child. Have you no conscience? Upon witnessing the dire situation, the members of Qingfeng Villa swiftly joined the fray. The 6 younger generation members, including Wang Wan, refrained from engaging in battle. Among them, only Wang Wan, Sun Shaoqing, and Sun Haoqing were intermediate martial masters. They encircled Wang Lin and his companions, with Li Yinrui being the most formidable among them, a mid-level junior martial master, while the others were merely at the initial stage. The remaining black-clad adversaries were all late-stage intermediate martial masters, yet they faced the wrath of an enraged martial arts master. Before Sun Haidong and Wang Zhong could offer much assistance, Wang Qing single-handedly felled these foes. Luo Yixuan continued to swing his bloodied blade like a madman, making it impossible for Wang Zhong to approach. Now regaining his composure, Wang Qing slowly stepped before the frenzied Luo Yixuan, saying, Luo Yixuan, do you see who I am? Do you still recognize me? I am your Uncle Qing. Wang Zhong, unable to intervene in time, raised his weapon in defense against any potential surge from Luo Yigan. In that moment, Luo Yixuan lifted his fierce visage, his eyes now a deep crimson, and let out a furious roar, swinging his arm to strike. However, upon realizing the identity of the figure before him, his motion abruptly halted. With a hoarse voice, he uttered, Uncle Qing, and then, with a resounding thud, he collapsed, unable to maintain his strength, falling alongside the Grand Elder. Wang Qing hurriedly approached to assess his condition, while Wang Zhong joined him, stating, Wang Qing, allow me to take over. This child shows signs of being possessed. Wang Qing gently placed Luo Yixuan on a clean patch of ground, permitting Wang Zhong to examine him. Meanwhile, he turned his attention to the elderly man whom Luo Yixuan had just embraced. The old man bore no unscathed flesh. His internal injuries were grave, and not a single organ remained intact. He was utterly spent. Wang Qing let out a soft sigh. How could the child bear the weight of such loss after having defended the elder so fiercely? Alas, let them at least have a final moment together. Wang Qing gently assisted the elderly man into a seated position, channeling his own vital energy to sustain the old man, hoping to prolong his time, even if just for a moment. Wang Wan and the others had already rushed over, and upon observing Wang Qing's actions, Wang Lin turned his head, his innocent eyes wide with confusion as he inquired of Wang Wan, second sister, what is Uncle Qing doing? Is he healing the grandfather? Wang Wan could already perceive the aura of death enveloping the old man. It was evident that he had but little time left. She embraced Wang Lin's tender shoulders and softly explained, the grandfather is about to depart. Uncle Qing wishes to allow him to take his leave slowly, to bid farewell to that brother. Wang Lin vaguely grasped Wang Wan's meaning, though she did not truly wish for him to comprehend the harsh reality. Wang Yun had finished bandaging Luo Yixuan's wounds and administered a healing pill. This young man bore an underlying issue. A formidable power lay dormant within his dantian, which had been awakened by his unwillingness to yield, enabling him to slay numerous foes, something an ordinary person could not achieve when their internal energy was depleted. Thus, although he appeared gravely injured, it was merely superficial wounds that he sustained. Upon witnessing Wang Qing conclude his efforts, Wang Yun promptly offered him a Qingfeng pill, a remedy he had diligently developed during his time at Qingfeng Mountain Manor, which was immensely beneficial for the restoration of internal energy. The Grand Elder had been gently laid on the ground by Wang Qing. Despite his faint breathing, it had not yet ceased. Wang Yun approached to check his pulse and administered a life-sustaining pill into his mouth. In the past, Meng Zifei had suffered severe injuries in the Tuqing cave, and Wang Qing had saved him using a life-sustaining pill. Yet now, even with the dual support of the life-sustaining pill and Wang Qing's internal energy, this elderly man could only survive for a day, as he had been forcibly pulled back from the brink of death by Wang Qing's internal energy. However, internal energy is not omnipotent. It cannot save his life. The people of Qingfeng Mountain Manor dared not linger, hastily escorting the two injured individuals out of the woods. As dusk approached, they sought refuge in a village, where Wang Qing negotiated with the village chief to rent a few farmhouses using silver coins. Luo Yixuan awoke during dinner, with Wang Qing vigilantly watching over him. As Wang Qing observed the numerous old scars adorning the boy's arms, he was taken aback. This unfortunate child had undoubtedly endured untold suffering. How could his parents treat him so cruelly? Upon opening his eyes, Luo Yixuan found Wang Qing gazing at him with a look of sympathy, prompting him to awkwardly turn away. I don't need your pity. Ha! Who is pitying you? Uncle Qing merely cares for you. How ungrateful. Wang Wan entered with a bowl of clear porridge. Xiao Wan. Wang Qing frowned. Wang Wan pouted as she approached the bedside. Uncle Qing, this is the medicinal porridge made by Uncle Yun. If this certain someone refuses to eat, then you may as well have it yourself, lest he benefit from it. Humph. You? Luo Yixuan abruptly turned his head, exclaiming, how is it you? It was evident that he recognized this young girl, the one he had met in Tuqing, who had accompanied him to meet the esteemed Wuchen Gongzi. Her name was Wang Wan. After such a long absence, her manner of speaking still irked him. Luo Yixuan seethed inwardly. Noticing the unfolding situation, Wang Qing inquired, Xiao Wan, do you know him? Wang Wan pursed her lips and remarked, of course I know him. I am, after all, his savior. Had I known his tongue was so foul, I would have thought twice before rescuing him. This fellow truly lacks appreciation and still dares to throw a tantrum like a spoiled noble. Wang Qing interjected diplomatically, it's good that you know him. Xiao Wan, Luo Yixuan has just awakened. Do not hold a grudge against him. Come, let us have a meal. I shall remain here. Upon hearing this, Wang Wan huffed and turned on her heels to leave. Wang Qing assisted Luo Yixuan into a semi-reclining position on the bed. Xiaoxian, I wonder if you still remember me. We met in Chu City 3 or 4 years ago. You were quite young then and may not recall. Here, have a sip of porridge. He brought a spoonful to Luo Yixuan's lips. Uncle Qing, I certainly remember you. Luo Yixuan gazed at this familiar yet strange figure, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. This man was the only one in the world who had shown him genuine kindness without ulterior motives, the sole person who had offered him fatherly affection. Thus, throughout the years, he had never forgotten him. Whenever he felt neglected by his father or harmed by others, he would long for Wang Qing, for in his heart, he had come to regard him as a father. After Wang Qing had fed him the porridge, he noticed Luo Yixuan's expression, which was laden with unspoken words. Luo Yixuan, being a perceptive individual, spoke directly, Uncle Qing, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. He assumed Wang Qing wished to inquire about the circumstances of his pursuers. Xiaoxian, Wang Qing began, hesitating slightly, let me be forthright. The elder by your side is in dire condition. He may not survive the night. Although Luo Yixuan had sensed this grim reality, the confirmation weighed heavily on his heart, making it difficult to accept. He struggled to rise from the bed to visit the Grand Elder. Wang Qing, understanding his intentions, assisted him in standing. This elder had fought valiantly for him, perhaps merely because his father was the lord of the palace and he was the young master. Yet, over the years, this elder had nurtured him, taught him, cared for him, and loved him. Though Luo Yixuan seldom voiced it, he regarded the Grand Elder as family, and he truly did not wish for him to pass away. Chapter 51. A heartbreaking farewell. Wang Qing supported Luo Yixuan to a nearby chamber, where Wang Yuan was already administering acupuncture to the Grand Elder. The elder's condition had deteriorated to a critical state. Although he still drew breath, he remained unresponsive. With reddened eyes, Luo Yixuan sat by the Grand Elder's bedside, gazing at the elderly man, whose hair was white and whose face was lined with wrinkles, tears cascading down his cheeks. From the earliest moments of his memory, it had been the Grand Elder who guided him, teaching him to speak, helping him learn to walk, playing with him during his childhood, and providing daily lessons of wisdom. He was not only an elder but also a mentor. In Luo Yixuan's heart, the Grand Elder was family. Although Luo Yixuan's father was Luo Feng, the lord of the Changlu Palace, he had never shown any concern for him throughout his life. Though he held the title of young master within the palace, how many there truly regarded him as their leader? How many genuinely wished for his well-being? These individuals, who daily chant the title of young master, harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him, wishing for his demise solely because he was brought back by his father and is not his biological child. Were it not for his seizing the position of young master upon arriving at the Changlu Palace, the next palace master could have been chosen from among the illustrious descendants of these elders. Thus, is it not justifiable for them to despise him? Yet he, on the other hand, has never wished harm upon anyone. Why must he endure such tribulations? Whom should he blame? Throughout his life, he has faced incessant plots against him and relentless assassination attempts, bearing the burden alone in a state of distress. But why must they inflict pain upon the Grand Elder, the sole person in the Changlu Palace who cares for and cherishes him? His heart is filled with profound resentment. Wang Qing gazes at the youth beside him, whose eyes are bloodshot and whose heart is consumed with hatred, and he cannot help but sigh. Although he does not know the identity of the elder, he can surmise that he holds great significance in Luo Yixuan's heart. Wang Qing approaches and gently pats his shoulder, saying, Xian, do not be sorrowful. When the old man awakens and sees you in such a state, he will leave with an unsettled heart. If anyone else were to speak thus, Luo Yixuan would likely dismiss their words, but Wang Qing is different. He wipes away the tears on his face and asks, Uncle Qing, will the Grand Elder awaken? Will he leave us just like this? If the Grand Elder departs, I will truly regret it for a lifetime. The Grand Elder? It is unexpected that this old man is an elder of the Changlu Palace. Wang Qing muses to himself, fear not. He shall awaken shortly. It is merely that his injuries are grave. When he does awaken, it may be our last farewell, Wang Qing replies, his tone heavy with sorrow. Subsequently, both Luo Yixuan and Wang Qing fall into silence, their gazes fixed upon the sleeping figure on the bed. After an indeterminate period, the individual lying on the bed begins to stir, the Grand Elder's eyes fluttering open slightly, his mouth moving weakly, though the sound that escapes is barely audible. Luo Yixuan hastens to lean closer to the bedside. Young master, the elder will no longer be able to care for you. You must take good care of yourself. You must live well. Luo Yixuan clutches the Grand Elder's frail hand tightly, just as he did in his youth, pressing it against his cheek. Grand Elder, do not leave. Do not abandon me, that I promise to be obedient, to train diligently, and to fulfill any task you set before me. Please, do not depart from my side, do not forsake me. Upon hearing these words, tears streamed from the Grand Elder's clouded eyes, his heart heavy with sorrow causing his frail body to tremble. It has been years since the young master has relied on him so fervently. This child, whom he has nurtured since infancy, once exhibited pride but would also draw near to him, laughing joyously in moments of happiness and playfully seeking his affection. However, since that fateful year when he turned 11 and learned of his origins as an orphan, everything changed. He no longer clung to the elder, nor did he yearn for the palace master's concern. He isolated himself from everyone, including those who cared for him. The elder watched helplessly as the child gradually withdrew into solitude, becoming increasingly indifferent and emotionally detached. Young master, the elder wishes to remain by your side, to witness you marry and have children, to see you inherit the position of palace master, and to live a fulfilling and happy life. However, there are countless matters in this world that remain beyond our control. In all things, one must not force their will, young master. Remember, the elders do not wish for you to seek vengeance. They only desire your peace and happiness. I, having reached the venerable age of 180, find it sufficient. The voice of the Grand Elder gradually diminished, fading into silence, losing warmth, and ultimately departing from him. Luo Yixuan's gaze was fixated on the Grand Elder's aged visage, absorbing each word as it left his lips. It seemed as though he had lost the ability to react. Everything around him faded into a blur. He envisioned the old man who once guided him through his first faltering steps. Now receding further away, he longed to pursue but found himself unable to catch up, left standing alone in a void, feeling an overwhelming chill, as if warmth would never again grace him. Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian. Luo Yixuan. It was as if he heard the cries echoing from the heavens, and he lifted his gaze to behold Wang Qing's anxious and worried countenance. He wished to respond, yet he gradually succumbed to the endless pallor surrounding him. Wang Qing hastily carried Luo Yixuan to the bed, instructing Wang Yuan to take his pulse. After examining both wrists, Wang Yuan shook his head, stating, "This child merely suffers from grievous injuries and excessive sorrow. His physical wounds are treatable, yet the turmoil within his heart is far more complex. Unless he relinquishes the past, he will endure heartache whenever his emotions surge." Wang Qing, alarmed, inquired, "Is there truly no other way? This child has just lost someone of great significance. How can you expect him to let go?" Wang Yuan sighed. "Wang Qing, the human heart is the most elusive of entities, and so too are its afflictions. Such heartache requires a remedy of the heart." Wang Qing nodded, casting a glance at the unconscious Luo Yixuan lying on the bed, and said to Wang Yuan, "This child is fated to be connected to me. Since his parents could not safeguard him, I shall take it upon myself to protect him. I have resolved to let him accompany me. I wish to become his adoptive father." Wang Yuan, taken aback, exclaimed, "Wang Qing, do you comprehend the implications of your words? This child is the young master of the Changle Palace. Its inhabitants will not permit you to do so. Fear not, my mind is clear. I have heard this child mention that none within the Changle Palace wish for his survival. Now that the only person capable of shielding him has perished, I cannot bear to watch him return to certain death. I shall report this matter to the elders. I will then take this child into seclusion until he possesses the strength to confront those who seek to harm him. You, alas, it seems I cannot sway you. Prepare yourself for the elders' inquiry." Wang Yuan, vexed, flung his sleeves and departed, while Wang Qing stood in place, sighing deeply before slowly making his exit. What they failed to observe was that the seemingly lifeless Luo Yixuan had, at that moment, tears streaming down his face. The following morning, Wang Qing discovered that both Luo Yixuan and the Grand Elder's remains had vanished. In a frenzy, he searched high and low until Wang Yuan found a letter on the table, summoning him back. Upon opening the letter, Wang Qing read, "Uncle Qing, I have taken the Grand Elder away. There is no need for you to search for me. Rest assured, I shall not return to the Changle Palace. Moreover, dear Uncle Qing, I overheard your conversation yesterday. Thank you, Uncle Qing, that I yearn to share my life with you, yet I do not wish to burden you. The forces pursuing me are overwhelmingly powerful, and I cannot bear the thought of you meeting the same fate as the Grand Elder. Do not fret about me. I have already found someone who can offer me protection. Take care of yourself. Respectfully yours, Luo Yixuan." Wang Qing held the letter in his hand, lost in silence for a long moment. Finally, he sighed and turned to leave. Wang Wan and the others looked anxiously at his forlorn figure as it receded into the distance. Wang Yin stopped Sun Haitong, who was about to follow, saying, "Let him have some time alone." For several consecutive days, Wang Qing remained somewhat withdrawn, but gradually, under the lively antics of Wang Lin, a smile began to grace his face. After days of riding relentlessly, they finally arrived at Yulin Pass, the border between Qi and Yin states, on the 8th day. Fortunately, they merely needed to follow the border to reach Qingyang Pass, the junction of Yin and Wei, avoiding the need to traverse the Yin territory directly. Otherwise, it would have been insufficient to reach Qing State in nearly 3 months' time. At Yulin Pass, there lay a small town, bustling with travelers, most of whom were martial artists en route to the martial arts conference. The party from Qingfeng Villa entered the town, weary from their journey, seeking a place to rest. Given its location along the border, the town was frequented by travelers and merchants, resulting in a plethora of inns. Without much effort, they found a clean establishment. The inn's first floor served as a dining area, while the second floor was designated for lodging. After freshening up in their rooms, they descended to the first floor. The meals served were simple home-cooked fare, lacking any distinctive dishes. Wang Qing ordered a large bowl of noodles for each person, considering it sufficient for dinner. Although summer was approaching, the nights at Yulin Pass remained somewhat chilly, making a steaming bowl of scallion noodles both filling and warming, a delightful choice. "Brother Mu, let us settle here. It appears quite clean," suggested Li Qingqiu. "Very well," he replied. "Innkeeper, please prepare 2 of your finest rooms for this young lady." Li Qingqiu instructed the innkeeper, who was busy calculating accounts. The innkeeper, upon noticing the elegantly dressed young lady accompanied by an exceptionally handsome youth, recognized that they were not to be trifled with. He promptly bowed and replied, "My apologies, Mississippi, we currently have only ordinary rooms available. However, rest assured, our ordinary rooms are merely lacking a washing partition, while everything else remains the same. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Li Qingqiu was immediately displeased. As the esteemed young lady of the Li family, she could not possibly stay in an ordinary room. She exchanged a knowing glance with her maid, Taoji, who nodded in understanding and stepped forward with an air of arrogance, saying, "Innkeeper, our young lady and the young master are not ordinary individuals. We shall pay you double the room rate. Perhaps you can arrange a swap with someone else." Muzi observed the interactions between Li Qingqiu and her maid with a deeply furrowed brow. As the patrons of the inn gradually became aware of the unfolding scene, it was evident that they had all endured several days of travel. Now, with a lively spectacle before them, they indulged in their meals while observing the commotion, treating it as a delightful distraction. Wang Wan turned her head and, to her dismay, encountered the last person she wished to see, Li Qingqiu. Upon noticing the cold-faced Muzi behind her, Wang Wan was momentarily taken aback. How had these two ended up together? Regardless of the circumstances, it would be best for them to avoid any interaction. Like an ostrich burying its head in the sand, Wang Wan lowered her gaze, hoping the pair would soon depart. However, no amount of precaution could deter the antics of a fool. Wang Lin, who had been diligently slurping his noodles, also glanced up and exclaimed, "Mu de gu, is that really you? What a coincidence! My second sister and I are also staying here." Muzi lifted his gaze and, amidst the crowd, spotted Wang Wan, whose head was bent low. Instantly, his spirits soared like flowers blooming in summer. Encountering her was worth any trouble. Li Qingqiu, on the other hand, recognized Wang Wan among the throng and felt her expression darken to the point of inky despair. Clenching her silver teeth, she muttered to herself, "That wretched girl, why does she always obstruct me? Why does she keep appearing before us?" Wang Wan caught a glimpse of Muzi's delighted gaze and Li Qingqiu's seething resentment, and she sighed inwardly, lamenting the tangled fate that bound them. Chapter 52. The enigmatic woman Muzi approached the gathering at Qingfeng Mountain Manor, suppressing his elation and striving to maintain his usual graceful demeanor. He bowed respectfully to Wang Qing and the others, introducing himself. "I am the junior, Muzi, here to pay my respects to all esteemed seniors." Wang Qing, who had always appreciated courteous youth, felt an immediate fondness for Muzi, who not only exhibited politeness but also possessed an extraordinary appearance and demeanor. To this point, Wang Wan need not elaborate, for Wang Lin had already excitedly rushed forward to introduce Muzi to Wang Qing. "Qing Shu, this is my good friend, Muzi. He was the champion of last year's Yin Dynasty Martial Arts Youth Ranking Competition, truly a remarkable talent among the youth of Yan. Muzi humbly shook his head and responded, "Brother Wang, you mustn't speak so highly of me. The martial world is filled with exceptional individuals, each with their own strengths. My victory last year was merely a stroke of luck. How could I dare to compare myself with the great talents of the world?" His words not only garnered Wang Qing's admiration, but also made Sun Haitong and the others regard him with newfound respect. Few young men in this world possess the humility to remain unarrogant in victory and unperturbed in defeat. This youth was destined for greatness. Li Qingqiu initially intended to drag Mu Zi away, but he had already abandoned her, engrossed in animated conversation with Wang Wan and her companions. Despite her thick skin and fiery temperament, she dared not publicly confront Mu Zi. With a dark scowl, she shot a glare at Tao Ji, muttering under her breath, "Who told you to speak up just now? If it weren't for you, we would have left this and long ago and never encountered that yellow-haired girl." Tao Ji internally lamented her misfortune, realizing that her mistress was venting her discomfort upon her. Having known Li Qingqiu's temperament for years, she accepted the blame without daring to retort. Mu Zi engaged in animated conversation with the individuals from Qingfeng Mountain Villa, completely oblivious to Li Qingqiu's dissatisfaction. Although Wang Wan wished to avoid these two, she was not one to shrink away when confronted. Under Li Qingqiu's piercing gaze, which seemed ready to devour, she boldly approached Mu Zi to exchange pleasantries, for they were acquaintances, and it would be inappropriate to feign ignorance. Upon Wang Wan's arrival, Mu Zi's eyes sparkled even brighter, and his smile grew increasingly gentle, inciting Li Qingqiu's ire to the boiling point, as she longed to rush forward and cover his eyes. Fortunately, Wang Wan did not linger in conversation with Mu Zi for long before returning to her own table. Otherwise, Miss Li would have surely struggled to maintain the facade of cordiality and might have stormed over to tear her apart. Mu Zi summoned the innkeeper to arrange 3 ordinary guest rooms, disregarding Li Qingqiu's reluctance, and continued his conversation with the people from Qingfeng Mountain Village. Li Qingqiu's expression was on the verge of cracking. Feigning discomfort, she took her maid and retreated to her room to rest. "Why does it always happen this way? Am I not good enough? Why do you treat me thus?" Tao Ji listened to Li Qingqiu's low sobs and anguished cries, feeling a pang of sorrow for her mistress. In truth, Miss Li's affections for young Master Mu were profound. They had known each other since childhood. When she was 6, she had already realized her fondness for Mu Zi, and over the years, this affection had morphed into an obsession, rendering her incapable of escape. Who can truly decipher the essence of love? Li Qingqiu reminisced about each encounter with Mu Zi in her youth, recalling how he would smile warmly at her. Why, then, the distance between them now? Why did he retreat 3 steps whenever she dared to approach? Did she repulse him so? It's all her fault. Eliminate her. Tao Ji, find an opportunity to do away with her. Li Qingqiu's face contorted in a sinister grimace, resembling a vengeful spirit as she gripped Tao Ji fiercely. Mistress. Tao Ji, terrified by her mistress's madness, dared not move. Her lady had never been like this before. It was all Wang Wan's fault, that wretched girl. "Oh, little girl, how delightfully wicked you are at such a tender age. I like it." Both Li Qingqiu and Tao Ji were taken aback, their gazes drawn to the source of the voice. Perched upon the beam was a beguiling woman clad in a veil, her presence exuding an otherworldly allure. "Who are you?" Li Qingqiu sprang to her feet, her fury palpable. When had this woman entered without their notice? "Oh, do not be angry, dear sister. I am not a villain," the woman said, gracefully descending from the beam as if borne by an unseen force. Tao Ji shrieked, pointing at the woman's feet. Mistress, mistress, she is not human. She has no feet." Ah. The master and servant rushed towards the door, but found it unyielding. "What are you running for? I told you, dear sister is not a bad person. I am here to assist you." The woman floated closer to Li Qingqiu, whispering chillingly in her ear. Li Qingqiu's hair stood on end as she trembled and stammered. "What do you wish to help me with?" "To help you achieve your desires. Do you not wish to rid yourself of Wang Wan? Would you prefer to see her steal your Mu Gu?" "No." Li Qingqiu immediately exclaimed with a tone of resentment. "I shall not let her off the hook." "Very well, as long as you adhere to my instructions, your desires shall surely come to fruition." "Oh ha ha." The woman's eyes glimmered with an enchanting light, casting a spell over the eyes of Li Qingqiu and her attendant, transforming their gazes into something equally bewitching. Wang Wan observed Mu Zi engaging in lively conversation with her childhood friends, and with a sigh of resignation, she lamented her own awareness of Mu Zi's affection for her. Yet, her heart persistently resisted his advances, as if a pair of starry eyes were gazing upon her, instinctively repelling anyone seeking to enter her heart. The evening breeze was gentle, and the border town was sparsely populated, with only a smattering of lights flickering in the distance. Travelers, having traversed mountains and rivers, had long sought refuge in their warm beds, relishing the ease that sleep brings. However, how many burdened souls could truly find rest? At the break of dawn the next day, they set out. Wang Wan glanced back at Mu Zi and the others accompanying Qingfeng Mountain Villa on their journey, rubbing her temples in exasperation. She pondered what Uncle Qing was thinking. Previously, when Zixinfeng wished to travel together, he had refused, yet now, having known Mu Zi for merely a night, Uncle Qing readily granted his request. If Zixinfeng were to learn of this, he would surely be furious. Young master, do sample the grapes. I've heard from mortal farmers that this fruit is exceptionally sweet and delicious. Depang cautiously scrutinized Zixinfeng's expression, hoping to divert his attention. Zixinfeng had been wearing a sullen countenance since yesterday, and this morning, his expression was even more ominous. In truth, a few days prior, when that old man was on the brink of death, Depang had advised Zixinfeng to use the pretext of treating him as an opportunity to join Wang Wan and the others. However, Zixinfeng had declined. That old man, even if he survived this time, was nearing the end of his lifespan. His inability to transcend the shattered void had already rendered his longevity remarkable. Moreover, to save him would entangle them in the karma associated with that elder and Luo Yixuan. The lad named Luo Yixuan bore an exceedingly heavy burden of karma. The longer one cultivates, the more reluctant one becomes to become entangled in such matters. Contemplating this, Zixinfeng sighed. People often speak of seeking the path to immortality through cultivation, yet who among them truly achieves everlasting life? How many can sever their emotions and desires? Ultimately, they are merely a group of mortals, albeit stronger and longer-lived than the average person. Zixinfeng cast a complex gaze upon Wang Wan, who lay on the ground. Of late, this young girl seemed to stir his emotions too deeply. He, Zixinfeng, had always prided himself on his freedom. How could he allow himself to be ensnared by another? Depang, accelerate our pace. Huh? Erpang exchanged glances, yet dared not interject, silently turning away. What could be troubling the young master now? Wan, we shall meet at the refining tower of the Qing kingdom. The splendid little boat soared towards the horizon, propelled by spiritual energy at a speed 100 times faster than before. Luo Yixuan, clutching the jade token he received during his encounter with the Wuqing prince at the ranking competition, entered a shop marked with the sign of celestial herbs, where only a scruffy, bearded giant sat at the counter, dozing off. Luo Yixuan hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately decided to step inside. He respectfully bowed to the burly man and inquired, "Senior, may I ask if young Master Wuqing is present?" The hulking figure, who had been dozing off, suddenly jolted awake, his eyes crusted with sleep. The languid aura surrounding him shifted to one of oppressive gravity. As he scrutinized Luo Yixuan with piercing intensity, upon noticing the jade token in his hand, the man's demeanor subtly changed. "You seek young Master Wuqing?" he rumbled in a deep voice. "Indeed, I am looking for young Master Wuqing. I kindly request you to relay my message," Luo Yixuan replied, undeterred by the man's imposing presence and maintaining a respectful yet assertive tone. The burly man nodded in appreciation and said, "You may take a moment to rest in the back courtyard. Tomorrow morning, I, Zhu Laosan, shall escort you to meet him." Without another word, he strode into the back courtyard, leaving Luo Yixuan calling out, "Senior." But Zhu Laosan had already vanished from sight. "Very well, I shall meditate to heal my wounds," he mused. Thud. Luo Yixuan was oblivious to the exact number of lives he had claimed. After embarking on the road with Zhu Laosan, they were ambushed thrice by masked assailants. Ever since he had slain dozens in one fell swoop, he discovered an inexhaustible power coursing through his veins. Consequently, most of these attackers perished at his hands, with Zhu Laosan only intervening when Luo Yixuan's life was in jeopardy. Gazing at his blood-stained hands, he pondered the countless lives they had taken, a grim realization that even he could not fathom. A bitter smile escaped his lips. "You seek to deny me life, yet I shall live fiercely. I must survive." Zhu Laosan regarded the somewhat deranged youth with indifference. Though reluctantly, he recognized that the boy bore a heavy burden of bloodshed. The path of pure cultivation was now beyond his reach, leaving him no choice but to tread the path of slaughter. "Humph. I had expected them to send us after someone significant, but it appears we are merely dealing with a brash young lad." A woman wielding a large blade and a brawny man brandishing an iron hammer obstructed Luo Yixuan's path. Furrowing his brow, Luo Yixuan scrutinized the two before him, unable to discern their martial prowess. Could they be masters at the martial sovereign level? Such an investment in him was a testament to their urgency. However, even with his newfound strength, he doubted he could contend against martial sovereign experts. Was fate conspiring against him today? Chapter 53. Lost in the valley you there. I am the blade-wielding Bai Feng, and my husband is the hammer-bearing He Hu. Today, we, the black and white duo, have been commanded to take your life. When you arrive in the underworld, do not be surprised if you do not know who ended your existence. Ha ha. Bai Feng dismissed the mission with disdain, viewing Luo Yixuan as nothing more than a mere child. Even with a servant by his side, he was an easy target. Enough of your prattle. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. If you seek my life, show me your true abilities. Luo Yixuan retorted with a steely expression, refusing to be intimidated into surrendering his existence. Even in death, he vowed to tear off a piece of flesh from them and break a bone. Zhu Laosan watched Luo Yixuan with admiration. The youth remained unfazed in the face of two martial sovereigns, brimming with fighting spirit. Do not underestimate the youth. Given sufficient time to grow, these thugs will become mere jokes. Humph. Overestimating yourself, die. He Hu exclaimed as he swung the iron hammer toward Luo Yixuan's head. The duo known as the Black and White Twins have always been inseparable in their endeavors. As Bai Feng observed her husband launching an offensive, she too was unwilling to lag behind, wielding a formidable blade aimed at Luo Yixuan's waist. The assaults from two martial arts masters were not mere trifles to be brushed aside. At the level of martial arts mastery, one could harness their aura to lock onto an opponent. Under the dual pressure of the two masters, Luo Yixuan found himself utterly immobilized. As the attacks loomed perilously close to him, Zhu Laosan had already raised his hand, poised to intervene. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, Luo Yixuan refused to concede defeat. With a furious roar, he exerted every ounce of strength to shift his body just enough to evade the dual strikes, which instead met with empty air. This astonishing feat left not only the Black and White Twins astounded, but even Zhu Laosan was taken aback. It is well understood that challenging someone of a higher tier is no simple task. The increase in aura intensity escalates geometrically with each level of mastery, and the disparity in strength cannot be easily bridged by merely possessing a superior weapon. For Luo Yixuan to evade simultaneous attacks from two martial arts masters at his age and skill level was nothing short of remarkable. However, Zhu Laosan was no longer inclined to remain a passive observer. With a casual demeanor, the disheveled giant stepped in front of Luo Yixuan and lazily addressed the Black and White Twins, saying, "Go. Inform your master that this young man is under my protection now. Tell him to refrain from sending you lackeys to meet your demise." Upon hearing this, the twins were enraged, exclaiming, "Who is this beggar? Seeking death?" Black Tiger leaped into the air, charging forward. Luo Yixuan was taken aback and urgently shouted, "Senior, be careful." While he could not ascertain the extent of Zhu Laosan's prowess, he recognized that the twins were undeniably formidable martial arts masters. If Black Tiger's strike landed, it would undoubtedly result in severe injury. However, the outcome defied all expectations. Zhu Laosan neither braced for impact nor sustained any harm, effortlessly gripping the heavy iron hammer with a single hand as if it were a feather. Black Tiger struggled to withdraw his weapon, but the hammer seemed as if it were permanently affixed to Zhu Laosan's grasp. With a wide grin, Zhu Laosan chuckled heartily, "Begone," with a gentle push of his hand. He sent Black Tiger, hammer and all, flying through the air, crashing into a large rock and tumbling down, bloodied and unconscious from the grievous injuries sustained. Witnessing her husband grievously wounded by such a blow, Bai Feng was engulfed in fear and astonishment, trembling as she fell to her knees before Zhu Laosan, pleading for mercy. Zhu Laosan let out a cold snort, glanced at Bai Feng's expression, and replied indifferently, "I do not strike women. Take your husband and leave. Inform your master not to send anyone else. Otherwise, this will be his fate." With that, he slapped a boulder taller than himself, reducing it to mere dust. Terrified, Bai Feng hastily carried Black Tiger and fled, realizing that Zhu Laosan had shown restraint. Had that strike landed on Black Tiger, the outcome would have been utterly devastating. Throughout this ordeal, Luo Yixuan's eyes were wide with disbelief. Could this be the legendary master of the void-breaking realm? He looked at Zhu Laosan with fervent admiration and respect. Meanwhile, Zhu Laosan, undisturbed, merely yawned and, ignoring Luo Yixuan entirely, mounted his horse and promptly fell asleep. Luo Yixuan helplessly shook his head, mounting his horse to follow closely behind Zhu Laosan's black steed. The black horse possessed a remarkable intelligence, leading the way throughout their journey, and had never once let Zhu Laosan tumble from its back, a sight that filled Luo Yixuan with envy. Wang Wan had felt throughout the journey that Li Qingqiu's gaze was rather peculiar. Initially, Wang Wan assumed she was merely feeling jealous or sulking after an argument with Mu Zi. However, as time passed, she sensed something indescribably strange about her demeanor. Wang Wan contemplated inquiring about it, but given their somewhat tenuous relationship, she feared that such a question might invite disdain. Sighing, she thought to herself, perhaps it was merely her overactive imagination. Li Qingqiu and her servant had been unusually silent of late. Their lack of interaction with the others meant that no one was aware of their peculiar behavior. Meanwhile, Mu Zi mistakenly believed that Li Qingqiu was merely throwing a petty tantrum and thus paid her no mind. One day, the group rode into a valley, where the lush vegetation and rugged terrain made riding quite challenging. They dismounted and proceeded on foot, yet by midday, they still had not found an exit from the valley. Seeing that everyone was fatigued, Wang Qing suggested they seek shelter in the shade to rest, while he himself climbed to the treetops to survey the area. Sun Haitong took a sip of tea and followed him up. Wang Qing, what do you see? Is there an exit? Sun Haitong immediately inquired upon reaching the top. Wang Qing furrowed his brow and replied, the terrain here is quite convoluted. Even from the treetops, visibility is limited. Upon hearing this, Sun Haitong chimed in, what shall we do then? Wang Qing shook his head. Let's descend and discuss it further. The two then carefully jumped down from the treetop. Wang Wan, using her spiritual perception, cautiously scanned the surroundings. For some unknown reason, she felt a significant pressure on her senses, limiting her visibility to a radius of merely 500 meters. This revelation astonished her. To her knowledge, 3 methods could induce such an effect. The first was through formations. The second involved a special type of stone. And the third was the presence of high-level cultivators exerting their formidable spiritual pressure upon her. Given the current circumstances, it seemed likely that the first 2 methods were at play. If it were the third, the opposing party would have revealed themselves by now, rather than indulging in such tedium. Wang Wan exhaled in relief, deciding to set aside her concerns for the moment and take one step at a time. Wang Qing, what news? Wang Yin inquired eagerly upon seeing Wang Qing and Sun Haitong return to the ground. Sighing, Wang Qing lamented, this is my fault. Yet the route on the map clearly indicated this path. What could possibly have gone awry? He was perplexed as to whether it was the map that was flawed or if he had simply taken a wrong turn. However, this map had been meticulously copied from the historical routes traversed by the Wailang Escort Agency over the years. Before setting out, he had cross-referenced it multiple times, so it was unlikely to be erroneous. The agency had utilized this map for many years without incident. Why then had it led him astray? Enough of this speculation. Perhaps we took a wrong turn earlier. Let us find a way out. The path ahead in this valley is uncertain, and it would be unwise to proceed further, Sun Haidong advised. Though Wang Qing felt a hint of dissatisfaction, he recognized the truth in Sun Haidong's words. Very well, we shall retrace our steps. We must exit this valley before nightfall. Previously, the group at Qingfeng Mountain Villa had not ventured far into this valley. Thus the return journey should have been swiftly completed. However, reality often harbors surprises. Even as they journeyed towards the setting sun, they had yet to reach the entrance through which they had initially entered the valley. The younger children, unable to contain their anxiety, grew restless. Wang Lin tugged at Wang Wan's sleeve and inquired, Sister, could it be that we are caught in a ghostly wall? We only took half an hour to enter. Yet now, after 2 hours, we are still unable to find our way out. Have we strayed from the path? Wang Wan furrowed her brow and replied in a hushed tone, Do not speak such nonsense. Just follow the elders and refrain from dwelling on trivial matters. Wang Lin pouted and muttered, Perhaps I have unwittingly hit the nail on the head. If you choose not to heed my words, so be it. Wang Wan, too, felt a pang of uncertainty within. The situation was indeed peculiar. If it were merely due to natural terrain, they might stumble upon an exit as they wandered. Yet, if it were a deliberate trap, they could very well have walked into a snare without realizing it. Wang Wan's concerns mirrored the thoughts of Wang Qing and the others. Mu, wise beyond his years and having braved the world since the tender age of 11 or 12, had encountered a similar predicament before. It had transpired in a deep mountain, where the ancient cliffs and forests had, over centuries, formed a natural maze. He had been ensnared there for over 10 days until he chanced upon an old hunter who guided him to safety. The resemblance between that experience and their current plight was striking, leading Mu Zi to ponder whether they had inadvertently entered a natural labyrinth. He hastened to the front, sharing his suspicions with Wang Qing. Uncle Qing, continuing down this path is not a viable solution. The sky is darkening. We should seek out a cave to rest for the night, devise a plan, and resume our search for an exit at dawn. Wang Qing and the others had been contemplating the same course of action. Upon hearing Mu Zi's composed and rational assessment, despite his youth, they were filled with admiration for his demeanor, with numerous cliffs surrounding them. It did not take long for the group to discover a suitable cave for shelter. The cavern was not particularly deep and boasted 2 exits. It was spacious and dry, devoid of any unpleasant odors. They gathered dry twigs from the vicinity and set up a makeshift cooking pot in this valley. Food was not a concern. However, they had yet to locate a source of water, and the water in their flasks was running low. In the pot, wild vegetables simmered with only a minimal amount of water, nearly drying out as they awaited cooking. Fortunately, they had some seasonings. Otherwise, they would have been left with no choice but to consume the vegetables plain, subsisting on dry rations alongside them. After finishing their meager dinner, the group convened to deliberate their escape strategy. Mu Zi remarked, "Uncle Qing, I have encountered a similar situation before. An old hunter once guided me out, and he imparted this wisdom. In such instances, one should seek out a stream, for by following the flow of water, one is bound to find an exit." Wang Qing pondered for a moment. Given their current lack of alternatives, Mu Zi's approach appeared to hold merit. After a brief exchange among the elders, they unanimously decided that, come morning, their primary focus would be to search for a water source. Even if they could not find their way out, it would at least alleviate their immediate predicament of water scarcity. As dusk descended, the sky darkened gradually. Wang Qing, along with Sun Shaoqing, Sun Haoqing, and Mu Zi, 6 individuals in total, divided themselves into 3 groups to take turns standing guard. After a long day of exertion, everyone, despite experiencing some discomfort in their slumber, swiftly succumbed to the embrace of dreams. Unbeknownst to them, Li Qingqiu, who had remained silent throughout the day, revealed a peculiar smile in the darkness. Chapter 54. Unexpectedly falling into the abyss, the 6 sentinels took turns for 2 hours each, while the others, unburdened by tasks, slumbered soundly through the night until dawn. Throughout the night, no wild beasts intruded upon their camp. The only creatures visible during the day were birds. Although a few among them felt a yearning for game, the lack of water rendered foraging for wild fruits a more convenient option. Wang Qing led the group into the woods, and as they surveyed their surroundings, intersecting paths in every direction, he pondered how they might locate a water source. Crouching to scrutinize the vegetation, he discerned the humidity in the air, thereby discerning 3 potential directions. After conferring with Sun Haodong and the others, they resolved to split into 2 teams. Wang Qing would lead one group toward 2 closely situated directions, while Sun Haodong would take the other team to explore the third. Wang Wan and Mu Zi accompanied Sun Haodong in search of the third direction, while the remaining members, aside from a few younger ones, and Li Qingqiu and her maidservant who watched over their belongings, joined Wang Qing's team. At that moment, the usually reticent Li Qingqiu spoke up, "Brother Mu, I wish to accompany you in the search." Wang Wan cast her a surprised glance, feeling a sense of relief within. Given Li Qingqiu's prior involvement in an abduction scheme, leaving her with Wang Lin and the others had made Wang Wan uneasy. However, recognizing that an extra pair of hands could bolster their efforts, Sun Haodong readily acquiesced to her request. After their deliberations, they embarked on their separate endeavors, marking their path as they went. Regardless of whether they found water after traversing 10 miles, they agreed to return and reconvene for further discussion. Sun Haodong led Wang Wan and 3 others through dense vegetation, where pathways were scarce. Mu Zi occasionally dashed to a nearby rock face, pressing his ear against it to listen for the sound of trickling water, while Wang Wan intermittently utilized her spiritual sense to survey their surroundings. Li Qingqiu observed the bustling activity of her companions with an enigmatic expression, leisurely following behind with her maid, Taoji. Mu Zi, inadvertently noticing this scene, approached the duo of mistress and maid with a furrowed brow and remarked, "Miss Li, since you 2 aren't of much assistance here, it would be best to return." With a look of grievance, Li Qingqiu replied, "Do you find me bothersome? Very well, I shall take my leave." With that, she began to weep. Mu Zi, feeling helpless, glanced back at Wang Wan for assistance, but she merely pursed her lips and turned away. Sun Haodong, having scouted ahead and returning to witness the commotion, inquired, "What has transpired here?" Upon hearing the question, Li Qingqiu cried out, "Senior Sun, Brother Mu wishes to send me away." Mu Zi, feeling embarrassed, shook his head at Sun Haodong. Mistaking the situation for a child's tantrum, Sun Haodong chuckled and said, "Miss Li, Brother Mu is merely jesting with you. Do not take it to heart." He pointed to the path he had taken upon his arrival and said, "Ahead lies a steep slope, densely entwined with vines. However, these very vines may aid your descent. You must proceed one behind the other, exercising utmost caution lest you fall." In the depths of the valley, seated within a palace formed of thick foliage, was a woman adorned with a black veil, who smiled alluringly and remarked, "Tree demon, it is now time for you to pledge your allegiance to Her Majesty. Go and retrieve Wang Wan, and remember, I require her alive." A woman whose skin resembled tree bark inquired, "Yun Gu, can the vengeful demon sovereign truly allow me to assume a fully human appearance?" "Of course," Yun Gu replied ominously through the veil. "As long as you faithfully serve Her Majesty, she will not treat you poorly. Should you dare to betray her, you know the consequences. Now, go." The tree demon trembled and immediately knelt, assuring, "Rest assured, messenger, Xionyang will fulfill Her Majesty's command." With that, She transformed into a streak of green light and vanished into the horizon. Yungu scoffed mockingly. A mere tree spirit dares to aspire to humanity. No matter how similar you may become, a monster is still a monster. How utterly delusional. Miss Xiao Wan, may I accompany you? I just twisted my ankle, the pitiful Tao Ji pleaded with Wang Wan. Wang Wan held no significant disdain for Li Qingqiu's maid. She believed that a maid was still a person, and she felt a twinge of sympathy for Tao Ji, who often bore the brunt of Li Qingqiu's ire. Very well, wait a moment, I'll hold your hand, and we shall descend together. Tao Ji lowered her head, murmuring a quiet thank you. Sun Haitong forged ahead, clearing the way. The steep slope was initially devoid of a path, entirely covered by a tangle of vines. They stepped onto the coarse vines, turning to face the slope as they carefully descended. Were it merely the steepness, it might have been manageable, or if there were fewer vines, they could find a singular vine to descend safely. Yet here, the vines were thick, obscuring the ground beneath, making it slippery and prone to ensnaring their feet, greatly complicating their descent. Wang Wan, pulling Tao Ji along at the rear, found one of Tao Ji's feet dangling, unable to touch the ground, making Wang Wan's task of dragging her downward quite arduous. Suddenly, Wang Wan sensed something amiss as a vine, as thick as an arm, slithered towards her along the ground. She instinctively attempted to evade, but Tao Ji clutched her arm, rendering escape impossible. The vine coiled around her waist. Wang Wan drew her dagger to slash at it while shouting, Tao Ji, hurry and climb down. Tao Ji, weak and in tears, cried, Miss Xiao Wan, don't worry about me. My legs are too weak to move. Oh dear. With no other choice, Wang Wan severed the encroaching vine and pulled her downward. Sun Haitong, who had initially maintained some distance, quickly discerned the danger and swiftly ascended with remarkable agility, followed closely by Mu Zi. Upon seeing the situation, Li Qingqiu cried out, Brother Mu, don't leave me behind. I'm scared. Mu Zi frowned and turned back, saying, wait for me below. Don't come up with that. He dashed upward, leaving Li Qingqiu alone below, her expression darkening considerably. Wang Wan, clutching a peach branch, had scarcely descended when a vine stealthily lunged from behind, ensnaring her tightly and causing her dagger to be flung away. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she summoned her inner strength, attempting to sever the binding, only to be met with bewilderment. Her powers seemed inexplicably sealed, rendering her unable to exert any force. The vine propelled her swiftly, constricting tighter and tighter, her head becoming increasingly clouded. Sun Haitong had already caught up, bellowing, You fiend! Release her at once, as he swung his sword. More vines stirred from the ground, weaving together mid-air to form a barrier, intercepting the light of Sun Haitong's sword, which shattered it with a resounding crash. Yet this delay compromised the optimal moment for rescue. Wang Wan was already being drawn towards a steep cliffside, the vine connecting to the opposite precipice, clearly intent on whisking her across the abyss that lay between Mu Zi, having just circumvented Sun Haitong's position. Now surged ahead. If he could reach Wang Wan before the vine leaped across the chasm, there remained a glimmer of hope. Ignoring the wounds inflicted upon him by the branches, he pressed forward with reckless abandon. Drawing ever closer to Wang Wan. That moment, Li Qingqiu hurled a dagger. Wang Wan's dagger, renowned for its ability to slice through iron like mud, which swiftly severed the vine binding Wang Wan. Elated, Mu Zi shouted, Xiao Wan, break free of the vine. However, bound as tightly as a dumpling, Wang Wan could no longer hear his cries. Suddenly released from the pulling force at the cliff's edge, she tumbled several times in the direction she had been drawn. Plummeting into the abyss, Mu Zi's heart wrenched as he cried out, Xiao Wan! He lunged forward, managing only to grasp the torn corner of her garment. Peering over the cliff's edge, he found the depths unfathomably dark. Desperate, he brandished his sword, intent on leaping after her, only to be seized by Li Qingqiu. Brother Mu, are you mad? Jumping down will mean certain death, Li Qingqiu exclaimed, her eyes wide with fury at his reckless action. You would risk your life for her? The implication of his feelings struck her deeply. Let go. I cannot say whether jumping will lead to my demise, but I know that if I do not jump, my heart will break. Mu Zi retorted coldly. Li Qingqiu gazed at his anguished face, a bitter smile escaping her lips. Very well, if you jump, I shall follow suit. Without you, I too shall not survive. Mu Zi was taken aback, astonished by Li Qingqiu's resolute expression, his heart swirling with unspoken emotions. Young Master Mu, this place is no longer safe. We must descend the steep slope quickly. Perhaps Xiao Wan still lives. Upon hearing that Wang Wan might still be alive, hope surged within him. He shrugged off Li Qingqiu's grip on his arm and declared, You need not go to such lengths for me with that. He turned away. Li Qingqiu stared at his indifferent back, her heart feeling as if it were being torn asunder. Muzi, how could you be so callous towards me? Tears streamed down her cheeks like rain, cascading through the air. Upon hearing the howling winds by her ear, Wang Wan felt as though she were suspended in midair. She craned her neck upward and beheld a grand tree, firmly rooted upon the precipice, ensnaring the numerous vines that coiled around her. It was a stroke of fortune. Otherwise, in her current state, she would surely have met an inexplicable demise. However, her condition was far from favorable. She felt utterly drained, her internal energy inaccessible, but fortunately, her spiritual energy still flowed. Hastily, she summoned Xiao Shui, who severed the vines binding her, gently lowering her toward the ground. They were now perilously close to the earth below. Wang Wan lay atop Xiao Shui, peering down, and was struck by the peculiarity of the barren landscape beneath. Not a single blade of grass could be seen. As she steered Xiao Shui forward, she noticed the temperature rising alarmingly. Eventually, it became unbearable. Wrapping herself in spiritual energy, she felt a significant relief. Was there a volcanic magma source nearby? Why was it so sweltering? As she ventured further, she discovered wisps of crimson mist swirling in the air, dispersing like delicate tendrils. How splendid, Master! These are the red mist spirit flames. Let us venture ahead. We may yet discover the coveted purple mist treasure flame. Such a treasure would allow you to forego the reliance on earthly fire and commence your alchemical and crafting studies ahead of time. Xiao Shui chirped joyfully in Wang Wan's mind, guiding her deeper into the red fog. Chapter 55. The purple mist treasure flame. As time elapsed, Wang Wan gradually regained her strength, her internal energy beginning to flow once more. The cause of her previous state perplexed her. Despite the close call that nearly resulted in her becoming a mere splatter, she had managed to evade disaster. What is happening? Where is everyone? Yungu fumed. Qionyang trembled as she knelt on the ground and replied, I report to the envoy. I had indeed captured Wang Wan, but unexpectedly, that Li Qingqiu, whom you promised would assist me, severed the vines restraining her, causing her to plummet into the fire cloud gorge, which I cannot enter. That fool Li Qingqiu has thwarted my grand plans. How infuriating! Yungu slammed her palm upon the wooden table, shattering it to splinters. You shall scout the area and ascertain Wang Wan's condition. Qionyang, unable to refuse, immediately began to commune with the flora of the valley. Envoy, she is not dead. She has been caught by a great tree upon the cliff. However, she is no longer there. She has entered the fire cloud gorge, where no plants exist, and I cannot trace her whereabouts. The fire cloud gorge. Are we truly incapable of entering with our abilities? Yungu pondered momentarily before inquiring. Reporting to the envoy, the gorge is teeming with spirit flames. A reckless intrusion could result in severe injury. Humph. Then we shall wait for her to exhaust herself and guard the gorge's exit. I refuse to believe Wang Wan will remain inside indefinitely. Yungu scoffed. At that moment, Wang Wan remained blissfully unaware of the attention she had garnered, as she soared amidst the crimson mist. Carried by Xiao Shui, they had been searching for quite some time without success in locating the purple mist treasure flame. The fire spirit energy was exceptionally vibrant here, making it an excellent locale for cultivating fire-related spells. Xiao Shui, could it be that the Zixia Baoyan is simply non-existent here? We have searched for so long without any success, and I am unable to subdue the spiritual fire. Wang Wan, now possessing the strength to sit cross-legged, remarked, Master, do not fret. Xiao Shui responded within Wang Wan's consciousness. The Zixia Baoyan is an ancient spiritual fire that delights in disguising itself as other forms, which makes it elusive. By the way, Master, you should thoroughly search the jade slip given to you by the fairy. I recall there is a method for subduing spiritual fire within. Wang Wan, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched her head and said, Oh right, there is indeed such a method. I cannot believe I forgot about it. Hee. She promptly rummaged through her storage pouch and produced the box gifted to her by Qingluo Xianzi years ago. Retrieving a jade slip from within, she pressed the jade slip to her forehead, examining it closely. Although she had previously studied its contents, she had been unable to practice them in the mundane world, so she had only skimmed through it several times without deep attention. Found it. The spiritual fire is a divine essence of the universe, surpassing ordinary flames 100-fold. The ancient spiritual fire is the king among flames, possessing a flicker of intelligence, neither extinguishable nor ephemeral, capable of consuming all. Qingluo Shifu had inscribed within the jade slip. If one encounters an ancient spiritual fire with developed consciousness, it must be approached with wisdom, not force. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. The master had provided her with a method to subdue spiritual fire, applicable to most unclaimed flames, with the exception of the 10 notorious fires. The Zixia Baoyan is a relatively gentle flame. Thus, she could attempt to subdue it. Wang Wan retrieved the Qinya furnace bestowed by her master, a vessel typically used for alchemy and artifact crafting, now passed on to her. The Qinya furnace was immaculate and pure, its body adorned with swirling willow leaves, as if dancing gracefully in a gentle breeze. Wang Wan cherished this furnace, though its rank as a spiritual artifact remained uncertain. After nurturing it for many years, she had barely refined it enough to use it for subduing spiritual fire, in her mind. She silently reviewed the subduing method while Xiaoxue assisted her in searching for the Zixia Baoyan. Suddenly, she sensed an entity observing them. Opening her eyes, she discovered a small red dragonfly. Oh, it is merely a dragonfly. How intriguing that in such heat, one can still find a dragonfly, hee. Wang Wan mused aloud. Yet, as she continued speaking, she recognized something amiss. Indeed, in such sweltering conditions, how could an ordinary dragonfly survive? Xiaoxue, turn right ahead and pursue that dragonfly, quickly. Xiaoxue, puzzled, inquired, What is it, master? A dragonfly just flew by, watching us for quite some time before darting away. I suspect it may be the Zixia Baoyan. Wang Wan urgently communicated in her mind. Really, master is incredible. Let us hasten to catch it. Hee, Zixia, here we come. Xiaoxue led Wang Wan around the corner, accelerating swiftly. The little dragonfly had initially glided leisurely in front, but upon noticing Wang Wan's pursuit, it transformed into a soaring eagle, increasing its speed. What? It is even faster than me, master. Grant me additional spiritual power. I shall not be outpaced, Xiaoxue declared with determination. Wang Wan immediately placed her hand upon Xiaoxue, doubling the flow of spiritual energy into her, while simultaneously circulating her own inner energy to replenish herself. However, the pace of their pursuit was consistently swifter than the recovery of her energy. By the time they caught up with the Zixia treasure flame, Wang Wan had already expended half of her internal spiritual power. With a swift leap, Xiaoxue managed to corner the Zixia treasure flame into a crevice of stone. Wang Wan took a moment to catch her breath, hastening the replenishment of her internal energy. The circumstances here were uncertain, and she needed to ensure her spiritual power was ample. Why are you chasing me, you villains? A youthful voice emerged from the crevice. Wang Wan was taken aback. This treasure flame possessed consciousness. What was she to do? Xiaoxue communicated telepathically with Wang Wan, urging Master, you must coax it into your possession. Wang Wan scratched her head and replied, Little one, do you wish to accompany me? Rest assured, I will treat you well. Why should I go with you? What's in it for me? Wang Wan paused momentarily, rubbing her head as she reasoned. Well, I could take you to explore the world. Don't you get bored being here all the time? Of course, I'm bored. I have been trapped here since my birth, unable to leave, and my fellow kindred lack consciousness. It's so dull. The voice trailed off, revealing an undertone of loneliness that struck Wang Wan deeply. How long have you been here alone? She inquired curiously. I don't know. Perhaps several thousand years? I can hardly remember. Wang Wan twitched her lips in surprise. I hadn't realized you were of such advanced age. Thus, you must show respect to the elderly and cherish the young. Do not coerce me into things I dislike. Share any delightful or delicious things with me. Do not bully me, and forever be my utmost favorite. Wang Wan listened, dumbfounded, as the Zixia treasure flame rambled on. Before she could respond, Xiaoxue had already taken action, transforming its spirit into a small white cat and darting into the crevice. Wang Wan was startled and promptly leaped from Xiaoxue's original form, approaching the source of the commotion, only to hear the sounds of two creatures chattering. Before long, a spirited little white cat and a droopy little hawk emerged from the stone crevice. Wang Wan heard Xiaoxue's voice in her mind. Master, sign a contract with it. Do not use the subjugation technique. How do I sign a contract? Establishing a bond with a sentient spiritual flame is a rare occurrence. The little hawk hopped before Wang Wan, using its talon to draw a glowing purple symbol in the air. Following Xiaoxue's guidance, Wang Wan pricked her finger and used her blood to create a symbol in the air as well. In an instant, a flash of spiritual light illuminated the surroundings as the two symbols intertwined in a mesmerizing dance, spinning ever faster, the purple and red hues melding into a blinding white light. Suddenly, the light split into two, surging towards Wang Wan and the Zixia treasure flame. Wang Wan felt herself enveloped by a warm sensation. Her entire spiritual power surged, breaking through a bottleneck with a resounding force. She had reached the 12th level of Qi cultivation. She was merely a step away from establishing her foundation. Upon opening her eyes, She was greeted by the sight of an adorable white cat and a small hawk with wide, innocent eyes gazing at her. As soon as these two creatures saw Wang Wan awake, they both pounced toward her simultaneously. Master, you're awake. Xiaoxue congratulates you on making further progress. Master, I am Zixia Baoyan. Please grant me a name. Master, do not pay attention to it. Master, I really want a name, and it must be more melodious than Xiaoxue's hum. No, Master. Xiaoxue's name is the most beautiful. Wang Wan covered her ears and shouted at the two entities quarreling in her mind. Stop arguing. The two little beings nestled in Wang Wan's embrace simultaneously fell silent, gazing at her with their big, watery eyes, exuding a delightful innocence. Alas! Wang Wan wiped away the non-existent sweat from her brow and said, Xiaoxue must behave, and Zixia Baoyan shall henceforth be called Xiao Bao. You two must cherish one another. The two little creatures responded with a soft then exchanged glances, huffing as they simultaneously turned their heads away. Wang Wan gently patted the heads of the two little beings, saying, Let us hurry outside. They must be waiting anxiously. Xiaoxue, disregarding any lingering animosity, soared into the sky, carrying Wang Wan toward the exit of Huayun Gorge. Master, we are nearing the exit, Xiao Bao joyfully exclaimed to Wang Wan. Xiao Bao, how many forms can you transform into? Wang Wan inquired with curiosity. Master, I am the ancient spirit fire Zixia Baoyan, capable of countless transformations. I can become whatever I wish. However, for now, I can only assume smaller forms. Larger ones will merely result in a shrunken version of the original, Xiao Bao replied, before transforming into a small black bear, no bigger than a palm, with a pitiful expression that nearly made Wang Wan burst into laughter. Xiaoxue retorted, Humph, a pretty face with no real utility. Hearing this, Xiao Bao immediately bristled, prompting Wang Wan to quickly cradle it in her arms for comfort. Xiaoxue let out a cold huff of dissatisfaction, saying with a hint of grievance, Master, please break through to the Foundation establishment stage quickly. Then, I can also break through a seal and speak in the Sea of Consciousness. Wang Wan knew that Xiaoxue was envious of Xiao Bao being able to speak and play with her so freely. I am the Sea of Consciousness, she reassured Xiaoxue. Don't worry, I will strive to break through. Upon hearing Wang Wan's words, Xiaoxue joyfully spun in circles in mid-air. After flying for nearly half an hour, Wang Wan finally spotted the exit of Huayun Gorge. Chapter 56. Exiting Huayun Gorge, encountering the veiled woman just as Xiaoxue was about to lead Wang Wan out of Huayun Gorge. Xiao Bao shouted in Wang Wan's Sea of Consciousness, Master, do not exit just yet. I sense the presence of that vile tree demon, Chunyang, outside. Chunyang? Tree demon? Does she reside here as well? Wang Wan queried. She wouldn't dare reside here. Chunyang is a millennium-old tree spirit, a being of the wood element, and she fears spirits of fire like us, Xiao Bao disdainfully replied within the Sea of Consciousness. Then what do we have to fear? Even if she harbors ill intentions, with you here, she wouldn't dare act against us, Xiaoxue said with dissatisfaction, feeling rather exasperated at the unnecessary halt. Chunyang may not be frightening, but what is truly terrifying are the entities that accompany her. Did you not sense an aura of malevolence? Wang Wan, upon hearing the words, attentively sensed the atmosphere and indeed perceived a trace of malevolence lingering outside. Xiao Bao's perception was far more acute than hers, likely due to the fact that he was born from the essence of the heavens and earth, rendering him exceptionally sensitive to such ominous energies. Tio put it metaphorically, if the malevolent aura resembled a foul odor, Wang Wan and Xiaoxue would merely perceive an unpleasant scent, whereas Xiao Bao would find it utterly unbearable. What precisely was this aura? Why had they ventured into Huayun Gorge, unafraid of the spiritual flames that resided there? Xiaoxue inquired curiously. Could it be directed at me? Is it possible that my fall was not merely an accident? Wang Wan began to ponder the events leading up to her descent. Xiao Bao, can Chunyang manipulate vines to harm others? Wang Wan contemplated and asked, Master, Chunyang is a tree spirit and considered a sovereign among the wood-type flora in this valley. Controlling ordinary plants is as effortless for her as breathing, Xiao Bao replied. Are there other spirits in the mountains capable of manipulating plants? Wang Wan continued her inquiry. There are indeed other spirits, but only Chunyang has a penchant for controlling vines. Upon hearing this, Wang Wan nodded thoughtfully, concluding that the earlier attack from the vines was likely orchestrated by Chunyang. However, this was her first visit to this place, and she bore no enmity towards Chunyang. Why would she be targeted? Master, could it be related to the sinister aura surrounding Chunyang? Yet, she has always adhered to a righteous path. Why would she now consort with malevolent forces? Xiao Bao mused in bewilderment. Oh, by the way, Master, I forgot to mention that Chunyang can perceive everything that transpires through the plants, so we must not linger in areas with vegetation. Otherwise, every action we take and every word we utter will be known to her. Ah, how formidable! Xiao Shui exclaimed in astonishment within her consciousness, in a worries. After all, she cannot locate us here. The Huayun Gorge is devoid of any flora and is densely populated with spiritual flames. No matter her prowess, she cannot penetrate this barrier, Xiao Bao replied with a cheerful grin. However, we cannot remain here indefinitely. Your relatives must be in a state of worry outside, Xiao Shui interjected, interrupting Xiao Bao's laughter. Indeed, I must venture out. Otherwise, Uncle Qing and the others will surely be anxious, Wang Wan contemplated, considering that if necessary, she would force her way out, for they could not simply wait idly here. Master, do not fret. The abundance of spiritual flames here presents an opportunity. Why not collect some to facilitate an escape? Both Qionyang and that malevolent entity fear the spiritual flames, Xiao Bao suggested, scratching his head as he devised a clever plan. Wang Wan pondered this in her heart. It was indeed an excellent strategy. Having more means was certainly preferable to charging into danger unarmed. She grasped the Qinya furnace and proceeded to the location where the red mist of spiritual flames congregated, casting her hand to invoke the incantation. This was her first genuine attempt to subdue the spiritual flames, and she wondered whether she would succeed. The crimson mist in the air appeared to be stirred by an invisible force, yet it merely rolled and swirled without a single wisp being captured. Wang Wan exerted great effort to control the spell, and after a sustained attempt, she momentarily withdrew. Master, the collection of spiritual fire is not conducted in this manner. I have previously witnessed fairies gathering spiritual fire. After casting their incantations, the flames seem to line up as if in orderly procession, entering the thousand-leaf furnace one after another. Upon hearing this, Wang Wan pondered carefully, reflecting on the discrepancies between her method and that of her master, striving to identify what she might be lacking. If the flames enter the thousand-leaf furnace one by one, did her master perhaps first focus on a single wisp, controlling it before moving on to the next, rather than aiming at a broad area like she did? With this thought, Wang Wan felt it was quite plausible. While targeting a large area may provide a sense of satisfaction, haste often leads to failure, and if her energy were to disperse, it would not be as effective. Once more, Wang Wan gathered her spiritual energy in conjunction with her incantation, directing it towards the nearest flame. This time, the spiritual fire ceased its erratic movements, instead gradually advancing towards her under the pull of her energy. She infused her spiritual essence into the thousand-leaf furnace. It radiated a brilliant white light, within which countless willow leaves unfurled, and soon, as if drawn by an unseen force, a whirlpool formed, drawing in the approaching flames. Ah, success! Master is truly remarkable, Little Snow exclaimed in admiration. Wang Wan wiped the sweat from her brow, remarking, it is indeed quite laborious, yet it serves to hone my fire control abilities. After a brief respite, she gathered her strength once more, successfully collecting 2 more sizable wisps of spiritual fire, leaving her quite exhausted. The 3 flames within the thousand-leaf furnace unfurled independently, not merging. Wang Wan contemplated whether combining these 3 wisps could yield greater power. She shared her thoughts with Little Treasure, who mused, that is quite simple, Master. Just toss me beneath the furnace, and I shall refine them. Little Snow, hearing this, quickly interjected, Master, you must not. Combining so much spiritual fire can easily lead to an explosion of the furnace. Little Treasure scoffed, what ignorance! Do you not know who I am? How could these few wisps pose a challenge to me? Rest assured, Master, I shall handle it flawlessly. Little Snow then recalled that this fellow was indeed the progenitor of these flames, and she fell silent, a huff escaping her. Amused, Wang Wan reassured Little Snow and said to Little Treasure, very well, I shall begin. Little Treasure soared into the air, transforming into a magnificent purple-golden flame. Wang Wan marveled and positioned the thousand-leaf furnace above the flame. In an instant, the purple-golden fire enveloped the furnace, and soon, she noticed wisps of black smoke occasionally billowing from the furnace's mouth. Gradually, the smoke diminished until, with a resonant hum, the thousand-leaf furnace trembled a few times before falling still. Little Treasure appeared in the form of a small bear, straining to drag the thousand-leaf furnace, which was several times larger than itself, towards her. Wang Wan used her spiritual power to lift the lid, revealing a fiery red orb within the furnace. Master, quickly drop a drop of your blood onto it, and you shall gain control over this fireball, Little Treasure instructed. Wang Wan, filled with joy, promptly bit her finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the orb. Immediately, the red sphere flared brightly, then gradually dimmed, returning to its original fiery red hue. When Wang Wan gently touched the orb, she was surprised to find it was not at all scorching, devoid of any burning sensation. Her curiosity piqued, she slowly approached the red orb with a handkerchief in hand. However, mere centimeters away, she was reduced to ashes. Wang Wan gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "How extraordinary! Indeed, while this crimson ethereal fire may not rival my own, it possesses the ability to transmute copper and iron into liquid. Anyone other than the master who dares to touch this red orb will surely meet with misfortune." After a brief pause, Wang Wan continued to capture several strands of crimson ethereal fire. She then entrusted the Qinya furnace to Xiao Bao and settled down on the ground to swiftly replenish her spiritual energy. The aura in the Huayun Gorge was exceptionally rich, and after circulating her energy for several cycles, Wang Wan regained her power. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that Xiao Bao had already refined the ethereal fire she had just collected, producing a red orb significantly larger than the first. Hastily, she added a drop of blood and began to gather her belongings in preparation for departure. Xiao Bao transformed into a hairpin, resting atop Wang Wan's head, as she gripped a red orb in her left hand and a sword in her right. Channeling the concealment technique taught by Zi Xuanfeng, she stealthily made her way out. Indeed, just 5 meters from the exit, Wang Wan distinctly sensed 2 individuals positioned nearby. As she approached cautiously, she discerned a woman whose skin resembled tree bark and another clad in a black veil, both seated atop a large stone by the roadside. Wang Wan could feel that their cultivation levels far surpassed her own. She held her breath, suppressing her aura, hoping to avoid a direct confrontation. Though her intentions were noble, fate had other plans. Just as she passed the veiled woman, she heard a melodic voice say, "Little sister, why are you leaving so soon? Won't you stay and keep your elder sister company?" Ha ha. The woman's black sleeve suddenly swept toward Wang Wan, prompting her to retreat hastily. Yet, her concealment technique was effortlessly dispelled by the woman. As Wang Wan had only recently begun to master this technique, it was easy for someone with greater prowess to break it. Now that her presence had been revealed, Wang Wan felt no regret. These 2 were clearly ill-intentioned, and she had no reason to extend them courtesy. However, escaping from their formidable grasp would prove to be a daunting challenge. The veiled woman's demeanor suggested she was no ally of the righteous path, and thus, conventional methods would likely be futile. Wang Wan had previously attempted to merge martial arts with celestial techniques, a promising concept that required a delicate balance. Thus far, she had devised a single technique that combined the fire dragon art with the shadowless swordplay, yielding unexpectedly powerful results. Yet at this moment, she could not employ this technique without the right opportunity. After a previous mishap that left Xionyang frustrated, she now sought to ensnare Wang Wan using countless vines. Unperturbed, Wang Wan dispatched a shadowy form from the shadowless swordplay to cleave an escape route through the prison of vines, dashing forth. Infusing her energy into the red orb, she transformed it into a fiery whip, swiftly directing it toward Xionyang's waist. Chapter 57. Wang Wan captured, Zi Xuanfeng risks his life to rescue. Xionyang, aware of the ethereal fire's might, transformed into a green light and darted through the gaps in the whip's trajectory, aiming directly for Wang Wan's face. Wang Wan quickly executed a mid-air somersault to evade the incoming strike. The woman clad in black silk let out a cold snort, unleashing a segment of black fabric that ensnared Wang Wan, who had barely managed to stabilize her posture. This mysterious silk, of unknown material, was capable of binding the flow of spiritual energy within Wang Wan's body. Observing Wang Wan's predicament, Xiao Bao promptly transformed into a dagger-like form and severed the black silk. The woman in black emitted a muffled grunt, retracting the severed fabric, her narrowed eyes fixated intently on the dagger before Wang Wan. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Wan darted out from the side, her hands weaving intricate gestures as she conjured the fire dragon technique. Just then, Yungu and Xionyang pursued her from the front and rear. Wang Wan entwined the fire dragon and spiritual flames around Xiao Shui, simultaneously executing a maneuver from the shadowless sword technique. Her inner strength penetrating the fiery energy, sweeping violently towards her rear, while she hastily made her escape into the distance. Yungu, at the forefront, found it too late to evade the impending attack. As the strike loomed, she glanced sideways at Xionyang, who was ensnared by the black silk, immobilized and gazing in disbelief at Yungu, only to be engulfed by a torrent of flames. The immense force hurled Xionyang away, also propelling Yungu back. However, Xionyang was nearly reduced to char, lying motionless upon the ground, her life in the balance. Utilizing Xionyang as a human shield, Yungu sustained only a minor burn from the black silk, her hand slicing through the scorched edge of her garment. Fixating her cold, piercing gaze upon the direction of Wang Wan's flight, she licked her lips with a bloodthirsty grin and declared, "Little girl, you should not have provoked my wrath." With a flash of dark light, Yungu vanished from her original position, only to reappear before Wang Wan in an instant. Startled, Wang Wan halted her flight and swiftly retreated several steps. Who exactly was this enigmatic woman in black? Her sudden appearance bore an unsettling resemblance to spatial displacement techniques. A sense of dread enveloped Wang Wan. Even if she exerted her utmost effort in fleeing, she could not escape the clutches of such formidable teleportation. "Senior, we harbor no enmity. Why must you pursue me relentlessly? To trouble a mere junior would tarnish your illustrious reputation." Wang Wan pondered anxiously. What to do? Her spiritual energy had dwindled to half, and the recent attack's overwhelming force had left one side of her body numb. The prospect of escaping now seemed increasingly daunting. Yungu, with a wicked smile, addressed Wang Wan, "Very well, little girl, as long as you accompany your elder sister home. I promise not to harm you. What say you?" Wang Wan, beginning to grasp the situation, shifted her gaze, engaging in a verbal spar with Yungu while secretly attempting to restore her spiritual energy. "Sister, look at me. I'm just a mere girl. What could you possibly want with me? I am certainly not a dashing young lad." Yungu narrowed her eyes, surveying Wang Wan from head to toe. "You are quite amusing, little girl, but attempting to play tricks in front of me is rather premature. There is no need to stall for time. Since you are unwilling to accompany your elder sister, I shall simply have to bind you instead." Suspended in midair, Yungu summoned countless strands of black silk that began to encircle Wang Wan. Realizing she was outmatched, Wang Wan resorted to the lengthy steps, desperately attempting to flee. Yet, within mere steps, she was ensnared by the inky tendrils and violently thrown to the ground. Alarmed, Wang Wan quickly commanded Xiao Bao to transform into a sword, severing the encroaching black strands. Yungu let out a cold snort, casting forth a dark, circular artifact that ensnared Xiao Bao in an instant. Wang Wan attempted to pull Xiao Bao free with all her might, yet her efforts proved futile. Within the confines of the circular treasure, Xiao Bao transformed into its original fiery form, seething with rage as it scorched the artifact, which soon blazed a vivid crimson. Though it remained firmly bound, a hint of looseness was perceptible. Meanwhile, Wang Wan entwined the red misty flame around Xiao Shui, tirelessly severing the black threads and snaring her. Yet, the severed strands were far outnumbered by those that continued to coil around her, and before long, she found herself ensnared in a cocoon of dark silk. The origin of these strands remained a mystery. Wang Wan felt increasingly immobilized as they tightened around her. Yungu scoffed, declaring, "I told you to come along obediently, but you refused to listen. Now, you shall be bound like this. Ha ha." Enraged within her silken prison, Wang Wan retorted, "Old hag, you bully the younger generation. How shameless, little girl. It would be wise for you to silence that mouth of yours, lest I decide to end your life here and now. A fresh soul should prove quite delectable. How tempting indeed, ha ha." At this revelation, Wang Wan's heart quivered. She consumed human souls. What manner of being was she? Suddenly, a familiar mocking voice echoed behind Wang Wan. "Humph! A mere martial arts prodigy dares to cause trouble. Did your master not warn you against venturing out lately? It seems the resentful spirits do not hold you in such high regard. Who are you? My affairs with my master are none of your concern. I kindly ask you to refrain from meddling." Yunyang, wary of her opponent's cultivation, reached out to retrieve the black cocoon. However, Zi Xuanfeng appeared before the cocoon, severing the black threads connecting it to Yungu. "Humph! It seems you are intent on opposing me." Yungu's body was suddenly engulfed in black threads, resembling a multitude of venomous serpents, baring their fangs as they lunged ferociously at Zi Xuanfeng, aiming to pierce him through. Unfazed, Zi Xuanfeng stood resolutely, effortlessly delivering a seemingly light yet immensely powerful palm strike that surged forward with an irresistible force. Yungu was instantly sent flying, blood spewing from her mouth. She realized she was no match for this newcomer and swiftly dissipated into black smoke. Wang Wan listened intently to the silence outside, puzzled. Why is it so quiet? Hello? Is anyone out there? Zi Xuanfeng, amused, watched as Wang Wan squirmed within the cocoon. Unable to escape, he squatted beside her, chuckling, "I must say, little Wan, after just a few days apart, you found yourself in quite the predicament. Had I not arrived in time, you would have likely been devoured by those vile beings. It's Brother Z. What a pleasure to see you. Could you possibly help me out of here? I feel as though I'm suffocating inside." Wang Wan pleaded from within the cocoon. Hee, I rather think you look delightful in there. Like a little worm. Ha ha, Zi Xuanfeng teased. Hey, Zi Xuanfeng, please let me out. Have some compassion, will you? Wang Wan struggled in vain, exerting every ounce of strength, yet still remained trapped. Tisk tsk, even when seeking assistance, he speaks to me in such a manner. I am utterly exhausted and shall take a moment to rest. With that, Zixinfeng truly reclined upon a nearby large rock and succumbed to slumber. In truth, his words held weight. Ever since the unfortunate incident in Ningxing City, where Wang Wan was kidnapped due to his miscalculation, he had left a strand of his consciousness tethered to her. Should she ever find herself in peril, he would be alerted, able to swiftly ascertain her location. Earlier today, while engaged in a game of chess with Wuchan in the imperial palace of the Qing kingdom, he suddenly sensed that Wang Wan was in danger. Without pausing to explain himself to Wuchan, he mounted his flying sword and hastened here with all his might. This particular realm constrained a significant portion of his power, and to expedite his journey, he resorted to a secret technique, the after-effects of which were notably severe, potentially leaving him with hidden injuries. Weakened as he was, he had just barely mustered his remaining strength to drive Yunyang away. Had she lingered even a moment longer, his cover would have been blown. Zixinfeng retrieved a medicinal pill and swallowed it, forcibly suppressing the injuries inflicted upon him by the secret technique. After a brief respite, he rose and approached Wang Wan. At that moment, Xiao Bao had successfully severed Yunyang's circular magical artifact, emerging from within and leaping onto the black cocoon. Upon contact, the flames enveloping Xiao Bao ignited the cocoon, gradually revealing the figure of Wang Wan ensconced within. Zixinfeng observed with keen interest as Xiao Bao busily worked to rescue her. Is that the Zixia sacred flame? Little one, you are indeed fortunate. Xiao Bao, now resembling a small bear, huffed in response to Zixinfeng's remark. Turning its fluffy bare backside toward him, it had overheard Zixinfeng's playful banter with Wang Wan and, despite having saved its master, refused to allow any mockery of her. Zixinfeng couldn't help but chuckle at Xiao Bao's childlike demeanor, prompting Wang Wan to roll her eyes at him. Aren't you here to witness my misfortune? What do you want? She retorted. Turning her head away, Zixinfeng began, but a sudden surge of spiritual energy within him caused him to stumble. Nearly losing his balance, he discreetly adjusted his unruly internal energy while attempting to mask his condition, saying, Oh, I merely came to see your rather disheveled appearance. Such a rare sight, indeed. Wang Wan, upon hearing the unusual sounds from behind her, initially thought he was in distress. However, upon hearing his comment, her anger flared. You truly are an insufferable wretch, she fumed, unable to move, and could only glare at him with indignation. Once Xiao Bao managed to extricate Wang Wan from the black cocoon, Wang Qing and the others arrived shortly thereafter. Sister, are you all right? Wang Lin exclaimed as he rushed toward her. Having just heard from Uncle Sun that Wang Wan had fallen into the abyss, he was nearly beside himself with fear. With only the two of them left in the family, he could not bear the thought of losing his last remaining relative. Wang Wan, sensing his distress, wrapped her arms around Wang Lin in reassurance. It's all right, see? I'm perfectly fine. Don't worry, your sister is quite clever. Zixinfeng, upon hearing her words, felt an urge to gently tap her on the head. Had he not arrived in time, this little girl would have been taken away, and yet here she was, boasting of her own cleverness. I left him at a loss for words regarding her. Wang Qing and others arrived late, unaware of the previous battle. The black cocoon that adorned Wang Wan had been transformed into an ornament, burnt away by Xiao Bao, leading everyone to believe that Wang Wan had just emerged from the abyss. Suddenly, Wang Wan recalled the tree demon, who had been severely injured by her extraordinary attack. She wondered how it fared now. Hastily, she reported the events to Wang Qing, omitting certain details of her cultivation journey, and merely mentioned that she had been saved at the critical moment by Zi Xuanfeng. Wang Qing, who had held little animosity towards Zi Xuanfeng, had been in a rather complex emotional state that day, which had led him to decline traveling together. Yet, upon encountering Zi Xuanfeng again, especially after he saved Wang Wan, he felt a sense of gratitude towards him. Under Wang Wan's guidance, Wang Qing and the others located the site where the tree demon had been injured, but aside from a few specks of black ash, there was not a trace of it to be found. Wang Wan felt puzzled. Logically, given the severity of the tree demon's injuries, it should have been impossible for it to escape alone. Could it be that Yungu had stealthily returned to take it away? Wang Wan had initially intended to inquire of the tree demon regarding Yungu's motives for capturing her. But now, after toiling for nearly an entire day without finding a water source and almost being ensnared in confusion, she deemed herself quite unfortunate indeed. In truth, The tree demon had not fled of its own accord. It had been taken to a cave by a flower spirit, and at that moment, the tree demon was indeed gravely wounded. Chapter 58. Reconciliation and the Rescue of Qionyang. Qionyang, please wake up. You must not die. What will become of your Wu Lang if you do? The flower spirit Xiao Kuei cried, shaking the charred body of the tree spirit. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Kuei, please do not cry. Do not tell Wu Lang. In my current state, I may not survive. Qionyang managed to open her eyes with great difficulty, tears streaming as she gazed at Xiao Kuei. No, Qionyang, I must find a way to save you. You cannot die like this. If you do, Wu Lang will not be able to live either, Xiao Kuei insisted, wiping her tears and standing resolutely. Ignoring the pain in her arms, Qionyang grasped Xiao Kuei's hand, saying, Dear sister, do not be foolish. My wounds cannot be healed. Taking a breath, Qionyang cried out, Moreover, this is a consequence of my own folly. I was too infatuated, foolishly wishing to become human and making a pact with evil, which has led to this predicament. It is now beyond redemption. Perhaps this is the punishment from heaven, but Qionyang, I cannot bear to watch you die. Rest assured, I will find a way to save you. Otherwise, I shall live with a guilty conscience for the rest of my days, Xiao Kuei declared, gently placing Qionyang's arm back down with determination. Understanding Xiao Kuei's nature, Qionyang could only watch with tears in her eyes as Xiao Kuei, resolute, exited the cave. As they had not found a water source, the group returned to the cave where they had rested the previous night. Xuanfeng naturally followed along, audaciously selecting a spot to sleep beside Wang Wan. Wang Wan glared at him several times in irritation, yet this fellow possessed a face as thick as a city wall. Her glances had no effect on his impenetrable facade. Since the appearance of Xuanfeng, a profound sense of vigilance had arisen within Mazi's heart. Now, witnessing this individual sleeping beside Wang Wan, with Wang Wan offering no objections, his feelings were akin to a box of spices overturned, a medley of emotions swirling chaotically. Similarly troubled were Li Qingqiu and his servant. Upon learning that Wang Wan had indeed survived, he was filled with both astonishment and fury. With the assistance of a powerful ally, this wretched girl had narrowly escaped a calamity. Could it be that she was truly blessed with good fortune, destined to evade death? Furthermore, it remained uncertain whether she was aware of the mischief she had previously orchestrated. Regardless, it was imperative for her and Taoji to act as though nothing had transpired. This was the wisest course of action. Nightfall soon enveloped the surroundings. Although several seasoned and elderly individuals joined the night watch, Xuanfeng adamantly refused to take part. Wang Qing, grateful for Xuanfeng's rescue of Wang Wan, was disinclined to impose his will upon him, allowing Xuanfeng to brazenly recline beside Wang Wan and succumb to slumber. Exhausted from a day of toil, Wang Wan found solace in the presence of so many around her, finally able to relax her taut nerves and swiftly drift into dreams. Xuanfeng appeared to be asleep. Yet in truth, he was regulating the chaotic spiritual energy within him. This secret technique was not meant for casual use. In a realm rich with spiritual energy, he would recover swiftly, but here, the energy was sparse, resulting in a slower recuperation. As dawn approached, the others remained deeply ensconced in slumber, while the night watch comprised Wang Qing and Sun Shaoqing. Wang Qing stood vigil at the cave entrance, while Sun Shaoqing tended to the fire within. Possessing formidable spiritual perception, Xuanfeng was the first to sense an approaching presence. However, he chose to remain still, feigning sleep, as he discerned no malevolence from the newcomer. Who goes there? Wang Qing inquired sternly. Upon recognizing the visitor as a young, beautiful maiden, he was taken aback as she knelt before him, tears streaming down her face. Esteemed elder, my sister did not intend to offend you previously. Please, in light of her not having caused any harm, forgive her. She is gravely injured. I beseech your compassion to save her. Xiao Kuei recalled the words of the elder from her clan, stating that Qionyang was originally a tree spirit, imbued with potent wood element spiritual power. After sustaining her injuries, her spiritual energy continuously worked to mend her wounds. Had her injuries been ordinary, she would have recovered long ago. However, the severity of her condition was extraordinary. She had been struck with immense force and simultaneously burned by refined red mist spiritual fire. This was no ordinary spiritual fire. The rate of her wound recovery paled in comparison to the destructive speed of the lingering fire within her. Her meridians were now saturated with spiritual flames, and the fire poison had spread throughout her body, threatening to consume her entirely in a matter of time. The elder had advised her to untie the bell. One must find the bell ringer. If you can locate the master of the spiritual fire and implore her to retract it, Qionyang may yet live a few more days. Otherwise, she may not endure for long. Overwhelmed with sorrow at this thought, Xiaokuei prostrated herself before Wang Qing, repeatedly beseeching him. I implore you to show mercy. As those within the cave began to awaken one by one, drawn by the sound of weeping, they emerged to witness a beautiful maiden kneeling on the ground, her cries echoing with poignant despair. Wang Qing, having listened to the young woman's lengthy discourse, had come to a clear understanding of her identity. He recalled that on the previous day, Wang Wan had mentioned that two women had assaulted her. One had been grievously injured by fire, while the other had fled. This young woman, it seemed, was likely a relative of the severely wounded one. Wang Qing sighed deeply. While saving a life is indeed more meritorious than constructing a towering pagoda, the actions of these women prior to this incident rendered any sympathy he might have felt utterly unattainable. Had it not been for Wang Wan's extraordinary luck, she might have perished long ago. Now, they had the audacity to seek their assistance. It was truly a situation that stifled any potential compassion. Wang Wan had also overheard the young woman's words. Examining her closely, she noted the aura of nature that surrounded her. There was no hint of malice in her features, suggesting that she had never committed any heinous acts. My dear, please rise. I ask your sister, the spirit of that ancient tree. If she sought my life, why should I come to her aid? Xiaokuei immediately knelt before Wang Wan, weeping. Miss, my sister did not intend to take your life. It is all the fault of that young gu. She deceived my sister into believing that if she captured you for her, she could assist my sister in becoming a complete human. In her moment of confusion, driven by her feelings for Wu Lang, my sister agreed. She has always been kind-hearted and has never harmed anyone. Wang Wan let out a soft sound of surprise. The young gu you speak of, is she the one cloaked in black? Yes, she is the one behind this mischief. I implore you to show mercy. Xiaokuei pleaded. Do you know why young gu wishes to capture me? Wang Wan continued to inquire, as this question had lingered in her mind, her instincts warning her that if she could not unravel this mystery, far greater troubles lay ahead. I do not know much. For young gu has never divulged her intentions. I recall that Xiaonyang once inquired about her and was met with a sharp reprimand. Xiaokuei answered, wiping her tears with sincerity. Wang Wan discerned that the young woman was speaking the truth. Moreover, she remembered having encountered Xiaonyang, who indeed bore no malice. It appeared that this was her first venture into wrongdoing, and yet she had been used as a pawn by wicked individuals, nearly meeting an untimely demise. The path of botanical cultivation is fraught with challenges, and most of them possess pure hearts, Wang Wan mused, turning to Wang Qing. Uncle Qing, let us extend our help to them. The villagers of Yangchuan were predominantly kind-hearted, and they harbored no objections to Wang Wan's proposal. Yet, Wang Qing remained somewhat apprehensive. Xiao Wan, we are human, and our bodies are fundamentally different from theirs. Our medical skills may not suffice to save Xiaonyang. Upon hearing Wang Wan's agreement to aid Xiaonyang, Xiaokuei was overjoyed, and she immediately retorted, we can save her. We can? Please, miss, follow me, and you shall see. Wang Wan, upon hearing this, looked up at Wang Qing, who nodded in affirmation. Even so, then please, lead the way. Xiaokuei, filled with elation, quickly rose to her feet and proceeded ahead, guiding them to the cave where Xiaonyang resided. Upon seeing Xiaokuei's arrival, Li Qingqiu and her servant felt a wave of unease wash over them. Now, witnessing Wang Wan's promise to rescue Xiaonyang, anxiety gripped her heart. She was uncertain whether Xiaonyang was aware of her own situation. If her identity were to be revealed, the consequences would be dire. Contemplating this possibility, she hurriedly followed behind. Upon encountering Xiaonyang, Wang Wan had already discerned the reason why the fairy named Xiaokuei claimed she could save her. It was because she could acutely sense the ethereal flames she had previously refined wreaking havoc within Xiaonyang's body. With an inscrutable demeanor, Wang Wan silently commanded the crimson spiritual fire in her heart, guiding it out from Xiaonyang's being, transforming it into a small red orb that she swiftly grasped in her palm. The entire process went unnoticed by the others, save for Zixinfeng, who cast a fleeting glance in Wang Wan's direction, only to be met with her piercing gaze in return. Wang Qing approached to examine Xiaonyang's condition. The burns on her exterior had been mended, revealing no outward signs of distress. However, Wang Qing could distinctly sense that Xiaonyang's breath was feeble, as if it could falter at any moment. Wang Wan inquired silently with her eyes, yet Zixinfeng merely shook his head gently, whispering in her ear. There is no time left. Xiaonyang's foundation is damaged. Even if I exert my utmost efforts to save her, I can only safeguard her primordial spirit from dissipating in time. She shall inevitably perish. Hearing this, Wang Wan cast a pitying glance at Xiaonyang, reflecting that she was indeed the one who had inflicted the injury. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, She would have acted the same way again if given another chance. It was unfortunate that Xionyang had attempted to strike a deal with malevolent forces, only to be ensnared herself. One by one, Wang Qing and the others stepped forward to assess Xionyang's plight, all shaking their heads and departing with heavy sighs. Li Qingqiu, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of relief wash over her. She feigned fanning herself in front of her nose, pretending to need fresh air as she exited. Seeing that everyone except Wang Wan and Zixinfeng had left, Xiaokuei hurriedly advanced to probe Xionyang's condition with her spiritual sense. Discovering that the ethereal flames had completely vanished, she promptly bowed her head in gratitude to Wang Wan. Startled, Wang Wan leaped aside and quickly grasped Xiaokuei's arm, stating, "You need not thank me. After all, your sister's injuries were caused by me, and I have merely retrieved the spiritual fire, unable to preserve her life." With tears streaming down her face, Xiaokuei cried, "There is no need for such humble words. For my sister, upon regaining consciousness, expressed her greatest wish was merely to see Wulong once more, yet alas, she will not have that chance. Were it not for your selfless aid, my sister would find no peace even in death." Chapter 59. The love between Xionyang and Wulong. Wang Wan let out a silent sigh, glancing at Xionyang before asking Xiaokuei, "You previously mentioned that Xionyang acted for the sake of her Wulong. Could you enlighten us on this matter?" Xiaokuei looked at Wang Wan and Zixinfeng, wiping her tears as she replied, "Very well, since you wish to know, I shall share our tale. My sister and I have been cultivating in this valley for over 1,000 years. It is no easy feat for flora to attain sentience. Throughout this millennium, we have remained untransformed, our essence rooted in the soil, thus we have never departed from this valley." Xiaokuei approached the bedside and continued, "Until 5 years ago, my sister and I both broke through to the transformation realm one after the other. Initially, I was the first to achieve this breakthrough, with my sister providing me protection. As a result, during my transformation tribulation, she gained enlightenment and followed suit in her own breakthrough. This should have been a joyous occasion. However, the misfortune lay in the fact that a serpent spirit named Hua Zhu harbored a covetous desire for our demon cores. During our regular cultivation, she had no opportunity to act. So this wretched Hua Zhu chose to launch a surprise attack at the most critical moment of our transformation. Ah? Are you all right?" Xiaokuei sighed and continued, "How could we be unscathed? Had it not been for this upheaval, subsequent events would never have transpired. Back then, my sister, in a bid to protect me while I was on the brink of life and death, disregarded her own progression and engaged in combat with that vile serpent spirit. Hua Zhu was not inferior to us in cultivation and proved to be quite troublesome. By the time I regained consciousness and joined forces with my sister to drive her away, she had already missed the optimal moment for transformation. To preserve her cultivation, my sister had no choice but to hastily complete her advancement. As a result, she transformed under duress, leading to her current state, with most of her skin still resembling tree bark, unchanged from its original form." Wang Wan turned to look at Xionyang, lying on the bed as a young woman. She understood the impact of appearance on a girl. Had it not been for Xionyang's skin resembling tree bark, she would have been a rare beauty. After her sister had transformed in such a manner, Xiaokuei felt guilty for some time. But her sister comforted her, saying that since she had always been wrapped in tree bark, her current appearance was still quite pleasing. Over time, Xiaokuei came to share this sentiment, until 3 autumns ago when her sister encountered Wu Lang. Xiaokuei moved to the window, gazing at the sky outside as she spoke. The sky that day was as blue as it is today. Wu Lang entered the valley alone to gather medicinal herbs. He was a physician from beyond the mountains, having never visited our area before, and thus became lost due to the winding paths. My sister, having failed in her transformation, never ventured outside the valley, and Wu Lang was the first human she had ever seen. However, the circumstances of their first meeting were quite unexpected. As Xiaokuei slowly recounted the tale, Wang Wan listened attentively, the scene vividly materializing in her mind. It turned out that when Xionyang first encountered Wu Lang, her appearance did not frighten him. Rather, it was the presence of this stranger that startled the once innocent Xionyang. Who are you? This is my home. You should leave." Having never seen a stranger before, Xionyang felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority and shyness upon first laying eyes on Wu Lang. "Forgive me, miss, do not be afraid. I shall take my leave at once. It was I who was impudent." Wu Lang, a mere physician with a penchant for studying perplexing ailments, had not perceived Xionyang as a spirit. Instead, he assumed that this young woman was afflicted with some unsolvable condition, leading her to seclude herself in the wilderness. Observing her acute embarrassment, he hesitated to inquire further and departed. Yet the path resembled a labyrinth. Not long after he left, he found himself returning, awkwardly smiling at Xiaonyang. His face flushed as he once again walked away. It was indeed fate that reunited the two of them once more. Wu Lang returned for the third time. Xiaonyang, intrigued by this fascinating human, let out a melodious laugh. Captivated by the girl's silver bell-like laughter, Wu Lang approached her and gazed into her clear eyes, inquiring, "My lady, do you know the way out of the valley? I seem to have lost my way." Xiaonyang, feeling shy, nodded and kindly offered to guide him out of the valley herself. From that day forth, every fortnight, Wu Lang would visit the valley, each time seeking out Xiaonyang. Over time, their affection blossomed into love. Their days together were filled with joy, brimming with happiness. However, this blissful period did not last long. Wu Lang soon wore a furrowed brow, engulfed in melancholy. When questioned, he stammered in response. Concerned, Xiaonyang sent her sister to inquire at Wu Lang's home, only to discover that his parents were seeking to arrange a marriage for him. Naturally, Wu Lang, whose heart belonged to Xiaonyang, refused, which led to considerable discord with his family. Immersed in the sweetness of love, Xiaonyang momentarily forgot that Wu Lang was immortal with his own family. As the beautiful dream shattered, Xiaonyang fell into a state of despondency, realizing that she was a burden to Wu Lang. She knew that her appearance would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, and she wished to spare him the ridicule of others, as well as prevent a rift between him and his family. Henceforth, she resolutely decided to cease their meetings. Poor Wu Lang, under the mistaken impression that Xiaonyang's affections had waned, came to the valley daily, pleading in vain. Longing cannot simply be severed, nor can love be easily relinquished. Thus, the two lovers tormented each other until Wu Lang fell ill at the very spot where they first met. Unable to remain heartless any longer, Xiaonyang wept as she supported Wu Lang back to his home, tending to him day and night until he regained his health. Realizing it was time to reveal the truth, one day after Wu Lang's recovery, Xiaonyang penned a letter disclosing her true identity. She feared that upon learning she was the queen of demons, Wu Lang would abandon her. However, much to her surprise, he, in a state of desperation, searched the valley for her. Eventually, one day, looking utterly haggard, Wu Lang found Xiaonyang in the woods. Fixing his gaze upon her as if she were the most precious treasure in the world, he declared, "I cherish you. Your being a demon is of no consequence. Xiaonyang, I love you, and you love me too. We cannot be apart. Let us cease deceiving ourselves and remain together, shall we?" Overwhelmed with emotion, she could no longer contain her tears, and from that moment on, their hearts, entwined in love, would never part again. Yet, they could not remain in the mountains forever. Wu Lang had family obligations, and he harbored his own ambitions. Never had Xiaonyang desired to become a complete being as she did now. With the destruction wrought by the crimson clouds and ethereal flames gone, Xiaonyang slowly awakened, buoyed by the anticipation of Wang Wan and the others. "Cough, cough, Xiaokue, has Wu Lang arrived?" she weakly murmured as she opened her eyes. Xiaokue rushed to her bedside, grasping her hand and suppressing her sorrow, replied, "Not yet, Xiaonyang, do not fret. Focus on your recovery. Wu Lang will be here shortly." Xiaonyang opened her lifeless eyes and murmured, "How much longer must I wait? If they do not arrive soon, I fear I shall not endure. Nay, dear sister, you shall recover. You must summon your strength and not relinquish hope," Xiaokue implored, her grip tightening around Xiaonyang's hand as tears streamed down her cheeks. Wang Wan sighed deeply, casting a glance at Zisun Feng with a silent signal before stepping outside. The ancient tree outside the cave appeared somewhat withered, its leaves trembling in the wind as if they might be cast down at any moment. "Brother Z, is there truly no way to save her?" Wang Wan lamented inwardly, feeling the weight of Xiaonyang's tragic fate. Zisun Feng gazed earnestly into Wang Wan's eyes and replied, "All things in this world are subject to the cycle of life and death. For her to re-enter the cycle may not be an ill fate. Some matters, one must not force." Wang Wan stared into Zisun Feng's eyes, his words echoing in her mind, "Do not force. So many things in life, must one simply abandon them without even attempting?" She was perplexed, unable to comprehend. Suddenly, a small demon rushed into the cave, breathless. Wang Wan and Zisun Feng exchanged glances and hurried after it. Upon reaching the entrance, they heard the small demon exclaim, "Sister Xiaokue, trouble is afoot. We just saw Wu Lang enter the valley and he was captured by Hua Zhu." "What?" Xiaokue gasped in shock and fury, immediately turning her gaze toward the bed where Xiaonyang lay. Xiaonyang was struggling to rise, her breath coming in ragged gasps, her voice hoarse like a broken bellows. Xiaokue swiftly dashed forward to restrain her. "Sister, what are you doing? You cannot go." Xiaokue, I must save him, I must save him." Xiaonyang cried, tears streaming down her face as she spoke with great effort. Wang Wan, hearing of the serpent spirit's machinations, was consumed with rage. Xiaokue, take care of your sister. We shall go rescue Wu Lang. Zisun Feng cast a sidelong glance at Wang Wan, questioning, we? Wang Wan glared back defiantly, indeed. Do you have any objections? Zisun Feng rubbed his nose and replied, Milady, I have no objections. With that, Wang Wan turned to lead the way, the small demon guiding them. Zisun Feng followed closely behind, feeling the lingering discomfort in his chest, still not fully attuned, hoping that the serpent spirit's prowess would not be overly formidable. Hua Zhu, the serpent spirit, was a dominant force in this valley, typically refraining from encroaching upon Xiaonyang and her sister's territory. Yet, having heard rumors of Xiaonyang's impending demise, and with Xiaokue preoccupied, she had roamed their territory unchallenged for quite some time, fortuitously encountering Xiaonyang's beloved. Oh my, what a handsome fellow! Such delicate skin. No wonder that Xiaonyang is utterly bewitched, forgetting even the taboos of our kind. Hua Zhu had bound Wu Lang to a large stone, teasingly pulling open his garments. Why not join me? What does Xiaonyang possess that is worth your devotion, especially as she is on the brink of death? Wu Lang, initially silent and gritting his teeth, raised his head in defiance, exclaiming, You vile demoness! Do not speak such nonsense. Xiaonyang shall not perish. Ah, you are furious, yet you remain unaware that Xiaonyang is clinging to her last breath, eagerly awaiting your arrival to take her final leave. However, I shall not allow her to depart so easily. I intend to deny you the chance for a last farewell, ensuring her demise is fraught with unrest. Ha ha ha. Release me at once. I must see Xiaonyang. Xiaonyang. Wu Lang struggled with all his might, the veins on his temples bulging, yet he could not break free from the bindings. Smack! Hua Zhu delivered a resounding slap. Huffing, stop struggling. She leaned closer to Wu Lang and taunted, Behave yourself. Perhaps if I am in a good mood, I may spare you. Ha ha ha. Bah! Wu Lang spat a mouthful of blood onto her face. Wiping the blood from her visage, Hua Zhu seethed, You ungrateful wretch, I shall end your life. Chapter 60. A kind of love called for getting Hua Zhu's visage morphed into that of a serpent. Her gaping maw filled with fangs as she lunged forward. Wu Lang fought desperately against his restraints, but to no avail, and as he braced for the bite, a colossal stone hurtled through the air with ferocious speed, crashing down upon Hua Zhu and sending her sprawling. Wang Wan and Zi Xuanfeng landed before Wu Lang, the massive stone weighing at least 1,000 pounds, a testament to Zi Xuanfeng's astonishing strength. Wang Wan cast an admiring glance at him, while Zi Xuanfeng, with a devilish smile, reveled in her admiration. Who dares to intrude upon my domain, seeking death? Hua Zhu transformed into a gigantic serpent, 10 meters in length and thicker than a barrel, shimmering with silver. Her fangs glistened like molten metal, her foul maw agape as she lunged toward Wang Wan and her companion. With a disdainful snort, Zi Xuanfeng shielded Wang Wan behind him, launching into the air, his legs spinning like a steel rod as he struck downwards, creating a gust of wind that pulverized the stones beneath. A gaping wound appeared in Hua Zhu's serpent head, eliciting a deafening roar as her icy, vengeful gaze fixated on Zi Xuanfeng. Seizing the moment, Wang Wan approached Wu Lang and severed the thick ropes binding him. Miss, who are you? We must leave quickly. This serpent spirit is not to be trifled with, Wu Lang urged anxiously. Are you Wu Lang? Wang Wan scrutinized the man before her. Despite one side of his face being swollen and bruised, he retained an air of refined grace. No wonder Xiaonyang held such affection for him. What a pity. Miss, do you know Xiaonyang? That serpent spirit just claimed something has happened to her. Is it true? Wu Lang inquired urgently upon hearing her mention Xiaonyang. Wang Wan paused before responding. Zigo and I have come at Xiaonyang's behest to rescue you. Her condition is indeed grave. Xiaonyang. I must find Xiaonyang. Wu Lang's countenance turned ashen, staggering toward the exit. Wait, Wu Ge. Wang Wan grasped his arm. The serpentine form of Hua Zhu blocked their path, rendering escape impossible. Meanwhile, Zi Xuanfeng had exchanged several blows with Hua Zhu. Her serpent body was drenched in blood, one of her fangs shattered. Yet she remained resolute in guarding the entrance. Zi Xuanfeng squinted his eyes slightly, addressing the serpent spirit with a tone of mockery. I have shown you mercy by not striking you down, considering the arduous nature of your cultivation. However, should you persist in your folly, do not blame me for extinguishing your millennia of effort. Hua Zhu hissed defiantly, Such arrogance. Do you think I am akin to that tree spirit? In an instant, countless small serpents emerged within the cavern, hissing and flicking their forked tongues, their venomous fangs glinting with lethal brilliance. Their speed was astonishing, and they seemed to permeate every corner of the space. Xiao Wan, take Brother Wu with you. I shall forge ahead, commanded Zi Xuanfeng, as a pale blue flame ignited around him, resembling ice and snow, devoid of any searing heat. What kind of flame is this? It is truly wondrous. Wang Wan pondered inwardly, glancing at Xiaobao. I do not know, but I can sense a significant disparity in power. It is of a higher order than mine. Xiaobao enveloped Wang Wan and Wu Lang, while the flames near Zi Xuanfeng surged and flickered under his influence. With synchronized movements, Zi Xuanfeng incinerated the venomous serpents that filled the space, writhing and overlapping in a grotesque dance, in Wang Wan's sight. The area was teeming with serpents, causing her hair to stand on end. This truly is a serpent's lair, so many of them, she thought, suppressing her nausea as she clung to the trembling Wu Lang, hastening through the space newly cleared of snakes. Though they had felt distance from the danger before, the proximity to the serpents now, even with the protective flames, made her feel as if she were submerged in a sea of serpents. The flames surrounding Zi Xuanfeng appeared frigid, yet upon contact, the serpents disintegrated without a moment's pause, and no matter how numerous the serpents, they were mere mortal beings, incapable of withstanding the searing embrace of spiritual fire. The figure of Hua Zhu had long vanished. This cunning and malevolent serpent spirit had sacrificed so many of its kin merely to thwart their passage. Once out of the serpent's den, Wu Lang could no longer contain his nausea and retched. Although Wang Wan too felt fear and revulsion, she managed to hold it in. Their priority was to return swiftly. Upon reaching the cave, Wu Lang found Xiaonyang seated at her vanity, drawing her brows with a charcoal pencil, while Xiao Kui stood behind her, tears streaming as she styled her hair. Seeing Wu Lang in the copper mirror, Xiaonyang turned with a gentle smile. You have arrived. Despite her pale complexion, her smile radiated an unprecedented tranquility. Wu Lang approached her slowly, entranced by her delicate features, and said, Xiaonyang, let us marry. What? Xiaonyang exclaimed, her eyes fixed on Wu Lang, fearful that this might be a mere figment of her imagination. Kneeling beside her, he grasped her slightly cold hands tightly and earnestly declared, Xiaonyang, marry me in this life and the next. I shall recognize you alone as my wife. Even in future lives, I will not let go. We shall be together forever. Shall we? Tears blurred her vision as Xiaonyang listened to her beloved's vow, her heart swelling with a bittersweet mixture of joy and pain. Wu Lang, could you take me to the place where we first met? I wish to see it again, of course. Wu Lang cradled the frail form of Xiaonyang, slowly making his way outside. Once they departed, Xiao Kui could no longer contain her grief and broke into loud sobs. She had just expended a portion of her vital energy for Xiaonyang, who now appeared as though she was experiencing a fleeting moment of life. Wu Lang, do you recall the circumstances of our first meeting? You seemed like a fool back then. Hee, that was because I had never encountered such a pure-hearted maiden. I have been foolish for you my entire life. Wu Lang sat on the ground, holding Xiaonyang in his arms as a gentle breeze swept by, showering them with a cascade of petals. Wu Lang, forget me. Your life stretches long ahead, and you shall surely find a companion to grow old with. Xiaonyang, you know that is not what I desire. I have always been sorrowful at the thought of leaving you 100 years hence. But now it is well. We can journey together, be it to the heavens or the earth, as long as you are by my side. I am willing. Xiaonyang wept as she replied, but I do not wish for you to perish. Wu Lang, I am sorry. I love you. In Wu Lang's embrace, Xiaonyang transformed into a shimmering green light, scattering delicately into the air. Wu Lang, in anguish, reached out to grasp her, crying out in despair, Xiaonyang, Xiaonyang. The green light swirled around him incessantly before plunging down and entering Wu Lang's forehead. He cried her name, gradually losing consciousness. Wang Wan and the others, witnessing this scene from afar, rushed over. Xiao Kui emerged from the cave, calling out Xiaonyang's name in distress. Sun Feng reached out to assess Wu Lang's condition. After a moment, he astonishingly lowered his hand, saying, Xiaonyang, in her dying moments, sealed Wu Lang's memories with her last ounce of strength, and she has already dissipated. What? Did Xiaonyang reincarnate? No, she utilized the power of her soul. She is now entirely lost. How could this be? Wang Wan, with tears in her eyes, gazed at the spot where the two lovers had sat, once bound by love, now separated. Would anyone remember, years hence, that love once flourished there? How did I fall asleep here? Oh dear, it is getting late. I must return home. Xiao Kui, honoring Xiaonyang's wishes, laid the unconscious Wu Lang at the valley's exit and quietly awaited his awakening. Wu Lang, surprised by the tears streaming down his face, wondered aloud, "Did I have a sorrowful dream?" Sitting up, he noticed a tender green seedling nestled in his palm, radiating a soft, gentle light. Cautiously, he cradled the seed as if it were a rare treasure. For reasons unknown, a heart-wrenching sensation washed over him. It felt as though he had forgotten someone of utmost importance. He gazed at the seedling, murmuring to himself, as tears unknowingly dripped onto it, causing a gentle glow to emanate from its surroundings before it vanished from sight. Wang Wan and Zisun Feng, following closely behind Xiao Kuei, bore witness to this entire event. Zigu. Has Qionyang been reborn? Zisun Feng shook his head, replying, "No, the true Qionyang has perished. That seed is merely a new sapling. Even if it were to cultivate into a spirit after countless years, it shall not be Qionyang." Qionyang, why did she choose to have Wu Lang forget her? Because Qionyang held an immense love for him. Xiao Kuei, who walked ahead, softly remarked, "This is the essence of their love." Wang Wan sat astride her horse, galloping along the yellow earth road with the others towards the distant horizon. She glanced back at the valley behind her, leaving only a sigh in her wake. Chapter 61. Gathering at Qingyang Pass. Qingyang Pass is situated at the juncture of the Wei Kingdom and the Yin Dynasty. Serving as a crucial military stronghold and a vital thoroughfare for trade goods, it is only upon entering Qingyang Pass that one truly steps onto the territory of the Wei Kingdom. Not far from Qingyang Pass, nestled within the mountains, lies a prominent martial arts sect, the Qingyang sect, the largest in the Wei Kingdom and one of the 5 major sects in the martial world. After enduring countless hardships and riding tirelessly day and night, Qingfeng Villa and Mu Zi, along with their companions, finally reached Qingyang Pass, drawing ever closer to their ultimate destination, the Qing Kingdom. Located to the southwest of the Wei Kingdom, the border between the two realms is merely 300 miles from Qingyang Pass at present. A multitude of martial artists congregated within Qingyang Pass, and the road ahead necessitated companionship. For to reach the Qing Kingdom, they must traverse a perilous expanse, the wasteland. Wang Wan's group consisted of 12 individuals, yet half of them were youths of limited martial prowess, making it imperative to find a suitable group to join. Roar. Wang Wan leaned against the window of the inn, hearing a thunderous roar from afar, a sound reminiscent of a cataclysmic thunderclap, startling enough to send shivers down one's spine even from such a distance. "Sister, what creature is making that noise?" Wang Lin inquired, also leaning by the window. "I'm not certain, but it must be something formidable." Xiao Wan, "Must we really cross the wasteland? When I ascended the stairs just now, I overheard people outside speaking of numerous ferocious beasts in the wasteland, and perhaps even ancient, savage creatures. It sounds exceedingly dangerous. There's no other option. If we were to detour, it would take 2 or 3 months, and we only have a month left. Haha, what are you little rascals murmuring about?" Wang Qing entered from outside. "Uncle Qing, we were discussing the terrifying monsters in the wasteland." Sun Xiaomei wrinkled her small nose and said, "Terrifying? Are you afraid?" Li Yinrui scoffed. "Who is afraid? You're mistaken, Li Yinrui. I'm merely expressing concern, you know," Sun Xiaomei exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation as she waved her fists. Seeing Sun Xiaomei on the verge of a tantrum, Wang Qing cleared his throat and said, "All right, enough of the ruckus. Let us go downstairs for a meal." At his words, the group cheered and joyfully bounded outside. The inn they were staying at was too small to accommodate dining, so they made their way to a dumpling stall across the street. "Little waiter," in the grandest tavern of Qingyang Pass, Wanfilu, a formidable middle-aged man with bushy brows and dark hair, exuded an air of authority. His eyes sparkled with intensity, reminiscent of flashing lightning. "Prepare a premium private room for me." The little waiter at Wanfilu was astute, recognizing that this group was anything but ordinary. Behind the middle-aged man stood a young girl and a boy, both possessing exquisitely delicate features akin to porcelain dolls, adorned in garments that flowed with elegance, reminiscent of celestial beings, evoking a sense of yearning in onlookers. Yet, the frigid expressions upon their faces froze the gazes that dared to linger. The middle-aged man cast a sweeping glance around, causing those present to feel as though a massive stone pressed upon their chests, rendering them breathless. An immediate hush fell over the crowd as they watched the trio enter a private room, the entire hall enveloped in silence. "Finally, they've departed," a young man whispered with a sigh of relief. "Hey, mate, who are these people?" The person beside him, equally startled by the earlier display of authority, responded in hushed tones. "Sure, keep your voice down. You might attract unwanted attention. They are members of the Changlian sect, one of the 5 major sects, which stands at the pinnacle among them. Their disciples are exceptionally talented. They might very well be the next super sect." "Humph. The two conversing felt an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain bearing down upon them, rendering them as helpless as ants gasping for breath. A group entered the Wanfuluo establishment, led by a middle-aged man with a round visage and fierce, wide-open eyes, exuding a commanding presence. He cast a disdainful glance at the two trembling individuals before retracting the oppressive aura directed at them. This subtle shift went unnoticed by those surrounding the two men. Following the middle-aged man was a youth clad in azure, with hair neatly styled and features like a work of art, exuding a striking elegance that compelled admiration. What a remarkable young man! Even the waitstaff at Wanfuluo were not without discernment. One astute attendant adeptly guided the group to a private room situated away from the bustling throng. Once the group had settled into their designated chamber, the previously conversing pair felt as though they had been revived. That was terrifying, one exclaimed, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Enough already. Let us be cautious not to attract the attention of the Qingqing Mountain sect again. We should leave quickly. The conflicts between the factions of Changmu Kingdom have persisted for quite some time, with both sides being formidable sects that we cannot afford to provoke. The other, pale-faced and disregarding his unfinished meal, hastily summoned the waiter to settle the bill and make their exit. In recent days, the prominent leaders of the martial world had gathered at Qingyang Pass, alongside the refining tower of the Qing nation and two of the three super sects, as well as the 5 major martial sections. Each had congregated around their own interests, uniting a diverse assembly of martial practitioners in preparation for traversing the desolate plains. Of course, there were also individuals like Wang Wan, who chose not to align with these formidable factions. They were scattered throughout the marketplace, either banding together or pursuing their own agendas, representing a significant force within the martial realm that could not be overlooked. To those observing, Wang Wan and her companions appeared as inconsequential as a mere bone. While 3 were martial masters, the rest were hardly impressive: 5 intermediate martial artists, 3 novice martial artists, and 1 seemingly inept individual, Zi Xuanfeng, regarded as a liability. The mere thought was enough to evoke a sense of discomfort. Wang Qing had canvassed the surrounding factions, yet none expressed a willingness to embrace them. Byd's end. The group felt so disparaged that they began to question their own worth. Qing Shu, if it comes to it, let us go our own way. It's better than being tethered to others and subjected to their control. As the eldest son of the Mu family fortress, Mu Zi, a prominent figure of the new generation in the Yin dynasty, had never been subjected to such treatment before. Typically, he was the one basking in admiration. Yet today he had endured an entire day of disdain. Wang Qing shook his head and advised, "Do not act impulsively. We do not possess a roadmap for traversing the wasteland, and we must deliberate carefully. Uncle Qing, why not follow closely behind the Qingyang sect? They have resided here for many years and must surely have thoroughly mapped the routes within the wasteland," Wang Lin suggested, scratching his head. "Foolish boy, do you think it is so easy to trail behind a major sect? If you do not cling to their coattails, how do you expect to gain any advantage?" Zi Xuanfeng remarked, playfully tapping Wang Lin on the head, which provoked an indignant reaction from him. "What young Master Zi says is correct. If we do not intend to ally with a major sect, it is best not to seek any benefits from them." Wang Qing concurred. "What shall we do now? I have learned that several sects plan to set off tomorrow or the day after. If we do not make a decision soon, it will be too late." Wang Wan lamented, her brow furrowed with worry. "Oh, not rush. Let us wait a while longer." Wang Qing sighed, gazing silently out the window at the bustling streets below. What is Uncle Qing waiting for? Wang Lin mused idly as he trailed behind Wang Wan, wandering aimlessly through the streets. Wang Wan ignored him, her attention drawn to a gathering of people ahead, curious about their activities. "Make way for me." Wang Wan approached, overhearing a sultry reprimand. "Oh, little beauty, are you blushing so soon? I have not had my fill of gazing upon you yet. Why not accompany me back to the inn, and we can enjoy ourselves together?" "You shameless wretch, oh, you are angry? How delightful. Tisk tsk. A beauty even looks charming when furious. I find it quite appealing." As Wang Wan squeezed into the crowd, she spotted a young man with slicked back hair and a lecherous gaze blocking the path of a delicate girl clad in azure garments. The girl's face flushed with anger, and with a long whip at her waist, she drew it forth and lashed it towards the lascivious youth. Swish! The girl's whip technique was quite impressive, creating a thunderous sound as it struck the bluestone ground, sending sparks flying. Despite his rogue appearance, the youth displayed considerable agility, effortlessly dodging the relentless strikes of the whip while taunting, "Murdering one's husband. Murdering one's husband." The azure-clad girl gritted her teeth in fury. "You are shameless." Though her words were filled with rage, her movements were remarkably precise. After a prolonged struggle, She feigned a strike, catching the oily-haired youth off guard. The whip ensnared his waist, and with a sudden jerk, she lifted him into the air and sent him crashing to the ground. Ouch, that hurts. The youth grimaced in pain. Humph. The girl, with a cold expression, did not relent, bringing down her whip with tremendous force. If it landed, it would surely leave him grievously injured. Swish! The fierce strike was suddenly intercepted by a middle-aged man, who grasped the whip firmly. You possess such viciousness at such a tender age. Which sect do you belong to, and is this how your masters have taught you? Uncle, please do not be so fierce. I am merely playing with this young lady. The slick-haired youth said with a cheeky grin. Humph, Muzishu, silence yourself. I shall settle the score with you later. Release her. You are complicit with this scoundrel. Is it amusing to bully the younger generation? The young woman in blue spoke bluntly. The middle-aged man immediately recognized that his nephew's smooth tongue had stirred up trouble again. Yet he found the young woman's words rather impolite, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Chinger, what is the matter? A middle-aged woman emerged from the crowd. Master, you must stand up for your disciple. The young woman in blue rushed to the woman. The latter wore a stern expression, despite the passage of time etched upon her face. It was evident that she had once been a stunning beauty. So it is Mu Urxia of Mu Family Fortress, a renowned hero. What brings you to confront my disciple in the street? I wouldn't dare. It is all a misunderstanding. My nephew has acted inappropriately, but he meant no harm, and I implore you, Headmaster Jean, to overlook this matter. The middle-aged man felt a headache coming on as he realized the newcomer was none other than Headmaster Jean of the Qingshan sect. He shot a fierce glare at his nephew, thinking how troublesome it was to provoke such a formidable woman. Humph! A fine misunderstanding indeed. Mu Family Fortress is renowned for its fair dealings. This situation now appears to be a farce. Headmaster Jean, as he anticipated, was relentless in her pursuit of justice. Mu Zishu rolled his eyes, realizing that this woman was rather tenacious. Alas, it seems a confrontation is inevitable. However, Mu Urxia did not share his sentiments. With all the heroes gathered at Qingyang Pass, their enemies were certainly among them. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary conflict, so he decided to navigate the situation with caution. Zishu, do you not yet see the need to apologize? Mu Urxia coldly dragged her nephew forward. Understanding his uncle's intentions, Mu Zishu stepped up, undaunted by Headmaster Jin's imposing presence. He shed his previous playful demeanor, straightened his attire, and earnestly addressed the young woman and Headmaster Jin. I was rash and have offended the young lady. I humbly request your forgiveness. His serious and earnest attitude starkly contrasted with his earlier roguish behavior, leading the onlookers to wonder if they had misjudged him. Headmaster Jin, mindful of the crowd, chose not to press the matter too harshly, especially since the young man did not appear entirely disrespectful. She nodded, saying, Chinger, since young Master Mu has apologized, you may let this go. Master? Nye Chinger looked at her mentor with reluctance, thinking how this rogue had not acted so respectfully moments prior. How could she forgive him so easily? Before Headmaster Jin could respond, Mu Zishu approached the young woman, bowing respectfully. If you are still unsatisfied, feel free to strike me a few times to vent your frustration. Rest assured, I would not dare to retaliate. Humph. Nye Chinger scoffed coldly. Very well, then I shall first gouge out your eyes. Mu Zishu exaggeratedly feigned terror, causing the onlookers to stifle their laughter. Chinger. The esteemed Master Jin cast a warning glance at Nye Chinger, impatiently remarking, Young Master Mu, since this has all been a misunderstanding, I shall overlook it for the sake of your Mu Family Fortress. As for you, second hero Mu, my apprentice and I have pressing matters to attend to. We shall meet again in due time. Were it not for her own urgent affairs, she would have taken the opportunity to thoroughly address this situation. The second hero Mu, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, graciously clasped his hands in farewell to the duo. Before departing, Nye Chinger approached Mu Zishu, her demeanor icy as she declared, I will not let you escape my vengeance. Humph. With a raised eyebrow, Mu Zishu teased, Oh, my dear lady, do ensure you do not let me slip away. Heh. He even threw her a flirtatious wink. You, humph. Take a good look at this world. Perhaps when we meet again, you won't be able to see it. With a cold expression, Nye Chinger turned on her heel and strode away. Having just bid farewell to Master Jin, the second hero Mu wiped the sweat from his brow. This Master Jin is notorious for his unruly temperament. Should he lose his composure, it would be unbearable. Furthermore, this woman's husband is a peak grandmaster, and the Mu Family Fortress has no desire to offend them. Mu Zishu reverted to his carefree, roguish demeanor, reveling in his recent cleverness. The second hero Mu shot him a disapproving glare. fully aware that he was the source of mischief. Behave yourself and return to the inn with me. Mu Zishu shrugged in boredom and followed suit. Wang Wan observed the pair as they gradually receded from view. Puzzled. Why does it feel like I've seen them before? They do bear a resemblance to young Master Mu, brother. Do you feel the same? Wang Lin scratched his head, replying, Sister, Brother Mu is not nearly as cunning as that gentleman. I believe they are certainly unrelated. Brother Mu's family must be of the most courteous sort. Reflecting on the recent youth's slick demeanor, Wang Wan reconsidered. Well, upon further thought, they do not seem so alike after all. She contemplated for a moment, but ultimately dismissed the thought, unaware that she was indeed close to the truth. Upon returning to the inn with Wang Lin, they noticed a gathering at Wang Qing's door. She approached and inquired, What is everyone doing here? Xiao Wan, you are yet unaware. We have located the departing team and shall set off the day after tomorrow, exclaimed Sun Xiaomei, bouncing with excitement. Really? So soon? Which team is it? What are their capabilities? Dear Xiao Wan, long time no see. The team you just mentioned is ours, Meng Shiji announced as he approached, his voice resonating. Since Wang Qing had rescued Meng Shiji and Meng Zifei from the secret realm of Chu City, Meng Shiji had transformed from his previous aloof demeanor to one of warmth and friendliness towards the Qingfeng Villa members. Wang Wan found herself slightly taken aback, yet she recognized the sincerity of his friendliness. Unlike the feigned cordiality of his disciple, Han Feng, Brother Meng, so it is you. Now I can rest easy. But why are you all standing outside? Why not come in? Wang Wan inquired with a smile. Oh, Uncle Qing is discussing the departure arrangements for the day after tomorrow with my uncle and Master Jean. Meng Shiji remarked, as he gradually approached. Wang Wan observed a young girl in a green dress trailing behind him, who turned out to be the very same girl named Qinger that she had encountered on the street earlier. Truly, where in life do we not cross paths? Such is the nature of fate. Wang Wan offered a friendly smile to the young girl, but the expressionless Nye Qinger merely nodded in acknowledgement before disregarding her presence. What is wrong with this person? Wang Lin muttered quietly behind Wang Wan. She turned and playfully tapped Wang Lin's head, signaling him to remain silent. To their astonishment, another figure emerged behind Meng Shiji, Han Feng. After several years apart, this seemingly contradictory youth had matured significantly, exhibiting a newfound composure. Han Feng greeted the members of Qingfeng Villa warmly, exchanging pleasantries with each individual, imparting a refreshing aura upon them all. Yet Wang Wan keenly sensed that this individual had donned his mask even more profoundly, becoming increasingly enigmatic. With a creak, the door that had been closed swung open, revealing Meng Zifei and the leader Jean stepping out from Wang Qing's quarters. Upon seeing their respective elders, Meng Shiji and the others rushed forward in greeting. Wang Qing emerged from the room and waved to the gathered crowd, beckoning them to enter. Uncle Qing, are we truly departing the day after tomorrow? Li Yinrui inquired excitedly as soon as he entered the room. Indeed, come in, for I was just about to discuss this matter, Wang Qing replied. The group entered the room, casually finding spots to stand. After surveying everyone, Wang Qing began, this time, the martial artists of Qi State, under the joint leadership of Wujimin and Chengshan sect, have formed a team that will set off for the wilderness the day after tomorrow. We will be joining this endeavor, so starting tomorrow, everyone must prepare diligently. Once we enter the wilderness, it is imperative to maintain utmost vigilance. Complacency is not an option. Now then, the hour grows late, so you may disperse on the eve of their departure. Li Qingqiu's brother, Li Xiaofei, approached them. He was the second ranked on this year's Yan Dynasty leaderboard, and also the champion of the previous year, having lost the title to Mu Zi, which left him feeling quite disgruntled. His demeanor darkened upon seeing Mu Zi. Brother, let us accompany Brother Mu. We can look out for one another along the way, Li Qingqiu implored, reluctant to part ways with Mu Zi and no need for that. Qingqiu, our Li family has already decided to travel with the people from Chongqing platform. Isn't it safer to be with a major sect than with these small fry? Li Xiaofei spoke with disdain, showing no regard for others' feelings. Humph. Since we are but insignificant figures, naturally, we cannot accommodate your lofty presence. Miss Li, you would do well to follow your brother. This is not a place for you, Sun Xiaomei retorted sharply. Having sensed the rudeness in Li Xiaofei's words and harboring a long-standing disdain for Li Qingqiu, whose very demeanor seemed to suggest ulterior motives, Li Qingqiu, undeterred by the comments from Qingfeng Villa, gazed at Mu Zi with hopeful eyes, wishing for him to accompany her. However, Mu Zi's willingness to travel with her was primarily rooted in the long-standing friendship between their families. Now that she had found her kin, Mu Zi naturally wished for her to depart well-as for himself. Having arrived at Qingyang Pass without even contacting his own relatives, he had no intention of following Li Qingqiu. Li Qingqiu gazed at Mu Zi's expressionless face, her heart heavy with disappointment as she was impatiently pulled away by Li Xiaofei. From beginning to end, Mu Zi never cast a glance in her direction, yet she could not accept her defeat. How could she lose to a mere girl with golden hair when she was the one who encountered him first? At Qingyang Pass, in the Anchang Inn, Mu Zishu inquired, "Uncle, have we received any news about my elder brother?" "No," replied Mu Erxia, furrowing his brow. "Since your brother sent a message 5 days ago assuring us of his safety, there has been no word. However, he mentioned in that letter that we need not search for him, as we shall meet again upon his arrival in the Qing kingdom. Is my brother perhaps off gallivanting with a beautiful companion? He certainly seems to be enjoying himself." Mu Zishu chuckled, a playful grin on his face. "Gallivanting, my foot. You all are nothing but troublemakers. Just wait until I return. I'll make sure to teach you a lesson. The moment we step out, it's as if you've all been unleashed, a bunch of unruly monkeys." Mu Erxia slammed his palm on the table, nearly cracking the marble surface. Scratching his head and chuckling, Mu Zishu slipped back into his room. That day, several factions had already ventured into the wilderness, and the townsfolk gathered on the streets to bid them farewell. The next day, they too would embark on their journeys. What kind of landscape awaited them in the vast expanse of the wilderness? That night, a series of earth-shattering beast roars echoed through the boundless wilderness, shaking the very heavens and threatening to rend the earth asunder. Following this, a piercing bird call rang out, sharp enough to penetrate the minds of all who heard it. The inhabitants of Qingyang Pass were jolted from their slumber, hastily covering their ears and channeling their energy to dispel the reverberations. Those who could not shield their ears in time, or whose strength was insufficient, suffered grievous injuries, bleeding from their orifices, with many on the verge of deafness. The members of Qingfeng Villa, disregarding all else, congregated in Wang Qing's room, appearing dazed and filled with trepidation. Sun Haitong had gone out to gather information. They were supposed to depart the next day, yet such a calamity had arisen that very night. Should they still proceed? Chapter 63. The beasts of the wilderness roar, chirp. The endless sounds of beastly roars and bird calls reverberated through the skies, causing all creatures on the earth to cower in fear. In the wilderness, some weaker beasts could not withstand the pressure, their meridians snapping under the strain, leading to their untimely demise. Panic-stricken, the people of Qingyang Pass huddled together, those with faint hearts discreetly packing their belongings in preparation for flight. "It's the Longxing platform, the gathering place of the sect," a disciple asked, "Master, how can such terrifying sounds emanate from the wilderness? Is it true that ancient ferocious beasts dwell here?" "Calm yourself, Chenger, I have already dispatched someone to investigate," the master reassured. The wilderness was once a land of great peril in ancient times, later sealed by powerful beings who imprisoned the ferocious beasts deep within. They have since slumbered for millennia. The Longxing platform possesses records dating back to ancient times. There is nothing in this world that we do not know. The Grand Elder, Yi Changfeng, a master of great renown, instructed his disciple Yang Tianqing to relay a command. Those gathered at the Longxing platform were to remain indoors and await further instructions. Similar edicts were echoed among the other sects, each faction choosing to remain on high alert, awaiting developments. The residents of Qingfeng Mountain Villa spent a sleepless night, gathered together to cultivate their energy and resist the tremors caused by the beastly roars. As dawn broke, tranquility gradually returned to the wilderness. Sun Haitong only rushed back after the skies brightened, his expression one of profound fatigue. Upon his return, he sat on a stool and rested for a considerable time before regaining his composure. "It's nothing to worry about," I inquired with the Qingyang sect and discovered that such occurrences are not uncommon. "According to past patterns, the roars will subside after a few days," Sun Haitong stated while taking a large sip of tea. "Uncle Sun, was it truly the ancient ferocious beasts roaring last night? Could they possibly charge out from the wilderness?" Wang Lin asked, his eyes wide with apprehension. They had spent the previous night in a state of unease, fearing the sudden emergence of a terrifying creature. "Ha ha, if the ancient ferocious beasts were to go berserk, the surrounding 100,000 miles would be laid to waste," Sun Haitong replied, playfully patting Wang Lin on the head. "Is it really that formidable? Then what exactly was making such a ruckus last night?" Li Yinrui couldn't help but inquire. Sun Haitong, without any hesitation, took another sip of tea and continued, "To explain this takes a while. Long ago, the wilderness was indeed a gathering place for ancient ferocious beasts. These powerful beings were born stronger than humans, most possessing extraordinary talents. Once they reached maturity, their destructive power was immense, capable of turning vast regions into desolate wastelands, which made life exceptionally arduous for humans at that time. Many would inadvertently lose their lives. The surrounding children listened with rapt attention, Even Sun Shaoqing and a few others had gathered around. Later, a group of powerful beings from beyond the heavens arrived. They recognized the hardships faced by humanity and collaborated to drive all the ancient ferocious beasts deep into the wilderness, sealing them with immense strength, causing them to fall into a deep slumber, thus preventing them from endangering the human realm. Only then did humanity gradually begin to thrive. Wow, that's incredible. Wang Wan's mind involuntarily conjured images of celestial beings moving mountains and oceans, dancing among the stars. After humanity was able to recuperate, some remarkably gifted individuals began to emerge in order to ensure better survival for humankind. They locked some of the fierce primal beasts within secret realms scattered throughout the world. The remaining beasts, lacking sufficient strength, gradually migrated to the wilderness, with some even devolving into mere wild animals. Oh, I understand now. Perhaps the primal beasts locked within the wilderness were the ones quarreling last night? Wang Lin exclaimed, his bright eyes sparkling with pride, as if seeking praise. Sun Haitong smiled gently. Indeed, little Lin is quite clever. Therefore, there is no need for concern. As long as everyone protects their ears from harm, they will fall back into slumber in a few days. Oh, will the newcomers who just entered the wilderness today be in any danger? Sun Xiaomei pondered before asking. Humph. This time they have indeed stirred up trouble by audaciously attempting to steal the young of the primal beasts. Although they were unsuccessful, they startled several beasts awake. They have since retreated, and last night, I accompanied some experts from Qingyang Pass to inspect the wilderness, fortuitously encountering them as they fled in disarray. We worked together to bring them back, Sun Haitong explained. Are they all right then? Alas, what a tragic fate. A few children find themselves in dire circumstances, all hailing from humble origins. These young souls exhibit insufficient prowess, and their elders, though well-intentioned, lack the strength to assist them. It appears these children's hearing may soon be compromised. But weren't they all following the prominent sects? Why did those individuals not extend their help at that crucial moment? Inquired Sun Xiaomei, perplexed. Humph, when calamity strikes, each seeks their own escape. These grand sects focus solely on their own prodigies. At such a critical juncture, how could they possibly attend to these insignificant figures? Retorted Sun Haoqing with a cold snort. He had scarcely spoken throughout the journey, and his sudden outburst startled everyone. Since returning from his grievous injuries, he seemed transformed, at times steeped in sorrow, and at others shrouded in silence. The others had attempted to engage him in light-hearted banter, but his reticence had driven them away. His father, Sun Haitong, had once sought to converse with him, but to little avail. This melancholic youth appeared trapped in shadows, unable to emerge. As night swiftly descended, the group was better prepared this time. The elders gathered the younger ones with lesser skills, urging them to circulate their energy to calm the turbulence. Wang Wan discovered that using spiritual power to block her ears was remarkably effective against such auditory assaults, and with her solid foundation and profound inner strength, she required no assistance from the elders. Wang Lin and the others gazed enviously as Wang Wan moved gracefully before them, effortlessly maintaining her composure without needing to meditate. Wang Qing, wary of her influence over Wang Lin and the others, unceremoniously shooed her away. The roars of beasts emanating from the wilderness grew increasingly ferocious, as if striving to break free from some unseen restraint, their desperate cries sending shivers down everyone's spines as they anxiously listened, fearful of an impending charge. Hey, Zi Xuanfeng, where are you off to? Wang Wan exclaimed, her keen eyes spotting Zi Xuanfeng striding boldly out of the inn. Upon hearing Wang Wan chase after him, he frowned and replied, Don't be foolish. I intend to venture deeper. You needn't follow. Are you heading into the heart of the wilderness? I wish to join you. Don't forget, I'm not defenseless and won't hinder you. Wang Wan insisted, her concern for him evident. With your meager skills, you'd be nearly as helpless as someone without any weapons, Zi Xuanfeng jested. Must you look down upon others? What of the small fry? Sometimes, even the seemingly insignificant can make a significant impact, Wang Wan retorted, casting him an indignant glare. Sensing her rising ire, Zi Xuanfeng quickly interjected. Are you coming or not? If you don't hurry, I won't wait for you. Upon hearing this, Wang Wan recognized his acquiescence and, with a triumphant expression, followed closely behind. The two halted at the edge of the expanse, where Zi Xuanfeng produced a small palm-sized boat from his sleeve, which, in the blink of an eye, expanded to a length of 3 zhang, hovering in midair and emitting a soft, radiant glow. Wang Wan gazed at the spectacle with envy. This was a flying artifact, far more precious than ordinary tools. When would she ever possess one of her own? Zi Xuanfeng, amused by her awestruck expression, chuckled. If you desire a flying treasure, I shall forge one for you when the opportunity arises. However, this vessel is of medium-grade quality. Given your current abilities, you would be unable to wield it. Wang Wan's face flushed as she spoke. Brother Z, I have no desire to be a parasite in the future. I wish to rely on my own abilities to acquire a flying treasure. Upon hearing this, Zi Xuanfeng cast a curious glance in her direction and inquired, Are you truly certain? Do you not realize that countless individuals outside seek my craftsmanship for artifact forging? Yet I have declined them all. Wang Wan, intrigued, responded, Your forging skills are truly remarkable? Zi Xuanfeng nodded with pride. Regretting your decision yet? It is not too late to reconsider, no? Wang Wan replied resolutely, Brother Z, it is not that I doubt your forging prowess. The path of cultivation is inherently fraught with challenges. If the treasures one possesses are not earned through personal effort, how can one possess the strength to safeguard them? Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude. Without your assistance, I would still be utterly ignorant of the ways of cultivation. Zi Xuanfeng nodded in appreciation, realizing he had not misjudged this young girl. With such a mindset, she could traverse much further along the path of cultivation. Thereafter, the two exchanged no further words as Zi Xuanfeng piloted the flying vessel deeper into the wilderness. Along the journey, the roars of beasts grew increasingly louder, nearly capable of shaking the highest mountains to their foundations. Wang Wan had to block her ears with thick, spiritual energy. Fortunately, it seemed the wilderness was protected by some formation. Otherwise, after several encounters, this place would surely be reduced to ruins. The periphery of the wilderness was overgrown with dense weeds, standing straight and rooted deeply in the soil, the shortest among them towering over an adult. Surrounding ancient trees soared into the clouds, each spaced several hundred meters apart, their thick branches resembling the arms of a coiling dragon, holding aloft a bountiful canopy of leaves, separating heaven from earth. Where is the desolation one would expect? Why is it called a wilderness? I had thought no grass could grow here, Wang Wan murmured. Do not speak too soon. Once you witness the inner landscapes, you shall understand, Zi Xuanfeng replied, as if he were quite familiar with the area. Brother Z, have you been here before? Zi Xuanfeng, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied, Oh, I have been here before. I have roamed this place thoroughly, and there is nothing particularly extraordinary about it. Wang Wan, somewhat irritated, said, Then why did you not mention it when we were troubled by the lack of a map a few days ago? Well, you did not ask me. Zi Xuanfeng scratched his head in response. Wang Wan. Upon entering the inner region, they were greeted by a vast expanse of crumbling walls and ruins, a sight steeped in desolation. The remnants of what once were majestic city walls lay in disarray, shattered into fragments, inscribed with indistinct ancient runes, all bearing testament to a once glorious history. Wang Wan gazed in astonishment at it all, wondering if there had indeed been a prosperous kingdom here. Indeed, as you observe, there once existed a powerful and magnificent ancient nation, though that was over 10,000 years ago. The cultivation civilization of that nation was highly advanced, with ancient runes adorning the walls and rubble, enabling communication with the forces of heaven and earth. Yet, this nation ultimately met its demise. Who could have done such a thing? How formidable, unknown. Over 10,000 years ago, a colossal hand descended from the sky, wielding the power to annihilate worlds. This nation had no time to resist, instantaneously turning to dust. No one knows whose power it was, nor does anyone dare to investigate the truth. Chapter 64. The deadly sound waves of the primal beasts deep within the wasteland. The air was thick with chaotic energy, obscuring the reality within, its essence so overwhelming that even a mere wisp could suffocate a person. Wang Wan pressed her hand against her rapidly heaving chest, striving to resist the ceaseless pressure encroaching upon her from all directions. It was terrifying. The ancient feral beasts were indeed formidable. This was merely the aura they exhaled, intertwined with chaotic energy, yet it wielded such a profound impact on her. Zi Xuanfeng inspected the boundary at the periphery, finding no signs of loosening. The aura of the ancient feral beasts was too ferocious. It was imperative to seal their essence within the barrier to prevent it from drifting afar. Roar! The imprisoned primal beasts in the wasteland resumed their deafening cries. Zi Xuanfeng, with a hint of boredom, shook his head and mockingly jested in a falsetto voice, Cry all you want. Even if you shatter your throats, it will be of no avail. Wang Wan had already stuffed her ears with 2 substantial clumps of spiritual energy. They were now perilously close to the primal beasts. A moment's inattention could result in severe injury, or worse, death, as dawn gradually broke. The beasts that had roared throughout the night finally fell silent. Zi Xuanfeng, carrying Wang Wan, soared over a seemingly bottomless abyss, fixating on the pitch-black entrance of the chasm. his eyes emanating a peculiar glimmer. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted in Wang Wan's ears, catching her completely off guard. The shockwave severely impacted her internal strength, causing her spiritual energy to surge violently through her meridians. She struggled to suppress the tumult within, yet her internal organs suffered damage and blood spewed from her throat. Fortunately, the protective shield on the flying vessel had mitigated most of the sound waves. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Zi Xuanfeng had already leaped from the vessel, but the sudden howling of the primal beasts from the abyss nearly incapacitated Wang Wan. Alarmed and enraged, he quickly turned back to assist her in calming her spiritual energy, swiftly carrying her away from the inner wasteland. Once they reached the outskirts, Zi Xuanfeng anxiously inquired, "Xiao Wan, how do you feel?" Wang Wan suppressed the nausea from the reverberation and replied, "I'm fine, just a bit queasy. I'll be all right after a short rest. By the way, what just happened?" Zi Xuanfeng furrowed his brow and shook his head. Just then, a message arrived through a transmitting jade slip. He said to Wang Wan, "Xiao Wan, I will take you back, and then I must leave. For the next few days, do not rush into the wasteland." "What happened?" Wang Wan grasped his sleeve, questioning him. Zi Xuanfeng smiled reassuringly, "It's nothing. You need not worry unnecessarily, just return." Without waiting for Wang Wan to respond, he hastened the vessel's speed towards home. As they sped along, the wind howled past them, and Wang Wan lacked the heart to admire the scenery surrounding them. Both sat in silence on the vessel. Zi Xuanfeng produced a jade pendant from his sleeve and handed it to Wang Wan, saying, "Xiao Wan, take this communication talisman. If anything arises, you must inform me immediately. I will come at once." Wang Wan extended her hand to receive the jade pendant, which felt smooth and warm to the touch. It was intricately carved with a bird soaring towards the heavens, exuding an imposing aura that struck her with a sense of vastness. She solemnly hung the pendant around her neck and assured, "Rest assured, Brother Zi, should anything unusual occur at Qingyang Pass, I shall inform you immediately." Zi Xuanfeng cast a deep glance at her and said, "Xiao Wan, I shall leave you here. It is inconvenient for me to enter the city with the flying vessel. Please return, and take care of yourself." Upon finishing his words, he gently swept his wide sleeves, lowering Wang Wan to the ground. She gracefully descended, waved goodbye to him, and watched as Zi Xuanfeng piloted the vessel into the distance. Wang Wan walked back to the inn, where the patrons had already risen and were preparing for the day. She returned to her chamber and sat cross-legged on the bed to meditate. As her injuries from the wilderness had yet to heal, necessitating the cultivation of her energy to mend her wounds. "The Shanshan sect's outpost, master, when shall we depart?" Nye Qinger, having tended to the breakfast of the golden sect leader, cautiously inquired. The golden sect leader glanced at her and wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, replying, "You need not concern yourself with such matters. When the time comes, I shall inform you." Nye Qinger, holding the food box, bowed her head and retreated. The golden sect leader sighed as he observed her departing figure, pondering, what could Qinger be thinking these days? Just then, a young disciple entered, interrupting his thoughts. The disciple cupped his hands and reported, "Sect leader, Elder Ming from the Wujimin has arrived." "Quickly, invite him in," the golden sect leader responded, regaining his composure. The young disciple hurriedly complied and exited. "Elder Ming, what brings you here so early?" the golden sect leader inquired, seated upon a meditation mat. "Sect leader, are you aware of the recent unrest caused by the primal beasts in the wilderness?" Meng Zifei sat opposite him. "I have indeed heard some rumors. The disciples of the major sects have grown excessively arrogant. Do they think the primal beasts are so easily provoked?" The golden sect leader paused, then added, "However, since they have not succeeded, I believe the beast will settle down after causing a stir for a few days." Meng Zifei furrowed his brow, rubbing his palms together, and said, "Sect leader, have you not sensed anything amiss?" Hearing this, the golden sect leader brushed his hair and replied, "Oh, Elder Meng, do you have any insights? I am all ears." Sighing, Meng Zifei continued, "What you may not know, sect leader, is that within our sect's ancient texts, there are records of the primal beasts in the wilderness being bound. According to these accounts, these beasts were supposed to remain in slumber for a long time, and even if they were to awaken, it would only be one or two at most. Yet, this time, it is said that as many as 5 beasts have been roused, which is quite alarming." The golden sect leader contemplated the records meticulously and after a moment of reflection, replied, "Elder Ming, could it be that you are being overly cautious? I recall there being records of 3 primal beasts awakening in the wilderness previously, and with the recent incident of stolen younglings, an increase of 2 awakened beasts should not be deemed extraordinary." Meng Zifei shook his head, "Sect leader, it is not that I am being overly suspicious. I simply have a lingering feeling that something unexpected may occur. I believe it would be prudent for us to prepare in advance. The esteemed Master Jean raised his brows slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Elder Ming, the disciples of Qingshan sect have recently endured considerable travel fatigue. There is no need for you to trouble yourself. Perhaps we should wait until you feel more at ease before discussing our venture into the wilderness? Elder Ming Zifei glanced at Master Jin's nonchalant expression, sighed, and bid farewell, striding out with purpose. Master Jean remained seated upon his meditation mat, lightly humming to himself, muttering, "This Meng Zifei truly knows no bounds with his incessant prattling." Wang Wan had sustained injuries to several meridians, yet fortunately, the spiritual energy within her was continuously mending the damage, and she would be restored in a couple of days. "Sister, are you in there?" came Wang Lin's voice from outside Wang Wan's guest chamber. "Come in." "Sister, what on earth is wrong with you? You have not emerged for several days, and Uncle Qing has inquired multiple times." Wang Lin entered the room and set down the food box he carried. Observing Wang Wan seated on the couch, "Sister, you aren't injured, are you?" "I'm fine. You needn't fret unnecessarily. By the way, have there been any developments outside? Has Uncle Qing mentioned anything about our departure?" Wang Lin arranged the bowls and chopsticks as he replied, "Nothing significant. Uncle Qing has not indicated when we shall leave. However, Uncle Ming visited yesterday, and I overheard them discussing a potential detour." "Ah, a detour? What is the reason for that? Is there some danger in the wilderness?" Wang Lin scratched his head and said, "I don't know. But it seemed that when Uncle Ming spoke of the wilderness, there was a hint of concern in his demeanor, which is why they might be considering a detour." Wang Wan pondered for a moment. Zi Xuanfeng had cautioned her not to rush into the wilderness before his departure, and now Uncle Ming was suggesting a detour. It was evident that something unpredictable had transpired in the wilderness. At the gathering place of Changlian sect, a youth clad in a brown robe lamented, "Father, that vile creature has been incessantly echoing in my ears. What shall I do? If this continues, I shall either perish from its roaring or be driven to madness." For days, he had been tormented by the piercing sounds reverberating within his ears. "Those who harm my progeny shall perish. Those who harm my progeny shall perish. Those who harm my progeny shall perish." His father, utilizing the treasured lotus seal, managed to silence the tormenting voice. Although it no longer harmed his meridians, the incessant buzzing akin to a mosquito remained a constant distraction, preventing him from finding rest for several days. "Unruly child, did you not bring this upon yourself? What grounds do you have for complaint now?" thundered Elder Huangying of Changlian sect. Suddenly, Huang Ming clutched his head and cried, My head aches terribly. Father, save me. My skull feels as though it is about to explode." As soon as he finished speaking, a resounding crash echoed, and Huang Ying was engulfed in a mist of blood, witnessing his son transformed into a headless corpse. "Minger!" Huang Ying's eyes burned with fury. Chapter 65. A startling transformation in the wilderness. Wang Wan was in the midst of meditation within the formation when a piercing and spine-chilling cry of a bird or beast suddenly pierced through the sound barrier, invading her mind and disrupting her inner breath entirely. She swiftly invoked the Taiching Heart Sutra, calming the tumult within her spirit. The spiritual energy coursing through her body gradually subdued with the rhythm of her breath. Wang Wan took a deep breath, pondering the situation at hand. Suddenly, a frantic knocking echoed at the door. "Elder sister, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Wang Wan concluded her meditation and rose to open the door. Inquiring, "What happened just now? Is everyone unharmed?" Ever since the wilderness had sporadically echoed with beastly roars, Wang Wan had crafted exquisite talismans for each person, intricately inscribed with miniature soundproof arrays along the edges. The recent sonic assault had come too abruptly and ferociously. She hoped the soundproof arrays would mitigate the damage. "Elder sister, I am fine, just experienced a brief sharp pain in my head." However, Li Yinrui was in the midst of his training and nearly succumbed to demonic deviation. Fortunately, Uncle Qing arrived in time and is currently tending to his injuries. "I rushed over, thinking of you meditating," her younger brother replied. Wang Wan mused that the soundproof arrays were indeed effective against sonic attacks. As long as one was not in a state of deep meditation, the impact would not be severe. Yet, she wondered if they would have to abandon focused practice altogether in the future. With a quiet sigh, she refocused and asked, "Brother, what is the situation outside now?" Wang Lin, aware of her inquiry, replied, "I was in such a hurry when I came over that I didn't ascertain the conditions outside. Elder sister, you should prioritize your own injuries first." Wang Wan observed her younger brother's small face, which bore a look of disobedience, and she chuckled softly, nodding in agreement. At the Changlian sect gathering place, a disciple rushed over, having heard Huang Yingtian's anguished cries. Upon arrival, he was met with the sight of a headless corpse at the center of the room. unmistakably clad in the attire of Huang Ingtian's son. Huang Ming, there's been a death. Quick, someone come. Huang Shidi is dead. The disciple, terrified, scrambled away in no time. The news spread throughout the streets. The beastly roars of the wilderness, which had initially merely harmed hearing, had now escalated to taking lives. The atmosphere within Qingyang Pass grew heavy with dread. In the grand hall of the Qingyang sect, a disciple reported, respectfully informing the sect leader, I have confirmed at the foot of the mountain that only one member of the Changlian sect perished in this sonic attack, with the other major sects sustaining minimal losses. Such an occurrence is truly unprecedented. For thousands of years, the sonic attacks of the primordial beasts have never claimed a life. This incident is exceedingly abnormal. Sect leader Qingping expressed his concerns. A pale-faced youth, around 30, stepped forward and requested, Sect leader, I am unworthy, but I seek permission to venture into the wilderness to investigate the truth. Lu Shidi, the situation in the wilderness remains unclear. It is far too perilous for you to enter now, the sect leader cautioned. Sect leader, our Qingyang sect lies perilously close to the wilderness. Should any turmoil arise there, we would be the first to bear the brunt. Therefore, this expedition is imperative. Elder Lu replied respectfully. Alas, very well. Shidi, you may take 5 disciples with you. Depart early and return promptly, and exercise utmost caution. Yes, sect leader, rest assured, Fuan and Brother Wang, the situation outside is dire. We ought to take a detour sooner rather than later. Meng Zifei's brow was furrowed. The events unfolding now surpassed any historical records. It is unwise to linger in this place. Meng Xiong, both our nephew Yin Rue and nephew Shijie have sustained severe injuries. Continuing our journey now may adversely affect them. Wang Qing disagreed, stating, moreover, the current circumstances remain unclear. We cannot ascertain the severity of the situation. If we hastily depart and find that there is no real danger, we would be incurring a loss for no reason. I can only hope that my concerns are unwarranted. Meng Zifei sighed helplessly. Wang Wan, by synchronizing the Tai Ching Heart Sutra with her cultivation techniques, unexpectedly achieved remarkable results, leading to the premature healing of her internal injuries. She rose from her bed to stretch her limbs, feeling utterly stifled these past few days. Although her extremities, nourished by spiritual energy, remained agile, the prolonged confinement left her feeling quite unsettled. She wondered how Li Yinrui was faring, having heard that he too had suffered internal injuries. She resolved to pay him a visit. After tidying her attire, Wang Wan made her way to Li Yinrui's chamber. Yinrui, close your eyes and focus your mind. Do not concern yourself with when the soundwave attacks may come. Uncle Qing is here. You must exert all your effort in healing your injuries. Li Yinrui had his eyes tightly shut. His complexion unusually flushed, and mist emanated from his body, clearly indicating that he was at a critical juncture. Upon reaching the door, Wang Wan was halted by Sun Haidong. Xiao Wan, your Uncle Qing is currently treating him. Have you emerged from your meditation? What insights have you gained this time? Wang Wan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched her head. She wished to shield everyone from worry regarding her injuries. Only she and Wang Lin were aware, while others assumed she was on the brink of a breakthrough. Observing her demeanor, Sun Haidong, thinking she had not made any progress, offered comforting words. It's all right, child. The path of martial arts is inherently challenging. If you did not succeed this time, perhaps you shall break through next time. Sister, you are out at last. We have nearly suffocated from boredom these past few days. Let us go out for a stroll today, Wang Lin exclaimed, rushing over to embrace Wang Wan's arm. Shaolin, do not run about recklessly. The outside is not safe at present. Wang Wan echoed, indeed. Our elders are preoccupied with treating Li Yinrui's injuries. Do you still have the heart to wander? Oh, true enough. Then I shall refrain from troubling the elders. Wang Lin nodded understandingly. Wang Wan cast him an appreciative glance, stepping onto the corridor to gaze at the horizon. The situation here had changed. Perhaps she should inform Brother Z, though she hesitated, considering it might disrupt him, as he appeared to have important matters at hand. Outskirts of the wilderness, what is happening? Why are there suddenly so many beasts here? Elder Lu of Qingyang sect wiped the blood from his face. These cursed creatures, have they lost their minds? Attacking us with such ferocity, do they not fear death? Elder Tong of Qingqing sect also arrived at the wilderness to assess the situation, only to find himself surrounded by a swarm of wild beasts upon his arrival. Master Uncle, there are far too many beasts. We cannot slay them all. Let us break through, shouted a disciple from Qingyang sect. Agreed, Elder Tong. We shall forge a path together shortly. How about we charge out from here? Elder Lu declared, cleaving the front legs of 2 wild boars with his sword. Elder Tong's eyes flickered momentarily, filled with indignation. How infuriating! I had intended to uncover the reasons behind the disturbances in the wilderness. Yet must I now return empty-handed? Elder Lu interjected. There is no need for you to go, Elder Tong. I have previously ventured to the lair of the savage beasts, and I discovered that a young Tianming beast has been grievously wounded by a sword. Its life hangs by a thread, and this primordial beast has gone mad. What? Is it truly so? No wonder when we inquired at the Changlian sect, they refused to speak the truth. It turns out they have committed such an atrocity. Even if the primordial beast is confined, it is not to be trifled with. Elder Lu turned around and swiftly dispatched a giant tiger with a single stroke of his sword, declaring, Elder Tong, hesitate no longer. We must break through at once. Indeed, we must unite our efforts to escape and expose the misdeeds of the Changlian sect. Elder Tong scoffed coldly. An ever-increasing number of beasts surged forth, a phenomenon that would normally be inconceivable. They seemed driven by an unseen force, charging towards the outskirts of the wilderness, stirring up clouds of yellow dust. This is bad. These beasts are not coming for us. They are on the verge of breaking out of the wilderness. Curse it, Elder Lu. They are heading for Qingyang Pass. We must hurry back and deliver the warning. Elder Tong cursed, no longer concealing his strength, and charged outward with all his might, swiftly distancing himself from several members of the Qingyang sect. Elder Lu silently cursed the old fox and desperately pursued behind with his disciples. A piercing scream resonated. Elder Lu turned to see one of his disciples torn in two by the claw of a 10-foot-high black tiger, its innards scattered across the ground. The disciple's face bore an expression of disbelief, yet he was irrevocably dead. The remaining 4 disciples, in a state of panic, clung desperately to Elder Lu, fully aware that this black tiger was beyond their capabilities. No, this is not an ordinary beast. This is a demon beast that has awakened its intellect. Listen to my command. Do not concern yourselves with me. Flee for your lives and ensure that the message is conveyed. Elder Lu bellowed, turning to intercept the black tiger's attack. Master Uncle. The 4 disciples turned back to witness Elder Lu valiantly blocking the tiger's path. Go. Now? Yes. With tears brimming in their eyes, the 4 disciples did not look back, sprinting toward the periphery with all their might. The colossal black tiger observed this scene with disdain in its massive eyes, its claws combining to form a radiant sword that effortlessly cleaved Elder Lu, man and sword alike, in 2.himph. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly unaware of its own limitations. The tremendous roar from the tiger shattered the heavens and earth. Chapter 66. Surrounded by the city, the heart-wrenching cries boom, boom, boom. The sound resonated in Wang Wan's ears like the approach of 1,000 troops, jolting her upright from her couch. This is not good. Something has surely gone awry. Wang Wan hastily donned her shoes and ascended to the rooftop, gazing into the distance. However, it was deep into the night, and dense fog obscured her vision. She could scarcely see 100 meters ahead. Something is amiss. Far too amiss. There is an ominous aura around. Although Wang Wan could not discern what was transpiring, she sensed a sinister energy gradually approaching from afar. In the inky darkness, not a whisper could be heard, as if even the tiniest of insects had fled to distant corners. Overwhelmed by the oppressive presence of some formidable creature, Wang Qing and several other martial sect masters have already attained the ability to communicate with the heavens and the earth. They sensed an overwhelming pressure and emerged from their chambers. Upon seeing Wang Wan standing atop the roof, Wang Qing furrowed his brow but refrained from inquiring further. Awaken everyone. I can sense danger approaching, Wang Qing stated gravely, gazing at the mist in the sky. Indeed, we should not linger here any longer. We must evacuate swiftly. Sun Haitong expressed his concerns. It is already too late. There are anomalies in every direction. Qingyang Pass is surrounded, Wang Wan declared in a low voice. Qingyang sect's main hall, sect leader, we have news. A disciple hastily entered from outside. What news? Speak quickly. Sect leader Qingping felt a vague unease in his heart. He was unaware of the unfolding events yet hoped for the safe return of those sent out. However, reality far exceeded his expectations. Sect leader, the disciples we sent out, including Elder Lu, have perished. One disciple returned, gravely injured, and has just breathed his last, but he brought back crucial information. What? They are all dead. Even junior brother Lu could not escape? What in the world happened? Sect leader Qingyang was utterly shocked. Junior brother Lu was a master of martial arts, a pillar of their sect, and now he was gone. Sect leader, the disciple who returned relayed the message that it was a beast horde. A beast horde? Heaven above, are you intent on annihilating Qingyang sect? Qingping, now is not the time for lamenting fate. All disciples must evacuate immediately. An elderly man with hair as white as snow entered the hall. "Uncle Master, what brings you here?" Sect leader Qingping hurriedly approached him. "Humph! If I had not come, would you have dawdled here and ruined the foundation of Qingyang sect?" Cold sweat streamed down sect leader Qingping's forehead. "Uncle Master, I dare not. The situation outside is dire. Our sect faces a grave calamity. Please take charge." Yang Chengzi glared with fierce, aged eyes. "Humph, at my age, I must still worry for you young ones. If your master were alive, he would surely be infuriated by your negligence." The crowd in the hall turned pale, bowing in apology to Yang Chengzi. "Enough. There is no need for apologies. Once we have weathered this calamity, you may seek forgiveness from your ancestors." Yang Chengzi straightened his stooped form and declared with a voice infused with true energy, "All disciples of Qingyang sect, gather immediately at the ancestral hall." Upon hearing the words ancestral hall, sect leader Qingping suddenly recalled a secret his master had revealed to him before passing. Within Qingyang Pass, the general in charge of guarding the Wei Kingdom ordered the closure of all city gates. "General, we cannot close the gates. There are still civilians outside waiting to enter," the vice-general pleaded. "Kneeling, there are 5 towns and over 40 villages outside. Are we to abandon thousands of lives?" The guard general replied sternly, "The beast horde is already 10 miles away. They will soon reach the city walls. Even if we do not close the gates now, the civilians will not make it in time. If the gates cannot be shut in time, can you bear the responsibility for the safety of those within?" Qingyang Pass is situated at the border, and the city gates on all 4 sides, east, west, south, and north, are twice as thick as ordinary gates. To completely seal them shut is not a task that can be accomplished in a fleeting moment. The deputy commander naturally comprehends this reality. He painfully closes his eyes and clasps his hands, stating, "I shall obey your orders." This is the most devastating catastrophe in the annals of human history. Since the ancient ferocious beasts and primordial savage creatures were sealed and locked away, human existence has grown increasingly comfortable. Most have gradually become mediocre and ineffectual, losing the extraordinary abilities of their forebears. The ancestors of ancient times, through generations of blood-soaked lessons, accumulated numerous survival techniques, which have now faded into obscurity. Present-day humanity appears feeble before these beasts. The villages ravaged by the beast hordes have suffered the most horrific and bloody massacres, with scarcely a few escaping. The members of the Qingyang sect huddled within the protective barrier of the ancestral hall, helplessly witnessing the townsfolk, who fled to the mountains, being torn apart and devoured by the beasts. Several individuals had already reached the edge of the barrier, desperately extending their yearning hands and pounding against the barrier, crying out for the exalted figures of Qingyang sect to come to their aid. Yet, none dared to breach the barrier. The disciples of Qingyang sect watched in horror as these individuals were dragged back by the pursuing beasts, their eyes filled with intense resentment and bitterness. They vociferously cursed the cold-heartedness of the Qingyang sect, only to be met with their agonizing screams as the beasts tore them to shreds. Many disciples could no longer contain their nausea. No matter how brutal human conflicts may be, they could never match the sheer savagery of these beasts, which incessantly prodded at their fragile nerves. Roar! The beasts had finished consuming the people below the mountain. Their bloodied maws agape, sharp fangs still glistening with remnants of flesh and blood. Their greedy eyes fixed hungrily on the delectable prey atop the mountain, seemingly oblivious to the barrier before them, each one careening madly against it. The disciples of Qingyang sect were utterly terrified. These monstrous heads were alarmingly close. Though they were ultimately repelled by the barrier, they understood that its energy was finite, and the breach was merely a matter of time. At the foot of Qingyang Pass, the adults pleaded, "Please, open the city gates. We implore you." Of the thousands of citizens who had fled, only about 100 managed to escape. Some robust men wielded swords, knives, and even sickles and axes, surrounding the elderly, weak, women, and children on one side of the city wall. They tirelessly repelled the advancing beasts, their bodies drenched in blood, many of them having been gnawed upon by the creatures, exposing ghastly white bones in certain areas. Yet, with gritted teeth, none faltered. These elderly, weak, and young were the nearest villagers to Qingyang Pass, comprising both gray-haired elders and infants in desperate need of nourishment. Each of them knelt toward the soldiers on the city wall, repeatedly bowing their heads in supplication, their foreheads smeared with blood and dirt, their cries resonating deeply within the soul. Among them, an elderly man with snow-white hair was the grandfather of a soldier stationed on the wall. His murky eyes brimmed with tears as he implored, "Black child, please beseech the general. Save your brother, save your brother. Brother, I don't want to die. Brother, save me," cried a 5-year-old child nearby. Beside him, Several children cried out in unison, "Uncle, please save us. We implore you." The guards stationed atop the city wall could hardly bear to gaze downwards. Each one of them was tormented with an unbearable anguish. Several soldiers covertly cast furtive glances at the general's countenance, hoping he might command the opening of the city gates. A soldier known as Hiwazi knelt before the general of the city, exclaiming, "General, silence. I shall not open the gates." The general coldly retorted, "Humph. Hiwazi, you have abandoned your post. Seize him and administer 50 strikes with the military rod." The general's harsh reprimand rang out, "General, have mercy. I beseech you, save them." Hiwazi was forcibly led away, his desperate cries echoing in the air. Various martial arts factions gathered near the city wall, and every soul present heard the unfolding events at the base of the wall. Why does the general refuse to open the gates? There are so many elderly, weak, and women and children. Shall we merely stand by and witness them being devoured by beasts? A burly man exclaimed, his eyes blazing with indignation. "Humph! Such a small number of people. If we were to let the beasts in, could you take on that responsibility?" A scholar-like figure countered from a distance, "Iron-faced scholar. I have heard you have read the classics. Have you merely swallowed them whole? You! How dare you?" The iron-faced scholar's face flushed with anger as he brandished his weapon and charged forward. "Halt! In the face of a great enemy, you two cannot afford to squabble amongst yourselves. It is utterly foolish," Elder Tong of the Qingqing sect admonished, yet his gaze was fixed upon the iron-faced scholar, for the burly man was affiliated with his own sect, while the iron-faced scholar belonged to the Changlian sect. Elder Lu of the Changlian sect let out a cold snort. "Elder Tong, your temper is quite formidable. I shall manage my own disciples, and I would appreciate it if you would keep your own watchdog in check." "You?" The burly man, unwilling to swallow such an insult, could only stifle his indignation, for Elder Lu had already intervened. "Humph! What does Elder Tong mean by that? Is this how you regard those heroes who sincerely pledged their allegiance?" Elder Lu retorted defiantly. "You, do not twist my words. That was not my intention at all." Elder Tong replied furiously, then added mockingly, "I possess no such arrogance. How could I compare to the disciples of Elder Lu, who are so utterly foolish as to attempt to seize the young of the ferocious beasts? This calamity may very well be brought upon by your actions. Do not slander without cause." Elder Lu's expression darkened, as he sensed the seething anger emanating from the surrounding factions. The members of the Qingfeng villa stood at a distance, yet their hearing was unaffected. "Uncle Qing, how long will these major sects bicker? If we wait any longer, the common folk below will surely perish." Sun Shaoqing expressed her concern. "Forget about them. Let us take action ourselves. We cannot delay any longer," Wang Lin shouted from the side. "If anyone is to act, it should be us. What chaos could you possibly contribute with your skills?" Wang Wan glared at him. Just as Wang Lin was about to retort in defiance, he was interrupted by Wang Qing. "Enough! Cease your bickering. Sun Haitong and I shall go to rescue them. You all must remain here obediently." Just as he finished speaking, the crowd from the major sects ahead erupted into turmoil. Chapter 67. Mu Zishu's eloquent wit saves the day on an ordinary day. The carefree countenance of Mu Zishu bore an unexpected gravity, as he implored the esteemed elders to cease their quarrel and lend him their ears. Elder Lu, abruptly interrupted, seethed with fury as he turned to face the youthful interloper, his ire intensifying upon realizing that this was merely a brash young lad. "What business do you have here, insolent child?" he thundered. Simultaneously, Elder Tong, although equally incensed at having his discourse interrupted, possessed a deeper reservoir of composure. He scrutinized the young man with a piercing gaze, noting that despite standing before a congregation of martial arts luminaries, the boy exhibited no trace of trepidation. Even when rebuked by Elder Lu, his demeanor remained unruffled. "What a remarkable youth," Elder Tong mused inwardly, deciding to observe the unfolding situation before making his own remarks. Thus, he merely crossed his arms and waited to see how the young man would respond. "Respected elders, your esteemed reputations precede you, and it is not the place of a junior to interject. However, the common folk at Qingyang Pass are currently suffering. Should we fail to act, they may soon fall prey to the beasts that threaten them." Mu Zishu continued, gauging the expressions of those present. "If word of this spreads, the martial heroes in attendance today will be ridiculed as cowards, overwhelmed by mere wild beasts." A burly man with a coarse visage erupted in anger. "Who dares to speak so?" With a casual shrug, Mu Zishu replied nonchalantly, "As for me, a mere youth, I am unconcerned. However, it would surely tarnish the esteemed reputation of the elders." His words sent ripples of astonishment through the assembly. The young prodigy of Changsheng platform, Yang Tianqing, typically regarded as a paragon of excellence, found a newfound admiration for Mu Zixu, who stood fearless before the gathered martial heroes. Speaking up, Yang Tianqing said, "Respected elders, my brother here makes a compelling point. You are all renowned champions of the martial world. A mere beast is hardly worthy of your concern. Even if the general refuses to open the city gates, I believe that collectively, we can devise an effective strategy." Upon hearing the voice of the esteemed young master of Changsheng platform, the crowd ceased their dissent. While they might disregard the impudent youth, they could not afford to dismiss the influence of young master Tianqing. Both Changsheng platform and Lugu's Lianqing were superlative sects, naturally engaged in rivalry. The distinguished Immortal of Lianqing was often compared to Yang Tianqing, and though he seldom voiced his opinions, he held certain thoughts about his counterpart. Observing Yang Tianqing's proclamation, he narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Ah, young master Tianqing, might you share your brilliant plan with us? It would greatly assist in resolving our current predicament." Yang Tianqing, momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, turned to regard the speaker. He saw a youth of comparable age, strikingly handsome and elegantly attired in black. Standing out amidst the crowd, curious about the identity of this remarkable individual, Mu Zixu had long discerned that Yang Tianqing's previous remarks were intended to assist him. Now witnessing someone causing trouble for Yang Tianqing, he could not simply shrink away like a turtle. Moreover, prior to making those statements, he had already contemplated the matter deeply. "I have a humble suggestion, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to share." He announced. Mu Erxia, unaware of his nephew's intentions, found himself in a predicament and could only brace himself to see how this young lad would navigate the situation. "Oh, do enlighten us," Elder Changfeng of Changxing platform urged. "We can leap from the city wall and use our lightness skills to bring each citizen up one by one," Mu Zixu declared candidly. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. "Hey, you little rascal. Do you really think you have a brilliant idea? Do you have any idea how high the walls of Qingyang Pass are? It's no easy feat to lift someone up, let alone do it alone," a scar-faced swordsman retorted, his expression tinged with irritation. Mu Zixu shook his head with a smile. "There's no need for alarm, esteemed senior. I am well aware of the circumstances. While it is indeed a tall order to have everyone use their lightness skills to lift others, what if we were to tie a rope around our waists? When we find ourselves unable to ascend, we could pull one another up. Would that not be feasible?" "Humph, you speak as if it were easy. Where are we to find such a long rope? Even if we do, how can we ensure it can bear 100 pounds? The swordsman pressed on, believing this to be a question on everyone's mind. With a mysterious smile, Mu Zixu replied, "I cannot vouch for an ordinary rope, but what if it were crafted from celestial silkworm silk? What say you? Celestial silkworm silk?" The crowd gasped in disbelief. Elder Lu's expression shifted upon hearing this. He was concerned about the implications of Mu Zixu's suggestion. "Elder Lu, I have heard that you recently acquired a bundle of celestial silkworm silk. Might I inquire if it could be borrowed for our purpose?" Mu Zixu asked earnestly, fixing his gaze on Elder Lu. "You foolish child, cease your nonsensical chatter. I possess no celestial silkworm silk," Elder Lu exclaimed in anger. "Elder Lu, this is where you err. I recall not long ago, one of your disciples boasted about it in a tavern. How is it that you deny it now?" Elder Tong had inquired with clarity, being well informed about the ongoing rivalry between Qingqing sect and Changlian sect. Elder Lu had a few disciples who were fond of drink, and Tong sought to bait him with this information to see if he would take the bait. Elder Lu turned to his few inept disciples, who lowered their heads, feeling guilty. They had indulged in drinks several times recently and wondered if they might have inadvertently let something slip. Noticing their expressions, Elder Lu mistakenly believed that one among them had leaked the information, and his countenance darkened. One particularly astute disciple stepped forward, kneeling in contrition. "Master, this celestial silkworm silk was procured by me some days ago. I intended to have it fashioned into a weapon to present to you. I did not foresee that you would suffer unjustly because of it. The fault lies with me." Elder Lu's expression softened slightly, yet he maintained a stern demeanor. "Humph, I shall overlook this transgression, considering your filial intentions. Now, quickly bring forth the celestial silkworm silk, so that we may assist these noble heroes in rescuing those unfortunate citizens." Elder Tong cast a cold, sardonic gaze upon the duo of master and disciple, who were harmoniously engaged in their performance. Most members of the martial world, oblivious to the truth, extolled the virtues of the Changlian sect for their benevolent deeds, praising the kindness of the masters and the filial piety of the disciples within the sect. Once the strategy was devised, hesitation faded. Several agile and light-footed youths were dispatched to rescue the people. while the grandmasters from various factions stationed themselves atop the city walls to provide cover for these brave souls. The expressionless general guarding the city surveyed the bustling martial artists below, all fervently engaged in their rescue efforts. He ordered a squad of archers to provide them with protection. His demeanor was not born of cold-heartedness. As a commander, he was obligated to maintain a broad perspective. His soldiers were merely ordinary individuals, lacking in profound skills. Any attempt to save the civilians could potentially cost the lives of even more soldiers, and the city gates might falter under such pressure. For the sake of the greater populace, he could not, and would not, open the gates. Wang Qing and the members of Qingfeng Mountain Villa were not idle either. Each possessed a modicum of first aid knowledge. They crafted makeshift stretchers, awaiting the arrival of the injured to tend to their wounds. Below, the beasts had amassed in swarms, killing one group only to be replaced by another, and in the distance, one could still discern throngs of beasts approaching relentlessly. A few young individuals, adept in light-footed techniques, each secured a strand of silken thread around their waists and leapt down. Elder Lu, pained by the sight, closed his weary eyes briefly and cast several foreboding glances at Mu Zixu. His gaze imbued with an unspeakable chill, Mu Zixu retained his nonchalant demeanor, much to Elder Lu's irritation, causing the elder's eyelids to twitch in distress. The beasts below grew increasingly frenzied. A considerable number of their carcasses lay piled at the base of the wall, and oblivious to the peril. The creatures excitedly trampled upon the corpses as they lunged towards those descending from above. At that moment, the grandmasters stationed on the city walls unleashed their prowess. Such formidable masters could harness the energies of heaven and earth, their every move capable of rendering the very cosmos pale. However, with so many civilians in the vicinity, they were cautious, refraining from employing their most destructive techniques. Among them, the methods of the esteemed elder Yi Changfeng from Changxing Terrace were particularly remarkable. He conjured an endless stream of yellow orbs from his hands, appearing weightless and delicate. Any beast ensnared within their glow would silently turn to ashes in an instant, while the attacks of the other grandmasters were far more ostentatious. The leading elder of the Lu Guoyan sect, the venerable Shang Dingtian, observed this spectacle with a smile, remarking, "It seems that Brother Yi's skills have significantly advanced over the years." Though he spoke amiably, his hands remained busy. With a change of gesture, a bloodthirsty phoenix materialized from his grasp, charging into the throng of beasts and creating a gruesome scene, with all it touched dissolving into muck. Unperturbed, Yi Changfeng replied calmly, "Brother Shang, you flatter me. It appears that after years apart, you have mastered the bloodthirsty phoenix, a feat that likely shatters the millennium-long record of the Lu Guoyan sect." Shang Dingtian's expression shifted slightly. This old rascal seemed to know far too much. With a forced smile, he responded, "Oh, not at all. How can I compare to Brother Yi? Your solar flame has surely reached the realm of the yellow flame, truly a cause for celebration." Wang Wan had been standing atop the city wall for quite some time. Although she was somewhat distanced from these grandmasters, her keen features had already captured the heated discourse between the two elderly men. With a silent roll of her eyes, she pondered whether these esteemed individuals always engaged in such animated exchanges upon their meetings. Beasts do not attack humans without provocation, and even when incited, they would not swarm in such numbers as they did now. Observing these creatures, she noted their frenzied state, as if they had lost their senses, driven solely by the urge to kill. Even if they were to be cleaved in two, they would still recklessly bite at anything within reach, exhibiting an unimaginable ferocity. It was one thing to encounter wild boars and tigers, but what was the matter with that pack of ferocious giant rabbits gnawing away? While it is said that rabbits can bite when cornered, those tusked rabbits voraciously devouring flesh could hardly be considered ordinary. Roar! A deafening roar echoed from the horizon, sending the beasts into a heightened frenzy. A young man, suspended in midair, was suddenly assaulted by the sound. A massive tiger, provoked by the beastly roar, leapt 10 feet into the air, seizing his legs in its jaws. His anguished scream pierced the air as his lower half was brutally torn away. Blood sprang across the ground. Below the city, the young men stationed to guard were felled in great numbers under the onslaught of the wild beasts. Though a few were rescued, most vanished into the throng of predators. This harrowing scene left the onlookers in a state of heightened anxiety, hastening their efforts to bring the wounded to safety. "This will not do. We must send a few individuals down to replace the injured," declared Mu Zixu. "I volunteer myself. Which brave soul dares to accompany me?" With a resounding clap, Mu Erxia shoved Mu Zixu aside. "What heroics are you attempting, young one? As my nephew just stated, the choice of who descends has now been altered to myself. I wonder which noble brother will join me in lending them a hand." "I, Wang Qing, Though lacking in prowess, gladly offer my assistance alongside you, he proclaimed, clearly admiring the camaraderie displayed by the uncle and nephew. I shall go as well. Count me in. Soon, dozens rallied together, and several leapt from the city wall, while those suspended by silk threads hurriedly pulled the wounded to safety. Wang Wan, alongside several young women, tirelessly bandaged and staunched the bleeding of the rescued. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss and fixed her gaze on an exceptionally towering man, exclaiming, "Who are you? You are not human." Initially appearing weak from blood loss, the man looked at Wang Wan with newfound interest. "Little girl, you possess remarkable discernment. Ha 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 ha." With that, he threw his head back and unleashed a thunderous roar that resonated through the air, his body visibly swelling at an astonishing rate. The crowd around him froze in terror, many fleeing in panic, plunging the scene into chaos. Chapter 68. A bitter struggle, the city gate breached, roar. The towering man howled towards the heavens, emitting a deafening sound that was unmistakably beyond the capacity of any human. His physique was already remarkably towering, and now his entire form expanded at a visibly rapid pace, gradually losing all semblance of humanity. Wang Wan and several young women beside her desperately attempted to evacuate the injured from the vicinity, while the monster merely observed them, its gaze akin to that of a predator watching a swarm of ants. The entire ordeal felt as though it stretched on for ages, yet in reality, only a few breaths had passed. As they ran, they stole glances back at the creature, quickening their pace. The black bear's spirit twisted its neck and, with an agility unbefitting its weight, suddenly blocked their path. A girl, unable to contain herself, shrieked in terror. The black bear's spirit now stood 10 zhang tall, rendering Wang Wan and her companions as insignificant as ants before it. Wang Wan tightened her grip on the long sword in her hand. Not far away, figures atop the city wall had begun to notice the unusual commotion. The townsfolk had long since hidden away during the beast's siege, leaving only the girls standing solitary amidst the chaos. "Everyone, scatter and flee," Wang Wan shouted. Among the chivalrous souls of the realm, there were none to be found who were weak-hearted. Even though they had been startled by the bear's transformation moments earlier, they quickly regained their composure. Without a word, the girls dragged the injured towards different directions. The black bear's spirit, bloodthirsty, licked its lips and pursued Wang Wan. Anticipating this very scenario, she was aware of the creature's astonishing speed. Carrying an injured person on her back, she executed the lynxy step, combining her spiritual energy and internal strength to gain a slight lead. After several near captures, the bear's spirit